Chapter 1621 Important Clues. A. After listening to Old Man Shibata's reasoning, Zhu Xiaobao could only nod, because this was the only reasonable explanation. As for the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, just as Zhu Xiaobao thought, Old Man Shibata had no impression at all, because he was almost instantly killed by others. First he was hit hard, and then his consciousness was hit hard. The key is that he was still protected by many experts, such as the third son of the Niu family. But he still did not escape the fate of being severely injured. Are you here for the prescription of your immortal bone pill? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly thought of this level. The reason why Shibata and his wife are so valued is because they also have the important task of refining alchemy at the Niu family castle. Part-time. With the successful refining of Zhu Xiaobao's immortal bone pill, Shibata and his wife also gained insights. They and Zhu Xiaobao also exchanged their experiences, and they could further improve the formula and refining method of the immortal bone pill. That should be it. The jade tablet that was originally in my arms has disappeared. There is the earliest prescription on it. Fortunately, the improved prescription has been brought by you, and she is now a long-term resident. I went to live with the 2 second ladies in Hinyu Chengqi. Old Man Shibata said with some luck. Oh, did she change the proportion of the medicine? Or added other medicinal materials? Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard that Yura was the daughter of Old Man Shibata. He didn't expect that the third disciple he accepted was actually the genius of alchemy, at least in terms of the ratio of the 2 ingredients. Has unique insights? Anyway, his 3 apprentices have their own strengths and weaknesses, and they can often do things that surprise even him. Well, I don't know about this, but now the 3 little girls are studying elixirs every day for you, Old Man Shibata said with a smile, and his heart was filled with incomparable pride. Then the other party has now mastered the recipe for the immortal bone pill? No. My wife and I always get half of the recipe for the immortal bone pill. But as for whether I have said something while I was unconscious, it's hard to guarantee, Old Man Shibata said with some annoyance. Then when you were attacked, your wife was not with you. Were you hurt? Zhu Xiaobao then asked. Probably not, because I am alone, and my wife is under the protection of Niu Laosan and others. So she should be fine, no matter how strong the opponent is. They are only in the Middle Fairyland. At that time, there are quite a few of them. Old Man Shibata shook his head. But then a very important clue was provided. The other party also had a team of its own that was good at speed. What's even more surprising is that one of them was recognized by Shibata. He should be a casual cultivator from the eastern region. Another detail is that the mysterious murderer who injured Old Man Shibata actually used a pair of iron claws and other weapons. Well, can you see if it's this kind of tiger claw? Also, can you see if the moves I performed are similar? Zhu Xiaobao put on a pair of tiger claws and practiced them very seriously. At first, he had the bloodline of mythical beasts and inherited their various skills, including this set of tiger claws. However, because he ascended to this world, he suffered backlash, and the bloodline of the mythical beasts disappeared. However, there are still some vague residues, but those efforts have not been forgotten. Unfortunately, Old Man Shibata didn't survive 2 moves at all, so he couldn't see the reason. This makes Zhu Xiaobao somewhat disappointed. But now there are 2 very important clues. One is that the opponent is probably from the eastern region. The other is that the opponent is not only very high in cultivation, but also very high in divine consciousness cultivation. There should be a group of subordinates who are good at speed. Eastern region. Eastern region. It seems that we still have to go to the eastern region to investigate. Zhu Xiaobao lowered his head and thought for a long time before murmuring to himself. Zhu Xiaobao also felt that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the truth. But his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. But all the information points to Fairy Dragon Island, Eastern region, Huang Qigao, and that mysterious weirdo. But now there is another murderer with extremely high cultivation and spiritual consciousness. This gave Zhu Xiaobao a bit of a headache, and he still couldn't figure it out clearly. Stayed on Lujia Island for 2 days. Zhu Xiaobao inspected the island, but he didn't like this island either. So he simply agreed to marry the Feng family and his wife. Let them send some more members of the Feng family to fully accept this island. As for the confiscated property, Zhu Xiaobao also kept half of it. Not to mention, he has already gained a lot from the time stone. Now, many rare medicinal herbs and materials have also been added. Naturally, the Feng family benefited the most from this genocide. Not only did they get another island, But they also got Zhu Xiaobao's approval, allowing them to move some of the family elites to Zhuanbao Island. This made Feng Qianli and his wife even more loyal to Zhu Xiaobao. On the third day, Zhu Xiaobao set off again with 10 warships. It's time to go explore Fairy Dragon Island. But before that, there is still an agreement to be fulfilled. That is, to find Qing Lingzi first, according to the agreement in Wanan Mountain. As long as Zhu Xiaobao provides Qing Lingzi with a 9 marks concentration pill, Qing Lingzi will Lingzi once again, provided Zhu Xiaobao with some important information. It seems it's time for both parties to cash in. Now these important and confidential information are too important for Zhu Xiaobao. It might be related to his safety, because Tay feels more and more that he is being drawn into an extremely huge whirlpool, and he can only advance but not retreat. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not take old man Shibata with him, because the old man was also eager to go back and restore his cultivation. Didn't he descend from the middle immortal realm to the first immortal realm? So he is a reporter who wants to resume practicing in seclusion. Besides, he was also worried about whether his wife had escaped. Although he was protected by Niu Laosan and others, he was still worried in the end. The most important thing is that he also took the mission entrusted to him by Zhu Xiaobao, and brought Zhu Xiaobao's opinions and suggestions on modifying the Immortal Bone Pill to the 2 Miss Wen and his 3rd apprentice Chai Ryu. Zhu Xiaobao has already felt the need for major changes to the Immortal Bone Pill, because he still needs to improve his physique again. Anyway, the place we made an appointment with Qing Lingzi is in the direction of Xianlong Island. So this journey is not a waste of time. At most it is a small detour. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on the flagship in the middle, instead of riding on his speedboat. That thing was still too bumpy, and there was no need for such a fast speed now. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao ordered people to lower Zheng Yitong from the mast. It had been exposed to wind and sun for 6 or 7 days. Zheng Yitong's skin was already dry and cracked due to the sun's rays, and her eyes were dull. What's even more tragic is that in order to please Zhu Xiaobao, the bad poison master even gave her a whipping when nothing happened. Not only did she suffer from physical pain, but she was also beaten to the point where she was completely naked. It was so miserable. Huh? Let her wear some decent clothes. Baidu, you always like to be clever. One day your cleverness will kill you. Give her a wash. Zhu Xiaobao frowned. He frowned and covered his nose. Zheng Yitong's body almost stinks these days, and you can smell it from far away. Hee. Yes, Master. Don't we just want to express bad anger on behalf of Master? Mr. Baidu said with a flattering smile. This guy really deserves to be a slave. So he is just trying to figure out Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts. I won't let anyone go if I can please you. In fact, this was not the first time Zheng Yitong was interrogated. But her cultivation level was too low, and the secrets she knew were really limited. Even the refining of the stone peer into a puppet was only accomplished by entrusting it to the Pirate Alliance with a huge sum of money. Otherwise, how could she get together with the young master of the Liu family? Originally, she wanted to join the Pirate Alliance, but because her combat power was too weak, she could only be responsible for security and investigation. So she has always been a small role. Sometimes they even had to be taken advantage of by the pirate leaders. But they didn't dare to resist. So she finally chose to join forces with the Liu family to secretly attack lone merchant ships. This was more suitable for them. After some washing and changing of clothes, Wei Zifeng saw how pitiful she was and gave her something to eat. Seeing Zheng Yitong wolfing down the food, Wei Zifeng also felt angry and hateful. The companions who once fought side by side have turned into what they are now. I have to say it is sad. After eating, Zheng Yitong felt much more energetic, and her desire for life was rekindled. He immediately knelt down in front of Zhu Xiaobao, cowed out repeatedly, and begged, Sir, just spare me. I know I deserve to die, but please see that I have followed you through life and death, and fought everywhere. For my sake, just spare me. I am willing to use my most precious thing in exchange for my cheap life. Humph. It's impossible. Unless you can resurrect Shurdun. Besides, you said it is a cheap life. What else is the most precious thing? Zhu Xiaobao was unmoved and snorted coldly. Road. My divine eye! The unique divine eye in the world! Zheng Yitong suddenly shouted with excitement on his face. TSK! It's not surprising. My consciousness is powerful enough, and I don't need your eyes at all. Zhu Xiaobao was just stunned. and then shook his head with disdain. You don't need it. But I can transplant it to Sister Wei. Once she has this divine eye, and it cooperates with her speed, it will definitely greatly improve her safety and detection range. Zheng Yitong still struggled with her strength. Shouted, Me? Are you telling the truth? Wei Zifeng's eyes widened immediately. And then, he showed a look of surprise. What a pity! I'm not as cruel as you. Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned, but still shook his head and said, No, no, no. I volunteered. Real? Chapter 1622 Important Clues B. Although Zheng Yitong's suggestion was flatly rejected by Zhu Xiaobao, but looking around, including Feng Qianli and his wife, as well as the Baidu Gongzi, all looked at her in shock and weirdness. Not to mention Wei Zifeng. Zheng Yitong's suggestion just now made her suddenly see her own hope that your super abilities will be greatly improved again. Humph! I said. No. If I spare you, I'm sorry for Sure Dun. If Sure Dun recovers in the future, I don't know how to explain to him. Why are you looking at me? Zhu Xiaobao is a little bit, he said angrily. Yes. 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 What are you doing? Our master is kind and righteous. Can you bypass this bitch for a broken eyeball? Master. Master. Hurry back to the cabin and take the slave to find some maids to give you a good massage. It's time to calm down. The bad poison young master was still going to cause trouble. And he quickly stepped forward to support Zhu Xiaobao and said with joy on his face, to say that being a slave is really a skill. The poisonous young master knows this very well and can always alleviate these embarrassing atmospheres at the most critical moments. In fact, except for Zhu Xiaobao, everyone else's thoughts are, you have super strong spiritual consciousness. So of course you don't care about this divine eye. But for others, it is a talent skill that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. The key is that this kind of supernatural power transplantation can only be completed with the utmost cooperation of the person. Otherwise Zheng Yitong would have died long ago. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Zheng Yitong's divine eye is usually hidden between the eyebrows and is not directly exposed to the three-eyed lord. Zheng Yitong collapsed to the ground weakly again. She did not expect Zhu Xiaobao to be so determined. She thought the price she paid should be enough to save her life. Of course, she is not worried about the result of being forcibly removing the divine eyes after death, because this kind of transplant requires her full cooperation and a certain amount of secret techniques passed down from her ancestors. Sister Zifeng, I mean it sincerely. Can you please help me tell me more? Even before I die, I transfer this divine eye to you so that I can keep this innate skill. Ah! Zheng Yitong sighed, with a seemingly sad look on his face. Forget it. You go down first. It's useless for you to tell me. At least I won't go against Xiaobao's wishes. Although he was extremely reluctant to give up, Wei Zifeng still didn't dare to force it. Zhu Xiaobao's character was her is very clear. In Zhu Xiaobao's cabin, Master Baidu was asking his female cultivators to find two people who were very good at serving others and giving Zhu Xiaobao a massage. Not to mention, with this slave by his side, Zhu Xiaobao's life has become more enjoyable. This guy's talent as a slave is definitely not as good as that of Huang Yu. Humph. Did I let Zheng Yitong go just because of a natural skill? Wouldn't that mean that he is seeking profit and neglecting his duty? I can't do it. Zhu Xiaobao still hummed indignantly. Hee. Master, you are right. But others may not think so. Think about it. If Sure Dun regains his consciousness and is resurrected, if he knows that you killed Zheng Yitong, he might not be grateful. You will still resent you. And if you let Zheng Yitong go, she will lose her divine eyes. That is, she will have no support. If Sure Dun wants revenge, he can also take revenge himself. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Or, the master of 100 poisons can talk. And his words made Zhu Xiaobao hesitate a little. Yes, this boy Sure Dun is just a fool. If he kills Zheng Yitong, he will complain a lot. Finally arriving at the agreed place, Zhu Xiaobao made everyone alert. Although he had made an appointment with Qing Lingzi, he still felt uneasy about Qing Lingzi. So he still had to be more vigilant. This woman is not that simple. But there was no movement at all. It was very quiet. Zhu Xiaobao opened his consciousness and searched and sensed the surroundings, but still found nothing. After releasing the Vulcan bee, let it search further around. This area was too quiet, which gave Zhu Xiaobao a very bad feeling. But what can't be said? Could it be that it was a trap from beginning to end, and that Qing Lingzi climbed to the top of Wuhan Mountain just to set an ambush for himself? Isn't this too exaggerated? Suddenly, the Vulcan bee flew back quickly. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that the Vulcan bee, which had advanced to the level of a fairy beast, was actually injured. Now it flew back with the injury. It just pointed out the general direction to Zhu Xiaobao, and then hurriedly flew back. The beast taming bag is here for healing. No! I'm afraid there's been an accident. Zhu Xiaomao shouted very vigilantly, and then put all the warships on alert, while he stared vigilantly at the northwest. This was the direction pointed out to him by Vulcan B. After driving nearly 5 miles ahead, Zhu Xiaobao could already sense that there was indeed a fight going on in front of him. To be precise, it was a pursuit. The auras of 2 people one behind the other were quickly approaching him, and the one running in front was Qing Lingzi. Zhu Xiaobao ejected and rushed toward Qing Lingzi quickly, and Wei Zifeng quickly followed. She could have rushed past Zhu Xiaobao at her speed, but she was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao, because at this time, Zhu Xiaobao could sense that the figure behind him was very powerful in speed and aura, and was definitely not inferior to him. Junior brother, save me! Qing Lingzi, who ran ahead, had already discovered Zhu Xiaobao and shouted in surprise and joy. Her master, Tianhezi, and Zhu Xiaobao's nominal master on Xiandan Island, Tianhezi, are brothers. So it's not wrong for Qing Lingzi to call Zhu Xiaobao this way. Coming, Zhu Xiaobao shouted, using a strange movement technique. He planned to get to Qing Lingzi's side, but at this moment, the figure behind him suddenly split into 3. 1 against 3. He launched rapid attacks on Qing Lingzi, Zhu Xiaobao, and Wei Zifeng respectively. With a sound of dang, Zhu Xiaobao was the first to be hit. If his kitchen knife hadn't automatically sacrificed to protect the master, he would have been seriously injured by the opponent. Now he is beaten so hard that he takes 2 steps back. But he was surprised to find that this person was using a pair of weapons similar to tiger claws. But Qing Lingzi couldn't take any precautions at all. With a scream, Qing Lingzi's back was cut open, and he immediately fell into a coma. Sister, be careful. Wei Zifeng was unaware that the other party could use another clone to attack her. Fortunately, she was reminded by Zheng Yitong on the warship behind her, and she immediately acted without thinking. He turned around and avoided the fatal blow first. As this move was released, the 3 clones disappeared. Only the one behind Qing Lingzi was the real one. The man snorted slightly and ran away quickly without looking back. At this time, Feng Qianli and his wife, Bai Dugongzi, and others had just arrived. Zhu Xiaobao had no time to chase the murderer, so he picked up Qing Lingzi, who was about to fall into the sea, and then quickly returned to the warship. When he looked carefully, Zhu Xiaobao let out a cold breath. Qing Lingzi was not only injured by a claw on her back, she was also injured by a sharp divine attack, and she had no breath at all. Qing Lingzi, wake up! Hold on! I came all the way here. Why don't you just die like this? Zhu Xiaobao shook Qing Lingzi and shouted eagerly. But it was already too late. Qing Lingzi had no signs of life anymore, and the most deadly divine attack completely killed her. Zhu Xiaobao first released countless fire golden bees to pick up the surrounding area, and then asked Feng Qianli and his wife and Bai Dugongzi to gather together and be on strict guard. Then he returned to the cabin and quickly entered the time stone, hoping to heal Qing Lingzi. After all, the time ratio in the time stone was 25 times faster. But it was too late. Qing Lingzi still could not be saved, which meant that Qing Lingzi was killed and silenced. It seemed that the other party didn't want Qing Lingzi to reveal some secrets. After taking several pills in succession, Zhu Xiaobao was finally sure that Qing Lingzi was completely dead. A former talented female cultivator died in front of her. I have to say that this was a big blow to Zhu Xiaobao. In the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao thought for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally regained his composure. The other party tried every means to prevent Zhu Xiaobao from knowing more. But because of this, more has been exposed now. For example, the pair of iron claws and this fatal spiritual attack are completely consistent with Old Man Shibata. This person should be the one who captured a large number of monks. That mysterious man. Moreover, his soft hum just now seemed to make Zhu Xiaobao feel a little familiar. But he just couldn't remember which master it was. Coming out of the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, "He's dead. He couldn't be saved. But it's not your fault. This man's fighting power is too strong. Ah, If I had taken action earlier, I wouldn't have let Qing Lingzi die. Wei Zifeng yelled, blaming himself and feeling annoyed. Yeah, it's not your fault. If you had rushed forward, I'm afraid you would have ended up like Qing Lingzi. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then glanced at Zhang Yitong on the side intentionally or unintentionally. It is said that Zhang Yitong's reminder was the key to saving Wei Zifeng. Master, then where should we go now? Mr. Baidu approached him diligently and asked. Well, in view of the complicated situation, I'm going to explore Dragon Immortal Island. Alone? It's not far from Dragon Immortal Island. Zhu Xiaobao looked up at the location of Dragon Immortal Island and was very cautious. Said, before leaving, he pointed at the sea map and said to Wei Zifeng, lead them here to wait for me. I will come here to find you after everything is done. Well, Zhang Yitong is also left to you to deal with. Following the words, Zhu Xiaobao had already released the clipper and the two wooden puppets. Suddenly, the clipper flew towards the Dragon Fairy Island, like an arrow from the string. Chapter 1623, Dark Demonic Qi, A. There was nothing valuable in Qing Lingzi's storage bag. The only thing that came in handy was a sea map, which marked the approximate location of Dragon Fairy Island, and nothing else was discovered. Her most valuable one is the Phoenix Flame Cauldron that she gave to Zhu Xiaobao in Wanhan Mountain. I was originally worried that I would encounter those pirate ships along the way, but I didn't expect that the closer I got to Dragon Fairy Island, the calmer it would become. Even the seabirds and fish around here are getting fewer and fewer, and there seems to be a powerful deterrent force that is frightening all marine life. Even the sky is gloomy. Now Zhu Xiaobao somewhat understands why the three true lords, the three immortals lords, and Yu Jia and others are unwilling to tell him the hidden secrets too early. I'm afraid it's just for his safety. The more you know about many things, the greater the risk. Qing Lingzi is a good example. Her cultivation has stagnated over the years, but she did reveal a lot of secrets unintentionally. But in the end, she risked her life for these secrets. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao has now discovered the fact that as his cultivation progresses, many people are willing to reveal some secrets to him, while others want to stop him. More people are paying attention to him, although there is no favorable evidence for this feeling. Zhu Xiaobao knows that his intuition is not wrong. It has been very accurate for many years. He even saved his own life because of his super intuition. They arrived at the sea area marked by Qing Lingzi. But when they got here, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that the compass on his body also failed, and he could only roughly judge the direction by relying on the stars in the sky. The sea was also calm, and there was no boat. Not a single fish can be seen in the sea. And when Zhu Xiaobao wanted to release the Vulcan bee, the Vulcan bee actually showed a hint of timidity, circled around and hurried back, lying on Zhu Xiaobao's shoulders. He kept telling Zhu Xiaobao to leave here, because it actually felt a huge crisis and fear. Well, I will be careful. You should go back to the beast taming bag first. Zhu Xiaobao did not force it, but said solemnly. Immediately, he also braced himself with great vigor, concentrated on it, and was cautious, for fear of alerting the lurking threat. But at this moment, the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's arms was beating continuously. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't resist it, so he took out the kitchen knife and held it in his hand. But if you look carefully, you will see that this kitchen knife today is completely different from before. It is completely black all over, with no reflection at all. It still feels slightly trembling when you hold it in your hand, as if you are excited and scared at the same time. This has never happened before. Could it be some kind of mythical beast? Or a fairy beast? Otherwise, the Vulcan bee wouldn't be so afraid. This kitchen knife will not behave like this. This kitchen knife has already produced a weapon spirit, although it is not very powerful yet. He is mature and cannot make the most correct and reasonable judgments on his own. But he will never feel fear. Zhu Xiaobao held the kitchen knife in his hand, and was also very confused. At this moment, a few miles away from Zhu Xiaobao, a strange fleet appeared. Judging from the shape of the hull, it should be a standard pirate ship. But the tops of these pirate ships, but it is very strange. There are several torches lit, exuding a blue-green luster. It is these blue-green torches that allow these pirate ships to sail around smoothly. What's even more surprising to Zhu Xiaobao is that these pirate ships are not as noisy as other pirate ships, but follow one after another, and no one dares to make a loud noise. It seems to be a patrolling fleet. Zhu Xiaobao quickly speeded up and drove behind a rock, relying on the small size of his speedboat. he easily hid among the rocks. But Zhu Xiaobao himself jumped on the rock, took out his binoculars, and carefully observed these pirate ships. There are a total of 12 small pirate ships, which are lightweight and high speed. The entire pirate ship can only carry less than 100 people. Currently, each pirate ship only has 30 people. Therefore, the speed of this patrol fleet is very fast. Observing further on the ship, the several pirates responsible for patrolling were not low in cultivation, and the worst ones were in the fusion realm. But they are different from ordinary pirates. They are very serious and dedicated, and they don't dare to be careless at all. But through his own powerful spiritual sense, Zhu Xiaobao could still hear people eating, drinking and having fun below the deck. He could also vaguely sense the screams of some female nuns, and the wild shouts of the pirates. It turns out that they didn't dare to act recklessly in the cabin, so they just hid in the cabin and enjoyed themselves. And after an hour, a group of people will come out to change the guard. It seems that pirates are still pirates after all, and they still can't change their bad habits. After the patrolling fleet passed by, Zhu Xiaobao accelerated towards the hinterland of Dragon Immortal Island. Again, only this time he was more cautious. But after driving forward for almost 20 miles, more and more patrol boats came and went, and each team turned into 6 pirate ships. This time, the cabins of these pirate ships were much quieter, and no one dared to drink or make loud noises. This shows that he is getting closer to Dragon Fairy Island. As we continue to deepen, the outline of Dragon Immortal Island becomes clearer and clearer, and the surrounding small islands are also becoming clearer and clearer. There are also many reefs standing there, which is indeed very difficult to enter, especially under the patrols of these closely spaced patrol boats. It is indeed very difficult to quietly enter the range of Dragon Fairy Island. At the end, Zhu Xiaobao put away his speedboat and wooden puppet, and relied on his ability to fly in the Middle Fairy Realm, to fly forward quietly, rising and falling, and being very careful, relying on his powerful spiritual consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao avoided several rocks in a row, because surprisingly, there are actually people stationed on these rocks. Most of them are in the fake fairyland, so these people failed to detect Zhu Xiaobao's aura. But further forward, there is a small open area without rocks, which leaves Zhu Xiaobao with fewer and fewer places to hide. And the patrol boats traveling around are coming again. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to quickly land on the nearest rock, knowing that there was also a sand cultivator from the fake fairyland, practicing cross-legged on it. But Zhu Xiaobao has no choice. Who is it? At this time, the cultivator of the fake fairyland also noticed the arrival of Zhu Xiaobao, because he was too close. So he immediately wanted to react. But before he could react, Zhu Xiaobao had already used original illusion to isolate him in an instant. Zhu Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief and could concentrate on dealing with the famous a cultivator of fake fairyland. Of course, this fake fairyland was no match for Zhu Xiaobao, but his physique was extremely strong. He was able to fight against Zhu Xiaobao for a while, and was finally controlled by Zhu Xiaobao. No need to scream. This is an illusion. It's useless for you to scream. Answer me a few questions honestly, or you will die. Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any time and immediately started the interrogation. Although he resisted at first, in the severe pain of invasion of spiritual consciousness, this man still confessed honestly. It turns out that they are stationed here because it can greatly increase their physique. The reason why the surroundings are extremely dark is because it is covered with a layer of black demonic energy. So the creatures in this area do not dare to live here. Moreover, these casual cultivators are all people who have joined the Pirate Alliance. They can choose the reef to be stationed on from far to near according to their level of cultivation. This person's cultivation level is low, so he lives here. If it penetrates further into the hinterland, the black demonic energy there will become even stronger. Huh? What the L is black devil energy? Where does it come from? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. This was the first time he had heard of this thing. I don't know. I just know that it was released from the Dragon Immortal Island. Practicing in this black demonic energy can greatly enhance your physical fitness. Therefore, your combat power will also be greatly improved. This pirate is very interesting, he said angrily. He never dreamed that he would be ambushed here. Who exactly live on this Dragon Fairy Island? Does Huang Qinghuang live on Dragon Fairy Island? Besides him, who else is there? What is his name? Zhu Xiaobao gave all the limited clues. After rummaging through it, I asked the more critical questions. My level is too low, and I am not qualified to board the Dragon Fairy Island. Senior, you'd better leave quickly. If you are discovered, you will definitely die and you will also implicate me. This man was very anxious said. Ha ha. Impossible. We are in an illusion now. No one can detect my aura. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile, trying to comfort the man a little. After all, he finally got some useful clues. But at this moment, this original illusion gradually dissipated, and this was without Zhu Xiaobao even noticing it. If you want to die, then you can't blame me. Come on. There's a foreign enemy invading. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the pirates suddenly jumped up and started calling for help loudly. And he also walked toward the patrolling the pirate ship that came over quickly ran away. Ah? You are looking for death. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. But it was already too late. If he wanted to use the original illusion again, he would undoubtedly be trapped in a cocoon. And he could only be trapped here. So he quickly shot towards the patrol boat that was patrolling. In the process of running, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the black demonic energy around him was rushing towards this direction. No wonder his original illusion dissipated so quickly because it was corroded by these black demonic energies. Chapter 1624 Black Demonic Chi B. As there was movement here, more than a dozen figures rushed over from the surrounding rocks. It turned out that there were quite a few people stationed and cultivating in this area. They were all casual cultivators from the fake fairyland. Of course, they are all from the Pirate Alliance. Zhu Xiaobao already knew from the interrogation just now that the people stationed here are basically people from the fake fairyland. If they go further in, they are probably from the first fairyland and middle fairyland. The current situation has caught Zhu Xiaobao off guard. When he saw so many people coming, he didn't even dare to take out the clipper. He just used his flying skills to follow the pirate from fake fairyland. Keep up closely. As soon as he jumped on the bow of the opponent's patrol boat, a row of crossbow arrows were already fired at him, which of course could not hurt Zhu Xiaobao. But it also slowed down Zhu Xiaobao's speed. At the same time, more than a dozen figures were also surrounding Zhu Xiaobao. It can be seen that these people are still very experienced. And the pirates on the patrol boats also reacted quickly and did not panic. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao was a little panicked at this time. If the casual cultivators from the First Immortal Realm and Middle Immortal Realm from the hinterland of Dragon Immortal Island arrived, wouldn't he become more and more passive? In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao quickly used the technique of one shadow clone, which instantly turned into 8 figures and shot out in 8 directions. But Zhu Xiaobao's real target is the patrol boat at the back. However, because he was annoyed with the pirate who just jumped up and ran for his life, Zhu Xiaobao still used his sword to kill the man first. Following the sword energy, the man screamed, and his head was instantly dismembered. But it was this sword that immediately alerted the owner of Immortal Dragon Island, because as soon as this sword energy came into contact with the Black Devil energy, a huge gap was opened immediately, and the sunlight from outside instantly shone in, immediately attracting the attention of Immortal Dragon Island. Huh? This is the aura of the Dragon Slayer that caught him. You must catch him. A very low, somewhat unhuman voice came from the Dragon Fairy Island, and a huge eyeball, he also appeared in midair and slowly opened his eyes, staring closely at Zhu Xiaobao. Holy shit! What the hell is this? Is it even stronger than the ordinary Superior Immortal Realm? Zhu Xiaobao also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Although this eyeball does not have attack power, it can lock Zhu Xiaobao. In an instant, Zhu Xiaobao's true body was locked. At this time, the patrol boat on the other side also turned back, trying to trap Zhu Xiaobao in the middle. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was really a little panicked. Everything else was fine, but the eyeball in midair was very terrifying, giving him a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. It seems that any spell has no effect in front of this eyeball. Dozens of figures have begun to surround Zhu Xiaobao. Once trapped by them, it will really be impossible to fly. Give you some light? Zhu Xiaobao shouted, raising his hand and holding hundreds of Jiang pills to dispel these dark demonic lights. Catch them alive! Catch them alive! Ancestor wants to capture them alive! At this time, the casual cultivators who had begun to gather around heard the order and rushed over one after another. Boom! With several huge explosions, the warship Zhu Xiaobao boarded was exploded into flames in an instant, and a large amount of smoke was emitted. The fire that burst out instantly. Even the eyeball in midair. I couldn't help but feel a little dazzling. So I closed my eyes involuntarily. The only opportunity was seized by Zhu Xiaobao. Before most people could react, he fired electricity in the smoke in the direction he had chosen. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao could be said to have pushed his speed to the extreme. And it has to be said that this time, Master Baidu really helped Zhu Xiaobao. This minion dedicated his pair of speed-blessed combat boots to Zhu Xiaobao. Although they were not as good as Wei Zifeng's pair of Galewind combat boots, they could still increase his speed by 20%, which would be of great help at this critical moment. Got a handful of little treasures. When the smoke cleared, everyone discovered that Zhu Xiaobao had run out for almost 3 miles. Stop! Stay! With a dull voice, a very terrifying scene appeared. The black demonic energy that was originally scattered suddenly gathered together, forming a claw and moving forward rapidly. I looked over and saw that this was much faster than Zhu Xiaobao. I was behind Zhu Xiaobao in an instant. No way! You have a beautiful idea! I won't play anymore at worst! Zhu Xiaobao turned around. Only then did I realize this was a familiar scene. Isn't this the same technique that used to be used in Daxia Kingdom? Similar to those of divine beasts? It's just that these black demonic energies can only be gathered into an iron claw. But it is solid and sharp. And it grabs Zhu Xiaobao. When? Zhu Xiaobao turned around and raised his hand to strike with a knife. A very clear sound. Unexpectedly, the front hook of this iron claw was cut off, and then turned into black devil energy again. Zhu Xiaobao was also risking his life, speeding up again and running away desperately. But this time, the iron claw behind him could not catch up. For half a year, the eyeballs in the sky stared at Zhu Xiaobao very depressedly, and then gradually dispersed. Ha ha! It turns out that you can't get out of the area enveloped by this black demonic energy. So I'm sorry. I have to leave. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the situation around him, and suddenly laughed happily. I didn't expect it would be like this in the end. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't even pay attention to the warships and pirates in the false wonderland behind him. As soon as those people saw the condensed dragon claw of the ancestor, they were all scattered, and no one dared to catch up. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao was able to release his speedboat and speed towards the northwest. At this time, no one could catch up with him. Lucky! Lucky! I didn't expect that dog slave to flatter me and let him take pictures. These boots with speed blessing really came into use. Zhu Xiaobao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but secretly think to himself, fortunately, the horse, Bad Poison Master, was well photographed. I want a good reward when I go back. But then Zhu Xiaobao immediately recalled the thrilling scene just now. What surprised him the most was that the shape of the iron claw was exactly the same as the weapon used by the mysterious man who killed Qin Lingzi. Could there be any difference between the two? What an inner relationship. And although we have only explored the periphery of Dragon Immortal Island, now, we have gained a lot. Because the mysterious ancestor on Dragon Immortal Island actually has a certain range restriction and cannot leave the range enveloped by the Black Devil's energy. This means that there is no chaos in this world yet. Maybe it's because of this. Right? It seems that my trump card is almost exposed, and the opponent is about to show up. I have to hurry up. The strength of this so-called ancestor is definitely more than that of the cultivators in the Shanghai Immortal Realm. And I am afraid he is the Immortal Lord Realm. It is not its opponent. Will it really be the Mount of Palai Immortal Lord? Or is it another immortal beast that has reached the realm of transformation? This sword seems to be waking up again. Zhu Xiaobao was walking along the way everyone is thinking about this. It seems that everything he does is inextricably related to himself. At this time, the Vulcan bee also caught up from behind, and then it sprayed countless fire clusters on Zhu Xiaobao's body, and suddenly wisps of black demonic energy were slowly burned out. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked at this. He didn't expect that he had been possessed by so much black demonic energy. If it weren't for the super intuition of the Vulcan bee, he would not have known it at all. It can be seen that the other party's methods are quite clever. With these dark demonic energies attached to your body, the other party can find you anytime and anywhere. Zhu Xiaobao directly sacrificed the fire skull, which was considered to have completely eliminated the black devil energy all over his body. The fire skeleton seemed to enjoy it very much, swallowing up the black devil energy. After driving for another day, Zhu Xiaobao finally arrived at the small island where Wei Zifeng and the others were hiding. Before Zhu Xiaobao could get ashore, Wei Zifeng arrived like the wind and threw himself into Zhu Xiaobao's arms. I broke the family law. You punish me. Humph. Have you let Zheng Yitong go? Zhu Xiaobao had already thought of this result. So he snorted softly and asked. Yeah. Yes. I let her go. Wei Zifeng said, still a little uneasy. Forget it. In this case, let her fend for herself. You can be regarded as having an additional innate skill. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, after experiencing such a great danger this time, he also felt that he could strengthen it. Wei Zifeng's strength is also a good ending. As for Sherdun, whether it can really recover is probably really difficult. After landing on this isolated island, Master Baidu had already led his people to build a wooden house on the island, specially prepared for Zhu Xiaobao. This guy's ability to flatter is endless. Find the most suitable entry point every time. Yeah, Baidu, you performed well this time. I'll give you 2 days off to enjoy it with your female cultivators. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but patted the shoulder of Master Baidu and said with a smile, No, no, no. The master is back. Of course. The happiest moment is when I should be by his side? What do those female cultivators think? Look, he is still full of energy. Sir, how was your visit to Dragon Fairy Island this time? Feng Qianli and his wife looked at the Baidu Gongzi with disgust. But there was nothing they could do about him. This guy was originally a slave, and was particularly good at pleasing his master. Feng Qianli and his wife had no choice but to go straight to the point and ask. Yeah, that's it. The power of Dragon Immortal Island is far more powerful than you think. When you leave this door, don't mention it again. Otherwise it will only bring disaster to your lives. You guys, I have remembered it all. Zhu Xiaobao said with a gaze on his face. Huh? So strong? Then what's your next plan? Sir? Eastern Region. Chapter 1625 No longer passive. Everyone was a little surprised by Zhu Xiaobao's decision. Doesn't it mean that once you reach the Middle Immortal Realm, you can go to Yujia? 3 true lords. 3 immortal lords. And Lu family. Why did you suddenly change your mind? But Zhu Xiaobao had no explanation at all for everyone's doubts. He now has a very direct feeling in his heart. That is, he seems to have been led by an invisible clue and has been passive from beginning to end. The key information he wants to find out or is about to find out will be eliminated one step ahead of time. It seems that someone is always paying close attention to my whereabouts. In other words, these senior experts also have other people's spies inside. And they may have been planted for hundreds or even thousands of years. So Zhu Xiaobao decided to go in the opposite direction this time and go to places that others would not think of. Besides, he has indeed not explored the eastern region carefully, and it is also a very critical area. Master, take me with you. Will you? I will serve you with all my heart. Unexpectedly, it was Master Baidu who was the first to express his stance, which surprised Zhu Xiaobao. This guy is really addicted to being a slave. Now, he has completely adapted to his role. He doesn't even want the female cultivators around him. Yeah. No. It's too risky. And I have more important things for you to do. You can go back to Zuanbao Island first and discuss the improved formula of Immortal Bone Pill with Immortal Master Mo Dayo. This improved formula is very important to me. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then said, Indeed, since he saw the physiques of the pirates who practiced in the Black Devil's energy, it seemed that they had really improved a lot. And he also felt from this fight that if he wanted to defeat this mysterious monster, his physique needed to be greatly improved. The current Immortal Bone Pill seems to be a little behind. I don't care. I'm going to go with you anyway. Otherwise, what's the use of transplanting this divine eye? Now my sensing range and speed are enough to ensure my safety. Wei Zifeng still has the same tough style as before, said eagerly. Indeed, she is looking forward to showing greater value in actual combat. Since having this divine eye, Wei Zifeng feels that his abilities have become more and more powerful. Go back to Fengjia Island first. Let's arrange the next things. And then we can set off. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Feng Qianli and his wife. This time he goes to the eastern region, again. And he doesn't plan to take the couple with him. Because with the improvement of Wei Zifeng's strength, the help that this couple can bring to Zhu Xiaobao has become less and less. And maybe being around will become a burden for him. In the following days, Zhu Xiaobao still got into the time stone. He had to seize the time to refine some elixirs before leaving. These elixirs might be life-saving when he arrived in the eastern region. To everyone's surprise, after 10 days, Zhu Xiaobao never showed up again, but only left a letter. he had quietly left the Fengjiao Island. Let the Feng family and his wife send a warship to escort Master Baidu to Zuanbao Island. And by the way, they can also send the tribesmen who need to migrate to Zuanbao Island. Although there were some surprises and disappointments, Feng Qianli and his wife were still very active and prepared. As soon as they came, they were eager to give away the Master of 100 Poisons. Go because the relationship between them is too awkward. A son-in-law doesn't look like a son-in-law. A slave doesn't look like a slave. And a master doesn't look like a master. It's very awkward for them all to be together. Secondly, they also want to send some of their clan members away as soon as possible. After all, this is the safest way. And now they all agree that Zuanbao Island is now the most powerful island in the Thousand Island Sea. Except for Longxian Island. Zhu Xiaobao was already thousands of miles away on the sea at this time. Although the speedboat was ups and downs, Wei Zifeng's cultivation level could still suppress it steadily. When the weather is calm, the two of them can return to the Time Stone to practice dual cultivation or practice in actual combat. Of course, the ugly tree spirit and three tree ghost still follow Zhu Xiaobao as always. They are the ones who believe in Zhu Xiaobao the most, and also physically and mentally. Only by following Zhu Xiaobao can we further improve our cultivation. Hee hee! If we leave like this, will there be chaos on the Feng family island? Will the 100 poison young master rebel? Wei Zifeng was clinging to Zhu Xiaobao at this time. Very worried. I asked, a little worried and a little curious. Probably not. His biggest support is gone. The more mysterious my whereabouts are, the greater the deterrent to him. Moreover, he and Huan Yu belong to the same type of people, and they both have such a strong servility. So I am worried that he will have conflicts with Huan Yu when he arrives at Zuanbao Island. It will become a situation where two slaves are competing for favor. When Zhu Xiaobao thought of these two people who were addicted to being slaves, he couldn't help but funny. But it turns out that these two people are indeed very suitable to be slaves. Even they themselves are very comfortable in it. And they can still find a strong sense of accomplishment. Have you sensed that there are two groups of people fighting at a distance of 3,000 steps in front? And it is a large-scale battle. There are almost 30 warships. At this time, Wei Zifeng raised his head alertly, asked somewhat showboating. This time, she sensed it in advance with that divine eye. Ha ha! I sensed it. I should be 300 steps further than you. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, acknowledging Wei Zifeng's current ultra-long distance sensing ability, because no one can do it except him. This shows that Wei Zifeng has indeed increased his ability to protect himself. Humph. I'm still in the adaptation stage. When my consciousness improves a step further, or my cultivation level advances again, I don't believe I will lose to you. Wei Zifeng still snorted unconvinced. Her biggest dream is to become the most powerful one among all Zhu Xiaobao's women. Okay. Be ambitious. Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly. He still liked Wei Zifeng's character. He was relatively straightforward and simple. And he always dared to speak and act without being obsessed with power. She doesn't want to be the master of the harem. She just wants to go out with Zhu Xiaobao to experience. In fact, the distance that Zhu Xiaobao can sense is much more than 300 steps further than hers. But he just doesn't want to dampen her enthusiasm too much. How about I go take a look? Maybe I can grab some treasures and bring them back? Wei Zifeng said eagerly. Since he could detect his opponent in advance, he would have the absolute initiative. If you can't beat you, grab it. If you can't beat it, hide. If you can't, you can still escape with the advantage of speed. No need. You can't beat them. I already know who it is. I didn't expect that. I didn't want to take action at first. But now it seems I have to go and have a look. Zhu Xiaobao frowned slightly, and then sighed and said, originally, he didn't want people to know his whereabouts. But when this person appeared, he was too embarrassed to stand by and watch. Huh? Who is it? You can even sense this? Wei Zifeng asked in a depressed tone. At this time, she also sensed that there were at least 3 to 4 great gods from the Middle Fairy Realm among the other party, which she could not shake. Yes! Jing family ancestor Jing Chan, Zhu Xiaobao said with certainty. The reason why I was embarrassed to go around isn't that Miss Jing Hui from the Jing family on the Zuanbao Island? Moreover, Jing Hui is now a sister to Jin Huan, Su Yener and others. How could Zhu Xiaobao sit idly by and ignore it? Looking at the markings on the chart, it turned out that they were passing by the boundary where Jingjiao was located, which was the Jingjiao Castle. It was also an isolated island, but it was very close to the Penglai immortal domain. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be targeted. But now there is some trouble. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not meet him head-on. Instead, he circled a certain distance and passed through from the side. Unnoticed, he quietly boarded the edge of this group of pirate ships. This pirate ship was mainly composed of archers, guarding both sides to prevent the opponent's warships from having an escape route.
Chung Yingzi, we have always been indifferent. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to do this? Don't you know the relationship between the old man and the second immortal lord?
Jing Chan was already panting at this time. The one who sat down was still the 8-carriage sedan. 3 of the 8 female cultivators below had already been seriously injured, and the rest were huffing and panting. He looked at Patriarch Jing Chan with some horror. This is the first time I've been in such a mess. And it's still on the boundary of my own island. The other warships of the Jing family were also more or less damaged. What alarmed them the most was that the opponent's warships had gradually formed a siege, and another group of pirate warships are attacking Jingjia Island.
Ha ha ha! Brother Jing Chan, this is not the meaning of an old man, but an order from above. Who told your family to have a relationship with the
Supreme Treasure?
You just need to go back with me and explain the matter clearly, and then press your fingerprints and I guarantee you'll be fine.
The 2 pirates leading the group are actually brothers, and the eldest is named Chung Yangzi. In the second part of Middle Fairyland, the second child is called Chung Yinzi, which is the same as the second part of Middle Fairyland, although they are slightly lower than Jing Chan. These 2 people are experienced in actual combat and have super strong fighting power. The cooperation between the 2 is even more flawless, and it is said that it can be compared to the cooperation of 3.
Mid Wonderland. Bart, the old granddaughter is in the
Zuanbao Island,
but I didn't send her there. She was planted with the slave mark by that damn
Supreme Treasure,
and she stayed on the
Zuanbao Island
as a last resort.
Jing Chan shouted angrily. But he didn't expect that it was his great-granddaughter who had caused trouble for him. But he was also very curious in his heart. What on earth did Zhu Xiaobao do? It actually caused such a big commotion. And even these 2 old monsters, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, went out in person.
We don't know about that. We only know that everyone who is in contact with that
Supreme Treasure
must be taken back for questioning. Don't worry. It's just an inquiry. It's nothing serious.
Chung Yinzi shouted with some gloating. His eyes were more focused on the few female cultivators, who were sitting on the sedan chair carrying Patriarch Jing Chan.
Humph. What if I don't want to? Then no wonder we brothers are taking action.
Chapter 1626 No longer passive. B. Take action as soon as they say it. Chung Yangzi and Chung Yinzi join forces to attack again. But even if they have a great advantage, they can't kill old monster Jing Chan at once. The reason is that the Jing family's skills are very special. They are the only ones who can use other people's cultivation to obtain blessings and improve their combat effectiveness. But this technique also has a fatal flaw. That is, their offense and defense rely heavily on the female cultivator sitting down. But this moment made the Chung family brothers feel very troubled. Because this time, the female cultivators carrying the sedan were all the wives and concubines of the old monster Jing Chan. And those with the worst cultivation were all fake fairyland. It turns out that the Jing family has an unwritten rule. Once the female cultivators carrying the sedan chair reach the false fairyland, they will automatically be promoted to wives and concubines of the Jing family. In other words, these 8 female cultivators are all Jing Chan's old monsters, wives and concubines. They are all trying their best to protect their families and homes. Even the 3 female cultivators, who were seriously injured, were still fighting desperately.
Why are you doing this? Do you have to have these women die for you? Look at them. Even the second immortal lord, who has always been your brother, is unwilling to take action. Don't you understand?
Long, how powerful is the immortal island?
Chung Yinzi said angrily. This old man usually likes women, so he feels a little embarrassed when he sees these female nuns who are still fighting for old monster Jing Chan. He doesn't want to kill these female nuns yet. But if they don't kill them, these female nuns will fight tooth and nail to protect old monster Jing Chan.
Hey, since you are a member of the Jing family, you must fight to the end for the survival of the Jing family. This old man is no exception.
Old monster Jing Chan said with blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth. But he still said with a vicious smile, although he had sent a signal for help to Chu Xiong, the second immortal lord of Penglai immortal domain, he did not receive any response. It seems that the second Immortal Lord does not dare to openly offend Dragon Immortal Island. But at this moment, the two sides of the pirate ship that had formed a circle began to catch fire, and the fire spread extremely quickly from the two sides to the middle. You can vaguely see a bright figure shuttle between the pirate ships, and wherever it goes, there is a raging fire. The other group of pirates responsible for the siege of Jingjiao Island and were even more embarrassed. They didn't even see their opponents when they were surprised to find that their warships were on fire for no apparent reason. That is to say, Zheng Yangzi and Cheng Yinzi can feel some clues. It was some completely transparent Vulcan bees that were causing trouble. And another group of pirate warships couldn't find the cause of the fire because the leader of the pirates was too low in cultivation. This undoubtedly gave a very positive signal to the Jing family. Immediately, all the Jing family's children and those warships began to fight back, and the situation on the battlefield began to reverse. Hee. Did you see it? This is the strength of our Jingjiao family. You are lucky that you have not entered the Jingjiao castle yet. Otherwise you will definitely have no place to hide. Although the old monster Jing Chan also has it in his heart surprised, but still laughing brazenly. Who is it? Show up to me. Don't just rely on some spirit bees and weird movements to bluff. Cheng Yangzi and Cheng Yinzi looked at each other. They both could tell that the cultivation level of Wei Zifeng of Shadow Island was not high. He was just in the first immortal realm, but she was too fast. What really worried them was that the warship on the other side was on fire because someone had cast the original illusion. And this person's cultivation was what worried them the most, because they couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation. I can't find the exact location of the other party either. Second brother, you go and kill the female cultivator quickly. I'll go to the other side and find the leader. Cheng Yangzi nodded to his brother Cheng Yinzi and said he was confident that Cheng Yinzi would kill Wei Zifeng before he could come back. He can definitely hold back this mysterious man hiding in the original illusion. Yes. I'll come back as soon as I go. Cheng Yinzi is still very confident in his speed. Taking this opportunity, old monster Jing Chan also took the opportunity to quickly adjust his condition. He took out the treasured elixirs and quickly distributed them to his wives and concubines. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart, because he could already feel the familiar aura of the hidden master. Could it really be him? How long has it been? Has your cultivation level reached this level? But even more incredible things are still happening. With a scream, Cheng Yangzi was kicked out of the original illusion and was hung on the mast of the warship by a fairy vine silk, screaming incessantly. Looking closer, Cheng Yangzi couldn't help but scream. One of his legs was gone, and half of his face had been chopped off. The face is hideous, and the blood is flowing. Huh? Boss! My dear brother! This scene immediately made the second child Cheng Yinzi angry and heartbroken, and he rushed over desperately. Originally, he wanted to kill Wei Zifeng quickly, but as soon as Wei Zifeng saw him coming, he sped up and fled. This speed was beyond Cheng Yinzi's imagination, and he couldn't catch up. And now, he saw his brother hanging upside down on the mast. He was so angry that he lost his mind and rushed over like crazy. Old man, I've helped you like this. Why don't you hurry up and take action? Do you have to show me? Zhu Xiaobao is still hiding in the original illusion and communicating with the old monster Jing Chan through his spiritual consciousness. You bastard! You have to drag me down? My Jing family has been harmed by you. Old monster Jing Chan was finally able to confirm that the person hiding in the original illusion was really the one from back then. Fatty! Unexpectedly, it has grown to such a height in just over 100 years. Ha ha! Take action quickly! Otherwise, when I leave later, they will recover. Zhu Xiaobao, who was still hiding in the original illusion, couldn't help laughing. He never really showed up, so most people didn't know his identity. The biggest mistake made by the Cheng brothers was that they acted separately. They thought it would take at least a while. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yangzi encountered a surprise attack in the illusion of the original field. There were not only 4 clones, but also a half-step, celestial corpse. More importantly, as soon as he entered the illusion of the original field, he felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, completely passive. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao succeed with one blow. Although old monster Jing Chan has deep resentment towards Zhu Xiaobao, he can only kill Cheng Yinzi with all his strength at this time. Otherwise, when Zhu Xiaobao really leaves, they will face even more crazy revenge. Who? Who is it? Old monster Jing. What kind of trump card are you hiding?
Chung Inzi was also shouting angrily at this time. He had already rushed back, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. But it was too late to leave at this time. Old monster Jing Chan had already recovered his energy, and his combat effectiveness had rebounded significantly. Even the 8 wives and concubines he sat down on were refreshed, and the blessings they provided to old monster Jing Chan also increased significantly.
Ouch! Who are you? You are plotting against us. How despicable!
In the blink of an eye, Chung Inzi was already deeply surrounded. During this period, there was not only the all-out attack from the old monster Jing Chan, but also the back and forth harassment from Wei Zifeng. What's even more surprising is that an arrow was shot from the original illusion, although it was just a high imitation.
Soul-eating arrow!
It was not something Chung Inzi could afford. His lower abdomen was immediately penetrated, and he immediately felt like his ball was deflated and he collapsed to the ground, because this arrow penetrated his dantian.
I know who you are! Are you?
Chung Yongzi, who was hanging, suddenly had an idea and wanted to reveal Zhu Xiaobao's identity. But it was then that he discovered to his horror that he could no longer make a sound. Da Qing Zhu Xiaobao also used some of the poison from
the young master of 100 poisons
on him. At this time, I couldn't make any sound. In fact, it doesn't matter what noise the Chung brothers make anymore, because old monster Jing Chan will never let them leave alive. Are they still waiting for them to come back for revenge in the future? These are the 2 most miserable masters of the
middle immortal realm
that Zhu Xiaobao has ever seen. They were cut into pieces by a group of female cultivators. These girls were not vague at all in their attacks. They gritted their teeth and attacked decisively. They chopped the 2 of them into pieces in the blink of an eye. Then he took 2 storage bags and returned to the old monster Dao Jing Chan, covered in blood. The evidence that follows is one-sided. From the Jingjia Castle, countless warships, merchant ships, cargo ships, and fishing boats were spawned, many of which even ordinary people joined in the killing of pirates. Those pirates, who were already crying for their fathers and mothers after being burned, were even more helpless now. If you want to invade others, you must be prepared to be killed. Old monster Jing Chan looked at this situation with satisfaction, then jumped up from the 8-carriage sedan and entered the original illusion. He still shouted with a stern face.
You brat! Come out and talk about it! When will I return my great-granddaughter? Hee hee! Old man, it's not that I won't pay it back, but that she doesn't want to leave. Don't make a mistake. Okay?
Zhu Xiaobao was already sitting there calmly, and placed a pot of wine and 2 cold dishes. After all, this old weirdo was implicated because of himself.
Huh? It's fine now. What are you going to do after causing such a big trouble? I was told that you were going to pack your butt and leave.
Old monster Jing Chan was not polite. He sat down and poured the water for himself, had a glass of wine, and then some food. This battle has exhausted the old monster, so take a moment to calm down. Then he snorted angrily.
This is easy. First, you can let go of the wind. It was the second immortal lord who took action to destroy this group of pirates. Second, you can also let some people migrate to
Zuanbao Island.
I now have
Shanghai Fairyland.
The 3 true lords are in charge.
What about you? Why don't you show up? I want to ensure that my whereabouts are not calculated in advance. Cunning little fox.
Chapter 1627. I'm a little worried. Even though the situation was already one-sided, it still took Jingjia's men nearly an hour to surround and destroy all the pirate ships. Just because their skills are so special, their offensive efficiency is not high. Moreover, every junior talent of the Jing family needs to participate and exert their strength together with the participation and efforts of the female cultivators who are sitting down. Just like the old monster Jing Chan. This seems to be very cumbersome and troublesome. On the contrary, it was Wei Zifeng who rushed through the pirate ships like a storm. The wind circled the remaining clouds and harvested heads, which was extremely efficient. In the end, of the 2 pirate fleets and nearly 50 pirate ships, only 3 escaped. This is the limit that Jingjia can achieve. In fact, if it weren't for Wei Zifeng, the pirate alliance could have escaped more than 10 pirate ships. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had already removed the
original illusion,
and instead sat in the observation cabin on the top floor of the flagship with old monster Jing Chan, looking down at the battle situation outside. At the same time, there were 2
wooden puppet.
Some delicious wine and dishes were served on the ground, which made old monster Jing Chan stunned. But this old guy immediately recognized that he was just a
wooden puppet
of the Lu family. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao with admiration again. What kind of identity did this guy have? Even the Lu family was willing to hand over the secret knowledge to Zhu Xiaobao. By this time, the battle at sea had ended, and all the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren of the Jing family rushed to report the results of the battle, and also to pay their respects to the old monster. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao understood at a glance that they all wanted to claim credit in front of their ancestors. But this time, they were a little afraid to be complacent, because their performance at the beginning was not very good. So no one dares to boast now.
Humph. You all thank Master Bao, and then step aside.
Old monster Jing Chan looked out from the cabin and just snorted lightly. To be honest, very few of his children and grandchildren could make him very satisfied. On the contrary, it was Jing Hui who was planted with the slave mark by Zhu Xiaobao and stayed at
Zuanbao Island,
who was his favorite and the one with the highest qualifications. It's a pity that Jing Hui also dislikes this kind of cultivation method of his own. Yi Yan also always needs to be carried by the person sitting down to improve the battle, which is actually very troublesome. That is to say, these children and grandchildren can accept it. After all, this way of cultivation is quite enjoyable for men.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bao.
These children and grandchildren of the Jing family all knelt down and saluted respectfully. Just kidding.
If you can drink and chat with your ancestors, how can you be an ordinary person? It's a pity that they don't know that 100 years ago, Zhu Xiaobao was really an ordinary person that no one would look down upon.
Are you really not going to stay in my Jingjia castle for a few more days?
Old monster Jingchan asked still a little unwillingly. Of course. It is also because he is afraid that the Pirate Alliance's revenge will be too severe. Without Zhu Xiaobao's secret assistance, he is afraid that he will encounter the disaster of annihilation.
I won't go. If I board your Jing family's castle, I'm afraid I will really bring disaster to you. Anyway, as long as you spread the news about Xianzhen's assistance in annihilating this group of pirates as soon as possible, then there will be no problem. After all, he is the current lord of Penglai Immortal Realm.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Zhu Xiaobao mainly wants to ask about some things or rumors about the past thousands of years. There are many things that only this kind of old monster can know.
I don't know much about the mysterious man you are talking about, but judging by the time, he did disappear at the same time as Penglai Immortal Lord and the rise of Qiang sect. In fact, I have been inferring this matter. But after all, my cultivation level is too low. If I want to know what happened 5,000 years ago, I am still not qualified. At that time, I was just a newcomer who had not entered the fairyland.
Old Weird Jingchan thought carefully. After a while, he shook his head and sighed.
Yeah, if your inference is true, it has already helped me a lot.
Zhu Xiaobao was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was somewhat satisfied. After all, this roughly defined a time period.
Okay, then I will stay on this pirate ship for another 3 days. It should be enough to find out the reaction of the Pirate Alliance. If there is no movement, I will leave again. In these 3 days, you sent people to surround this pirate ship.
No one is allowed to come near me, let alone inquire about my information.
Zhu Xiaobao finally gave instructions to old monster Jing Chan.
Okay, I'll do as you say, but there is one more thing. My granddaughter Jinghui's slave mark must be removed by me no matter what you say. It's okay if you don't give her a title, and let her bear it. As a slave? This is too detrimental to the reputation of my Jing family.
Old monster Jing Chan finally snorted with a grudge.
Hee hee. Old man, it's not that I don't want to. It's that she doesn't want to. I have asked her to come back several times, but she still doesn't want to.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really hopes to put Jinghui back, because her practice method is not acceptable to everyone. Is it possible that he still supports her in recruiting a group of male cultivators to practice with her?
Then you won't raise her status a bit? Being a concubine doesn't humiliate you, right? Besides, our Jing family will also move some people to the Zuanbao Island. We can't let these people. Does your face look dull? Okay. I understand. When I go back in a while, I will remove the slave mark on her immediately.
After sending away the old monster Jing Chan, Zhu Xiaobao hid in the boat for 3 full days, and even set out the
Vulcan bee.
With the speed of this spiritual bee, he could fly in 1 day. I can go back and forth and give back the reaction of
Dragon Fairy Island.
Immediately. Sure enough, once this kind of rumor spread, it would be very fast.
Not only Dragon Immortal Island,
knew about it immediately. But even the second immortal Lord Zhu Xiong also knew about it. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. There is no way. This can only be acquiescence. Is it possible to jump out and clarify? I was already ashamed that I didn't come to the rescue in the first place. On the fourth day, old monster Jing Chan came to the pirate ship again. Zhu Xiaobao has left quietly. Old monster Jing Chan stared into the distance and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was forced to side with Zhu Xiaobao, but he was quite satisfied in his heart. At least Zhu Xiaobao dared to take action at critical moments and would not just sit idly by. And the second immortal lord's refusal to save him made him feel very chilled. Come here. Take this pirate ship back. In addition, starting from today, I will focus on selecting a group of people to move to another island. Let everyone be prepared. Old monster Jing Chan then made a decision to move half of his people to Inbao Island. Hey! Why aren't you talking? What are you worried about? With our current strength, we don't have to worry as much as before. Wei Zifeng was driving the clipper at this time, and was still yelling with Zhu Xiaobao. Road. Oh! I'm a little worried. There are more and more families and mortals migrating to Inbao Island. Now! Will the tree grow up and attract the wind? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Indeed. Although there are many people on Zuinbao Island, it is another sans engine from Shanghai Fairyland. But the development speed of Zuinbao Island is still too fast. Even if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. Humph. But the strength of our Zuinbao Island is also constantly increasing. The key is that we are still very united. What are you afraid of? Wei Zifeng hummed confidently. That's right. The current Zuinbao Island is no less than the entire Deshang Kingdom. Dot. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded with a little relief and smiled. I could already see the coastline of the Eastern Territory from a distance. I didn't expect that when I set foot on the Eastern Territory again, I would already have reached the level of Middle Immortal Realm. But Zhu Xiaobao still felt that it was not enough. After escaping from the thrilling Dragon Fairy Island, he realized that there was a being more powerful than him. It is still the place where I logged in last time. Zhu Xiaobao first needs to find the 4 maids of the 3 true lords, because their cultivation has advanced. There is no use for them to stay here anymore. They were entrusted by the 3 true lords to let them return to the 3 true lords. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that as soon as he landed in the eastern region, he didn't find any breath of the 4 maids. And they didn't even leave any marks. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had a bad omen. After finding the bottomless cold water pool again, of course, Wei Zifeng did not dare to enter this cold water pool. He found green bamboo and black chrysanthemum at the bottom of the pool. But the 2 maids Mei and Lan were nowhere to be seen. Young masters? Is it really you? Is our master here? As soon as Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu saw Zhu Xiaobao, they immediately rushed to his side and burst into tears. It turns out that the 2 maids Mei and Lan have passed away. What? Who did it? Who dares to kill someone so painfully? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked, and had a vague premonition that this was inseparable from him. I don't know. The other party made a surprise attack. Sister Mei and Sister Lan fought desperately to save us, and we were able to escape to the bottom of the cold pool and luckily saved our lives. The relationship between Mo Zhu and Zhu Xiaobao became even closer. So she lay in Zhu Xiaobao's arms and told the whole story very sadly. Didn't you see clearly? The cultivation level is not lower than that of your master? What kind of weapons were used? After Zhu Xiaobao listened carefully, he suddenly had a very bad premonition and asked a little tremblingly. It should be a pair of iron claws. Sister Lan's claws scratched her back to pieces, including her ribs and internal organs. Huh? It's him again? There was a boom in Zhu Xiaobao's mind. Sure enough, he was the one who brought the death disaster to these 4 maids. No need to ask. This man is the mysterious man who chased him all the way. Not only that, even the old herb collector and some other people who followed San Jinjuan were brutally murdered. Now this area is already full of loose cultivators, and there is no longer any fear. Text chapter 1628 Submarine. I took green bamboo and black chrysanthemum out from the bottom of the cold water pool, but I haven't reached the exit yet. Zhu Xiaobao had already heard the sound of fighting above. He couldn't help but be shocked. This place had really turned into a very dangerous place. In just a short time, Wei Zifeng got into a fight with someone else. Listening to the voice, there were actually a lot of people on the other side. As many as 3 or 4 people. From time to time,
Some people were shouting,
"Catch her alive! This little girl is really on point. When the time comes, we will catch her and ask her for details. Where is the other one?" "Huh? What do you mean? Are these people here for you?"
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise.
"Yes. I don't know who released the news, saying that not only are there a lot of artificially grown medicinal materials here,
but we are also here to guard them. So these casual cultivators came here. But those medicinal materials have long been used by us. The harvest is clean. The two of us rarely come out from the bottom of the cold water pool."
Emoju lowered her head and said a little depressed,
"Do you even need to ask? It must be the murderer who wanted to kill us. But he didn't have the ability to go down to the bottom of the cold water pool." Then the news spread. And all those greedy and lustful casual cultivators came.
Luju was very surprised. He snorted angrily.
Hee hee. It seems that this mysterious man is not going to let go until he kills them all.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious and snorted with a sneer. What kind of hatred is this? Does the other party want to kill me? Coming out of the entrance of Cold Water Pond, Zhu Xiaobao did not cover up his whereabouts, but stood there calmly, clearly seeing the battle situation. Although Wei Zifeng was passive, she was still able to move among the four casual cultivators with her speed. Although she was at a disadvantage, her obvious advantage in speed still meant that she was not in any danger. If she had wanted to leave, she would have escaped unscathed long ago.
Ha ha. Sure enough, there are other female cultivators.
Huh?
Why is there one more than what was rumored? Who is this little fat guy?
One of the casual cultivators with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks is known for his speed, which means he can keep up with the top guard. Zifeng's speed? He was also the first to discover Zhu Xiaobao and immediately shouted in surprise. It turned out that they really came here because of the rumors. Anyway, they were bored and wanted to come here to see if there were really rare medicinal materials and take a look. Are there really two beauties guarding this place?
Oh, I didn't expect him to be in the
Middle Immortal Realm.
Don't rush to chase him. Kill this man first.
The only cultivator in the
Middle Immortal Realm
among the four people shouted immediately. He looks like a middle-aged man, but his face is sallow and his eyes are fierce and sharp. At first glance, he is a very cruel guy. It's not that he can't defeat Wei Zifeng. He's just waiting for the opportunity to hit him with one blow when Wei Zifeng shows signs of fatigue.
Humph. What a loud tone. Are the four of you going together? Or are you going to fight alone?
Zhu Xiaobao also snorted with an annoyed face. In turn, with just one sentence, this evil man from the
Middle Wonderland
was placed there.
Ha ha. Then let me make you understand your death. It is really unfortunate to die in my hands. This Mid-Wonderland
was also very confident and shook his head with a little regret. Then he took out his weapons from his storage bag, which turned out to be two short-handled maces. This kind of weapon is neither heavy nor light. The spikes on it still emit a dark green and black light. This is the dark green and black color formed by being soaked in blood for many years. Color! It seems that he really wasn't bragging. It would be a miserable death to die under such a weapon.
Humph. You'll be lucky if you die in my hands. You've already lost your head before you feel the pain.
Zhu Xiaobao also took out his kitchen knife and hummed lightly.
What an arrogant boy. Come on then.
The middle-aged man suddenly became furious, roared, and took the lead in launching an offensive. As expected, his whole body worked together extremely well, and he was a casual cultivator who was proficient in fighting.
Well done.
Zhu Xiaobao did not use the special trick of
one shadow clone,
but actually fought with the opponent. Such an opponent is rare, and he doesn't want to miss it. The two fought for several rounds, and the middle-aged man realized that Zhu Xiaobao was very difficult to deal with. His speed and strength were definitely beyond his imagination, and he also felt humiliated by using him as a sparring partner. At the same time, Lu Zhu and Emoju also cheered up and joined the battle. They had been feeling aggrieved for too long, and now was a good opportunity to vent their feelings.
Ah, boss, help me.
The man who was still chasing Wei Zifeng's sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks was killed by Wei Zifeng in turn. He was no match for Wei Zifeng in the first place, and now in a one-on-one situation, he was the first to fall into passivity.
Huh? It's too late. I will save you now.
Wei Zifeng snorted coldly, turned around and struck with a whirlwind,
raised the knife in his hand and dropped it, and his head fell to the ground. Guess her speed hadn't reached its limit just now. So once she reached her speed this time, she immediately showed great power.
Special move.
Zhu Xiaobao also yelled loudly. seizing an opportunity, and immediately appeared in front of this cultivator from the middle immortal realm, with a kitchen knife already slashed down from top to bottom.
No! I have something to say!
The middle-aged man suddenly shouted in horror. He realized that it was too late to avoid the knife.
Puff!
With one strike, the person was cut into two halves. Exactly, which demonstrated Zhu Xiaobao's precise sword skills. Zhu Xiaobao did not go to help the three girls next, because he knew that the remaining two opponents had little chance. There is no chance to escape. After collecting the other party's storage bag, it turned out that there were some good things in the storage bag of the cultivator in the middle immortal realm. Zhu Xiaobao found several very rare medicinal materials that were tens of thousands of years old. And there was also a sheet marked very detailed map is what Zhu Xiaobao needs very much. Soon, Wei Zifeng had assisted Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu in killing two other casual cultivators and successfully obtained their storage bags. Seeing Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu each holding a storage bag, they came over in a playful manner and wanted to hand it over to themselves. Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly.
I'll leave these two storage bags to you, which can be regarded as a little compensation. No, you should choose first, and leave the rest to us,
Mo Zhu said shyly. Every time she faced Zhu Xiaobao, her face turned red. Didn't she and Zhu Xiaobao have several dual cultivations? Well, that's why I feel very shy every time I see Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, it seems that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. You should go find your master.
Zhu Xiaobao did not think so much. But it can be seen from the fight just now that the actual combat ability of these two maids is still too weak. Staying here or following him are not the best choices. They should be allowed to go to Zhuanbao Island as soon as possible.
The most appropriate.
But it's difficult for us to deal with those pirates alone. And now there are very few merchant ships going to Zhuanbao Island,
Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu said in surprise and worry.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let me build you a submarine and go directly to Zhuanbao Island from below the water surface. Isn't this safe?
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, then patted his forehead and smiled said,
What submarine? Why haven't you heard of it?
Not to mention these two maids. Not even Wei Zifeng had heard of it. Let's go.
Deal with these people first. I can already hear some people coming over. I don't want to make too much noise.
Zhu Xiaobao started to clean up the mess while giving the order. Directly threw several corpses into the cold pool, then cleaned up the scene, and left quickly with the three girls. There is a large forest in front of us. It will be much safer if we enter the depths of the forest, with the ugly tree spirit in charge. It will be in vain no matter how many people come. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao processed a long oval hull, which was somewhat similar to later submarines. The middle was hollowed out, and several cabins were divided, powered by 2
wooden puppets.
Then give Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu a compass and ask them to sail directly from the sea according to the direction drawn by Zhu Xiaobao. This way, they can sail smoothly while ensuring their safety. Of course, this still needs to be tested through practice. Zhu Xiaobao and others got into the
submarine
and then went down into the water. Surprisingly,
this submarine
is very effective and very fast. What's even better is that the 2
wooden puppets
will not be affected at all. Of course, there is also a premise here. That is, Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu are both rare female cultivators with both water and fire attributes. They originally followed the third true lord, and they had to refine elixirs for the third true lord. So it was the third true lord who took the trouble the 4 disciples who had just been found after a long time. But unexpectedly, only 2 were left now. All cultivators with the water attribute can survive and breathe in the water. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hide at the bottom of the cold water pool for a long time. As for controlling this
submarine, Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu quickly mastered it very skillfully. Based on the water attribute, it would be too difficult to control the amount of water stored in a submarine and adjust the depth of the hull. Easy. On the contrary, Wei Zifeng felt a little depressed and sad in such a closed illusion. The results of the test are perfect. After returning, as long as they prepare enough food and drink, as well as the best spiritual stones needed for the 2 wooden puppets, the 2 girls can be on the road at any time. Before leaving, Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu cremated the bodies of senior sisters Mei and Lan, and prepared them to be taken back to be encoffined and buried again. I cried and worshipped again, and then reluctantly boarded this very novel submarine.
When we go back, I also want to take this kind of
submarine
back,
Wei Zifeng said with a sense of longing as he looked in the direction that had sunk and disappeared.
What are you doing? Don't you feel stuffy and uncomfortable? That's because there are too many people. If it were just the two of us, I wouldn't feel so bored. Yeah, that's right. And you don't even have to wear any clothes if you stay inside.
Text chapter 1629, Strange, Eastern Region. After finally seeing off Green Bamboo and Emoju, Zhu Xiaobao breathed a small sigh of relief. He didn't want to take these two girls with him. Although their cultivation level was no lower than Wei Zifeng's, their actual combat ability was still too poor, and two of them had already died. The remaining two should be sent back as soon as possible. It's good to be with San Jingquan. But after coming back, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that this time he came to the eastern region was the same as the last time. There was no familiar feeling at all. And it was even more strange. The reason is that the three true lords were still in charge last time. He has a foothold in the eastern region. But this time, there is no such place to stand. And the eastern region is the most mysterious region among several fairy realms. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't even know which direction to go first. He simply released the Vulcan bee and let it search the surrounding area to find a direction with the fewest casual cultivators. Having just arrived in the eastern territory, Zhu Xiaobao still doesn't want to make too much noise. Not long after, the Vulcan bee flew back, and the direction it pointed out to Zhu Xiaobao turned out to be the northernmost point. According to the current map, they are now in the southwest of the eastern territory, which means that he should go north first, and then go east.
That's fine. Let's go north first. The forest in the north is also more lush, and we can find more secluded hiding places anytime and anywhere, considering that there are ugly tree spirits around us who also need to practice. This is not a bad idea. A very good solution. After walking all day, I really didn't meet any other casual cultivators. I picked a lot of medicinal materials along the way, which surprised Zhu Xiaobao. And at night, they can always find dense forests where they can hide better. Of course, this refers to the ugly tree spirit. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng both hid in the time stone. Now Zhu Xiaobao is not eager to find clues, but is actively improving his spiritual consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao knew that his biggest advantage was his spiritual cultivation, followed by his full attributes, and then his weird techniques and methods. Therefore, enhancing the cultivation of spiritual consciousness is still his favorite cultivation method. Every time he enters the time stone, although he only stays there for 4 hours a day, it is equivalent to 100 hours, a full 8 full days. Therefore, every time they enter the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao always takes a certain amount of
poison of divine consciousness.
First, in fact, within a safe and reasonable range, the non-stop earth-shaking and stirring effect of this
poison of divine consciousness
is very helpful in expanding the scope of divine consciousness and increasing the level of spiritual consciousness. Of course, there are also side effects. That is, it can make people irritable and uneasy, and it is easy to lose control of their emotions.
Once the time stone
and other little treasures are revealed, they must first remove this
poison of divine consciousness.
Of course, under the influence of Zhu Xiaobao, Wei Zifeng is also actively expanding his spiritual consciousness. As long as he is strong in cultivation,
Wei Zifeng can still endure hardships. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng finally met the first batch of casual cultivators who were passing by. The two of them understood that they did not show up, but each used their own abilities to cleverly avoid each other. Wei Zifeng dodged far away early, not giving the other party a chance to discover him. But he could still sense the other person's aura. This feeling was very special. I feel very comfortable and have complete control over the situation. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, took the risk and blended into a large tree, right under the eyes of this group of people. I want to see if I can hide from their senses. The other party is both in the
first immortal realm
cultivation level.
Huh? Why do I feel like there is someone around me? But now I can't feel it anymore?
The leader turned out to be a strong female cultivator. He frowned and said, generally speaking, as the leader, he is the strongest one in the team.
Ha ha! That's because all the casual cultivators were scared away when they saw the eldest sister.
Immediately, a high-pitched voice flattered him. He turned out to be a handsome young man, but his appearance of a flattering flatterer made him frightened. The few people around him didn't think highly of him, and they all rolled their eyes at him. It's just that this young male cultivator doesn't care at all.
No. I always feel like a light on my back, but I don't feel any murderous aura. How strange. Is there some master who doesn't bother to show up in front of us?
The leading female cultivator was still very cautious. He stared at the big tree that Zhu Xiaobao had merged into. He walked up to it and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it in. Then he pulled it out again and looked at it. There was still nothing unusual. In fact, it seemed peaceful at this time. But Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he merged into the big tree. If he hadn't been short, he would have been stabbed in the head. But he also admired this tall and strong female leader for being so cautious. Zhu Xiaobao almost showed his true form. Who knows? This is not over yet. The flatterer also comes up with a sword in his hand and stabs him several times. The injured Zhu Xiaobao dodged left and right in the middle of the big tree. And from time to time, he held his breasts and abdomen in his arms. Only then did he manage to dodge several swords from the flatterer. Fortunately, each of this flatterer's swords penetrated less than half a meter deep. And the speed was also slow, so Zhu Xiaobao could easily dodge. But this move made Zhu Xiaobao furious. Damn it! If you want to flatter me, don't make fun of me. In anger, Zhu Xiaobao released the Vulcan bee, and saw that this divine bee, whose cultivation had reached the level of a fairy beast, relied on the advantage of being completely transparent and being extremely close. And instantly, he opened a long gash on the toadie's face and flew away quickly.
What's going on? Chase me! There is such a spiritual creature? Little sister, hurry up and follow.
The leading female cultivator was extremely vigilant, and she immediately shouted in surprise and joy. This is definitely a rare spiritual thing, although she didn't know that this spiritual bee had reached the transformation state. Just like that, we deceived this group of people. But the last female cultivator in the group was a bit sloppy, or a bit squeamish, and moved a step slower than others. It seemed that she was the sister of the female leader. She followed lazily, and fell to the back in the blink of an eye. However, just like that, when she passed the big tree where Zhu Xiaobao was, she was suddenly entangled by several branches and vines protruding from the bottom and sides of the big tree, and was immediately entangled. He was firmly trapped on the tree trunk of Dahu. He was about to call for help, but his mouth was also stuffed with a piece of grass root. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng appeared. Zhu Xiaobao mainly wanted to take revenge for being frightened just now. The result is that there is no intention. Wei Zifeng's hands flew with understanding and instantly tore off the female cultivator's clothes. And then he and Zhu Xiaobao prepared to leave with a smile. Only a female nun with a frightened face was left. But just when he was about to leave, Zhu Xiaobao became alert in time, because he had already felt another figure coming from the north quickly. And the speed of this figure was not slow. Zhu Xiaobao quickly reminded that he had already Wei Zifeng ran out for a while, and then had no choice but to merge into another big tree again. Of course, their backs were to the tied-up female cultivator, so the struggling female cultivator had no idea that Zhu Xiaobao and the others were lurking again. Wei Zifeng was also unambiguous. With the power of her divine eyes, she immediately noticed something was wrong. She quickly changed direction, rushed out quickly, and then found a place to hide. But the same opponent also noticed Wei Zifeng's lightning-quick aura and immediately lurked. It's strange to say that the breath disappeared and the scene was completely silent, which made people feel very strange. Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised when he merged into the big tree. This person is so good at concealment. He couldn't even sense the other party's definite position. In this way, the three of them were lurking quietly. But Zhu Xiaobao was certain that his aura was definitely not exposed. And it was hard to say for Wei Zifeng. I originally wanted to avoid these casual cultivators, but I didn't expect to be trapped here. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little bit dumbfounded. At this time, the Vulcan bee had quietly returned, but its innate skills were even higher. And the opponent's lurker was not aware of this completely transparent god bee. Not long after, the group of casual cultivators came back panting. But when they saw their sister being tied to a tree in such an unbearable manner, they were all shocked. No need to ask. There are experts nearby. Maybe it's still a trap. So I immediately made a defensive formation, and then rescued the female nun who was tied to the tree. Wow! The aggrieved female cultivator burst into tears immediately. Not only because Dion was conspicuous, but also because she was frightened. It can be said that she has always been taken care of by her sister, and she has lived a very comfortable life. I didn't expect to be so shocked this time. Okay, don't cry now. Do you see clearly who it is? They didn't kill you, which means they don't want to kill you yet. You should really be happy. the leading female cultivator said, still relatively sober. One hugged his fists and said loudly,
Thank you, Senior, for not killing me. If you disturb Senior, I will pay you bronze to apologize.
But the surroundings were quiet, and there was still no response. This makes this group of casual cultivators a little nervous. At this moment, the mysterious Vulcan bee started to act again, and this time its target was the lurker. I saw that this Vulcan bee had approached the lurker without anyone noticing. But this lurker's sense of consciousness is much stronger, and he has already sensed it before the Vulcan bee gets close. And she made a prompt decision and shot an arrow at Wei Zifeng's hiding place. Then he stood up and wanted to escape. Text chapter 1630 Black Arrow. This man's arrow shot out, which immediately attracted Zhu Xiaobao's attention. Several archers had ambushed him before, including Wen Qing, whom he had helped. At this time, Wei Zifeng's whereabouts could no longer be hidden, and the opponent shot an arrow. Wei Zifeng had no choice but to show up and shoot at the opponent like a gust of wind, so that both of them were exposed. What made the man in black even more anxious was that Wei Zifeng had no intention of running away. He just wanted to hold her back. She was an assassin and was not willing to fight with others. But now the man in black can't escape. Wei Zifeng's concealment skills are not as good as hers, but his speed is faster than hers. In addition, there was a Vulcan bee flying around to harass her, which forced her to stop and fight with Wei Zifeng head-on. The actual combat abilities of the two are almost the same. This time, the group of casual cultivators in the center of the field were dumbfounded. It turns out there are really two people hiding there. But looking at the cultivation and fighting methods of these two people, the female cultivator in the lead was a little annoyed. She was not a senior expert at all. She asked angrily,
Did one of these two people tie you up here just now? Why are you so useless? No. It's two people. But not both of them. No. 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 It's just one of them. And the other is not.
This time, the usually spoiled sister also said incoherently, becoming more and more confused as she spoke.
What a waste! Come on! Take down these two people!
The leading female cultivator became more and more confused as she listened, and she couldn't help but yell back in anger. Since it is only the cultivation level of the first immortal realm, there is nothing to be afraid of in her eyes. But this strong female cultivator found that her subordinates were looking at her blankly. When she looked back, she found that a little fat man had appeared in front of her, but his face felt like it was fogged up, and he couldn't see clearly at all. What could be clearly seen was that his hands were squeezing the necks of her sister and the toady, causing the two of them to bend down and lower their heads in frustration, not daring to resist.
In the immortal realm? Senior, it's polite to pay bronze. Please forgive me.
Seeing that his sister has been restrained by a move, this already shows that this person's strength is definitely far beyond his own. Fu Qintong felt annoyed and anxious. If he had known this, he might as well have escaped immediately.
Well, I've already let you go. Why are you still pestering me? Do you have to kill me?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with some displeasure.
It's not that Senior didn't say anything. I don't dare to leave without authorization.
Fu Bronze could only lower his head and whisper. Even though she was a head taller than Zhu Xiaobao, she had no choice but to surrender in the face of absolute strength.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. My target is her.
Zhu Xiaobao was also hesitant at this time, whether to go on a killing spree and kill all these loose cultivators. With his current ability, and deep in the jungle, he is definitely capable of doing it. But there are also 8 people on the other side, which is a bit too cruel.
Thank you, Senior. Sorry for bothering you.
Fu Bronze finally breathed a sigh of relief and left in a panic. As this group of loose cultivators left, Zhu Xiaobao began to turn his attention to the female cultivator who fought against Wei Zifeng. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. This movement easily reminded him of his carefree past.
Zhu Xiaobao, I'm not here to target you. I'm just passing by. I'm from the
assassin sect.
You must also know that we have already cancelled the assassination against you.
Unexpectedly, at this time, the black man, the woman in clothes, suddenly got rid of Wei Zifeng's entanglement and flew towards Zhu Xiaobao quickly. But in the process of rushing over, he put away the business card in his hand to show his attitude.
What is the proof?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately believed it when he heard it, because he did have a relationship with the elder of the assassin sect, and the assassin sect did have this promise.
This is my jade token. The highest grade jade token.
The woman in black threw over a jade token, And it turned out to be the jade token from the assassin gate back then. It's just that her jade metal is of the highest level. Baishao's sect is a subordinate organization established by assassin sect. So this assassin is very familiar with Zhu Xiaobao's figure and many methods. When Zhu Xiaobao appeared just now, even if he couldn't see his appearance clearly, but Zhu Xiaobao's identity has been confirmed by looking at his reminders and methods. However, Fu Bronze and his gang had not left at that time, and she did not expose Zhu Xiaobao's identity. This is also what makes her very smart. Of course, Wei Zifeng stopped at this time, but in his heart, he still admired this woman for stabbing him. Although there are still some doubts. These doubts can be cleared up in just a few words. After all, they had been in contact with Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. They had been dealing with each other since the period when Master Shinro was rampant.
What? Are you tracking another archer? Then you don't have to go to the south. I just came from where I was, and I didn't notice the aura of this archer along the way.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately became interested when he heard this. The archers who shot him are also one of the things Zhu Xiaobao has always wanted to figure out. The key is that he has to collect the 3 peerless divine bows before he can seek help from Lumiosho.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I thought. Do you still have this kind of spiritual bee? Can you give me one? This kind of magical bee is very useful to me.
The woman in black asked straightforwardly.
Okay, but this kind of Vulcan bee won't stay with you for too long. After a long time,
they will fly back automatically.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then further said,
Also please move this fairy, so we can have a good talk. There are many things I want to know too.
Yes. My name is
Black Arrow.
And I am the #1 assassin in the assassin sect.
The Black Arrow female assassin said proudly.
Ha ha. I know. I'm so honored.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. When I think of the hardships I went through back then, it seems like nothing now. Just because I have become stronger, while most of my opponents have become weaker and weaker. Returning to the depths of the jungle, you can light a fire and cook without any scruples here, because the surrounding area has been isolated by the ugly tree spirit, and this forest is its world. Facing this female assassin named Black Sword, even Wei Zifeng was very polite. After all, the opponent was on the same level as her, and even had similar combat power. For the strong, everyone respects the strong. Not to mention, Zhu Xiaobao really prepared a good meal of wine and food and did not entertain the Black Arrow.
It's not that Zhu Xiaobao has any idea, but the archer tracked by
Black Arrow
should be one of the archers who ambushed him. In front of Zhu Xiaobao,
Black Arrow
took off her mask boldly. She was indeed a capable and beautiful female cultivator. Her cultivation level was already at the latter stage of
First Immortal Realm.
This kind of cultivation can definitely assassinate cultivators in the
Middle Immortal Realm.
Assassins are all about surprise, high burst, and high output.
Oh, are you saying that the other party's cultivation level is actually in the
Middle Immortal Realm?
But the bow in his hand is also a high imitation bow.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party's cultivation level was so high.
That's right. So it's not so much that I'm hunting him down, but I'm tracking him down. After all, he's not a real assassin. It's a pity that I had a few chances because I didn't have the divine bow. Otherwise, I would definitely there is a chance.
Black Arrow said regretfully.
Ha ha. What about this bow? If it catches your eye, I'll give it to you.
Zhu Xiaobao generously took out his high imitation bow and handed it to
Black Arrow.
Ah?
Are you serious? No. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Thank you all. Gentlemen.
Black Arrow was immediately startled and shouted with surprise. But she didn't dare to ask for this bow.
Take it. I'm not an archer, let alone an assassin. Only in your hands can this bow exert its greatest power. All I want is for you to help me find out the exact identity of the archer. You've done me a big favor.
Zhu Xiaobao said sincerely. Indeed. Since he advanced to the
Middle Fairy Realm,
this bow has become dispensable. Besides, he was not good at ambush and shooting. Why not use this bow to add a powerful helper? Hearing Zhu Xiaobao say this,
the Black Arrow
took it away with some embarrassment. Think about it. She was still thinking about shooting Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, the two of them are now sitting together drinking and talking. Not only that, Zhu Xiaobao also bet heavily on the
Black Arrow.
Hasn't she not taken the
calming pill
yet? Then I gave her the
9 marks concentration pill
that I had prepared for Qinglingzi in order to improve her consciousness again. and maybe she could be promoted to the first level in a short time. Zhu Xiaobao still has a far-sighted vision, and he needs strong help now. If those people are only loyal but have no fighting ability, they still can't help him. This made Wei Zifeng next to her suddenly feel a strong sense of jealousy. She had just taken an
8 lines calming pill.
That year, unexpectedly,
This Black Arrow
would actually get a
9 marks concentration pill.
These little treasures must have other plans. Wei Zifeng also needs to increase the strength of his spiritual consciousness.
Humph. Don't worry. I'm not interested in men at all. I'm also a child's master. And I don't want to give up my own skill for your little master Xiaobao.
Unexpectedly,
Black Arrow
also noticed Wei's skill. Zifeng was dissatisfied and snorted contemptuously. The next day,
Black Arrow
disappeared with a high imitation bow. And Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to be surprised. Such people will not be willing to follow the group. They are all solitary and have long been used to it.
Let's go! I have a feeling that investing in her will bring huge rewards. Am I just too cautious? Yes. Prepare your family to serve. Text chapter 1631 Wei Ziki A. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng walked north for a month. And further ahead were the towering snow mountains. According to this direction, they were connected with other regions in Zhu Xiaobao's memory. At the foot of the snow mountains, it should be that they echo each other with one mountain. There is only a huge valley between them. And there are places where they can be thousands of miles apart. Further to the north, there are endless mountains. No one knows about it further north, as all those who explored it never came back. I'm afraid only those in the immortal realm know about it. It's just that legend has it that it will take tens of thousands of miles before some strange-looking people with blue eyes and yellow hair will appear. Based on his own calculations and the markings on this map, Zhu Xiaobao calculated that the area of the entire Eastern Territory was almost larger than the
Southwestern Immortal Territory
he ascended to. Going any further would have made no sense. Zhu Xiaobao turned right and started heading towards the hinterland of the Eastern Territory. After walking for another 4 days, this very empty area gave people a very chilling feeling, because it was a large area of red land with very few trees. The terrain was gentle, and the area was vast. Many casual cultivators were riding horses to travel, thus forming another style. Moreover, most of the casual cultivators he encountered were very tough and heroic, giving Zhu Xiaobao the feeling of being in a Western movie. But this kind of landform makes it difficult for Zhu Xiaobao to hide his whereabouts. Of course, he wasn't very scared. It was just more unnecessary fighting. This makes Wei Zifeng a little excited. But unfortunately, the opponents they encountered were still too weak. Even though most of the Sanzhou were tall and burly, they were still vulnerable in the face of absolute strength.
Ha ha! This kind of unicorn is quite good. I didn't expect it to be more powerful than the one used by the Chu family. It's a pity that there's only one. If I can capture a few more horses, I'd also like to get a luxury carriage.
Zhu Xiaobao rode on the horse and smiled at Wei Zifeng.
Humph! You are so beautiful. Do you want to get some beauties to serve you?
Wei Zifeng had no choice but to follow behind on foot. However, she still likes to rely on her own speed to fight, so she is not very envious of using horses to travel. Now Zhu Xiaobao has 2 choices: Bei'an Town to the north and Nan'an Town to the south. The 2 towns are 400 miles apart, but they are already the nearest neighboring towns. Zhu Xiaobao planned to go to Bei'an Town to inquire about it, and then buy a unicorn horse for Wei Zifeng. By the way, take a look and experience the customs here. Zhu Xiaobao has gained a lot of knowledge along the way, but things tend to be strange. As they walked towards Bei'an Town, they saw several carriages escaping quickly. Although they were not the luxury carriages Zhu Xiaobao mentioned, they should be the convoys of rich people. There were 2 people beside them. More than a dozen guards were desperately urging the carriage to run wildly. Less than 3 miles behind this group of people, there was a group of mounted bandits chasing after them while shouting. The speed of this group of bandits on horseback is obviously faster than that of these horse-drawn carriages. Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng both stopped and watched, seeing a large area of dust flying in front of them. Wei Zifeng couldn't help but feel excited. Another battle was about to begin. But Zhu Xiaobao did not fight. Although he was nosy, he hurriedly took Wei Zifeng to hide in a shady area 50 steps away, formed by the only 3 big trees, and wait and see what happened.
Sir!
What?
Are we not going to take action? It's obvious that the people behind are ruthless gangsters. This is robbery.
Wei Zifeng asked unwillingly.
Who said those who run for their lives must be good people? Maybe he is a bully and is being hunted by farmers.
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted with disdain. Although there are some strong words, the main reason is that he doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. If you take care of everything, there will be no time to rush along the way. But this time even Zhu Xiaobao gave it up. They had just stopped at 3 trees and originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. But unexpectedly, the carriage running in front turned around and ran towards the direction of 3 trees.
Don't come over! We are passing by! I don't want to get involved in your affairs!
Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded and shouted loudly. However, the carriage driver didn't listen to Zhu Xiaobao at all, and rushed over quickly. There was also a guard leader who came first, rushed to Zhu Xiaobao first, and shouted loudly,
You two, get out of the way quickly, or you will bear the consequences. There will be a bloody battle here soon. I won't be able to protect you then. You are forcing things on others. You know clearly that we can't run away, but you still pretend to remind me of this useless nonsense.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. Isn't that right? The area has been surrounded by ruthless bandits from behind. If they want to escape, they have no choice but to fight their way out.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I was busy choosing the terrain and didn't have time to take care of you two. Well, you two go hide behind the tree. Your cultivation is not low. I hope you can survive. It's just that.
Girl, you better wear a mask. Otherwise it will be difficult to escape the bullying of these gangsters.
Unexpectedly, a delicate face stuck out of the carriage at this time. It turned out to be a beautiful woman in full armor, and her cultivation level had reached
First Wonderland. Although he was the one being chased, there was not much fear on his face, more of a perseverance to fight to the death. In fact, although Zhu Xiaobao was a little annoyed, he still had a good impression of this group of people, because the guard leader gave a warning at the beginning. And then the armed lady also said it very politely. It has to be said that this is a very cultivated family, and it can be seen from the style of conversation that it is not very domineering.
Humph. Then send 2 more guards to protect us. We, brothers and sisters, are here to collect medicine, but we have no fighting power. You have to ensure our safety.
Zhu Xiaobao proposed rudely, holding up a medicine pestle. Own requirements.
Okay. Wei Min. Wei Yu. You two take Master Li Xian behind the tree, and be sure to protect them. This is the last hope of our Wei family.
The armed lady thought for a moment. And then he ordered the 2 personal guards around him. Firstly, they are 2 of the few female guards. Secondly, Master Li Xian is really very important to the Wei family and must be protected. Wei Zifeng, who was a little dissatisfied at first, immediately became angry when he heard that the other party was also named Wei. I felt an inexplicable good feeling. However, under Zhu Xiaobao's hint, Wei Zifeng followed the 2 female guards and retreated behind the big tree. There are 2 other big trees here as bunkers. It can be said that it is easy to defend but difficult to attack, so it is relatively safe. However, the 2 female guards didn't pay much attention to Wei Zifeng's conversation. They were always concerned about the battle ahead. At this time, the guards of the Wei family had already escaped into the safety circle while protecting the other 3 carriages. But when it comes to safety, it's just that the other party will announce it soon. It's impossible for them to go out.
Ha ha ha! Wei Li, even if you are really a powerful king, can you withstand the siege of a few of my men? As long as you weirdly hand over Wei Ziki and the alchemist, I will let you go on the one hand. Let everyone else go. How about it? My request is not too high. Right. I have given you enough phase as king of power. Right.
The gangster led by him turned out to be in the
Middle Fairy realm.
Looking at Shan Yu, he looks like a powerful casual cultivator. He was even bigger and taller than Wei Li opposite him. And the one-horned warhorse he sat on was also much larger than the average one.
Humph. Zhang Ning. Don't have such wishful thinking. We, the Wei family, only died in battle, not on our knees.
Unexpectedly, the leader of the guard was still a tough guy, and he shouted sharply without thinking. The weapon in his hand is also quite heavy, and it is actually a Fontian painted halberd. At this time, the girl in full armor, Wei Ziki, also got on the horse. The weapon she used was a bit exaggerated. It was actually a bright silver spear. Look at the weight. It's not light. At least, she definitely surpassed Wei Zifeng in terms of strength. But his cultivation is on par with Wei Zifeng. They are all primary fairyland.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. Since you don't know how to show appreciation, don't blame me for being rude. Hee hee. Wei Ziki. You have to sleep with me tonight. Ha ha ha.
The bandit leader opposite also didn't. He was angry, but laughed loudly and shouted. At this time his men had surrounded the place. There were more than 40 people. Twice as many as the Wei family. That's why he was so sure.
You're looking for death.
Wei Ziki shouted angrily and rushed out first.
Hey Bronze. If you go out to fight, I'll warn you and work harder for me. Otherwise, I'll punish you two sisters tonight.
Zhang Ning didn't do anything himself, but yelled and called out a female cultivator. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were stunned when this female cultivator showed up. It was true that he let Fu Bronze go. It's just that now that Fu Bronze has put on a pair of armor, he still looks heroic and burly, but the expression on his face is a bit forced. At this time, Fu Qingtong, who came to the formation on a prancing horse, also saw Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng at the three big trees. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at them sadly, and steeled himself with Wei Ziki. Fight started. The two women were supposed to be evenly matched, but Wei Ziki took the absolute initiative from the beginning, while Fu Bronze seemed to have some scruples. She just defended more and attacked less, and within a few rounds, she was completely at a disadvantage.
Bang!
Wei Ziki shot down Fu Bronze's Xiaolong Dao, but Wei Ziki did not kill them all, but allowed Fu Bronze to escape. Text chapter 1632 Wei Ziki b. Fu Bronze came back a little dejected. When he arrived in front of Zhang Ning, he whispered,
Master Qi, I have failed. Humph. Take off the helmet.
Zhang Ning looked at Fu Bronze coldly and ordered. Fu Bronze had no choice but to take off his helmet under Zhang Ning's strong pressure. Then he saw Zhang Ning slap him hard, both positive and negative, which immediately made Fu Qingtong's nose and mouth bleed. But he didn't dare to complain at all. Because my sister is still in the hands of this group of people? They were defeated by Zhang Ning's team not long ago. Not only did 6 people die, but Fu Qingtong's sister was captured alive. So Fu Qingtong had no choice but to surrender. Of course, the 2 sisters did not escape the bad luck of being raped by Zhang Ning that night.
Humph! Whoever brings Wei Ziki back alive will be the first to enjoy this bitch tonight.
Of course Zhang Ning could see that Fu Bronze was not fighting with all his strength. That's why he was so annoyed.
Sir, Chu Daijian is willing to go.
One of the monks under Zhang Ning immediately rushed out of the queue and heard that the female monk Fu Bronze would have priority. He couldn't help it immediately. This is his favorite type. Tall, strong, and very brave.
Okay, dear brother, I'm just waiting for your good news.
Zhang Ning is very satisfied with Chu Daijian. Apart from being a bit lustful, everything else is the best choice. Fu Bronze looked at Chu Daijian with a resentful look, and then walked dejectedly to the end of the team, and then looked at his pampered sister huddled there with some sadness. I couldn't help but feel sad. After all, my team was being implicated by my spoiled sister. As a result, 6 people died, and now a few have completely surrendered to Zhang Ning. At most, there are still 7 or 8 people left who are still protecting her. At this moment, Fu Bingtong suddenly felt a Vulcan bee with a gold border falling on his shoulder. The gold border was mainly so that Fu Bronze could see him clearly. Otherwise, with the innate skills of the Vulcan bee, Fu Bronze couldn't see its existence at all. As if he had received some kind of hint, Fu Qingtong raised his head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Although he didn't quite believe it, there was still hope in his eyes. At this time, in the center of the field, Wei Ziki was already at a disadvantage. Her strength was much worse than that of Chu Daijian, and her cultivation level was also quite different. It was normal for her to lose. But what was embarrassing at this time was that she couldn't get rid of Chu Daijian, and he was clinging to him. He would reach out and touch her from time to time, showing a triumphant expression that he was completely in control of the situation. However, if a person is too proud, he will be punished by God. Just when Chu Daijian was ecstatic and arrogant, suddenly his one-horned war horse suddenly jumped up, causing the man to stand up, and then jumped and screamed, as if he was trying to throw Chu Daijian off the horse. Fortunately, Chu Daijian's riding skills were very good, and his cultivation was also very strong. He held down the horse's head forcefully, and made the horse quiet down. But he also revealed a huge flaw. Wei Ziki had already stabbed him with a spear in time. Chu Daijian was shocked and angry. He twisted his waist and abdomen with all his strength, and finally avoided the vital point. However, Wei Ziqi's spear point still penetrated his ribs. Chu Dajian immediately screamed in pain, threw away the weapon in his hand, and ran away quickly. It wasn't until the war horse escaped back that it spurted a bunch of golden flames from its nostrils. It turns out that this horse was plotted by the Vulcan bee.
Who? What kind of person? Come out! Who is a good man who is sneaking around?
John Ning immediately realized something was wrong and roared angrily. But there were no other cultivators around. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng hiding in the big tree. But according to Zhu Xiaobao's figure, he doesn't seem to be a very capable figure. Still holding a medicine pestle in your hand? After losing 2 battles in a row, John Ning's men have begun to whisper. This is a sign of distrust in John Ning. So John Ning doesn't need anyone else to fight this time. He wants to fight on his own and win the battle quickly. But the person fighting on the opposite side is no ordinary person. It is the famously Wang Weili. The two of them had clashed with each other, and it was an earth-shattering collision of strength. The 2 war horses were also shocked and kept retreating. The strength of these 2 people was actually about the same. In the blink of an eye, there are more than 10 rounds, with big openings and closings, powerful and sinking. It is definitely a different style, and the people who watch it are excited. But at this time, Wei Ziqi did not pay attention to the situation on the battlefield, but came directly to Zhu Xiaobao and asked in a low voice,
Did you do it secretly? If it was really you, how could it be possible?
Please help my Wei family again. We really must send this immortal master to the Wei family. Otherwise our Wei family will be completely wiped out. Hee hee. What's the benefit? I won't help in vain. You also know that you will take a lot of risks.
Zhu Xiaobao actually asked with a smile. The key is that he also brought a very obscene card. The mask is meant to look disgusting. Wei Ziqi's heart went crazy watching this.
What do you want? Are you like them? Do you want me?
Wei Ziqi asked with a trembling voice. Although she was extremely reluctant, she was ready to sacrifice herself for the survival of her family.
No. 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 I'm not interested in young girls like you. What I want is top-quality medicinal materials and a luxury carriage. Uh-huh. And also prepare 4 maids to serve me personally? Well, the rest. It would be better if you can learn some cooking skills.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to care about the intensity and urgency on the battlefield, and was still haggling over the price.
No problem. I can only provide you with 2 people today. Once you get to my Wei family, you can give as many as you want. Do you have any chance of winning?
Wei Ziqi asked Chui, who was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield has changed, John Ning saw that it was difficult to win alone. At this time, he had no regard for the rules and began to join forces with Chu Dajian and another gangster to surround and kill Wei Li. But the Wei family didn't dare to attack them all. In that case, their numerical disadvantage would be even more obvious. Now we can only see whether Wei Li can create a miracle with 1 against 3. Unsurprisingly, when John Ning and others had already gained an absolute advantage, the war horse they were sitting on began to make a fuss again. And it started with John Ning's war horse. His war horse was originally a rare BMW. And he himself, I can't bear to whip him with a whip. But such a spiritual war horse was shaking its head and tail in fear, as if trying to get rid of some invisible attack, and was very panicked. At the same time, the horses of the other 2 gangsters also became panicked. These 2 war horses are difficult to control. They have begun to jump up and down, roaring again and again.
Who is it? Get out of here.
John Ning was sure that someone was controlling some kind of insect-like spiritual creature to harass them.
But there was no sect that was good at this in the eastern region. This weird situation has never happened in this area before. But the situation continued to worsen. And even the men behind John Ning began to receive harassment from their horses. And they began to get into chaos. Everyone was at a loss, and couldn't even control the horse they were sitting on. But at this moment, Fu Qingtong suddenly roared, and Xiaolong's broadsword swept across the area. 3 of the casual cultivators, who were standing in front of him, were cut off at the waist. As for Fu Qingtong's original subordinates, in addition to those who had been completely sentenced, there were 9 people who did not betray Fu Qingtong. They also took action at the same time, and killed their opponents desperately. Even the spoiled Fu Qingtong's sister was at this time, it's also a life-threatening fight with red eyes.
Oh? It's the other way around! It's the other way around! Fu Qinghong, are you looking for death?
John Ning suddenly shouted in shock and anger. He wanted to scare Fu Qinghong first, and save the defeat. But Wei Li no longer gave him this chance. Fong Tian's painted halberd had already swept over him. knocking both men and horses to the ground. He then drew out his sword and killed Chu Dajian. Immediately afterwards, the guards of the Wei family rushed over in large numbers, and the occupation became one-sided.
Is it you?
Zhang Ning fell to the ground on his side. Once his spine was broken, he couldn't stand up at all. Staring at Zhu Xiaobao, who was strolling over, he asked reluctantly,
Puff!
Zhang Ning was answered by Wei Zifeng's sword blow like a storm. Even Wei Li, who was so close, didn't expect Wei Zifeng to be so fast. He killed Zhang Ning right under his nose, and even took away Zhang Ning. Got Zhang Ning's storage bag. The rest of the battle was a simple and enjoyable one. Fu Bingtong was caught off guard from behind. But with Fu Bingtong's rebellion, the two sides were already evenly matched in terms of numbers. Attacked from the front by the guards of the Wei family, this tough team of casual cultivators collapsed, and no one escaped, because the Wei family also received shooting support from a distance. It turned out to be the Black Arrow. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but it actually appeared here and helped kill two gangsters who were trying to escape. Then it disappeared again. Wei Ziki watched with fascination. With his latent ability and shooting quality, he was definitely a top killer. I couldn't help but be even more impressed by Zhu Xiaobao. It's just that the more you look at this portrait, the more filthy it becomes.
The paving here is softer. I like it to be more lenient. Yes. Yes. That's it. You two are here to serve me. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao was not expecting anything at all, and kept emphasizing his own way. Ziki looked anxious and helpless, but did not dare to urge him. Finally they were on the road again. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao looked around at him and ignored Wei Ziki's temptation. They just had fun with the two female guards in the carriage. This behavior was no different from that of a playboy. But at this time, Wei Ziki calmed down. She suddenly smiled and asked Wei Zifeng and Fu Qingtong for information first. Chapter 1633 Wei Ziki C. Sure enough, Wei Ziki's change of communication method was very effective. Perhaps because of his surname. Wei Zifeng is very friendly and even enthusiastic towards the Wei family, which is very rare given Wei Zifeng's simple, fiery and direct temper. Although Wei Zifeng didn't know much, and a lot of it wouldn't be leaked, Wei Ziki was still able to find out some key information from the exchanges. For example, Zhu Xiaobao's strength was enough to help the Wei family defeat a powerful team of casual cultivators with just a swarm of Vulcan bees. This is already very revealing. There are two people, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifengkai, who can actually invade the Eastern Territory, and it's very relaxing. Furthermore, Wei Zifeng's disdainful expression towards the alchemist whom the Wei family desperately protected also made Wei Ziki very confused. Why is Wei Zifeng so proud that he doesn't even pay attention to a high-level alchemist? By the way, if you ask Fu Bronze, who has always lowered his head and said nothing, it will become clearer. Fu Tongtong only has 9 people left, and one of them is seriously injured. So she has no choice but to follow the Wei family's convoy back to Nan'an town to rest for a while. Then reorganize the people and formulate the next plan. The entire convoy seemed to be having fun with Zhu Xiaobao, but it was hidden that Zhu Xiaobao was the main driver, and no one dared to disturb him casually. After all, it's still a day's journey to Nan'an town. Half of the entire convoy was wounded. With Zhu Xiaobao's Vulcan bees, it is definitely a guarantee of safety. Unlike Zhu Xiaobao's relaxed and carefree mentality, Wei Ziki spent the last part of the journey with great nervousness and finally arrived safely in Nan'an town. The journey turned out to be really uneventful. Once they arrived at the gate of Nan'an town, the Wei family's troops were already waiting at the gate. This was considered a very great event that Wei Ziki had accomplished. At the same time, another big family in Nan'an town, the Qiu family, also mobilized a lot of people on full alert. Their faces were not so pretty, but they stared coldly at the happy Wei family. The two families are incompatible with water and fire, and are about to reach the final critical point. The alchemist brought back this time can basically determine the final outcome of the two families. It's just that this way of understanding is quite unique. In order not to damage the fundamentals, the outcome is decided by a competition to make pills. The losing family will completely withdraw from Nan'an town. This is good for both families, and can preserve the family's strength and clan members to the greatest extent. Of course, it is also the most ideal result for some other small families, and most mortals living in Nan'an town. But all this had nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao. When he arrived in Nan'an town, he declined the Wei family's invitation and stayed at an inn by himself. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs between these two big families. After Wei Ziqi's repeated invitations, Zhu Xiaobao still insisted on going to the town and staying at an inn. He didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two aristocratic families. Once he lived in the Wei family, it would be equivalent to being on the side of the Wei family. Wei Ziqi was helpless in the end. Since Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to live in the Wei family, she couldn't force him. However, Wei Ziqi still smiled slyly and let Zhu Xiaobao be arranged by Zhu Xiaobao in an inn. No need to ask. This inn was opened by the Wei family, but it was just given to another small family.
Hee hee! You two sisters, you have been wronged along the way. Consider these 2 pills as my apology to you.
Zhu Xiaobao got out of his luxurious carriage, and then said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and gave it to you. The 2 female guards each received a
continuing power pill.
Although it is only the
8 lines continuing power pill,
it can also increase combat effectiveness in a short period of time. And the period of weakness is very short. It is definitely a life-saving pill that can kill people and save lives. The 2 female guards were a little stunned. They originally had deep resentment towards Zhu Xiaobao and were very angry. For his own convenience in the car, this guy actually asked the 2 female guards to wear blindfolds. But he took off the mask, and the fun was going on. Since the 2 female guards couldn't see, they could only passively continue. Despite being harassed, I still dare not take off my blindfold. It was unbearably hot. My face was red and my heart was pounding. But nothing was accomplished, because Zhu Xiaobao was really just having some fun and had no other substantive actions. But now that Zhu Xiaobao actually gave them such a valuable elixir, the 2 female guards were a little too surprised. Zhu Xiaobao didn't take it seriously, and planned to have something serious with Wei Zifeng tonight. But before that, as usual, I went to the street for a walk. Zhu Xiaobao was not disappointed. Although there was a night ranger shop on the street in Nan'an town, the quality of the products was not very good, and the various snacks were not able to catch the eye of Zhu Xiaobao. I can't help but feel a little regretful. But it's no wonder when I think about it. How do you expect such a small town to be so prosperous? But the most talked about thing along the way was the alchemy competition between the Wei and Qiu families. Everyone seemed to be very concerned about it. Of course, this is related to who will really control Nan'an town in the future. He even has a close relationship with every ordinary person. Listening carefully, it turns out that the Wei family has a better reputation, accounting for about 60% of the support rate. The Qiu family only supports 30%, while the rest have an indifferent attitude. Besides, Wei Ziqi returned to the family. Although she received high praise, she still felt uneasy, because she also got a very bad news. The origin of the alchemist of the Qiu family has been found out. He is actually a senior alchemist from the
Immortal Pill Island.
It is said that he is also the chief disciple of Tianjizi, Master Xian. A disciple, that is to say, a disciple of Tianjizi. This background is a bit too big. After learning the news, Master Li Xian, who was originally full of confidence, began to feel uneasy. He also wanted to join the sect of Elixir Island, but his qualifications were limited. In the end, he could only hang out in the outer sect of Elixir Island for more than 200 years, became a senior alchemist, and left immediately. But I didn't expect that this time I would meet my junior brother, which was very embarrassing. He also felt very guilty. Although all the high-ranking and respectable people in the family came forward to comfort Master Li Xian, when they put on their clothes at night, they were all frowning. I really didn't expect that the Qiu family would be so proud to invite people from the
Immortal Pill Island.
Could it be that the Wei family is really going to move out of Nan'an town? Fortunately, the Wei family still has time to make adjustments, because there is still a month until the competition. Just because Wei Ziqi came back in time this time, he bought the family a precious month of time. But what's the use of a month's time? A trip to the Elixir Island is not enough. Besides, the alchemists of the Elixir Island cannot be hired casually. At this moment, there was a noise outside, and then a tall and burly man walked in from the outside, holding 2 female guards in his hands. They were the 2 female guards who came back from Zhu Xiaobao's place. Their faces were blushing, unable to break away from the big man, and they did not dare to use force to break away, so they could only be dragged into the hall with sad faces.
Brother, what are you doing? Why are you arresting my people?
Wei Ziqi immediately stopped and jumped up and asked loudly.
What are you doing? Shouldn't I take care of your people who violate family rules?
Wei Ziqi's eldest brother is Wei Chuanjin, who was originally the most powerful successor to the next head of the Wei family. But because of Wei Ziqi's super talent, his current position in the family is very embarrassing. The current head of the family, the father of Wei Chuanjin and Wei Ziqi, is hesitating about who to pass on as head of the family? Because although Wei Chuanjin has barely reached the middle immortal realm, his qualifications are limited, and this level of cultivation is his upper limit. But Wei Ziqi is different. Her qualifications exceed those of any member of the family in the past. In just a few hundred years, she has reached the level of primary immortal realm. She has a bright future. The key is that Wei Ziqi is also very scheming, which is much better than Wei Chuanjin. Of course, Wei Chuanjin has clearly felt the pressure from Wei Ziqi over the years. Although he kept using some dirty tricks to suppress Wei Ziqi calmly resolved them every time, which made him very annoyed. But there is nothing to be done. By the time Wei Ziqi had the support of Power King Wei Li, Wei Chuanjin had almost been declared to have no hope of succeeding as the head of the family. So he became more and more unscrupulous and started to eat, drink, whore and gamble, specifically targeting Wei Ziqi's female guards. Wei Ziqi could only endure it every time.
What family rules have been violated? Do you need to take action personally? Are you trying to trick the two of them again?
Wei Ziqi asked angrily. In fact, she was also very irritated by this eldest brother, secretly stumbling upon her. She has endured it for a long time.
Humph. What are the family rules? Hiding level 5 or above elixir secretly. This alone is enough to ruin your cultivation. Besides, it's an 8-pattern sustainability pill. Huh? How about it? Nothing more to say. Right,
Wei Chuanjin said proudly. Sure enough, as soon as Wei Chuanjin finished speaking, the family elders and seniors who were discussing the matter were in an uproar, talking excitedly, and all looked at the eldest son in front of them with inexplicable surprise and strange eyes.
What are you all looking at me for? It's not me who violated the family rules. It was Chimei's men who violated the family rules. Okay?
Wei Chuanjin shouted angrily when he saw the strange looks in his eyes.
Alas! This idiot! He is short-sighted after all.
The current clan leader was still hesitant at first, but now he can only shake his head and sigh in his heart. The reason why everyone is talking a lot and excited, it's not because the two female guards violated the family rules at all, but because of those two
8-line renewal pills.
Chapter 1634 Stupid Method A. Just when Wei Chuanjin was still a little confused, the current head of the Wei family sighed and said,
Okay, you did a good job on this matter. The two of them did violate the family rules. Now, you can sit down. Please help the family find a solution. Hey, Dad, is this the end? You haven't punished Chimei at all? Isn't this too unfair? Isn't it hard to convince the public?
Wei Chuanjin immediately stopped and asked Wei Ziqi, Don't tell me.
You.com Patriarch. It's not that we were hiding something. We were restrained by the eldest son before we could get back in time. Patriarch, please be careful.
The two female guards immediately knelt down on the field and cried bitterly.
Pa! Pa!
Following 2 slaps, the eldest son Wei Chuanjin shouted loudly.
How dare you quibble? Stop! What they say is true.
Wei Li, who was standing behind Wei Ziqi, couldn't bear it anymore. He reached out and grabbed Wei Chuanjin's wrist and shouted angrily. Although Wei Li is not a direct member of the Wei family, he still plays an important role in the Wei family. He is the #1 expert in the Wei family today.
Ha ha! Wei Li, you dare to attack me? The following offenses are against family rules. Right. Dad, do you care?
Wei Chuanjin shouted arrogantly.
Alas! On March 12th, you raped 2 of Ziqi's female guards. On May 21st, you went to the Zhang family and forcibly took possession of a concubine of the Zhang family. On the 3rd day of June, you lied about being away from home. Lian sneaked into the Song family, forcibly took possession of the Song family's widow, and also forcibly stole a pair of ancestral armor. And what about August 11th and September 30th? Do you want me to tell you all? These are all I secretly helped you clean up the mess. Do you think you did it flawlessly? According to the family rules, what crime should be committed?
The old patriarch was very disappointed and said slowly and indifferently, as if he was not talking about his own son. His tone was unexpected. It's unusually calm.
You know all this.
This time it was Wei Chuanjin's turn to hesitate and not dare to quibble.
Humph. You worthless thing. Go to the wall-facing cave in the backyard and think about the past. You are not allowed to step out of the cave without my order. Otherwise, your cultivation will be abolished.
The old family leader finally said harshly.
"Aw? Dad, please spare me for this moment. I promise I will change my ways. I will never do it again."
Wei Chuanjin finally got scared and quickly knelt down and begged bitterly. He knew that if he entered the hole facing the wall, he would have to shed a layer of skin even if he didn't die.
"Humph. Someone drag me out."
Following the order from the family head, the two elders dragged Wei Chuanjin directly to the wall cave. There were quite a few people in the family who could deal with him, although he
has cultivated in the
middle immortal realm,
but due to long-term drinking, sex and wealth, he has long lost his fighting power. After Wei Chuanjin was dragged away, Wei Ziki ran forward excitedly,
displayed 2 8-line sustainability pills,
and said to the old family master,
"Dad, look, the 8-line sustainability pills. Someone who can refine 8 elixir patterns is at least a high-level alchemist. Maybe our Wei family can be saved this time."
He.
Not bad. Not bad. The real 8 marks. Well, you two did a good job. Not only is it right, but it is also meritorious. From today on, you will be promoted to the commander of the guards.
The old family leader also nodded frequently in surprise, and then said with a smile to the 2 female guards who were trembling with fear,
"Ah, thank you, Master, for your support. Thank you, Miss Chi."
The 2 female guards were a blessing in disguise,
and they immediately cowed out in gratitude.
"Ha ha! My daughter, what should we do next? How can we invite this great god?"
Then the old patriarch asked with a smile. It could be seen that his precious daughter must have had some ideas.
"Well, leave it to me. I will try my best to invite this great master."
Wei Ziki thought for a moment, and then said confidently, "Of course, this matter is also strictly confidential, and only a few people know the key." The 2 female guards were even called to their side by Wei Ziki, who asked Zhu Xiaobo's every move and word in detail. Wei Ziki then mobilized all the resources in her hands, and spent a lot of money to collect all the relevant information about this little fat man from everywhere. Put them all together, and the table was actually filled with them. Wei Ziki has been studying it non-stop for 7 days. And for these 7 days, Wei Li always stayed by Wei Ziki's side without any complaints, his eyes full of love and soft light.
"Humph. I'm 90% sure that this little fat guy is the so-called
Supreme Treasure and the Xuanzi,
who is the disciple of Tianjizi. He is also a famous Suxiobo in the southwest region. I really didn't expect that we would meet someone noble this time."
Wei Ziki was quite satisfied with his efficiency.
"Then what are you going to do, Miss? To invite him? Such a person is not easy to talk to, and he has already made it clear that the 2 will not help each other."
Wei Li asked worriedly from the side.
"Well, brotherly, it's all up to you." "Right,"
Wei Ziki suddenly said with a faint smile to Wei Li.
"Ah? As a martial artist, what else can I do besides fighting? Do you want me to capture him by force? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. If you say that again, will you offend him?"
Wei Li was immediately covered in blood. He felt numb, but he was still very clear-headed. Zhu Xiaobao was not an easy person to deal with.
"Look at what you said. Who said that you should catch him? This is an open and honest competition. Write a challenge. I will write a challenge for you. I believe he will not refuse."
Wei Ziki is very cunning. Smiled.
"Ah? Isn't this bad? I'm afraid I might really hurt him,"
Wei Li said hesitantly.
"Humph. Don't be too careless. According to my information, this young master is a master of killing people at higher levels. He has various methods at his disposal. Don't think too simply. Instead, go all out."
Wei Ziki, she looked at Wei Li angrily. Even so, she was a little doubtful that Zhu Xiaobao could really withstand Wei Li's divine power. But what Wei Ziki didn't expect was that it would be very difficult to find Zhu Xiaobao now. This guy was not in the away game. He had been missing for several days. Moreover, this guy was not short of money. He had already paid enough for the room every day. This made Wei Ziki a little restless. In the end, Wei Ziki had no choice but to use a stupid method and wait around the inn. And it was still far away. Most people would never think that she was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to show up. Sure enough, another day passed, and Wei Ziki and Wei Li still waited patiently under a big tree far away. Although Wei Li didn't notice it at this time, Wei Ziki vaguely felt the golden border of the divine bee, and then said slowly,
"I know your existence. This is a gift I give to you gentlemen. Take the letter of war back with you. I don't think he will refuse."
As the faint golden edge disappeared, It didn't take long for Zhu Xiaobao to see the mini letter of war.
What? Wei Li wants to compete with me. If you don't let me use elixirs, puppets, and spirit bees, that's a bit bullying.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed as soon as he saw it.
Oh? It's all about strength and cultivation? This is indeed a bit too much. Then let's just refuse it.
Wei Zifeng's scalp was numb at the sight. With Wei Li's height and strength, he had an absolute advantage. Advantages.
But this condition is indeed very tempting. No matter whether you win or lose. It is a one-way deal about the 5th level elixir for body refining.
Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't resist the temptation, and said with salivation,
No. If you really fight like this, you will be beaten to death by that Wei Li.
But why don't Wei Zifeng think so? They have seen Wei Li's giant power before. They have definitely seen it before the most powerful forces collided. And the momentum was too fierce.
Humph. I'm worried. This gauntlet doesn't say that you can't use the power of attributes. The power of the 5 elements attributes is your own ability.
Not an additional means.
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and said,
How about I help you fight? He will definitely not be able to catch up with my speed. In the end, it will be a tie at worst.
Wei Zifeng said eagerly.
No. It's better for me to do it myself. This kind of opponent is too rare. And besides, I'm not weak at all. Wei Li is still very upright. In comparison, it's just a competition of martial arts.
Zhu Xiaobao still shook his head. He shook his head. He had a good impression of Wei Li. Therefore, facing Wei Li's challenge, I feel relatively reassured. In fact, this letter of challenge has exposed many problems. And the other party seems to have a quite detailed understanding of him, which gives Zhu Xiaobao some ideas. Since they already know so much and still adopt this method, it means that the other party is more concerned about whether he will compete in the competition, and the result of the competition is not important. This mischief also has another purpose. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao still went to the appointment on time. As expected, there was no one here, and the surrounding area was blocked by the guards of the Wei family, ensuring that no one would be disturbed. Wei Li was already holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, waiting majestically for Zhu Xiaobao's arrival.
Ha ha. Brother Wei Li, we're waiting. Shall we start now?
Zhu Xiaobao was only wearing soft armor and holding a pair of tiger claws. It was obvious that he wanted to use close combat and flexible steps and power to deal with the situation. Please, Wei Li said one word concisely, and then stretched out his hand, meaning to let Zhu Xiaobao make the first move.
Then you're welcome. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. Chop. Chop.
Unexpectedly, once Zhu Xiaobao started to use his hands, he would unleash a burst of crazy output, and in conjunction with his weird footwork, he stunned Wei Li, caught off guard and in a panic.
Clang.
In the end, Wei Li had no choice but to throw away the too bulky Fang Tian painted halberd in his hand and replace it with a pair of short halberds. Only then could he barely cope with Xiaobao's stormy offensive. Chapter 1635 Stupid Method B. Wei Zifeng and Wei Ziki, who were watching the fight on the side, were stunned. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be so active and vigorous once they started fighting. And he didn't lose at all. Although his fighting style was a bit rogue. His speed and footwork, I have to admit that Zhu Xiaobao is quite powerful. Wei Zifeng had an inexplicable fondness for the Wei family. So as soon as he arrived here, he immediately discovered Wei Ziki through her divine eyes. The two of them had a tacit understanding, standing together quietly, cheering for their idols. But there is no hostility towards the other party either. After all, Wei Li is the #1 master of the Wei family today. Gradually, he has begun to adapt to Zhu Xiaobao's fighting style, and he has also begun to play to his advantages, consciously using his short halberd to fight Zhu Xiaobao head-on. Contact. These real contacts made Zhu Xiaobao's arms numb from the shock. The disparity in strength was still quite large.
Okay. Have fun, Brother Wei Li. No matter you win or lose in this battle, I will treat you to a drink. But the prerequisite is that you have to go all out.
Zhu Xiaobao not only did not feel afraid, but became more and more excited and shouted loudly.
Both each other. I don't dare to show off. Be careful.
Wei Li also shouted boldly. Wei Li really didn't dare to kidnap Zhu Xiaobao now. He didn't expect that this guy could have such speed and strength, which was far beyond his expectation. It seems that those greedy and lewd behaviors are all illusions. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, Zhu Xiaobao gradually became passive. First, his arms began to go numb, and he was no longer willing to confront Wei Li head-on. However, Wei Li gradually adapted to his speed. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and instantly launched 4 clones, which were sharper than those stormy attacks. Wei Li showed no fear, roared, and just charged in one direction, abandoning the other 2 clones. Regardless of whether it is true or not, he is exchanging injuries for injuries. This is a very effective way to resolve the one shadow clone, and the strong armor on his body helped him resolve many attacks. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao used another skill again and couldn't move. Suddenly, Wei Li felt that his feet were suddenly sluggish, as if he had stepped into mud. This shocked Wei Li. He did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao's attribute power was far stronger than his other skills. But Wei Li still had his own countermeasures. Standing on the same spot, he put on the long Fontian painted halberd and swung it. No one within 3 feet could get close to him, even if he was attacked by Zhu Xiaobao. Trapped in the middle, Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to rush in. Although the weight Wei Li endured continued to increase as the gravity technique continued to increase, he was still able to bear it with his peerless divine power. But Zhu Xiaobao has already raised the gravity technique to the limit.
Oh, let's call it a tie. How about it?
Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dull. This was because he had used
unable to move
and gravity technique again and again but failed. Of course, he still has one secret technique that he has not used yet, and that is golden years. This secret method is too damaging and will take away people's young life. It is not about deep-seated hatred. Zhu Xiaobao is not willing to use it.
Yeah. Lucky. If brothers continue to add weight, I won't be able to bear it.
Wei Li immediately nodded in agreement and kept handing over his hands. This time he knew that I'm afraid Xiaobao is really capable of killing people beyond his level. Zhu Xiaobao also stopped all his exercises. When he stopped, everyone could see clearly. Zhu Xiaobao was also soaked and panting. He had also reached the end of his strength. But despite the huge height difference between the two, they still laughed face to face. This battle was indeed very worthwhile, and it would have a profound impact on future battles. It turns out that 2 people can still fight like this. The next scene was a bit unexpected. Wei Li suddenly said shyly to Miss Qi,
"Can you lend me some money? I want to treat you guys to a drink."
He is an honest man, and he practices martial arts every day. All the money was paid for by servants, so there was no money around at all. I am very happy today, and for the first time, I want to invite someone to drink. That's why such an embarrassing scene happened.
Yeah, I kept all your money for you. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. The wine there is very famous. Don't worry. We sisters will never disturb you for drinking,"
Wei Ziqi said with a bit of blush. This Wei Li really didn't understand the ways of the world, and made herself very embarrassed. Fortunately, she immediately picked up the conversation quickly and tactfully. But in this way, it somewhat acknowledges the close relationship between Wei Ziqi and Wei Li. This made Wei Li very happy. A silly smile line. Sure enough, you have to be a local aboriginal to know the best hotel. Wei Ziqi led Zhu Xiaobao and others to a small hotel with only 2 floors. But it was full of guests. If Wei Ziqi hadn't made a reservation long ago, there would have been no place to sit. Even now, he could only sit in the second private room on the 2nd floor, because the best private room has been reserved in advance. Although it was a bit regretful, Wei Ziqi didn't care. She might as well drive away the guests next door. She wasn't so overbearing. It's not necessary. As long as the wine and food are good, that's fine. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care even more. And he was really happy today. Being able to drink with a straightforward man like Wei Li was a great pleasure in his life. Although the dishes can only be regarded as average, the wine here surprised Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out to be the top quality roasted knife shipped all the way from Zuanbao Island, and it was still 10 years old. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little bit dumbfounded. Although this is the highlight of this hotel, in Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, it is only half of it. He was so happy today that he took out several jars of 50-year-old wine from his storage bag and patted the mud on the jar. The aroma of wine immediately overflowed, far surpassing the treasure of this hotel. As this strong fragrance drifted to the next door, the young man who was having a party next door stopped doing it. This smells like good wine. Far more than the 10-year-old wine on their table. Snapped. The young man suddenly slapped the table and got angry.
"Boss, why is the wine next door better than ours? Do you really not want to hang out in Annan? How dare you favor one over the other? Ouch! Master Chiu, how can you dare to favor one against another?
The wine the guests next door drank was brought by themselves.
Not even in our store. This kind of wine cannot be brewed without it for decades. It came out.
The store owner hurriedly ran in and explained.
Humph. I want to see. Who is this young master? Who dares to show his strength in front of me?
Mr. Chiu immediately became a little angry and hummed. He got up and walked to the next door without knocking. Broke in. But as soon as he saw Wei Ziki, he immediately changed his smile.
Ha 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 ha. Who do I think she is? Ziki's sister? No wonder she can afford such good wine. I just don't know it this time. How can you still drink so calmly? Oh, Mr. Chiu? Why can't I drink it? Not only can we drink it, but we also have a lot of fun. Just please don't disturb our enjoyment.
Wei Ziki just glanced at Mr. Chiu lightly, and then raised his hand, take a drink and drink it all. Even though she is a female cultivator, Wei Ziki is also quite generous and has a good drinking capacity.
Hee hee. In 10 days, it will be the deadline for the Wei and Chiu families to compete in elixir refining. TSK. TSK. I really don't want to see your Wei family just move out of Annan. Right? In fact, there is a way to get the best of both worlds. As long as the marriage between our two families is the most perfect result. Sister Ziki, think about it again? As long as you are willing to nod, I will give you the position of the principal wife immediately. I will never break my promise.
This Mr. Chiu is very. He shook his head regretfully and said intoxicatedly,
I wonder if your first wife will give you 2 big-eared melon seeds after hearing this.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and asked,
Insolent. Who are you? How have I seen you before? Are you a casual cultivator from outside? Have you registered?
Mr. Chiu immediately yelled angrily.
Hee hee. I just made a special trip to deliver good wine to the Wei family. It is said that in this competition, the Wei family has a high chance of winning. So I ordered so many jars of good wine in advance. TSK. It's really good wine. It's all 5-10 years of aging. A rare product that cannot be bought on the market. Mr. Chiu, meeting his fate. Do you want to try it?
Zhu Xiaobao had a profiteer's smile again. But this time he was wearing a profiteer's mask. I didn't expect it was the perfect time to use it.
What? They have a great chance of winning, I said. Can you do business? Where is the source of the information? Is this a life-threatening situation? Our Chiu family invited, Elixir Island, Immortal Art Hall. A direct disciple of Immortal Cien. Hurry up and resell all the good wine you have left to me. I will take as much as you have.
When Master Chiu heard this, he almost stared in surprise. Come out and correct yourself angrily. He really felt pity that Zhu Xiaobao's information was so inaccurate.
No way. I heard that the Wei family invited the island owner of the
Immortal Pill Island
and the close disciple of Tianjizi, Xianjuzi. Please inquire carefully and make sure you don't get it wrong.
Zhu Xiaobao's expression was even more exaggerated, as if he was looking at an idiot. He shook his head and sighed.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Jichuan, an outer disciple of the
Immortal Pill Island,
although he has studied in the
Immortal Pill Island
for nearly 200 years and can be regarded as a senior alchemist. His qualifications are limited, and he has long been Elixir Island.
Has been kicked out. This is the alchemist you invited. Ha ha ha. How about it? Am I wrong? Oh, is that so? I still don't believe it. You've all confused me. How about this? I'll wait until the competition is over before I decide who to sell this wine to. Right. Humph. This is the best. Just think of it as a celebration drink for our Chiu family.
Chapter 1636. The plan succeeds. Seeing Mr. Chiu leaving triumphantly, Wei Li couldn't help but stood up angrily and wanted to explode. But he was stopped by Wei Ziki on the side.
Damn it! I didn't expect that the Chiu family knew everything about the situation of my Wei family. There must be a spy here.
A strong man like Wei Li had already sensed something was wrong and said angrily.
Oh, yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been chased all the way as soon as we left Bain Town. If we hadn't met Mr. Xiaobao, we would have been in real danger.
But Wei Ziki didn't seem to mind. He was particularly angry, but stared at Zhu Xiaobao and said with a smile,
Humph! Yes, your intelligence work is not bad. I'm afraid you made conscious arrangements to come here to eat.
Right? Now your plan has succeeded?
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a half smile. If you still can't see it at this time, then Zhu Xiaobao will have been living in vain for so many years.
What's the plan? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Miss?
Only Wei Li and Wei Zifeng looked at the incomprehensible conversation between the two in confusion.
I have met the immortal master Xian Zhuzi. Thank you for your help. Senior.
Unexpectedly, Wei Ziqi's actions would be even more exaggerated. He actually stood up and bowed deeply to Zhu Xiaobao. Wei Li was so shocked that he quickly stood up and looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little at a loss.
Yeah. It's amazing. It seems that the Chiu family's defeat this time was not unjust. But I'm afraid they didn't expect to lose at the hands of a little girl like you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded inside, admitting himself. Identity.
He is actually the legendary closed disciple of the Immortal Pill Island?
Brothers? Wei Li was also stunned this time, and couldn't help but kneel to the ground behind Wei Ziqi. This price is not reduced at all. If you can invite the closed disciple of Tianjizi, the island owner of
Immortal Pill Island,
this courtesy is definitely required.
Hey, Brother Wei. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a name. You and I don't have to be so polite. Otherwise, we won't be able to drink this wine.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly helped Wei Li up. At the same time, he nodded to Wei Ziqi and asked her to sit down again. Then the warm atmosphere was restored again. But this time Wei Ziqi's mood suddenly became clear. After returning to the Wei Manor, a carriage drove directly into the independent courtyard at the edge. Zhu Xiaobao entered the room prepared for him without hesitation and immediately invited Master Li over. Master Li Xian, who was still a little worried, frowned and pushed the door open with some confusion. It was agreed that this independent courtyard would be reserved for him alone. But unexpectedly, two more people suddenly moved in. This made him feel a little unhappy. Senior alchemists are very proud people. Even if he doesn't have much chance of winning, he won't humiliate himself like this. Right. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw another senior alchemist sitting in front of the alchemy furnace. But the alchemist's clothes he wore immediately stunned Li Jichuan. Then he knelt down and worshipped. This kind of dark purple alchemy uniform can only be worn by the 4 major hall masters. It represents the identity of Tianjizi's disciple.
On the Immortal Pill Island,
he is the top existence besides Tianjizi, the master of the island.
I've met my uncle. Which division are you from? Are you the Xianjuzi uncle?
Li Jichuan asked, stammering. And then suddenly the legendary person flashed in his mind.
Yeah. No need to be polite. Just sit down. Are you sure about the competition in 10 days?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't have much airs. He made a gesture casually, and then asked,
No. I heard that the other party is a disciple of Master Xian of the Xiani Hall. He is much higher than the disciple. The disciple just wants to do his best.
Li Jichuan is very honest, neither exaggerating nor showing weakness. After all, alchemists are very proud beings.
Well, very good. Leave this competition to me. You can learn on the side, and it will be a rare opportunity for you.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and Li Jichuan's performance was still somewhat graceful, neither retreating nor escaping, but wanting to do his best. Even if I lose, I still have a clear conscience.
Yes. Thank you. Uncle, you haven't asked the other party who is here yet? Aren't you worried?
Li Jichuan asked curiously. The legend of this uncle on the
Immortal Pill Island
was too short. He only competed with Qing Lingzi and then disappeared. Therefore, he is more mysterious and legendary than any other inner hall master.
Ha. If I'm right, the person who came here should be named Bai Xiuan.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled calmly.
Ah? Is it Master Bai? No wonder I haven't seen Master Bai again 40 years ago. It turns out that he left the
Immortal Pill Island
long ago.
Li Jichuan suddenly shouted. 40 years ago, he was still at the outer gate, strive to pass the assessment and earn the status of a senior alchemist. When Li Jichuan came out of Zhu Xiaobao's room, not only did he not feel unhappy at all, he also looked happy, because Zhu Xiaobao gave him an 8th level pill furnace, which was a timely help for him. He is still using a 7th level alchemy furnace,
but he has never been able to find a suitable one, either because the price is too high or the quality does not meet his requirements. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao turned out to be an 8th level alchemy furnace with excellent quality. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more satisfied is that although Zhu Xiaobao moved into the Wei family, the Wei family did not show off at all and did not celebrate grandly. They only tried their best to meet all Zhu Xiaobao's requirements and nothing else. Any interruption. Wei Ziqi did this very smartly. What was placed in front of Zhu Xiaobao was a recipe for a 5th level elixir, which was also the key to the dispute between Wei and Qiu. At first, the two families were family friends, and neither of them was very powerful. Later, they accidentally excavated an ancient tomb and obtained a set of exercises and this elixir recipe. And then the two families began to become prosperous. Gradually, they had their own territory, and finally developed into Nanan Town and Bayan Town. In fact, it was originally the best way for each of the two families to occupy a town. But as the two families grew, one town could not accommodate a large family. So they both wanted to monopolize the two towns and drive each other away. Of course, there is another reason, and that is to monopolize this one side. Although it has not been successfully refined for so many years, this year is undoubtedly the most promising year. So the Chiu family is determined to drive away the Wei family. The reason why the two families wanted to compete in elixir refining was because the copies they copied were not exactly the same. And both sides were accusing the other of hiding something, because the recipe was originally divided into upper and lower parts. And the copy from the other party was already a little out of shape. It seems that the feud between the two parties only started after the discovery of the ancient tomb.
Alas! It seems that we can only share joys and sorrows, but we cannot share wealth. This has been the case since ancient times. This elixir recipe must have been tampered with in several places, and the weight of several medicinal ingredients is wrong. I guess the Chiu family has it. The same goes for both sides.
Zhu Xiaobao has been studying it for 3 days, but he always feels that something is wrong, and he can't help but sigh. But this elixir recipe is too important to Zhu Xiaobao. It is a 5th level elixir recipe, which is the same level of elixir recipe as the attribute elixir given to him by Yu Jie. The pill made from this recipe is called Restraint Pill. It is an elixir specifically designed to increase the strength and thickness of internal energy, the Jing, among the legendary spirits. In fact, it is only internal strength. That is, Dantian provides the whole body, and cooperates with Qi. That is, physical fitness and strength, to achieve perfect results. At the same time, it can also provide important stability and explosive power for the
spiritual consciousness attack.
Jing, Qi, and Shen are indispensable. Therefore, this elixir is quite tempting to Zhu Xiaobao.
How's it going, Master Xiaobao? Can this elixir be produced? Even if it's a little biased, that's fine, as long as it can become an elixir.
At this time, Wei Ziki walked in quietly and asked in a low voice.
Well, as you said, this half of the single recipe has indeed been changed a lot. Even if it is refined, no one will try to take it. Over the years, have you two refined it? Even if it isn't it okay if the effect is not good?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed.
The Chiu family refined one 500 years ago. But after taking it, my abdomen swelled like a drum, and within a few days it exploded due to its own internal power and died. There is no cure at all.
Wei Ziki also, he said rather disappointedly.
Oh, then why is the Chiu family's attitude so resolute this time? Could it be that they have improved again? Did they successfully refine it?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask vigilantly.
It's very possible that our two families have spared no effort in trying to improve this elixir recipe over the years, spending countless medicinal materials and materials. It's just that our Wei family has never succeeded.
Wei Ziki was also very worried. Said,
well, it seems that we can only place hope on my magic bee to see if it can bring back some unexpected surprises.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao had released the Vulcan bee a long time ago, but it has not flown back yet. If it were not for the normal blood induction, Zhu Xiaobao would have suspected that this Vulcan bee had disappeared again. Woolen cloth. It turns out that since the other party's alchemist came to the Chiu family, he has been studying in seclusion, completely sealing himself in the alchemist. This leaves the Vulcan bee with nothing to do. No matter how magical it is, it can't penetrate through walls.
Yeah. If you work hard again, it will be the day of the competition soon. I guess it's time for him to come out and adjust his condition. Even if you can't see both sides of him, you can take a closer look at his refining remains on the ground. The waste materials and medicinal materials are all divided into 2 parts. One part is exactly the same, and the other part is constantly being improved and tried.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had an idea and said to the Vulcan bee, with a flash of lightning in his consciousness. This Vulcan bee disappeared without a trace again. Chapter 1637 Super Great Return Pill A. In order to study this elixir, Zhu Xiaobao spent all his energy, more strenuously than ever before. Fortunately, He has the time stone, a treasure that doubles time. So he has plenty of time. During the research process, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that among the medicinal materials provided by the Qiu family, there were many medicinal materials used to refine the Dehuan Dan and Shaohuan Dan, and the grades were quite high. The Dehuan Dan is a commonly used elixir that nourishes the dantian and increases internal strength, while the Shaohuan Dan is used to treat internal injuries and injuries to the dantian. It seems that there is no problem at all with these medicinal materials being included. But Zhu Xiaobao thought of a question. Who would take this introverted pill when the dantian is injured? They must be fully prepared to take it in the best condition. After all, it is a level 5 elixir.
Are you saying that the main ingredients of these Zaya Wanden were added by the Qiu family and should not have been there in the first place? Yes. I didn't expect that. I was just thinking about which medicinal ingredients were missing. But I didn't expect that there were some more. Medicinal materials?
Faced with Zhu Xiaobao's doubts, Wei Ziki also suddenly realized that this was indeed an unexpected question. It seems reasonable, but it is actually the most unreasonable.
So, I got rid of these unnecessary materials for refining the small return pill. Even if I can't refine the
restraint pill,
by then, I will at least be able to refine a super great return pill that enhances internal strength. As long as no one can come up with a
great return pill
like me, then we will be invincible.
Zhu Xiaobao also said helplessly. What he is most worried about now is that there is a spy in the Wei family. If the other party has obtained the complete list of materials, then no matter how capable he is, he will only be defeated. For a senior alchemist, failure is a huge blow. As the time drew closer, the atmosphere in Nanan town began to become tense, and both sides were fully prepared. Once there is no winner or loser in alchemy, it is very likely that a war will begin, and it is very likely that one party refuses to admit failure. So it is also very likely that they will take action directly. Now many people from their respective tribes have come from Ban town. This is a very uncertain contest. All the large and small families in Nanan town, and those small mortal families are also fully prepared. Once the war breaks out, those who should hide, those who should help, and those who should escape will have already started to set off. The competition took place in another relatively large family, the Sheng family. The family was not big, but it had some background. The patriarch of the Sheng family was equivalent to Qi Jing's disciples and grandchildren. The governance method of the Eastern Territory is very unique. There is no national machine that takes charge of the immortal territory. Instead, each family, large or small, is allowed to develop independently. As for the various families competing for territory, the immortal lords of the Eastern region did not interfere. As long as each family paid their taxes in full, they would no longer interfere. The reason is that Qi Sheng, the eldest disciple of Penglai Immortal Lord, is a loner and does not have his own family. Therefore, the method he adopted was to recruit disciples widely, start teaching classes, and select some families from among them to place them in various towns and other areas. Thus, the goal of controlling the eastern region was achieved. Of course, those super large families that have developed and expanded too much will be appropriately suppressed and will not be allowed to expand endlessly. The head of the Sheng family is one of Qi Jing's disciples. The management at the higher level is Qi Jing's so-called direct disciples, each divided into an area. This level-by-level management model allows Qi Sheng to easily get rid of complicated government affairs. However, such a loose management method also caused a lot of fights between various families in the eastern region. Or some vicious bandit gangs also had the opportunity to compete for control of the town. So the living environment of the entire eastern region was very sinister. But because of this, the number of people in the eastern region has not decreased, but has remained the same all year round. What is even more exaggerated is that the proportion of families living in the eastern region who can break through the body refining realm and advance to the cultivation realm is more than twice as high as other immortal realms. This also shows from the side that this loose management method has a certain positive effect in forcing people to practice harder. Moreover, it can also attract a large number of casual cultivators to go to the eastern region to work hard. Many people want to grab a piece of their own territory in the eastern region, especially for some old bachelors and casual cultivators. Once they seize a family's territory, all the wife's property will be allocated to them, somewhat similar to the characteristics of lions in the animal world today. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. Zhu Xiaobao drove directly to the Sheng family in a luxurious carriage with extraordinary momentum. The Chiu family did not show any weakness. The same luxury carriage arrived at the gate of Xingjia at the same time as Zhu Xiaobao's carriage. Before the competition even started, the steward of the Sheng family was already in a dilemma. Who should be let in first? The two families arrived almost at the same time. Good guy. The person in charge was not unambiguous. He simply demolished the gate and allowed the two carriages to go forward at the same time. No one would be offended. First, it was absolutely fair. The two carriages were walking very awkwardly along the way. If they were to go side by side, they would be constantly scratching the trees and flowers next to them. There was no other way. So both parties had no choice but to endure it. In order to show fairness, an alchemy platform was built early in the open space. It was large enough for two alchemists to make alchemy side by side, without any obstructions around them. On the contrary, the two alchemists were not only far apart, but also separated by a partition, so that they would not be affected by each other, and prevent the other from seeing their alchemy process. The alchemy process of the two people can be clearly seen by the people around them. It is impossible to cheat. The moment he came out of the carriage, Zhu Xiaobao glanced to the side. Sure enough, he was wearing the alchemy clothes of the Immortal Art Hall of Immortal Pill Island, with red letters on a black background and gold embroidery. He looked very impressive at first glance. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, is wearing Li Jichuan's alchemy clothes, with a blue background and white characters embroidered with silver borders. This is the difference between the clothing of the disciples in the outer hall and the inner hall. With just one glance, Zhu Xiaobao recognized the other person. Who else is in trouble if it's not Bai Shouwen? Unexpectedly, this guy has also reached the peak of fake fairyland. Although Bai Shouwen also transformed his appearance, so that people could not clearly see his true face. In Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, his tricks were not enough. So you can see clearly through your spiritual consciousness at a glance. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaobao honestly put on a mask, which made it difficult for people to see his cultivation level. But everyone could feel that he should also be in the fake fairyland cultivation level. And judging from the slow and steady pace, he should be a more cautious and low-key person. As for alchemists wearing masks, this is absolutely allowed. It is also a way of self-protection in case of failure or success in offending someone. It can also be used to protect yourself to the greatest extent. You must know that these high-level alchemists, their actual combat abilities are very weak.
Bold! Don't you know how to salute when you see the disciples in the inner hall?
Bai Shouwen started to attack Zhu Xiaobao as soon as he came up.
Ha ha! I'm sorry. Which class are you from? Senior brother? I have been on the
Immortal Pill Island
all these years, and I have never seen you,
Zhu Xiaobao said without saying a word.
Yeah. I'm from the
Xiani Hall.
I've been out practicing in the past few years, so maybe you haven't seen me,
Bai Shouwen suddenly said with some hesitation, because he was not going out to practice. But he betrayed the sect and stole several single rooms. Now he is the one who is announced to be arrested by Elixir Island.
Oh, so it's Senior Brother Song? I've admired him for a long time,
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized and said, holding his hands together, because another very famous disciple of CI and his Senior Brother Song.
Yeah, it's easy to talk.
This time, Bai Wenxiu was a little embarrassed, so he could only vaguely agree. If he had known that he was in such an embarrassing situation, he wouldn't have put on a cold face to be more imposing. This time, it was good. Judging from the scene where the two met, Zhu Xiaobao was more casual and open-minded, while Bai Shouwen was a little pessimistic and walked eagerly towards the side of the alchemy platform. I saw that the people of the Chiu family around me were all frowning a little. This was not like the demeanor of a direct disciple. There was no outer disciple who came here calmly and unhurriedly. At this time, the head of the Sheng family was also reading out the rules of the competition loudly. These were almost the same content, just a formality. But then the heavyweights present were more impressive. Many of them were Anan. There are actually hundreds of elders and heads of the major families in Jinhe. And some are even heads of families who came from Bain Town. But what is surprising is that the last two people turned out to be two so-called direct disciples of Qizheng. Although their cultivation levels are not very high, they are only the first stage of
Middle Immortal Realm.
But they represent the above I mean. This time I don't want any major conflict or fight between the two parties. Both families sent people to check to see if there was any cheating and whether the alchemy process would be disturbed. Then, they carefully checked the list of materials in their hands. In fact, the two people had all a complete fake list. It's really the same. After this procedure was completed,
the patriarch of Xingjia announced that the written examination had begun, and all the important people took their seats. At the beginning, it was relatively harmonious and lively. After all, the alchemy process this time will last at least 20 days. This has just happened. In the beginning, there was actually nothing worth watching. At the beginning, it was all about sorting and categorizing medicinal materials, which can be done with some basic skills. This is when Zhu Xiaobao is most nervous. The Vulcan bee is secretly peeping from Bai Xiuwen. But there is a fatal flaw. If a few ingredients are missing, it will be easy. Observed. But now we need to come up with several unused materials, which makes it difficult to see clearly. Bai Xiuwen was also very cautious. Every time he grabbed the medicinal materials, he did not put them all into the alchemy furnace. Instead, he scattered half of them and suddenly left half, making people confused about him and the specific dosage.
Hack! This guy is really hateful.
Chapter 1638 Super Great Return Pill B. From sorting to sorting, Zhu Xiaobao was almost an hour behind Bai Xiuwen. Ever since the Vulcan bee came back from exploring the Qiu family's alchemy room, it has been peeping back and forth several times now. Zhu Xiaobao eliminated another medicinal ingredient and added 2 more medicinal ingredients and the same ingredient. This was the safest list in his hand now. Next, there is nothing to learn from. It all depends on your own control of materials and temperature control. This is undoubtedly Zhu Xiaobao's biggest advantage. After much hesitation, Zhu Xiaobao sacrificed Qing Lingzi's
Phoenix Flame Cauldron.
After all, it is a 5th level elixir. He has already tried refining it in the Time Stone, which is a test of fire. Moreover, the refining of the restraint pill has extremely high temperature requirements, and the required temperature is extremely high. Zhu Xiaobao now doubts whether Bai Xiuwen can control such a high temperature.
De Huan Dan
is known as the golden elixir among golden elixirs. This is because the refining process has extremely high temperature requirements. Therefore, the
De Huan Dan
sold in elixir shops rarely exceeds the 5 lines. It is because the more alchemy patterns there are, the higher the corresponding temperature requirements will be. And ordinary alchemists cannot meet such requirements. The refining of the restraint pill is also similar to the
Great Return Pill,
so the requirements for the furnace temperature are quite high. This undoubtedly gave Zhu Xiaobao some advantages. Not only could he use the fire attribute to bless and control temperature, but he could also use the Jiying pill to assist in alchemy. However, the information peeped by the Vulcan bee made Zhu Xiaobao very depressed. Bai Xiuwen actually also has the Jiying pill? Could it be the ones I sold before? Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. As the medicinal materials continued to dissolve, the people around him gradually became more and more enthusiastic, and they were all talking about it. Everyone did not expect that the 2 alchemists actually had Jiying pill. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy furnace seems to be more refined than Bai Xiuwen's. Is this very surprising? As time passed, Zhu Xiaobao was the first to explode. This was expected by everyone. Even Bai Xiuwen next door heard it and couldn't help but feel proud. After all, my furnace of materials is very stable and completely under my control. He seemed dejected, but in fact Zhu Xiaobao did this intentionally. He took this opportunity to carefully analyze the medicinal materials in Bai Xiuwen's alchemy furnace through the smell. So he did not hesitate to waste his own medicinal materials. Sure enough, from the smell of the medicinal solution wafting from next door, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing some medicinal ingredients. If he hadn't promptly turned off the furnace, he would have been overwhelmed by the smell of the medicinal ingredients in his alchemy furnace. Then, the actual refining of the elixir began. Once the quantity and proportion of the medicinal materials are determined, there is nothing left to opportunistically. It can only depend on their respective performance. Only now did Zhu Xiaobao really start to refine this restraint pill. Gradually, the eyes of everyone began to become warm and solemn. Unexpectedly, the alchemy technique of this blue-clothed alchemist seemed to be more skillful and smoother. Although the furnace exploded once, the latecomer came on top. His alchemy speed was increasing, and the temperature in the furnace was also constantly increasing. It vaguely seems to have exceeded the temperature of Mr. Bai next door. How is this going? Could it be that the temperature is so different? Now it is obvious that the temperature transmitted from Zhu Xiaobao's side is obviously higher than that of Bai Xiuwen's side. Although Bai Xiuwen's appearance has been transformed, the sweat on his face is not affected by it. Control is constantly dripping down. As the whispers around him reached his ears, Bai Xiuwen was also anxious.
This was also the biggest problem he faced. Due to his limited cultivation, he has almost reached the upper limit of the furnace temperature he can control. Could it be that the junior fellow student next door could actually control a higher temperature than himself? This is impossible. Bai Xiaowen gritted his teeth and took out 2 more sunburn pills. This was all bought at a high price. And I don't care about so much now. Be sure to increase the furnace temperature again.
Huh? Is the temperature requirement so high? I can't even push it? Then if you want to refine this
restraint pill,
you must at least have the fire attribute cultivation level of
Middle Immortal Realm
to refine it into a pill. Right. Bai Xiaowen is of the fire attribute, but it is difficult to maintain this level of cultivation. Right.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao looked at the solution in the alchemy furnace with a little surprise. But there was still a small part that was not completely integrated. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao also took out 2 sunburning pills and threw them into the corresponding 2 fire eyes. At this time, although the temperature in the furnace increased again, it had already affected several other fire eyes. Temperature. There are only 2 ways now. One is to use spiritual consciousness to accurately control the temperature of each fire eye, so as to achieve the effect of dividing the pill furnace into several temperature zones. The other is to use another alchemy furnace to separate the relatively low temperature solution. Undoubtedly, the second method is more reliable. And Zhu Xiaobao is also very skilled in controlling it at the same time. He can control up to 4 alchemy furnaces at the same time. So Zhu Xiaobao adopted the second method without hesitation. He also used a 9th level alchemy furnace to separate part of the solution. Sure enough, it went much smoother this way, and it was much easier to control. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that as soon as the second level 9 alchemy furnace appeared, those watching around became uneasy. This move seemed to be even more grandiose than that of Mr. Bai. And at first, the big guy didn't recognize the alchemy furnace. But now someone has recognized it. It turned out to be the Feng Cauldron of the little witch Qinglingzi back then. It ranked 9th among the top 10 alchemy furnaces. Daozi's
Purple Xian Cauldron
is 1 level higher.
This person is an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Pill Island. Who of you believes it? I think this time the Chiu family has kicked the iron plate. Just looking at the performance of the 2 of them now, they have already made a judgment.
Many people who have experience in alchemy or are well informed have already seen that the trick is coming.
Shut up! All of you! Do you want to disturb the Immortal Master's elixir refining? Whoever wins and loses will have to wait until the elixir is completed. Right.
The always arrogant Mr. Chiu roared angrily at this time.
Hush! Please be patient. This Immortal Master of the Immortal Art Hall was invited by Mr. Chiu Ba. Yeah. I heard that I even got a concubine. I'm really willing to spend money. TSK. What's this? I heard that his wife's head was shaved off and sent to a nun's harem just to marry Wei Ziki. Hee. Isn't this just an idiot? I thought he was just a little arrogant at first. But now it seems like there is something wrong with his brain?
Boom. Chiu Ba / Gongzi's brain was about to explode when he heard these discussions. Only now did he realize that he had acted too eagerly and too openly. The development of things was completely different from what he imagined. Not bad. The people of the Sheng family, as the party upholding justice, severely warned those who deliberately made trouble, which was enough to give the Chiu family face. But this has already made Mrs. Chiu blush. And he is glaring fiercely at the grandson in front of him. Of course, with his cultivation in the
Middle Immortal Realm,
it can be seen that the level of the 2 alchemists on the stage is already quite clear. I'm afraid the Chiu family is going to be in serious trouble this time.
Changdan!
Unexpectedly, 2 hours later, Bai Xiaowen and Zhu Xiaobao shouted at the same time. The 2 of them burst into flames almost at the same time. Extinguished the alchemy furnace, put away the fire in the fire eyes, and then covered the alchemy furnace again. Then the alchemy furnace in front of him started to rotate rapidly. This was to dissipate the excess heat as quickly as possible, so that the newly formed elixir could cool down quickly, and no more elixir explosion would occur. This technique is exactly the same between the 2 of them. After all, they are both techniques learned from the
Immortal Pill Island.
However, Zhu Xiaobao added his own water attribute while rapidly dissipating heat. In this way, the temperature of his pill furnace was stable, rapid and even rapid descent. It is obvious that Zhu Xiaobao has one more attribute power than Bai Xiaowen.
It's done!
Bai Xiaowen couldn't wait to open the alchemy furnace again, holding a pill from inside and shouting ecstatically. I saw a jade white elixir still spinning rapidly. And there were 2 dazzling golden fire-colored lines on the bottom of this elixir. Could it be 2 pill lines? Everyone suddenly looked at Bai Xiaowen and became speechless. Could it be that their judgment just now was really wrong, and that this one was the real master of alchemy? And Zhu Xiaobao's fancy operations are actually eye-catching?
Not enough!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao also shouted in a low voice at this time, and shook his head solemnly, holding his hands empty, and layers of water mist continued to follow the high-speed rotation of the elixir in his palms, evaporating. It looks like this elixir is still sweating, with no intention of stopping at all. Finally, the elixir in Zhu Xiaobao's hand began to slowly slow down, and Zhu Xiaobao also breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did he dare to say that it was definitely elixir.
Ha ha! You lost. Not only did my
restraint pill
become a pill, it also produced 2 pill patterns.
Bai Xiaowen held his head high and smiled condescendingly.
Brother, see clearly. That's not the elixir pattern. It's the fire essence formed by the accumulation of too much heat in the elixir. You are holding it up with both hands, so you can't feel it.
Zhu Xiaobao said goodbye, not to mention 9 marks pills are commonplace, so you can understand them at a glance. He couldn't help but shook his head and corrected himself.
You're talking nonsense. Are you the disciple of that bastard elder from the outer hall? How did you teach such a fool like you?
Bai Xiaowen immediately shouted angrily.
Oh, don't go around saying that you are a disciple of Senior Brother Xian of the Immortal Art Hall. I'm afraid that Senior Brother Xian will be mad at you.
Zhu Xiaobao also shook his head and sighed.
You are presumptuous.
Bai Xiaowen was immediately furious. But at this moment, the elixir in Bai Xiaowen's palm suddenly flashed with fire and began to explode from the bottom. Fortunately, the upper half of the elixir didn't completely explode. Chapter 1639. Super Great Returning Pill. C. Bai Xiaowen, who was still full of arrogance, suddenly stood there blankly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was really impressed by what he said. The 2 lines just now were not pill lines at all, but the excess heat recollected. Integrated essence fire.
Impossible! Impossible! It must be you. Isn't it?
Bai Xiaowen shouted angrily.
Ha ha! Idiot! I was doing the same thing as you just now. Do you think I have that spare time?
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Bai Xiaowen, and then snorted disdainfully. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaowen had made so little progress in alchemy over the years. Almost no progress at all. This made Zhu Xiaobao instantly lose interest in continuing to fight with him.
Yeah. Now I announce that the result of this alchemy competition is that the Wei family wins.
At this time, the steward of the Sheng family had already cleared his throat and began to like the result of not competing.
Wait a minute. You may not know that the elixir prescriptions of the 2 families are incomplete. It is impossible to refine the real
restrained elixir,
so the result of this competition does not count.
Suddenly the Qiu family, the current head of the family, Qiu Daji, shouted angrily. At this time, Qiu Daji didn't care much anymore. He was just thinking about how to save the Qiu family. You know, once they leave Nanan town or Bayan town, the Qiu family will face disaster, even though there are hundreds of thousands of tribesmen and servants. As soon as this result is announced, the servants and servants below will be able to leave the Qiu family immediately. That is more than half of the people. Although he is still a slave, he can leave the Qiu family without restrictions. This is also a rule that has always been formed, because a defeated family will inevitably attract revenge and pursuit from its former enemies. This is why there is such a rule to protect these slaves and mortals. Moreover, it is said that this was the rule Qi Zheng personally set after he moved to the eastern region.
Ha ha! Even if the elixir recipe is incomplete, the 2 sides are still competing under the same conditions. This does not affect the result of this competition. What's more, before the competition, both of you are familiar with both sides' materials and elixir recipes. Approved, head of the Qiu family. If you say this now, I'm afraid it won't make sense. Right,
Xingjia's steward said with a straight face. As a party that upholds justice, the Sheng family has done a good job. Even the 2 true monarchs sitting in the middle nodded slightly, confirming Xingjia's stewardship.
But this is basically a great return pill. Apart from being bigger, do you think there are any other differences?
Qiu Daji was not determined to give up. He pointed at the pill in Zhu Xiaobao's hand and argued loudly. Debate? Zhu Xiaobao had just started the meeting and hadn't paid attention. At this time, the pill in his hand slowly stopped. Taking a closer look, he was shocked. He had never seen such a big pill before. It was as big as a duck egg. How big of a mouth would he have to swallow it in one go? But even though it is very big, what is amazing is that this elixir is crystal clear and jade-like, with spiritual energy exuding on the surface, and the flowing elixir pattern, with the jumping inscription, flashing brightly and darkly. Although it looks very much like the Great Return pill, an expert will know that this pill is definitely at the level of an elixir.
Hey! Hey! Master Chiu! You have to speak with your conscience. Have you ever seen such a big
return pill?
Have you ever seen a
big return pill
with 7 lines? Just swallow one. I'll choke you to death. If you lose, you lose. Admit defeat.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted in annoyance. After all, this can be regarded as a 7-line elixir. As for whether it is a
Great Return pill,
it's really hard to say. At least the medicinal properties of the
Great Return pill
are bound to be much stronger.
You are not Li Jichuan. Who are you?
At this time, Bai Xiuwen also came to his senses. He could possess such a rare 9th-level alchemy furnace. And there were 2 of them. How could this person be an ordinary disciple of the Outer Hall? By now, Bai Xiuwen has recognized it. Isn't this Qing Lingzi's
Phoenix Flame Cauldron?
He suddenly thought of Zhu Xiaobao, the person who had restrained him many times. I didn't notice it at first, but now the more I look at this figure, the more familiar it looks. Who else could it be if he's not Zhu Xiaobao? Who is shaking his head? But now no one takes Bai Xiuwen seriously. Now that he is lost, everyone's focus has shifted to the head of the Chiu family. Many small aristocratic families are already eager to try. After the Chiu family left, many shops and properties, as well as the servants, are the targets of competition for these families.
Huh? Head of the Chiu family. Do you want to regret it?
At this time, the 2 true lords also snorted a little dissatisfied. This undoubtedly gave Chiu Daji a heavy blow in his heart. Even the true lord spoke, which means that the Chiu Daji the family has completely lost. Now there is no chance of even trying to cheat and start a war, because no one expected that this inconspicuous competition would actually attract 2 true kings. Chiu Daji couldn't help but glare at Wei Ziki fiercely. Wei Ziki was the only one in the Wei family who could come up with such a trick to drain the firepower.
I dare not. But please allow my Chiu family to prepare for 3 days.
Chiu Daji lowered his head unwillingly and made his last request pitifully.
No. Let's leave immediately. And those shops and houses must not be damaged in any way.
Who knows that the current head of the Wei family also knows the stakes, and will never give the Chiu family any chance to breathe. At this moment, a group of people ran in from outside, and the leader was actually Wei Li, with a human head hanging on his waist. He is actually the 2nd young master of the Chiu family, who is also from the
Middle Fairy Realm.
He is the most powerful person in the Chiu family, and the one who is most likely to inherit the position of the next head of the family. Sister Chiu, who is further up the ladder, has long since married into another family thousands of miles away.
Wei Li, how dare you take the first step and kill members of my Chiu family?
Chiu Daji suddenly became frightened and angry, roaring with grief and anger. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the Middle Wonderland has been completely released.
Humph. It's not that I want to kill him, but that he is self-righteous and wants to strike first. Our Wei family had no choice but to fight back in order to protect ourselves.
Wei Li was indifferent and snorted coldly.
What a trick! What a trick! Taking advantage of the time of refining alchemy here, Wei Li quietly rushed back to Bayan Town. No need to ask. Is this another trick of you, Wei Ziki?
Chiu Daji was immediately attracted by Wei Li's aura. After being pushed back, Chiu Daji basically had no chance of winning against the Wei family's strongest fighting force. Originally, the one with the best chance of winning was Mr. Chiu. But now Mr. Chiu's head is already hanging on his waist.
Don't dare! The little lady just took some precautions. I didn't expect that you Chiu family are really too impatient.
Wei Ziki said very calmly, with no expression on her face, as if she didn't plan it.
Come back with me!
Chiu Daji sighed, as if he had suddenly aged many years, and then walked back in despair. By now, he was completely passive, and the preparations he had done before had been completed. Things fell apart. Many people began to leave the Chiu family, and did not want to go back with them. Of course, these are all servants and slaves. They can get another chance of their own choice. Those large and small families, who had come to watch with great interest, were also rushing out at this time. This was the most critical moment to compete for interests. Slower steps would mean a shop or a hotel. The loss, even more small, is also the loss of farmland and servants. Within a few minutes, only a few guards and a few old men from the Sheng family were left in the originally crowded Sheng family. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't leave. His hand was holding Bai Xiuwen's hand, as if Bai Xiuwen couldn't break free. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao in horror, he now knows that not only has he been left behind several steps in alchemy, but there is also a huge gap in his cultivation.
Wait a minute! Who are you? Are you really a disciple of the
Immortal Pill Island? At this time, the two immortals opened their mouths to stop him. Even they began to doubt Zhu Xiaobao's identity.
Who?
With the sound of a breeze, Zhu Xiaobao put on the same alchemy clothes of several inner hall masters, which were even more exquisite and high-end than Bai Xiuwen's. Just with this outfit, you can walk sideways outside.
He? Two distinguished envoys. I want to clean up the house. Please do it for me.
Zhu Xiaobao did not want to explain more, but said very politely. He shot 2 sets of
Imu Dan
casually, and the 2 true kings immediately stopped asking questions. Why are you asking? The other party's outfit has already revealed his identity. Moreover, he was very polite and accepted a generous gift, which was a great recovery and gave them enough face. And from the profound eyes of Zhu Xiaobao, they also felt that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was actually higher than the two of them.
Well, please, brother, it's time for us to leave. Let's go to the street and take a look. Don't make it too chaotic.
The two of them glanced at each other, then calmly put away the pills, stood up, and headed towards Nanan town, flying through the streets and alleys. Zhu Xiaobao bowed his hands to the surrounding Sheng family members politely, and then calmly took Bai Xiuwen out of the Sheng family. Then he boarded his luxurious carriage. The difference was that Bai Xiuwen had no choice but to passively climb onto the carriage and kneel down in front of Zhu Xiaobao, facing a
middle fairy realm.
Bai Xiuwen's fighting ability is like a noodle. He can only be manipulated by others.
Young masters, what do you want? Haven't our Bai family suffered enough from you? I have been avoiding you my whole life, and you still refuse to let me go?
Bai Xiuwen asked tremblingly.
Alas, I really have no interest in dealing with you now. As long as you write out the true unilateral statement from the Qiu family, I will let you go.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Bai with disdain. Xiuwen actually has no interest in killing him anymore. Chapter 1640, Introverted Pill A. Although Zhu Xiaobao said it lightly, for Bai Xiuwen, he undoubtedly saw great hope. He didn't want to die yet. But in Zhu Xiaobao's hands, he was about to collapse. But he didn't expect that there would be a turn for the better. Bai Xiuwen was very excited and took out a pen and paper, and wrote out the Qiu family's list of materials in one go. It was eloquent and flawless. It must be said that the alchemist's memory is still very good. There are 9 differences between what Bai Xiuwen wrote and the list in Zhu Xiaobao's hand.
Well, have you finished writing? Are you sure it's gone?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it carefully, and then asked lazily.
Not a single word is left out. It's definitely what the Qiu family gave me. Every word.
Bai Xiuwen said swornly.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's go. Find a small family and be a worshipper. And stop bragging about being a disciple of the Immortal Art Hall. Let's spend the rest of our lives well.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then waved his hand and said,
You really let me go? Won't you kill me?
Bai Xiuwen was still in a dream. He couldn't believe that he could escape from his life.
Humph. Do you think you are still worthy of being my opponent? With your level of cultivation?
I am already bored. Go ahead.
Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently.
Thank you very much. Bai promises that he will never be an enemy of you from now on.
Bai Xiuwen quickly got up, bowed deeply, and then hurried away. Before leaving, this man was very considerate and changed into ordinary monk's clothes before quietly getting out of the carriage. At this time, the streets and alleys were already bustling with life, and there were constant voices of disputes. But there was not much shopping in the real sense. Everyone is somewhat self-aware and knows which assets they can get their hands on and which ones they dare not possess. It is absolutely necessary to fully estimate one's own strength. Therefore, the current Nanan town can be said to be chaotic but not chaotic, fighting but not killing.
Sir, how about I go and grab a house for you?
Wei Zifeng asked eagerly.
Robbing a house? Why do you want that thing? If I really wanted it, all I had to do was ask. And Wei Ziki would come to my door with dozens of houses?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned and couldn't help but said with a bit of laughter and tears.
That's different. What is sent may not be what we like. But what I grab must be what I like.
Wei Zifeng still insisted.
It's up to you. But remember, don't kill innocent people in vain. And don't do anything to mortals.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the chaos in the street. And after thinking about it, he asked Wei Zifeng to stop for a moment. Let's shock those big and small families who are a little bit crazy. When Wei Zifeng flew away happily, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized he was fooled. Wei Zifeng was definitely not going to rob some house, but was going to hunt down Bai Xiuwen. When had she ever been interested in extraneous things like house jewels? She could make do with just a bed. This is undoubtedly the busiest moment for the Wei family. They are excitedly collecting the assets left behind by the Chiu family, and at the same time maintaining the most basic order in Nan'an Town. After all, there are still some casual cultivators who are fishing in troubled waters, trying to take advantage, and even taking the opportunity to attack some small families. Usually when encountering such casual cultivators, they are quietly dealt with by the Wei family members who are keeping an eye on them secretly. Even so, he did not relax his surveillance on Zhu Xiaobao. As soon as he saw Wei Zi chasing a Nanjun out of nowhere, Wei Ziqi immediately got the news and couldn't help but nodded secretly.
He is a ruthless person. Not at all. Never let go.
At this time, Wei Li had already happily handed a simple elixir recipe into Wei Ziqi's hands. This was the real and original elixir recipe of the Chiu family. She started tracing the Chiu family as soon as they started to evacuate.
Well, I will prepare a correct unilateral agreement later and send it to you gentlemen.
Wei Ziqi lowered her head and thought for a while, and then made a decision that she thought was the right one.
Miss, are you really going to give this pill recipe to him?
Wei Li looked in awe of Zhu Xiaobao. But at the critical moment, he was of course standing on the Wei family's side.
You don't understand. This person can only be in a relationship with sincerity and must not play any tricks.
Wei Ziqi stared at the carriage in the distance that was still walking back leisurely. She had a hunch that if she offended Zhu Xiaobao, the consequences would be unbearable. As soon as they returned to the small courtyard of the Wei family, Wei Ziqi respectfully presented a brocade box, which was a complete one-way deal. At the same time, Wei Zifeng also rushed back in a hurry.
Thank you, Miss Qi. I'm afraid this is the real original recipe after the merger of the Wei family and the Chiu family.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao smiled faintly. The list here is actually better than the list of materials the Wei family gave him before. There are still some discrepancies. What was given to Zhu Xiaobao before was only a simplified version of the list.
Yes. In order to ensure the success rate of the elixir, the previous prescription has been somewhat simplified.
Wei Ziqi also said calmly.
Well, thank you very much. I will stay here for a few days to study this recipe. Don't let anyone disturb me.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Wei Ziqi. Suddenly I felt that this woman was very delicate, but not cute at all. She was full of scheming from beginning to end. But the Wei family really needs such a smart woman. That's the best. Our Wei family can't ask for it. And all the alchemy materials are at your disposal.
Wei Ziqi said sincerely, which undoubtedly once again expressed his sincerity. You must know that the value of the herbs and materials required for this restraint pill is definitely not lower than that of the attribute pill.
Very good. Go and do your work.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. Talking to smart people saves trouble. This time, the materials are even ready. After Wei Ziqi left with Wei Li, Zhu Xiaobao asked calmly,
You killed Bai Xiuwen? You are quite ruthless and will not let go at all. Well, I want to eliminate any hidden dangers. If this person becomes a demon in the future, not all of our sisters have such high cultivation. I'm afraid that the tragedy of Sherdun will happen again.
Wei Zifeng, he nodded and said,
Okay. What you said makes sense. You stay outside. I'm going to study this restraint pill carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't say any more. After all, Wei Zifeng was very thoughtful. Returning to the time stone. The little horses have plenty of time. After all, the ratio here is 1:25. You can now refine the restraint pill with confidence. After resting, Zhu Xiaobao really started to refine this restraint pill, which was not lower than the attribute pill. Unexpectedly, if you don't refine it, you won't know. Even if you give Bai Xiuwen the correct prescription, he won't be able to refine it, because the temperature requirements of the genuine restraint pill once again refreshed Zhu Xiaobao's understanding, and even he could not meet the requirements. In the end, in desperation, he summoned all the
5 element skeletons
and used the fire temperature of the fire skeletons to barely raise the temperature to the required height. Moreover, the refining time was far beyond Zhu Xiaobao's imagination. It took a full 36 days. It was not until the 36th day that Zhu Xiaobao refined the first restraint pill. But due to the limited level of the material, it only produced a faint pattern of the pill, which was not very impressive. But Zhu Xiaobao can accept it. After all, for a small family like the Wei family, it is not easy to gather some materials. Zhu Xiaobao prepared for 2 days before taking this restraint pill, but the effect is very surprising. But Zhu Xiaobao felt that there was still room for significant improvement. But he probably had to prepare all the required top-quality materials himself. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao selected some medicinal herbs and materials in his pocket and prepared to start making alchemy again. In the Wei family, it was almost the 5th day before Zhu Xiaobao walked out leisurely. But what is surprising is that his cultivation level seems to have improved again. And he is already in the middle of the middle immortal realm. It has to be said that this restraint pill plays a very huge role. At this time, Annan Town had gradually returned to calm, and the shops and chassis everywhere had been reshuffled. Many families took the opportunity to grow and develop, but some families were suppressed instead. But the strength of the Wei family has increased exponentially. As for the Qiu family, Zhu Xiaobao only listened to Wei Zifeng's key points. There are hundreds of thousands of remaining members of the Qiu family. Not long after leaving Annan Town, he was chased by various people and almost wiped out, especially those important figures. No one was spared. Various casual cultivators had already gathered on the outskirts of Annan Town, and they all divided up the fortune. No need to ask. This must have been arranged by Wei Ziki in advance. With her scheming, she will never leave any hidden dangers for herself. Even some young descendants of the Qiu family were not spared. The fight between families is so cruel and indifferent. In order to thoroughly digest and absorb the medicinal properties of the restraint pill, Zhu Xiaobao patiently stayed at Wei's house for another month, almost shutting himself in. In the end, he even skipped the meals delivered to his door. A month later, when Wei Ziki went to visit Zhu Xiaobao again, the building was already empty, but there was a restraint pill left on the table. This shocked Wei Ziki. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had successfully refined it.
Young master, he's finally out again? It's been killing me for more than a month. Where should we go next?
Wei Zifeng is undoubtedly the happiest one. Only in this place of experience can she give full play to her talents.
Of course, I'm going to collect medicinal materials. I feel that the effect of this restraint pill is even more shocking than the attribute pill. It can directly improve my cultivation. It is also effective for you.
Zhu Xiaobao is also very happy, said excitedly.
Oh? Then you left a restraint pill for the Wei family? If I had known, you might as well have given it to me. Humph. You have to be kind. When you take someone else's side, you still have to leave something good for them. Right. You're so kind.
Chapter 1641, Introverted Pill B. The most urgent thing for Zhu Xiaobao next is to quickly collect the best medicinal materials and materials. Since the Wei family is only a small family with limited financial resources, the materials collected can only meet the requirements for refining, but are far from reaching the level of top-quality materials. It seems that the subsequent collection of materials must be done by yourself. And the reason why the restraint pill comes from the eastern region has a lot to do with several medicinal materials in it, because these medicinal materials are unique to the eastern region and cannot be harvested from other places. But this did not affect Zhu Xiaobao's route. He was still heading towards the hinterland of the eastern region. Along the way, I continued to compete with Wei Zifeng in martial arts. And then I discovered that the restraint pill is also very helpful in improving combat effectiveness. It used to be that some actions were very difficult to complete. But since taking the restraint pill, it seems that a kind of skill was born spontaneously, and many things that were difficult to exert effort were successfully completed. Just like practice makes perfect, it suddenly became easy and smooth. At the same time, during these days, Zhu Xiaobao also found that his dantian had become much stronger and thicker, and his self-confidence was also doubled. Even in bed, I have become more energetic and skillful, feeling more at ease.
I don't care. I also want to take the restraint pill. Don't you still have extra materials? Then refine one for me.
This made Wei Zifeng a little jealous. I didn't expect that this kind of restraint pill would have such great benefits. If it matches my own attributes and increases my skill, then my combat power shouldn't be improved again? So after a hand-to-hand fight, Wei Zifeng panted and shouted,
Yeah, Don't worry. I have transplanted several medicinal materials into the time stone. The year is too short, so I can't refine the restraint pill for the time being. Otherwise, let's do this. I'll give you the super great return pill first. Right. If it's effective, this super great return pill can be used as auxiliary ammunition and should be taken regularly. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and said, That's okay. I'll give it a try. Wei Zifeng knew that Zhu Xiaobao was not a stingy person, so he didn't urge him any further. On the contrary, I am also looking forward to the effect of this super great return pill. Once it is effective, it will be another pill that can be taken regularly. It is similar to the Yanshan pill, although it is not immediate. The effect of long-term use is still very good. It's just that this super great return pill is too big to swallow in one bite. So the two of them had to take half of it and break it up to share. The main reason is that Zhu Xiaobao also wants to know the specific effect of this super great return pill. Sure enough, within a few days after taking it, Wei Zifeng deeply felt the enhancement of the Dantian in his body, and also clearly felt the gain of that kind of skill. This made Wei Zifeng suddenly excited, and he went back and forth with several sets of knives. Her spells, swordsmanship and boxing skills are becoming more and more skillful and sharp. Her wind attribute activation speed is also faster. The turning radius is also smaller, and she is more flexible. Huh? This is an unexpected gain. The materials required for this super great return pill have been simplified a lot. It is a very good choice to use it as an auxiliary pill that is often taken in daily life, especially for people with low cultivation level. It is an elixir that strengthens the Dantian. Zhu Xiaobao also carefully sensed the specific effect of the super great return pill. Although it is far from the restraint pill, it is also a very good auxiliary elixir. It can definitely be ranked in the level of Jade elixir, and it is also a Jade elixir of level 5 or above. Sir, go through the forest in front, and you will reach the next town, which is also a relatively large town. You need to be careful in this forest. According to the markings on this map, it seems to be a very prone place for conflicts, Wei Zifeng said after returning from an inspection in the forest in front. Yeah, it's very possible. With such a dense forest, many would attribute casual cultivators have a place to play. And even those fire attribute casual cultivators have more room to use. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the map, then nodded and said, without Zhu Xiaobao's instructions, the ugly tree spirit that had been suppressed for a long time had already jumped out of the time stone with the 3 tree ghosts and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They had not been free for a long time. Living in the forest is the basis for their survival. Hey, don't forget the medicinal materials I need. Zhu Xiaobao followed closely behind and ordered. But the ugly tree spirit and the 3 tree ghosts had already disappeared. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao still released the treasure hunting rat, asking him to search for medicinal materials, which would be the most effective choice. As the treasure hunting mouse started to run happily, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were also in a good mood. They didn't know if it was because they had taken the super great return pill, but their needs in this area were much stronger now. And I feel that the quality has improved a lot every time, and the pleasure is doubled. It was rare that Zhu Xiaobao actually put his arm around Wei Zifeng's shoulders and strolled in the courtyard, because the two of them had just come out of the time stone and still had some unfinished ideas. Although Zhu Xiaobao has grown a lot taller now, compared with Wei Zifeng, he is still a few centimeters shorter. But Wei Zifeng doesn't care about that. He just likes the feeling of a little bird clinging to people. Wei Zifeng, who has a bold nature. Zifeng can be said to be very satisfied at the moment and hopes to keep going like this. But the beautiful scene was soon ruined by the sound of pursuit coming from the front. Both of them could hear that their treasure hunting rat was running away desperately, and there were people chasing after it quickly. Humph. Damn you. How dare you destroy this fairy's good deeds at such a critical moment? Wei Zifeng immediately snorted in anger and wanted to rush out as soon as he waved his hand. Although the opponent is very strong, Wei Zifeng is fearless now. Come back. The opponent is not weak. You are no match for them. But at the critical moment, Zhu Xiaobao stopped him. After all, Zhu Xiaobao's feelings are more distant and profound. As soon as Wei Zifeng heard this, he immediately flew back quickly. With just such a change, he avoided a fatal sneak attack. The tentacles that had just stretched out grabbed hold of the big trees that Wei Zifeng passed just now. Empty.
Jia 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 jia. Huh? I didn't expect to be avoided by you. But it doesn't matter. You all have to die here today.
Immediately, an old voice came from the depths of the forest. Then there was a very familiar voice to Zhu Xiaobao. I saw the big trees around me starting to move slowly. Although the movement was slow, the trees in the entire forest were accompanying me to form a surrounding situation.
Huh? No. This is not caused by the ugly tree spirit.
No.
There is a powerful tree spirit here.
Zhu Xiaobao became more and more surprised as he looked at it. Only then did Yuzi react. But it seemed that it was too late. They were completely surrounded by a large forest. At this time, the treasure-hunting mouse also fled back with a face full of terror. If it had not just entered the forest, it would have never had a chance to escape.
Senior. I'm just passing by here, and I don't mean any harm. Please give me some mercy. Senior, let us out.
Zhu Xiaobao cupped his hands and said calmly, now that we are under siege, there is no use panicking. We can only adapt to circumstances.
Humph. You're still arguing. I can ignore other casual cultivators who practice and hunt for treasure in my forest. But you can't. Because you are here to invade me. You can't blame me for that.
No. Thinking of that old voice, he refused in a very gloomy way. There was no need to explain more. Zhu Xiaobao soon understood.
Because the ugly tree spirit and the 3 tree ghost
also fled back in a state of disarray. This time, they have no advantage at all. There is no area that belongs to them. In other words, the entire forest here is controlled by another powerful tree spirit.
And the ugly tree spirit
is just a bare one, Commander. Except for the trees closest to the ugly tree spirits, which were cautiously keeping a certain distance from them. The other places were completely besieged. And it was still the kind of airtight siege that surrounded them layer by layer. This kind of situation has only happened before when the ugly tree spirit besieged others. Unexpectedly.
This time it was his turn. Xiaobao was still very calm now, looking at a big tree opposite him attentively. Not long after, he saw a figure gradually emerging from the big tree. There is nothing strange about this. This person must also have a wood attribute. And the power of wood attribute is quite powerful. It's just that this man's appearance is too strange. His skin is blue-green. And there is a black wooden horn on the top of his head. He doesn't look like a normal cultivator. Nor can he tell his age. Anyway, the whole face looks like it was carved out of wood. But the wrinkles on his face are very deep. The most peculiar thing is that this weirdo is holding a leg bone in his hand. And there are 2 tree ghosts behind him. One of the tree ghosts is missing a leg.
What's going on? Brother, why do I think this old man looks so much like you?
Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little scared. Although the other person looked strange. He brought a lot of pressure to Zhu Xiaobao. It is more powerful than the ordinary Middle Fairyland, Dishang.
There's nothing strange about this. He often takes these tree ghosts as supplements. That's why he grows like this.
The ugly tree spirit also said with a solemn expression. This person must have completely controlled the tree spirits here. Otherwise, generally speaking, the tree spirits would not let him eat away at the tree ghosts.
Oh, can tree ghosts be used for food?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but look at the
3 tree ghosts
beside him. He immediately frightened the
3 tree ghosts
and glared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Chapter 1642, Introverted Pill C. This time Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. They could only stand next to the
ugly tree spirit
to avoid being harassed by the annoying branches and vines growing around them. It can be said that all of Wei Zifeng's advantages are gone. And now he could only hide behind Zhu Xiaobao. See clearly the opponent's cultivation level, which is the peak of the
middle immortal realm.
But this weirdo's would attribute cultivation level is definitely not inferior to Zhu Xiaobao. So in this forest,
he is the king. Hey, brother, what do you want to do? We are equally powerful, so there is no need to kill everyone like this. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to get close first, and then adapt accordingly.
Ha ha ha. Equally powerful? Don't forget that I control this entire forest, since they are all people with the wood attribute, and there is a tree spirit assisting them. Then whoever controls this forest is the one who controls the forest. He has the power of life and death. You just accept your bad luck. Little one, it's rare that you can cultivate to such a level at such a young age.
The old man laughed proudly and arrogantly.
Humph. You are so shameless. Then let me see what you are capable of doing to kill me.
Zhu Xiaobao also hummed with a stern face. and then quietly used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with the ugly tree spirit.
You try to delay, leave him alone for a while, and I'll be back soon. Is that okay?
As soon as he finished speaking, it was Zhu Xiaobao who took the lead in attacking. He didn't care so much at this time, and took the lead in launching the
5-element skeleton.
As the entire sea of fire was released, the fire spread, and Zhu Xiaobao took the opportunity. Back to the time stone.
Huh? It turns out to be the
5-element skeleton.
Is this a rare spiritual treasure? You must get that wooden skeleton for me.
This weirdo immediately recognized the
5-element skeleton
and immediately became greedy. If you can control another wooden skeleton, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Although dozens of big trees were set on fire, it was of no avail. These big trees all had a certain spirituality. Any big tree that catches fire will separate from the group of trees on its own, and then start to extinguish the fire on its own by relying on its own branches and leaves and the water absorbed from the ground, and will not allow the fire to increase. Although the attack power of the
5-element skeleton
is powerful, it is still of little use against such a large forest. It's just a bluff. It looks spectacular. At this time, the two tree spirits began to fight in a real sense, and the
3 tree ghosts
also fought with the opponents.
2 tree ghosts.
From the scene, the
ugly tree ghost
was very passive, obviously fell behind. The
3 tree ghosts
had the upper hand because one of the opponents, tree ghosts, was missing a leg. The weirdo who was still watching the battle happily suddenly found that Zhu Xiaobao was missing. It is simply impossible to merge into a big tree. No trees here can escape his induction. How is this going? But at this time, there was no room for this weirdo to think too much, because the
5-element skeleton
was circling at high speed and attacking this weirdo. Other attacks were nothing. Only the metallic attack made him vary. The fear is that metal overcomes wood, and they are naturally in conflict with each other. But in this forest, this weirdo was able to move with ease, weaving back and forth among the many trees, making even the
5-element skeleton
unable to do anything to him. But the
5-element skeleton
could always find this weirdo's hiding place, which made him very annoyed. After 2 hours of entanglement, the ugly tree spirit couldn't resist anymore, and couldn't help but ask Zhu Xiaobao for help.
Brother Bao, are you okay? I can't hold on any longer. I want to go back to the time stone. It's coming! It's coming! The reinforcements are coming!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, and then he reappeared in the center of the field. However, Zhu Xiaobao was accompanied by more than 1,000 wooden puppets. They were holding high-speed hacksaws, and were lining up to cut down trees. This was more efficient than the chainsaws seen in the movie. It was completely made of the best spiritual stones, provide power, and their efficiency can be said to be devastating. In the blink of an eye, thousands of big trees were sawed off by their roots. As rows of big trees collapsed, even the surrounding trees began to retreat. Yes, this is undoubtedly the most fatal blow. With just one root left, even if you can survive temporarily, you won't be able to live for long.
Stop! What are you talking about? My tree?
This time it was the weirdo's turn to be anxious. He saw large trees being cut down one after another, as if they were digging out his heart. At this rate, within a few days, there won't be much left in this forest. What's even worse is that Zhu Xiaobao is very particular about the area he cut down. He just separated himself from this old monster. The forest was forcibly divided into 2 parts, and the one who was trapped on Zhu Xiaobao's side have been forcibly incorporated by the ugly tree spirits. Otherwise, what is waiting for them will be to cut off their roots. The tree spirit that originally had the upper hand hurriedly returned to the weirdo. It was also harassed for unknown reasons, and its body caught fire inexplicably. The source of the fire could not be found. It turns out that the Vulcan bee is also secretly helping the
ugly tree spirit
to fight together, which makes this matter a bit too much for the tree spirit. As a result, this small piece of forest was forcibly occupied by the
ugly tree spirit.
They finally had a place to stand. Although it may not look like a place to stand, it also gave Zhu Xiaobao a boost in confidence and allowed him to take a short rest. He launched a second round of attacks, still shamelessly using those wooden puppets, ruthlessly cutting down more trees. Every time an area is circled, the trees that are circled in it will quickly turn their backs and surrender. Otherwise, they will be cut off by their roots. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao was a little tired. Using the chopped tree roots as a boundary, both parties rested peacefully for the night. But on the second day, The situation became even more desperate for this weirdo. Zhu Xiaobao actually brought out another 5,000 wooden puppets, which were so densely packed that it was frightening to see them. This time the sound of cutting down trees was even louder, and the surrounding big trees began to flee one after another, and did not listen to the orders of the tree spirit. Many trees began to surround them.
Ugly tree spirit! Ah! 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 You are looking for death!
This old monster couldn't bear it any longer. Even if he couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the
5 elements skeleton,
he had to kill Zhu Xiaobao first. You're so disgusting. This trick is too underhanded.
Crack!
With just one strike, the old monster was already injured. Zhu Xiaobao's metallic attack was accompanied by a sharp kitchen knife. This weirdo couldn't resist it no matter what. What's more, what's terrible is that if he can do it, all the Xiaobao can do it. But if he can't, all the Xiaobao can also use it to the fullest. I didn't expect anyone to be able to develop the power of the 5 elements to such a strong level.
Stop! Stop! I am willing to surrender and let you go. Please stop cutting down trees. My forest has shrunk by 30%.
The old monster cried out in pain.
Humph. Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? But I can still give you a chance. You have controlled this forest for so many years. You must have collected a lot of these medicinal materials. Right. Hand them over to me. Don't play tricks with me, what a trick. Otherwise you can't bear the consequences.
Zhu Xiaobao once again achieved an unprecedented victory with high spirits. Even he himself thinks he is a genius.
Okay. Okay. These medicinal materials I have collected can definitely meet your needs. As long as you leave this forest quickly, I will give them to you with both hands.
The old monster looked at the list and found that they were all medicinal materials special to the eastern region. He indeed collected a lot in his cave. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not completely bypass him, but first let the
ugly tree spirit
swallow most of the tree spirit's cultivation level, directly reducing it to the tree spirit. And the 2
ugly tree spirit
tree ghost, Zhu Xiaobao took him away directly. To be precise, they wanted to follow Zhu Xiaobao, and if they stayed by this old monster side, they would be eaten sooner or later. Therefore, these 2 tree ghosts were not in the mood for a good fight when they first came up, secretly envious of
3 tree ghosts.
Amidst the miserable howling of the tree spirit, its cultivation directly dropped to the level of the tree spirit. The reason why it was not completely swallowed was because Zhu Xiaobao did not intend to stay here for a long time. Moreover, this forest has also been cut down to a terrible state, and it will probably take a long time to recover. But there were quite a lot of treasures copied from that old monster's lair. They were all unique medicinal herbs and materials from the eastern region. He who was not old enough could not even take a fancy to them.
Humph. Practice hard and don't follow these crooked ways. What's the point of making yourself look less like a human than a ghost? Okay, I'll leave first, and you can continue to collect medicines and materials for me. Also, my identity must not be spread to outsiders.
Zhu Xiaobao scolded him with his hands behind his back as if he were lecturing a grandson. There is no other way. Without the assistance of the tree spirit, this weirdo's little fighting power can only be used to carry Zhu Xiaobao's shoes.
Yes, yes. Master Bao taught me a lesson. You have a good journey.
This weirdo respectfully sent Zhu Xiaobao off. Being able to send this god of plague away, he already felt like burning incense. As for Zhu Xiaobao, it can be said that he has gained a lot this time. The original
3 tree ghosts
have become
5 tree ghosts.
The 2 new tree ghosts, although they are stronger in cultivation, are willing to condescend to be their younger brothers. I'm very glad that I can follow Zhu Xiaobao from now on.
Get rich. Get rich. I didn't expect this guy to collect so many medicinal materials. I guess this old monster has been guarding here for thousands of years.
Zhu Xiaobao walked in this forest again, and the treatment he received, that is the treatment of the master. Even lighting a fire to cook is without any scruples.
Is it possible to refine the restraint pill? You can only refine one. Why?
Chapter 1643, Introverted Pill. Zhu Xiaobao counted the materials in his hand. Everything else was fine. But there was only one very important medicinal material. Red golden sunflower. That could reach the age. So this is more embarrassing. But as an expert in alchemy, Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't help but want to refine this truly high-grade restraint pill first. And now that the
ugly tree spirit
has taken control of this forest, Zhu Xiaobao quietly entered the time stone at the edge of the forest and couldn't wait to start preparing to refine the elixir. This time the alchemy process took a long time. It took a full 31 days. And it was still very difficult to dissolve and fuse many of the best medicinal materials and materials. It also took the use of fire skeleton and 17 sunburning pills to barely reach the required temperature, which made all Xiaobao break into a cold sweat. In particular, the only red golden sunflower is the most difficult medicinal ingredient to dissolve. There is no other refining difficulty that exceeds the attribute pill. But this has once again made Zhu Xiaobao see his own shortcomings. If we go up to higher levels of elixirs, or the legendary 9th level elixirs, Wuji Dan and Qianquan Dan, then my alchemy skills may not be enough. After the restraint pill in the palm finally stopped rotating and returned to normal temperature, only then did Zhu Xiaobao take a closer look. It was almost as he expected. It only reached the 6-grain quality. But when held in the palm of his hand, it was already exuding bursts of fragrance and covered with a soft halo. Can't put it down.
Can you give me this restraint pill?
Wei Zifeng asked, a little salivating.
Yes. Okay. I have already taken one before, and it has not been completely digested and absorbed. I will give it to you this time.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. It turns out that this kind of high-level elixir is not something you can take just as much as you want. But it takes a long time to digest, absorb, integrate and adapt. Even if your cultivation level is low, you are not qualified to take it. This restrained pill, with 6 lines is almost the limit for Wei Zifeng. But for Zhu Xiaobao, the more pill lines the better. After all, there is a huge difference in cultivation between the two of them. Therefore, this restraint pill is undoubtedly the most appropriate for Wei Zifeng to take. Sure enough, after Wei Zifeng took this restraint pill, the effect was definitely not comparable to that of the super great return pill. Many of the effects are too obvious, especially for people like Wei Zifeng who mainly rely on speed, strength and flexibility. This kind of improvement is like a rebirth, seeing Wei Zifeng galloping happily back and forth in the time stone. Even Zhu Xiaobao had to admit that this restraint pill is the most suitable to use on Wei Zifeng. What's surprising is that Wei Zifeng's cultivation level has also slightly improved to the middle of the primary immortal realm. What's even more surprising is that Wei Zifeng's body has become plumper and fuller. Correspondingly, the lines are no longer as strong as before. Wei Zifeng is a little dissatisfied with this, but Zhu Xiaobao was deeply satisfied. In his words, women should look like women. Coming out of the time stone, the
ugly tree spirit
and
5-tree ghost
were already there.
How is it? That old monster didn't do anything evil, right?
Zhu Xiaobao asked calmly.
No. He has been practicing in seclusion all the time. And he didn't even bother to interfere with the casual cultivators around him. He seems to be a lot depressed.
The ugly tree spirit said somewhat proudly.
Ha ha. That's good. Let him recover for a while. From being the overlord of one party to a second-rate role all of a sudden. It takes a process of adaptation.
Zhu Xiaobao also smiled and shook his head. In fact, he was not killed. This weirdo is already very tolerant.
Further east is a real castle. It is said that the city lord is 3 brothers who are at the top of the
middle fairy realm.
They were once giant bandits and slowly developed after occupying a town. They are very vicious. So the management of the
city of violence
is also quite simple and rough. And the people's customs are tough. Moreover, many treasures of unknown origin can be easily disposed of here,
Wei Zifeng said, pointing to a specially marked red circle on the map. The more dangerous the place, the more attractive it is to Wei Zifeng.
Okay, then let's go east. Mainly looking for medicinal materials along the way. This kind of
red gold sunflower
is really a bit rare. And now there are not even 2,000 years old. If it doesn't work, go to the
rage.
I went to the auction house in the city to bid.
Zhu Xiaobao was still shaking his head and sighing. This was what made him most unhappy. After setting off, Wei Zifeng still stood out, and Zhu Xiaobao followed closely and released the treasure-hunting rat, hoping that it would help find the
red golden sunflower
as soon as possible. But things went against expectations. Other medicinal materials could be found, but there was no sign of
red golden sunflower.
This made Zhu Xiaobao a little angry. It felt like God was also working against him. Surprisingly, the treasure-hunting mouse did not find the
red gold sunflower,
but Wei Zifeng found a
red gold sunflower.
when he was inquiring ahead. To be precise, someone else discovered it first, and she went to snatch it away by force. The weak eat the strong. Wei Zifeng is often unreasonable. Zhu Xiaobao sensed that the two sides were fighting from a distance. The reason why he was not in a hurry was because he had sensed that Wei Zifeng was already fighting against two people. But he was not losing. It turned out to be two husband and wife collecting herbs. But their cultivation level was only fake fairyland. This level of cultivation was not enough for Wei Zifeng. Besides, people who make a living by collecting herbs generally have average combat effectiveness, mainly relying on familiarity with the surrounding environment and having a certain amount of power behind him. Before Zhu Xiaobao could reach the front, several people had already arrived from the east. The leader was an old man. Before he could reach the front, he shouted loudly, "Bold! This is already 500 miles away from the City of Fury. It's within. Don't you know the rules? All resources within 500 miles of the City of Fury belong to the City Lord's family. Don't stop yet." "Oh, is there such a rule? The City Lord's family is quite domineering." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao's voice came over. The other party was stunned and didn't notice Zhu Xiaobao's arrival. "Huh? Who are you? Now that you know the rules, why don't you tell your people to stop quickly?" The old man at the head noticed Zhu Xiaobao, but he still said with a strong attitude, "Ha ha! Even if there is this rule, according to the Immortal Master on my map, this place should be 600 miles away from the City of Fury. Why? The range has been expanded?" Zhu Xiaobao didn't get angry either, but he pointed to the mark on the map. "Master, we were the ones who discovered this red gold sunflower first. She caught up from behind and robbed it." The two herb collectors shouted angrily at this time. "Ha ha! Still an unreasonable master? Then don't blame us for being rude." The old man was immediately angry. The casual cultivators, who recently came to the City of Violence, are a bit arrogant. Are today's casual cultivators so tyrannical? "Humph! That's because your speed is not fast enough. Who can you blame?" Wei Zifeng shouted a little arrogantly. It was indeed her who arrived first, which is why the fight started and the two sides fought. "Want to find someone who is fast? Okay, you can compete with him. As long as you win, this red gold sunflower will be yours." Unexpectedly, this old man was quite straightforward and just marked out the path. "Look, come on." He is very confident in the one-armed man behind him. "Okay." Wei Zifeng was even more happy. He was still a little guilty at first, but now he no longer has any psychological burden. "Well, be careful." Zhu Xiaobao frowned. Behind the old man, the one-armed man, although he was at the peak of the first immortal realm, gave people a murderous look. But Zhu Xiaobao did not refuse this way of solving it. At this time, Wei Zifeng was standing opposite the one-armed man. The other person slowly pulled out a slender sword and pointed it directly at Wei Zifeng. "Wind slash!" Wei Zifeng confronted him for a while, but couldn't help but take the lead. But the opponent just shook his body, and the tip of the sword flashed. Wei Zifeng quickly backed away, with surprise on his face. The opponent's sword skills were too sharp. Wei Zifeng immediately cheered up and took advantage of his speed to the extreme. But he still couldn't get close to the opponent. The opponent seemed to only dodge a few times very covertly, and Wei Zifeng was surrounding him the rest. "He is attacking." A very slight voice came. Wei Zifeng jumped away quickly, but his face was a little embarrassed. She had been stabbed by the sword, but it did not penetrate the soft armor on her body. "Come back! Let's admit defeat." Zhu Xiaobao sighed. "Give in! Alas! Victory without force." Unexpectedly, the one-armed man on the other side did not look proud at all. Instead, he carried the sword in his backhand very lonely, turned around and walked away minding his own business. Seeing the wealthy couple running up to pick the red gold sunflower, Wei Zifeng felt extremely disappointed. He didn't expect that the restraint pill he had just taken would lead to this result. She still lost? "Let's go! You didn't lose unfairly. The other party showed mercy." Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said, "Why? He is a sword cultivator?" Wei Zifeng finally came to his senses and asked in surprise. "Well, I should say he is a fallen swordsman." Chapter 1644. Being followed? Wei Zifeng finally has some mental balance now. Losing to a sword cultivator is not a shame. After all, the sword cultivator's offensive and killing ability is the strongest among cultivators such as Da Hong. It's just that the practice of sword cultivator is very limited. as there are fewer and fewer top opponents. Their cultivation level has been stagnant. Therefore, few sword cultivators can cultivate to the upper immortal realm, let alone it's said to be the immortal realm. But even so, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were still shocked by each other. Both of them had taken the restraint pill and thought they could go one step further. But the reality was so cruel that they actually lost the first battle. It seems that there are still capable people in this world. They are just one of them. And they are just a few of the lucky ones. In view of his recent defeat, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to turn around and leave with Wei Zifeng, returning in a pretentious manner. I don't necessarily want to watch people compete with a red golden sunflower. Although the age of this red gold sunflower is still too short, it cannot be included in Zhu Xiaobao's discernment. Choose a new place and go around to Rage Castle. Now Zhu Xiaobao is very curious about this very violent castle. I don't know how the people inside live, especially the mortals. Huh? After not walking for long, Zhu Xiaobao turned around in confusion and stared into the distance, but found nothing. Could it be that his senses were wrong? What did you find? Wei Zifeng also raised his eyes and stared closely. Finally, he simply swooped over, searched and sensed, but found nothing. Let's go. Maybe I feel wrong, Zhu Xiaobao said lightly. Not long after, Zhu Xiaobao released the treasure-hunting mouse again. But immediately the feeling of being booked came back. Zhu Xiaobao was extremely surprised, because he still can't find the other party's existence. This was impossible in the past? Finally, after searching hard for another day and still finding nothing, Zhu Xiaobao finally gave up. It seemed that the only way to obtain the red gold sunflower of a higher vintage was to enter the City of Violence to bid. Anyway, Zhu Xiaobao is quite wealthy now, so he should be able to get it through bidding. The premise is that as long as someone is willing to take action. This time, Zhu Xiaobao learned his lesson and stopped looking for medicinal materials within 500 miles of Rage Castle, because there is no need to become hostile to the opponent before entering the city. Although the other party was born into a giant bandit, he was not necessarily a simple bandit leader. Besides, within 500 miles, the medicinal materials of a certain age have already been picked. As soon as they put away the treasure-hunting mice, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Come out here!" As soon as he finished speaking, a small gray mouse was shocked and was frozen in place by Zhu Xiaobao, unable to move. So this little guy is causing trouble? Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dumbfounded. Then he saw that the little mouse did not escape after being let go by Zhu Xiaobao. Instead, he ran over tremblingly, with a big lump bulging in his abdomen. He looked like he was struggling. After waiting for a while, a red gold sunflower, wrapped in a piece of brocade silk, was spit out from his mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, what I saw was that I would never believe that such a big object came out of the mouth of a little mouse. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao looked carefully and found that it was not spit out from his mouth, but that he opened an opening in his abdomen like a bag and took it out from inside. This red gold sunflower is very valuable, at least 8,000 years old. This year it is 2,000 years older than the one last time. But Zhu Xiaobao's attention is not on the red gold sunflower now, but on the piece of brocade silk, because there is a line written on it, "Never enter the Rage Castle." There is an ambush. Is this true or false? Why would the other party know there was an ambush? And can he notify himself in time? But I don't believe the other party's information either. Although he got a red gold sunflower for nothing. Zhu Xiaobao didn't like this way of making a fuss. But this little mouse obviously didn't know anything anymore. It just looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a little horror. When Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and let it go, he ran away after leaving a message. But Zhu Xiaobao's Vulcan bee immediately followed secretly. What was surprising was that this little mouse actually walked underground and disappeared. This made the Vulcan bee, a spiritual bee that had evolved into a fairy beast, feel a little embarrassed. It flew back angrily and handed over to Zhu Xiaobao. "Aha, aha! Sure enough, you still have some ability? I kinda believe this. How about this? Let's wait a few more days to see what's going on. You must ask for something when you are polite," Zhu Xiaobao said. Suddenly he laughed loudly. He took Wei Zifeng back to the edge of the forest. During this period, he inexplicably received a red golden sunflower of a higher age, and it was also the one who asked him to return to this forest. It's just that the weirdo didn't appear. So far, Zhu Xiaobao is just waiting patiently. Finally, On the third day, the treasure-hunting mouse suddenly jumped out and rushed forward excitedly. Not long after, he saw a red gold sunflower standing proudly, waiting for the little ones, picked by Bora.
Come out! Stop following me around in circles! You can't hide anymore in this forest.
Zhu Xiaobao actually didn't even look at the red gold sunflower at this time, but snorted coldly. With this sound of thin strings, a few people were finally carefully fished out from the depths of the forest. The leader turned out to be a female cultivator. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao the most was that the weirdo was also following them. Behind them, they saw Zhu Xiaobao's eyes looking a little strange and a little resentful.
I have seen the supreme treasure.
The female cultivator was the first to bow deeply and bowed down. Several people behind him also prostrated themselves on the ground and sang in unison.
Humph. You must have been following me since Bayan Town. Right. You are really very patient. And this tracking method is also very unique. Even I was almost fooled by you.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. Hummed.
Yes. I, Dan Fairy Rongyu, have met Lord Bao.
The female cultivator named the leader introduced herself first.
Rongyu? I haven't heard of him. And I don't know you. If you have anything to do, just say it directly.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and asked straightforwardly. Since the other party is so generous, he must be asking for something.
That's right. Your Excellency doesn't know me. My Rong family was the former city lord of the
Violent Castle.
In other words, the little girl wants to ask you to help me take back the
Violent Castle.
Dot.
This time, it was better. The other party directly made a suggestion. Very difficult and very demanding. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. Just the two of them wanted to take down the Rage Castle. This idea was a bit whimsical.
I'm sorry. I don't have the ability. If you want to make me risk my life with 2
red golden sunflowers,
then you should hire someone else. Right. What do you think about me that looks like I can capture a castle?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted a little annoyed. Could he give back the red gold sunflower he just got? I feel really sad in my heart.
Of course not. But what if I have enough people to help you?
Unexpectedly, this woman seemed to be prepared and said in a leisurely manner. Her style immediately reminded Zhu Xiaobao of one person. And that was Wei Ziki. Their speaking styles were somewhat similar.
But why should I help you? I am not interested in controlling a city. I am also not interested in treasures and beauty. What are you using to convince me?
Zhu Xiaobao said with disdain, wanting to see what the other party is like. What other bargaining chips are there?
Of course. I know that your Excellency, Fairy, is in urgent need of a large number of aged rare medicinal materials. And my Rong family happens to have such a batch of medicinal materials that are over 10,000 years old in
Rage Castle.
I don't know if this is a good enough reason.
Rongyu said confidently.
Not enough. I don't have to risk my life for a few pills.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said.
Okay then. There is another reason that you absolutely can't shirk. Take a look at this first.
Rongyu was still very calm and took out another piece of brocade silk, which actually showed a drawing of this bow and a bow with an arrow. People. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately excited when he saw it, and grabbed Rongyu's wrist.
Who is she? Where is she? Why do you want to plot against me again and again? Ah, you heard me. You have to help me complete my revenge plan before I can tell you. And these words were not said by me, but by this person himself.
Rongyu endured the pain and was a little dissatisfied. Cried.
What? She shot me repeatedly, and she still dared to make demands? No. I want to settle the score with her first.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily.
Yeah. This senior said that as long as you complete my request this time, you will definitely not suffer any loss, and you will know a huge secret.
Rongyu said cautiously.
Huh? She doesn't need to tell me. I will find out myself. Get out of here.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, and then left with Wei Zifeng without looking back.
Okay. You're not in a hurry. And I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I've been waiting for hundreds of years. Not less than these few years. I'm afraid you can't wait.
Rongyu said seemingly relaxed, and then walked slowly over next to the red gold sunflower. I started to pick this rare medicinal material.
Wait a minute. Huh? You win. I agree to your request. But there are only 2 of me. How much strength can you have?
Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao, who was originally angry, quickly returned and asked with some annoyance. Road.
Enough to take back my
Rong family castle.
Okay, it's a deal.
Chapter 1645, Deeply Inspired. This time Zhu Xiaobao couldn't hold it back and pretended to leave. But now he's back again. Zhu Xiaobao was also very depressed. Could it be that his city was not deep enough? Are these female cultivators so powerful now?
Yeah. I first want to know how strong you are. Then we can discuss helping your Rong family regain their lost territory.
Although Zhu Xiaobao was annoyed, he still had a condescending air. After all, the other party had something to ask for. His?
Of course. Well, we can hide in the forest for the time being. Wait until we have arranged all the arrangements for the
Rage Castle.
And then we will trouble Master Bao.
Rongyu replied respectfully. And then, there was a large group of subordinates. There are maids and carriages, all of which are specially designed to serve Zhu Xiaobao. In this forest, they can do whatever they want. After all, they have complete control over this forest now.
No! I'm more used to being alone. There's no need to bring out these followers.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, and then led Wei Zifeng to station alone in an open space. He was not willing to coexist with Rongyu's men. Before seeing the other party's true strength, Zhu Xiaobao was always very skeptical. In addition, once they were out of sight of the Rong family, the little horses sent out the Vulcan bees, since he was reminding himself that there was an ambush in the Rage Castle. Zhu Xiaobao should have sent the Vulcan bee to investigate even if he didn't go there himself. Surprisingly, in the middle of the night, this Vulcan bee came back injured. It is already very difficult to detect this Vulcan bee, and to be able to injure it requires at least a cultivation level above the peak of
Middle Fairy Realm.
This surprised Zhu Xiaobao. Then the news brought back by the search for Vulcan bee definitely surprised Zhu Xiaobao, because the so-called ambush or danger did exist. It was the
Three-Eyed Lord.
He is the eldest disciple of Qi Zheng, and his cultivation level has reached the half-step of
Advanced Immortal Realm,
which means he is just one step away from the opportunity to advance. When the Vulcan bee returned to the Time Stone to rest and heal, Zhu Xiaobao was somewhat impressed by Rongyu's news. Unexpectedly, she had already received the news so early. No need to ask. She still has an extremely detailed intelligence network buried in the Rage Castle. Think about it. After all, that city belonged to the Rong family at the beginning. Even after more than 100 years, the heritage of the Rong family is still there. What was even more unexpected was that two masters led a group of people into the forest the next day. Although they were a little wary of the tree spirits here, they still searched everywhere, and then sighed in frustration. Left, of course, with the
ugly tree spirit
and that weirdo in charge. It is impossible for these two cultivators from Rampage Castle to find any clues. This wait is half a month, which is more than a year in the Time Stone. Even if he could spend time with Zhu Xiaobao every day, Wei Zifeng felt a little depressed and bored.
Hey! I feel that I have benefited a lot. Sometimes it is not necessary to be in a hurry. On the contrary, it takes patience to achieve unexpected results. This is the most profound realization I have had during this time.
Zhu Xiaobao is an old god. Zai smiled.
Humph. Now I'm really doubting whether the so-called Rong family is as powerful as she said.
Wei Zifeng snorted with disdain.
Ha ha. What's the problem? They've almost arrived. It's time for us to go out and take a look. It seems to be very lively outside now.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly, and then took Wei Zifeng out of the Time Stone. When Rongyu brought her backbone and foreign aid to pay homage to Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that the so-called foreign aid was the elites of the Wei family led by Wei Ziki, including Wei Li, the best fighting force. Zhu Xiaobao finally understood why Wei Ziki was able to defeat the Qiu family. It turned out that she had the great help of the Rong family. Only then did he realize that Wei Ziki and Rongyu were actually senior sisters. So it was not unusual for the Rong family to defect to the Wei family when the Rong family was in trouble. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Wei Li was actually a member of the Rong family. When the
Rong family castle
was captured, Wei Li had not yet become famous. So he hid in the Wei family incognito and did not arouse anyone's suspicion.
Master Bao should believe it now. Right. Our Rong family can now produce no less than 9 masters of the
Middle Immortal Realm,
and the number of
First Immortal Realm
can reach 100? This does not include our aunt in town. On Bay, there are people from all the big and small aristocratic families in the town who are willing to help.
Rongyu said with some excitement and pride at this time.
I've met Master Bao.
At this time, Wei Ziki also took a step forward from behind honor and saluted respectfully. Of course Wei Li followed closely behind.
Hee! What a plan! What a plan! Your Rong family helped the Wei family to capture Annan Town and Anbei Town. The Wei family immediately helped the Rong family regain the
Rong family castle.
It's a win-win situation. No need to ask. Now in the
Rage castle.
there are also a lot of spies and a lot of experts installed. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but nodded in approval. He didn't expect that the women in these two families are stronger than the men.
Actually, helping us regain the lost territory is also to provide convenience for you. In this way, through this forest as a connection, this entire area will have your strong backing. Our two families will firmly support Master Bao at all times.
Wei Ziki still knows how to speak, and she immediately described this joint approach as so wonderful, and the three parties benefited immensely.
Ha ha! I admire it. I admire it. Xiaoqi, I guess you already have a careful plan. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Wei Ziki's shoulder pretending to be mature, and then asked in an old-fashioned way. In fact, he is much smaller than Wei Ziki, and he is half a head shorter. His expression looks very awkward now. The traces of pretentiousness are too obvious. It made Wei Ziki feel a little embarrassed. This guy is a pretender.
Yes, Master Bao. We already have a detailed plan, and we have to defeat them one by one. It should be said that the success rate was originally 50%, but with Master Bao's support, now we definitely have an 80% chance of winning.
Rongyu, who was standing aside, couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing.
I alone accounted for 30%? Impossible. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. But I have to say that this horse is very useful for taking pictures. Even Zhu Xiaobao looks a little light. If Wei Zifeng hadn't pinched him hard from behind, Zhu Xiaobao would have collapsed intoxicated right now.
Of course it's true. And only a lot more. Let's take a look at the distribution map of
Rage Castle.
The central area is completely controlled by the
three Yuan brothers.
There are 4 towns around it, and the person in charge of the town is the 4 great kings under the
3 heroes of the Yuan family.
Arhi Zong, Chu Wu, Yang Xian, and Fan Qi. Therefore, there are at least 7 masters of
Middle Fairyland in Fury Castle.
Now, there are also 2 who live in
Frenzy Castle.
The cultivators of the
Middle Immortal Realm
in the castle have always been reclusive,
and I don't know if they will take action.
Rongyu indeed has a lot of detailed information, and it is very detailed at this time. But even so, there are still 2 people. She could never find out its origin, but this has made Zhu Xiaobao admire him very much. The other party's cultivation level and hobbies, as well as the cultivation level of his subordinates, and the order according to their combat effectiveness, are all clearly arranged. It's like you already have all the opponent's trump cards in your hands. This is the scariest part.
Let's talk about the first step first. According to you, the first step should be to enter from the west gate, and then take the lead in occupying the westernmost town?
After Zhu Xiaobao listened to the introduction, he pointed to the westernmost town on the map.
The Hongyang town.
Asked?
Yes. Fan Qi is guarding Hongyang town. He is also the one with the lowest cultivation level among the 7. And he is lustful by nature. I have already revealed the news to him. This time we wiped out the Chiu family and unexpectedly captured the Rong family. The third lady. He can't wait for me to send it to him.
Wei Ziki looked at Rongyu awkwardly, and then whispered. But Rongyu's expression was calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. You know, a person with a blood feud will not care about personal gain or loss at all.
Ha ha. Unexpectedly. There are so many things involved. Even if Fan Qi doesn't want to be fooled, it's hard for him. The wonderful thing is that he also wants to possess Miss Rongyu alone. So he didn't make it public?
Zhu Xiaobao heard this after finishing Wei Ziki's first plan. I have to admire the 2 women's very thorough plan. This first step should be a sure win. Since ancient times, people who like wine, lust, and gamble have fallen into this bad habit of their own. There are very few exceptions.
Then when do we take action? I want to be the outpost.
Wei Zifeng still wants to be on the front line as always.
Yeah. Your courage is commendable. But this time you can only stay with me. The best time is to wait until Fan Qi truly takes off his clothes.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at Wei Zifeng in annoyance. How come silly girl is still so straightforward? Didn't you understand that this was a
honey trap? No. Senior Sister Wei's mission this time is very important. It is to guard the perimeter, and not let anyone escape from the Qijia Manor. Otherwise, once the news is leaked, it will be very difficult to realize the subsequent plan.
Unexpectedly, Rong, however, Yu holds Wei Zifeng in high esteem and is able to give full play to Wei Zifeng's strengths.
When are we going to do it? Of course. Wait until the three-eyed venerable leaves. As long as the three-eyed venerable remains in the city, Fan Chi will not dare to act rashly. Oh, you already knew that. Humph. We also know that you have alarmed the three-eyed master.
Chapter 1646 Hongyang Town A. Zhu Xiaobao's face was somewhat embarrassed. It turns out that people had already known about the fact that he sent out to inquire for information and alerted the
three-eyed master.
It's just that I didn't argue with him. In other words, the extra few days of waiting were all caused by Zhu Xiaobao himself. Wait until it is confirmed once again that the
three-eyed master
has left the
Rage Town.
This time the action has really begun. In order to match Zhu Xiaobao's figure, 3 short and sturdy bearers were specially selected. And then Zhu Xiaobao was allowed to mix among them. His chi watching technique has now reached the realm of transformation, and he can easily hide his cultivation. It was the first time for Zhu Xiaobao to carry a sedan chair for a woman, which gave Zhu Xiaobao a somewhat different feeling. Is this woman's portion always so light? She won't eat more. Hongyang Town got its name because it's sunset. The town is filled with the afterglow of the setting sun, and the whole town is dyed red. But Hongyang Town is now very depressed. The mortals and low-end practitioners who come and go on the streets are very cautious and dare not go out for anything, because the people in power here have changed too much. Fan Chi is not only lustful, but also likes to hunt around in person. He likes to dress up and go out. When he sees a slightly attractive woman, he will go up and tease her, and he never tires of it. The most terrible thing is that Fan Chi will forcefully take back a woman every now and then.
Let her vent her anger, sleep for a night, and then put her back. It's also called favor. Therefore, the common people who carry forward the truth are trembling with fear, and no girl or daughter-in-law dares to go out easily. Only after getting the exact information about which house Fan Chi had just robbed. Everyone ran out of the house in a hurry, because this time of day was the safest. But in the past few days, everyone has been depressed at home, because Fan Chi hasn't gone out for several days in a row. Who dares to go out casually? It turns out that Fan Chi was carefully preparing. How he managed to sneak Rongyu into his pocket without anyone noticing is still unknown. Of course, since it is a business, Wei Ziki also has conditions. She needs Fan Chi to prepare a considerable amount of alchemy materials and medicinal materials for herself. This scale is exactly what Fan Chi can complete. But there is still some heartache. Otherwise, transactions that are too easy to win will be easily suspected. Entering from the west gate of Rage City was very smooth. As soon as I entered, there was already a team of people waiting there. These are Fan Chi's personal bodyguards. The ones with the lowest cultivation level are in the fusion realm, and the highest ones are in the first immortal realm. This makes Zhu Xiaobao sigh. How powerful this group of bandits was back then. Coupled with the sudden attack from secret, the failure of the Rong family is also reasonable.
Stop! Mr. Wei! Your people can only be sent here. Leave the rest to us.
The leader of the guard was still very vigilant and stopped Wei Ziki as soon as he stretched out his hand. He said with a smile on his face,
That's no problem. But what about the agreed price? We'll pay the price and deliver the goods.
Wei Ziki also extended his hand unceremoniously, as if he was doing business.
Ha ha! Of course there is no problem. But we also have to inspect the goods first.
The guard captain still looked like he was smiling, but his eyes were shining. He followed Fan Chi and tried new things. For this fairy Rongyu, I have already been salivating. Inspecting the goods is just a good thing to take advantage of first.
Of course.
Wei Ziki smiled calmly, as if she didn't care at all, but in her heart she sighed for Rongyu, and she would inevitably feel a little wronged. The guard captain was very cautious at first. He took a look at the 4 bears first. There was nothing wrong with their transcendent realm cultivation. Although they had some cultivation, they were not tall. They were just short in stature, strong, generally high and low, very suitable for lifting sedan chairs. Then he cautiously opened the sedan curtain, and suddenly a charming, sad and hostile female cultivator appeared in front of her. Her hands were tied behind her back, and a piece of cotton was stuffed in her mouth. She was struggling desperately in fear and anger.
Hee! Miss Rong? We meet again. I didn't expect that you have become more and more plump and beautiful over the years. Sorry. I have to check first to see if you have any weapons on you, or if the binding is strong. Hey! Ha ha ha. It is indeed very strong. And really soft.
The guard captain raised and lowered his hands. This inspection took a full stick of incense.
Hey! Are you done yet? I've been waiting here for a quarter of an hour. If you don't have money, why don't you stop trading?
At this time, Wei Ziki couldn't help but get angry. If she didn't say anything, what would happen in the sedan chair? I'm afraid Rongyu can't bear it anymore and takes action.
Oh! Why are you in a hurry? I have to be more careful about such a big thing. Right. Well, okay. This is what you want. Hey, Mr. Wei, do you have any other good products? Can I get one too? Don't worry. I really want to marry a wife,
the guard captain said with unfinished content, and a storage bag escaped from his arms, which contained prepared medicinal materials and materials. Throw it to Wei Ziki.
Go away. You're a poor man. Did you see it? If you want it, go buy half of this standard. Do you have it?
Wei Ziki scolded with disdain, shook the storage bag in his hand, and said mockingly,
Humph! Let's go!
The guard captain immediately snorted in anger, and walked towards the Fan family manor with the sedan chair. When Zhu Xiaobao was still admiring Fairy Rongyu in his heart, he did not expect that this fairy had already sat on the far right side of the sedan chair, which happened to be the place where Zhu Xiaobao was carrying the sedan chair, and whispered,
Wait a minute for this guard. Leave it to me. I will kill him with my own hands. Yeah.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted, and it could be heard that Rongyu was annoyed this time. He must have been humiliated by having his hands on him for such a long time. We finally got there. But when we entered the inner courtyard, the housekeeper stopped us. There was no need for these guards to go in. Originally, this sedan was not allowed to enter. But the guard captain felt guilty and flattered the housekeeper by stuffing a small cloth bag, because Rongyu was really a bit messy now, and he was afraid of being seen. Fortunately, they are all old friends. As long as the housekeeper helps tidy up when getting off the sedan, there will be no problem. The steward smiled understandingly, and then directed the four bearers to move the sedan too close to the inner courtyard, and stopped at the door of a small house in the west. Unexpectedly, Fan Shi was already waiting at the door impatiently. He was still wearing new pajamas, and had just washed himself. It seemed that this guy had really prepared carefully. When he saw Rongyu's stunning face, Fan Shi was a little stunned. He didn't even notice the messy clothes on her body. Instead, he gave her a princess hug first, and couldn't wait to walk to the room.
Congratulations, sir!
All the servants and guards sang in unison.
Ha ha ha! Let's all go have a drink. You'll all be rewarded today,
Fan Shi said with a wild laugh as he walked away. He felt that this time the design was too perfect. There was no flaw at all, and no one else would know about it except himself.
Thank you, sir!
The guards didn't care about this, and immediately ran out of the yard in a swarm. They couldn't get anything out of this kind of thing, so it was the most economical thing to grab a good seat to drink. The housekeeper shook his head helplessly, and told the remaining four guards,
You just have to work harder. I will send someone to replace you later. Yes.
These four people are the last guards, and they are also the most anxious. But there is no way, even at such a festive moment. This last layer of defense is still necessary.
Uh-huh. Will you come with me to receive the reward?
The housekeeper did not forget Zhu Xiaobao and the four of them, and said a little arrogantly,
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
The four of them also knew the rules, and quickly thanked them. This immediately made the butler feel comfortable. He was also thinking about whether he should give more rewards to the four bearers. Very discerning. At this time, the sound of fierce struggle could be heard in the hut. The four guards hurriedly understood, and leaned against the wall to listen carefully. They had already developed a habit. But then 4 incarnations flashed past, and the 4 people just lay on the wall and remained motionless. At this time, the housekeeper who had already reached the entrance of the small courtyard had not noticed anything. He just turned around and saw that one of the 4 bearers was missing.
Huh? Is there another person? Do you understand the rules? There is a special place for convenience. Do you think this is a thatched house in the countryside? Uh-huh.
But the next moment, Zhu Xiaobao was already behind him, gently supporting the housekeeper, and then quietly carrying him aside.
Hey! I didn't expect you to break free. That would be better. I like excitement.
Fan Shi didn't expect that Rongyu would suddenly break free and start fighting with him. But he knew that he was very skilled in martial arts, so he didn't take it to heart. He was full of excitement, and wanted to subdue this fierce horse himself. But when a kitchen knife penetrated his chest from his back, Fan Chi was horrified to realize that there was another person behind him.
Do you like it? Is this exciting enough?
Zhu Xiaobao pulled back his kitchen knife and then asked with a smile.
Who are you?
Fan Chi asked with difficulty.
Hey! It doesn't matter who I am. The key is that you are so annoying in Hongnong Town. You have done too many bad things. It's time to settle the score.
Zhu Xiaobao whispered close to Fan Chi's ear. Rongyu didn't say anything at this moment, and stabbed Fan Chi in the heart with a short knife, and then rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao.
Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? Why don't you go out? I want to change clothes. But I also need to change clothes?
Chapter 1647 Hongyang Town B. Rongyu just glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and started to change clothes without saying a word, which shocked Zhu Xiaobao and ran away quickly. Are all women today so bold? Seeing Zhu Xiaobao escaping in embarrassment, Rongyu couldn't help but snicker secretly. She still has time to worry about these things with Zhu Xiaobao. All subsequent plans require the word quick. We must deal with this place quickly before the other 3 towns react. Moreover, Wei Ziki had already told her that Zhu Xiaobao, who seemed like a scoundrel, was actually a traitor but not courageous. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao just took off his coat, and it was okay. He was already wearing soft armor and strong clothing inside. At this time, the sounds of weapons clashing were heard in the Fan family manor, and some people were screaming in surprise. I didn't expect so many enemies to appear in this manor all at once, and the rescuers seemed to fall from the sky. At this time, in Hongyang Town, many seemingly ordinary families suddenly changed their clothes. They were all the clothes of the previous Rong family. It can be seen that in order to regain the Rong family, Rongyu and others have been preparing for many years, and the Rong family members have endured it for so many years. The most intense fighting was in the inner courtyard. The female nuns who had been taken into Fan Chi's harem were the first to start a riot, and their retaliation was something the guards did not expect. Some of the guards didn't dare to fight back. They still didn't understand what these ladies were after. They were so angry. Many people died in such confusion. And there is something wrong with the wine tonight. Everyone who drank it was very drunk. Many people lost their lives while drunk. The whole process was fast, and the people who suffered from it were also very supportive. Many people ran out excitedly to chase down the guards, who were usually domineering. These guards had a certain strength, but they didn't expect that there were too many people who hated them. It was basically 4 against 1. And some even had more than 20 people besieging a small leader, not even giving him a chance to surrender. A large number of shooters were deployed on the outside of the town, as well as people like Wei Zifeng who came and went like the wind, specializing in killing fish that slipped through the net. So the eradication speed was faster than expected. Sure enough, the guard leader was caught in front of Rongyu by Wei Li. This time, the guard leader's face was ashen. He cried bitterly and wanted to beg for mercy. But Rongyu cut his body into pieces. There was no rest at all. The men and horses were gathered together, and the troops were divided into 2 groups and went straight to the 2 nearby towns. As the saying goes, soldiers are expensive and quick.
Oh? A forceful attack? I'm afraid this will alarm the central city. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise when he heard this.
No. Yang Xian, the mayor of the
100th Street town
in the south,
the three-eyed master,
has come to inspect these days and has received a lot of rewards. We have taken the opportunity to send thousands of jars of good wine. It just so happened that the
three-eyed master, Master Yin,
has just left. Yang Xian has been drinking for 2 days in a row. The people under his command are not restrained and are all feasting. I will lead Wei Li and kill him as quickly as possible.
The Chiwu town
in the north has the smallest number of people, and there is another group of people to cooperate with the flanking attack. Let's ask Mr. Bao to take action himself. When we take over
100th Street town,
we will rush over to support immediately, Rongyu said with some excitement. I didn't expect that it would start so smoothly, and the time would be shorter than previously expected, which greatly increased the success rate of recovering
Rage City.
This time,
another team? Can you explain it more clearly? I only have Wei Ziki and a few of her subordinates here who have decent cultivation, and the number of remaining soldiers is not that large.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao looked at what he could see. There were less than 20,000 soldiers who followed him to attack the city. Asked a little worried.
Well, let me tell you now. How important is the leader of the 4 great kings under the
3 Wan brothers?
If he intends to join forces with my Rong family, he will cooperate with you to attack Chiwu town. As a condition, in the future the town that he originally controlled will belong to him forever. Because he has a family.
Only then did Rong Yu reveal the truth to Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that she had instigated He Zhong's rebellion. So this time it was very powerful.
Must. Okay. Then let's rush there as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but secretly admired that this plan was so thorough. This is equivalent to taking over 4 towns and forming a siege on the central city. In the central city area, I believe Rong Yu has already arranged enough manpower. Is this woman incredible? Zhu Xiaobao stopped talking nonsense and led Wei Zifeng and Wei Ziqi's men directly to
Chiwu town.
Although they were separated by hundreds of miles, the speed of these one-horned horses was quite surprising, and their endurance was very good. Except for changing a horse in the middle. There was no further delay. Wei Zifeng was the first to rush up to the short city wall. In fact, a city wall is a low wall and obstacle set up at the main entrances and exits. Only the outer perimeter of the
Rage City
has a real city wall. This is a simple pass. As Zhu Xiaobao and others quickly approached, they had already aroused the opponent's idea. But before the soldiers guarding the pass could react, Wei Zifeng arrived like a whirlwind. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao showed off his powerful auxiliary attack methods. More than 30,000
Black God Bees
and thousands of
Vulcan God Bees
were released, facing the people guarding
Chiwu town.
Thousands of soldiers launched a frantic attack. Suddenly there were screams. And He Dong, who came to attack from the other side, had already fought with Chu Wu. The two of them had a grudge to begin with. So this time, they started fighting tooth and nail. At this time, Wei Ziqi on the side was also dumbfounded. Zhu Xiaobao actually had so many spirit bees. He couldn't imagine how strong his spiritual consciousness was to control them. This made it very easy for Wei Ziqi's men to attack. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. It is now midnight, and most of the soldiers have fallen asleep. They did not expect to suffer disaster while sleeping.
Why? How dare you bring people to attack my Chiwu town? Do you want to rebel?
Chu Wu was also surprised and was caught off guard. Fortunately, his disciples called the police in time, and he hurriedly mounted his horse to meet the enemy. I just didn't expect that the person who came would be He Zhong.
Ha ha ha. Chu Wu, I have long been dissatisfied with the chaos in this Rage Castle. Such a chaotic city will be annihilated sooner or later. People like you who like to kill innocent people will not do it at all. Worthy of being the mayor.
He Zhong shouted with a smile. He has the highest level of cultivation among the 4 great Vajras, and is already in the latter stage of the
middle immortal realm.
He was forced to become a giant bandit in order to survive for his small family. Although he also did some bad things for the tiger. He finally woke up, especially after he married a strong wife. He completely wanted to get rid of his status as a giant gangster. So in the past few decades, through secret testing of each other with Rong Yu, trust was slowly established. Only at the end did he put forward his conditions. He wants to permanently control the
Chengdu town,
where he is stationed. And at the same time, he also wants to give his small family a place to settle down and develop. Attack from both sides. There are less than 40,000 troops in total. But these are all elites, facing the unprepared 100,000 troops of
Chiwu town.
They have an absolute advantage, because there are still many lurking in the middle. As for the members of the Rong family who were always there, they also suddenly launched an attack, which caught people even more off guard. When Zhu Xiaobao saw that Wei Zifeng and Wei Ziqi were actively participating in the fight, he was not so anxious. They were all people with relatively low cultivation, and he didn't even bother to take action. He just dodged through the crowd and arrived at the scene where the 2 most important figures were fighting. He Zhong and Chu Wu have similar cultivation levels, which means He Zhong is stronger. But now several of Chu Wu's disciples are somewhat capable, and they are doing their best to help their master fight He Zhong together. But He Zhong also had a helper here,
who turned out to be a tough female cultivator. When Zhu Xiaobao looked at this female cultivator, he was immediately stunned. I didn't expect it to be a red-haired girl. Since the last time he returned to Qianqiu Peak, Zhu Xiaobao has not seen the red-haired woman and Bao Sun because they went to the wilderness to practice again. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would meet her here. And it seems that he is still married to He Zhong? It's just that the red-haired woman was dealing with Chu Wu's 4 disciples 1 against 4. And she didn't notice Zhu Xiaobao's arrival at all. After careful sensing, there was a person lurking 100 steps away, Bao Sun, who was about to secretly shoot him. However, after so many years, Bao Sun's cultivation was still at the fusion realm, facing several opponents from the fake fairy realm and the true martial realm. He was a little hesitant.
If you don't have confidence in your heart, then don't come. Let me do it.
Only when Zhu Xiaobao appeared in front of Bao Sun did he become aware that someone was approaching. But as soon as he looked up and saw that familiar smiling face, Bao Sun burst into tears with excitement.
Master?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any time. He took Bao Sun's bow, opened the bow and nocked an arrow. And he shot an arrow with his hands. And a scream came out in response.
Okay, Bao Sun, today's arrow is quite good.
The red-haired woman immediately cheered loudly, still so bold and fierce. At this time, the red-haired woman was already injured, although she was missing a strong opponent. With 1 against 3, the situation was still precarious. But she still has the same fierce and brave style as before, dancing like a tiger with a 9-ring sword, without any fear.
Sister Hong, how about I help you kill the enemy together?
Unexpectedly, before Sister Hong could finish her words, a very familiar and very kind voice came from behind her.
Xiaobao? It's you.
Sister Hong turned her head and looked a little dull. She couldn't help but shed tears. Chapter 1648 Central Area, A. The red-haired girl was so stunned by the Zhu Xiaobao in front of her that she even ignored that she was still under siege by 3 extremely vicious rogue cultivators. One of them saw the advantage, and as soon as he arrived, he swept towards the red-haired woman's neck. The red-haired goddess couldn't dodge this attack no matter what. But since Zhu Xiaobao is present, how can the red-haired girl be harmed in any way? Zhu Xiaobao's figure flashed and appeared in front of the advanced cultivator. He grabbed him by the neck and threw him out. Then he threw him heavily on the ground like a broken sack and never climbed up again. Stand up.
Who are you?
The remaining 2 people immediately felt the danger. This was too easy. Even their own master couldn't do this. Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to talk nonsense with these 2 people at all. He turned into 2 figures and crossed each other, then overlapped again and restored his true form. The 2 of them still maintained the same posture as before, but they were completely lifeless. This move not only stunned the red-haired woman, but also Chu Wu, who was fighting He Dong, was also shocked. All 4 apprentices were killed in the blink of an eye. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is only in the middle of the
middle immortal realm.
So why not be as good as yourself? How is this going?
Who are you? How dare you come to my
Chiwu town
to run wild?
Chu Wu asked in shock and pain. The 4 disciples had been with him for hundreds of years. They were all trained by him personally, and were his biggest support for independent development in the future. Who expected that they would all be killed now? In this way, his situation becomes even more passive. He Zhong also saw the flaw and was not polite at all. The chain hammer in his hand wrapped around Chu Wu's neck. This was the most fatal thing. The chain hammer, a weapon that is soft yet hard and extremely heavy, is probably the most difficult to deal with among all weapons. It is very difficult to get rid of it now. And what was horrifying was that Chu Wu saw Zhu Xiaobao's palm slowly extending, and his weight plus the weight of the chain hammer was rapidly increasing. It gradually made him breathless, and his legs could hardly bear the exponentially increasing weight. Both legs also began to tremble rapidly, and their feet sank deep into the ground. In the end, Chu Wu had no choice but to throw away his weapon. But it didn't help. He was still sinking slowly. He sank to a certain level, although he was no longer sinking. The weight on his body was still there, still increasing.
Who are you? Let me go! I don't want to die yet.
Chu Wu finally panicked. He tried his best, and his face turned red before he managed to say a word. But before Zhu Xiaobao could say anything, the red-haired woman strode over and kicked Chu Wu's head off. Originally, Chu Wu was trying his best to hold on. But then, he was like an inflated balloon that was popped by a kick. His head suddenly exploded, and he died.
Yeah. I mean, sister, are you still so violent?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't stand it anymore, and shook his head.
Humph. Who told him to influence our brother and sister's conversation? I can't wait any longer. I have a lot to say to you.
Sister Hong still said disapprovingly.
Excuse me. Who is this little brother? Hong Mei. How do you know him?
He Dong, still mature and solemn, asked with his hands raised.
He is the Zhu Xiaobao I often tell you about? My brother? How about it? Let me tell you. He can kill people beyond his level. Isn't he bragging? Oh, by the way, Xiaobao, this is your brother-in-law He Zong.
The red-haired woman immediately said proudly.
I I've seen Master Zazumbo.
He Zhong was immediately startled and quickly saluted again. He was not as supportive as the red-haired girl. He was very respectful and said, "Okay." But I was also overjoyed. I didn't expect that this wife would really find a strong supporter for me.
Don't be so polite. Brother He. Thank you for taking care of me. Sister Hong.
Xu Xiaobao dared to hold his fist and return the greeting. The red-haired girl was very happy to find a good home. After all, with the qualifications of a red-haired woman, it is already quite difficult to reach the fake fairyland. And now all the brothers around Sister Hong are dead, leaving only Bao Xuan. As soon as Chu Wu died, his men completely lost their fighting spirit and began to collapse. Many people threw away their weapons and began to flee. Is it still too late? In the blink of an eye, Wei Zifeng also arrived. And when he saw the red-haired woman, even Wei Zifeng burst into tears of surprise, hugging each other and crying. Then the two women went out together to chase him. This is great. These two murderous women are together. They are two killing machines, causing a bloody storm. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head a little when he saw it. It was so cruel. At this time, He Zhong seemed to know that a quick victory was needed. Because with such a big movement, it was impossible for the
three heroes of the Ruan family
in the central area not to know about it. Now the only way to quickly calm down the order here and have the four towns join forces to launch a siege to the central area is the best result. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the fighting power of the
three Ruan brothers
once they rush in any direction. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, even Rongyu, who had recaptured
100th Street Town,
arrived with his people. She had already succeeded, leaving Wei Li to guard
100th Street Town.
While Rongyu he hurried over to meet up with He Zong. What Honor didn't expect was that He Zong's wife was Zhu Xiaobao's sister, and she still looked very close. So intimate and casual that it made people jealous. After a flash of gloom, Rongyu quickly put on a sincere smile.
Brother He Zong, hurry back as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the three heroes of the Ruan family will attack your Chengdu town. That's fine. I'm also worried that
Chengdu town
will be a little unstable without our husband and wife.
He Zong was not polite. He originally kept half of his troops, but almost all of them were able to fight and had high cultivation levels. Brought out, Chengdu town can be said to be at its weakest now.
Brother He, Sister Hong, I'll go back with you. I haven't seen Sister Hong for so many years. I have a lot to say to her.
Zhu Xiaobao also said immediately, and then his expression changed regardless of honor, and he took the lead in facing her, speeding away in the direction of Chengdu town.
Oh, I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Really? It's not as good as God. Forget it. I have to leave
Chengdu town.
To He Dong.
Rongyu sighed a little unwillingly. Originally, Rongyu rushed over in a hurry just to take advantage of him and kill He Zong. Wouldn't that mean there are no worries at all? But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would have such a close relationship with the red-haired girl. So Rongyu immediately changed his mind.
I advise you not to have this idea. If Zhu Xiaobao gets angry, I'm afraid he can wipe out your entire family by himself.
At this time, Wei Ziki could also understand the idea of honor. In fact, it was also hers idea. But now she has completely changed. After throwing away the soldiers, Zhu Xiaobao and others quickly rushed back to Chengdu town. Fortunately, they came back in time to catch up with the special envoys, who came from the central area to inquire about the situation. Now the central area is in chaos. All three towns have been captured. The three Wan brothers are already furious. They instinctively reacted that the only remaining Chengdu town must be saved. Only Chengdu town did not have any fighting and was still very peaceful. As long as He Dong was still on their side, Fury City could still turn defeat into victory. So He Zong and others just returned to Chengdu town. The special envoy coming from the central area is here, and the leader is Ruan Jisong, the third of the
three Ruan brothers. He Dong, are you there? Open the city gate. I want to come in. Do you know that the Rong family is in trouble? Fortunately, your place has not been captured yet. You, Mr. He, are still reliable.
Ruan Jisong was very relieved. In one breath, this place has not been captured yet. So he is more than 50% sure that he can suppress the Rong family again.
Welcome to the third master.
He Zhong led his men to welcome him out. Due to the rush of time, He Zhong didn't even have time to take off his armor and hurriedly welcomed him out. Zhu Xiaobao was still among the guards as before.
It's bad. Lao He. The Rome family has captured the other 3 towns. I don't know how these losers guarded them, but they lost all 3 towns overnight.
Ruan Jinsong was a little angry. Said, now seeing He Zhong.
It's like seeing hope. Yeah. I just got the news. So I just put on my armor and prepared to deal with unexpected situations. I didn't expect that the 3rd master came to visit in person.
He Zhong yet quickly clasped his fists and saluted.
Okay.
I won't say any more nonsense. Get ready immediately and set off with me. While their foothold is not stable, take back Chiwu Town first. The remaining 2 town owners are greedy and lustful.
It's probably difficult to save him.
Ruan Jinsong immediately ordered.
Then you have to wait until I get the troops ready.
He Zhong said a little embarrassed.
How much time do you need?
Ruan Jinsong asked anxiously.
It will take half an hour at the fastest.
He Zhong also looked very anxious. But he was anxious that the men and horses he had brought out would arrive soon. Didn't this tell the truth at first sight?
It's too late. Come on. Come on. I'll go in with you. Give me 10,000 horses first. Plus a few of you with high cultivation levels. Go and rescue Chu Wu first.
Ruan Jinsong said with a frown.
Okay. Mr. Third. Please come.
He Zhong made a gesture and moved out of the way, allowing Ruan Jinsong to advance into the town.
Okay. Okay. Huh? No. Why are there bloodstains on you? And who are you? Why haven't I seen you?
After all, Ruan Jinsong has extraordinary cultivation. He was about to step into the city gate, but he saw it at a glance. The red-haired girl was covered in blood. And Wei Zifeng beside the red-haired girl was even more exuding a strong murderous aura. Chapter 1649 Central Area, B. He was able to kill Ruan Jinsong by surprise. But he didn't expect that this guy was cunning enough and sharp enough to detect the blood stains on Wei Zifeng and the red-haired woman. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao and others were too pressed for time to prepare. So they rushed out to greet him without even having time to change clothes. Especially Wei Zifeng and the red-haired woman are so full of murderous intent that it is difficult not to be noticed. I saw Ruan Jinsong, the 3rd child, flying backwards and rushing out. Moreover, his men were also a group of extremely powerful personal guards. They reacted quickly and had strong fighting power. They immediately launched a counterattack.
Do it!
In desperation, He Zhong had no choice but to give the order to do it. Wei Zifeng was the fastest and fell towards Ruan Jinsong first. I thought she could hold off Ruan Jinsong with her speed. But I didn't expect that Ruan Jinsong was also good at speed. And due to the difference in cultivation, he was much more powerful than Wei Zifeng in combat.
Master Bao, you should go and help Fairy Wei. Leave this place to us.
He Zhong was very anxious for Wei Zifeng, and he didn't want Ruan Jinsong to escape, because the cooperation of the
3 Ruan brothers
is quite powerful. It is said that it is enough to compete with a powerful person in the fairy realm.
Yeah. Okay.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the red-haired woman who was fighting. These guards should not be difficult to deal with. So he nodded. Then I chased him out because of the fastest speed. Although Ruan Jinsong could gain some advantages at this time, there was nothing he could do against Wei Zifeng, because he did not expect that Wei Zifeng, who had just cultivated in the
primary immortal realm,
could have such speed and flexibility. These are all the great improvements brought to Wei Zifeng by taking the restraint pill. Today, he finally saw amazing results. Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao had rushed over to help Wei Zifeng join forces to kill him, Ruan Jinsong did not dare to rely on him. His actual combat ability and experience were accumulated through long-term fighting experience. He was very fierce and practical. Will never be too impulsive. But now Ruan Jinsong is a little annoyed that he can't get rid of Wei Zifeng's entanglement. Because Wei Zifeng is not only fast, but also has a unique set of body skills, and can often get close to him in an instant.
Humph! What a little trick!
In the end, Ruan Jinsong had no choice but to use his special escape technique and shouted in a low voice.
Clone!
In an instant, Ruan Jinsong split into 2, turned into 2 clones, and fled in 2 different directions. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that what he could sense was that these 2 were actually real bodies. What kind of avatar technique is this?
1 shadow clone!
Zhu Xiaobao was also unambiguous, and 2 clones chased him out in an instant. Wei Zifeng, on the other hand, was a little confused. She didn't know which one to chase. But at this moment, Wei Zifeng suddenly felt a warning sign. Fortunately, her activation speed was very fast. She twisted around, changed her direction, and rushed out like an arrow. However, she was still a step slower, and she felt that she was behind her, being scratched by a knife. I couldn't help but scream. Then he escaped with injuries. Zhu Xiaobao's 2 clones also defeated the opponent's 2 clones respectively. It turned out that the opponent's 2 clones were both fake, while the real body stopped in place, making people think that it was left behind by the clone. The afterimage gradually faded away. In fact, it is a very clever concealment method. The only disadvantage is that it only lasts for a very short time. It is somewhat similar to the invisibility pill of the assassin gate. Once the murderous intention and internal power are used, it will be exposed.
What a trick! You win for a while.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but snorted angrily. He didn't expect that the opponent's clone technique was like this. It was also his fault that he was too careless. If he had sensed it carefully, he should have been able to sense it. At this time, Ruan Jinsong had already escaped very far, and it was impossible to chase him. Even if he was flying in the air, the opponent would be stronger than Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, none of the sentry troops brought by Ruan Jinsong were spared. Ruan Jinsong looked back and saw that he was completely trapped in the middle. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. He was so angry that he had to grit his teeth and rush back to the central area to make final preparations. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little depressed at this time. Not only was Ruan Jinsong ran away, Wei Zifeng was also injured, which made him feel a little unhappy. First, they found a small forest, gathered their troops here, and then asked Wei Zifeng to return to the Time Stone to start healing. Anyway, the red-haired woman knew a little about the secret of the Time Stone, and he didn't care too much that this secret would be leaked. Although He Zhong was surprised by Wei Zifeng's whereabouts, he was wise enough not to ask any more questions. Instead, he gathered his troops and prepared to march towards the central city. This was agreed in advance to quickly surround the central city. From the messenger talisman in his hand, he already knows that the other 3 towns have begun to move towards the central area. After the troops were integrated, He Zhong saw that Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to be in a hurry, and couldn't help but feel a little strange.
Master Bao, why don't we rush over? Actually, rushing over now. These soldiers are not the most important. The ones who really decide the outcome are the leaders. I want to ask you. You promised to help the Rong family in revolt. What guarantee did Rong Yu give you? It's not necessarily just an empty promise. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked.
She also sent her biological sister to me, which is considered to be a marriage with me. You also know that red-haired women are not good at managing internal affairs.
He Zhong smiled a little awkwardly. The red-haired woman next to her also changed her clothes at this time, and was not too dissatisfied. She didn't care much about these things in the first place. As long as she wasn't too pretentious, she didn't care much about these things.
Ha! I'm sincere. Okay, let's go!
Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to reveal the true purpose of wearing Rongyu, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. In just half an hour, Wei Zifeng came back. What surprised He Zhong was that Wei Zifeng was completely healed. Could it be that what he saw just now was an illusion, and he was not actually that seriously injured? He Zhong shook his head in disbelief. Then he quickly led a large group of people to the central area, passing through many desert places along the way. We found that many casual cultivators were parked on one side, and some even started to discuss how to take advantage of the situation in 2s and 3s. Every time this moment is a good opportunity for them to make a fortune. But they must attack the losing party. At this time, the 3rd child, Ruan Jinsong, had already hurried back to the central area. Although he was not injured, the secret technique he just used still consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual consciousness and internal strength. The
3 Ruan brothers
were not very panicked at this time. Although they were very upset, they could accept this reality from the bottom of their hearts. After all, they originally robbed the Rong family's city and gained their current status. I just didn't expect that the Rong family would make a comeback and start to regain their own city again. I didn't even expect that all the 4 King Kongs under his command would be wiped out so easily.
What's the point of panic? The worst we can do is go back to the days of robbing houses and robbing houses. I can't get used to this kind of comfortable life.
Ruan Jinqiang, the 2nd child, snorted with a look of indifference on his face.
Oh, it's a pity. It's a pity. I didn't expect that the Rong family has such a forbearing woman. And she even united with the Wei family. After we recover our strength, we can start from the Wei family again.
The boss Ron Jinggang was a little depressed. He said dully, but he immediately thought of the direction of development in the future. The reason why the three brothers did not escape immediately was because they were quite confident in their own hands. Secondly, they have too many things to sort out. So far, they have sorted out no less than 50 storage bags of various sizes. They have indeed collected a lot of property over the years.
Brother, what to do with those ladies and servants? Are they just left to the wrong family?
The second son asked, still unwilling to do so.
Oh, forget it. It depends on their fate, and let them fend for themselves,
the boss Ron Jinggang said with a sigh. At this time, the city lord's palace was surrounded from 4 directions, and there was no response to the distress signal sent out by the
3 Wan brothers.
It can be seen that these 3 giant bandits have no real friends, and no one came to help them at the critical moment.
Brothers, come on. It's time to end things.
After everything was done, the boss, Ron Jinggang, suddenly filled with fighting spirit, roared, and led the 2 brothers to the top of the city lord's mansion, looking down at the entire City of Fury from a high position. I felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that in just a few days. It had already become a siege situation. The guards of the city lord's mansion also looked up at the 3 lords of the city. They were all a little overwhelmed.
Let's all disperse. You've wasted your life in vain.
Ron Jing just waved his hand and said it in time for his men to hear, and also for Rongyu and others to hear. The meaning is very clear. If you want to make a break, you need to make a break between masters like them. The whole city is full of dead people who don't need to be killed. For cultivators like them who can reach the middle immortal realm, it is easy to kill thousands of people with just a few moves. But it is completely unnecessary.
Yes. All the soldiers retreated 1,000 steps back.
Rongyu also nodded. This was in line with her thoughts. After all, she was the one to take over the city. She didn't want to take over a city full of casualties. Both sides even waited for a while to give the people in the central area time to escape.
Okay. It's almost done. Are you Rongyu? I didn't expect that you would actually develop it again after so many years. In fact, there is a way to solve this matter peacefully. I wonder if you are willing.
Ron Jinggang seemed to he asked a little reluctantly.
Needless to say, for you 3 brothers, there is only one way to die.
Unexpectedly, Rongyu refused without thinking.
Okay, then let me see what these rabble you invited are capable of.
Boss Ron said calmly without being angry.
Wei Li, aren't you known as the #1 member of the Wei family? Come on. Wan Jinqiang wants to learn from you. As you wish.
Chapter 1650 The 3 Wan Brothers, A. What people didn't expect was that Wan Lauer was the first to jump out impatiently and challenge Wei Li. Among the 3 brothers, Wan Jinqiang was the most belligerent, so he wanted to use Wei Li to warm up. Although Wei Li is the #1 member of the Wei family, he is actually a member of the Rong family, and he cannot retreat at this time no matter what. What's more, when people call him by name, of course Wei Li has to defend his dignity. When the 2 met, there was no nonsense and they started fighting. Wei Li is a long-handled double-edged square-shaped halberd, while Wan Jinqiang is a 3-pointed 2-edged sword, which is not inferior to Wei Li in terms of weight. After a few rounds, Wei Li was a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect Wan Jinqiang to be so ferocious. Except for Wei Li's strength, he was gradually at a disadvantage.
Go!
Wan Jinqiang roared. There was a hammer in the knife. He slashed Wei Li back with 1 strike, followed by flying hammers. Wei Li was already quite old and was hit hard. At the chest, there was a sound of bones breaking in the chest. Wei Li also groaned, threw away his weapon, and hurriedly escaped from the circle. As soon as he returned to Wei Ziqi's side, he vomited out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Wei Ziqi was so shocked that he quickly helped him, feeling extremely heartbroken. Now Wei Li is not only a member of the Rong family, but also Wei Ziqi's double monk. Rongyu, who was sitting on the horse, showed no expression and didn't even look at Wei Li.
Ha ha ha! Who else? Come forward and fight with me.
Wan Jinqiang laughed arrogantly. He was originally a gangster, and this kind of fierce fighting is what he enjoys the most.
For the clan members who died for the Rong family, come together.
Rongyu had already seen that something was wrong. There was absolutely no chance of winning if he fought alone. She knew how to inspire the blood of her clan members and shouted loudly. Only through siege can we win by relying on numerical superiority. At the same time, Rongyu also reminded Wei Ziqi with seemingly good intentions.
Junior sister, hurry up and kill the 3 thieves. Otherwise, the Wei family will incur endless revenge in the future. I understand.
Wei Ziki snorted angrily. And Rongyu secretly reminded her that if she didn't deal with it now, she would have to pay the price of being exterminated in the future. This made Wei Ziki feel very unhappy. Immediately, 7 cultivators from the
Middle Immortal Realm
surrounded him at the same time. On Zhu Xiubo's side, He Zhong also followed suit. Originally, there should have been 10
Mid-Wonderland
people at full count. But in order to maintain the safety of several other towns, Rongyu had to stay with a few people to take charge. What made Rongyu very unhappy was that Zhu Xiaobao did not participate in the battle, but watched from the sidelines. Even the very belligerent Wei Zifeng and the red-haired woman did not join the battle. The two of them just stood guard on both sides of Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Zhu Xiaobao was sensing this carefully. He seemed to be able to sense 2 more auras of the
Middle Immortal Realm,
and they were very familiar. So he didn't take action yet. Moreover, he also believed that 7 powerful men from the
Middle Fairy Realm
were enough to trap the 3 Yuan brothers. But once the fight starts, Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded. The 3 Yuan brothers were so powerful. The 3 of them together were definitely the strongest combination Zhu Xiaobao had ever seen. It's really comparable to the cultivators of Shanghai Fairyland. Among them, the weapon of the boss Ruan Jinggang is the most special. He wears a pair of black iron hoops on his hands, with 4 thick black iron chains hanging on each of them, which are 4 to 5 meters long. It can be used as both a soft weapon and a heavy weapon. The key is that he can also control these 8 black iron chains respectively. So the 8 iron chains are like spiritual snakes, scurrying around and hurting people. The most surprising thing is that each of his chains also has a strong fire attribute. So every chain is scorched when you sweep it. With the boss's vicious agility, the second child's fierceness, and the third child's speed, he seemed to be wandering around the perimeter, constantly harassing everyone, and even taking the opportunity to make sneak attacks, making him impossible to guard against. The role of Lao San is actually similar to that of Wei Zifeng. It's just that his speed and strength are even better. It's just that the third child's performance is limited today, because he has already consumed a lot in Chengdu Town just now. Only now has he recovered more than half of his strength, which is far from the deterrent power he had when he reached his peak. It seemed that 7 people were besieging the 3 brothers, but Rongyu and others were already defeated. And the first one to fail was the weirdo. In fact, his identity has been revealed. He is the former head of the Rong family. It was just that he was obsessed with practicing alone in the forest, and did not put his mind on the development and expansion of the family, which led to the final destruction. So this time, I am here to make up for my mistakes. It's just that there is no vast forest here, and the weirdo can't take advantage of it. So he was the first to fail.
Master Xiaobao, why don't you give us a helping hand? If you don't take action, all your efforts will be wasted.
Rongyu couldn't care less about face at this time, and anxiously began to ask Zhu Xiaobao for help.
Hey! For 8 trigrams. Gee!
At this moment, the boss Ruan Jin just glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and suddenly yelled. I saw the 8 chains on both hands running around rapidly. They seemed chaotic, but they were moving in a certain direction.
Ah! What kind of trick is this?
Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, countless fire snakes appeared under their feet. 2 people's ankles were smashed, and 2 others were burned. Even Rongyu was not spared. One of her feet was smoking, and she limped back quickly. At this time, everyone saw clearly that the boss Ruan Jinggang held a Jiang pill in each hand. He could actually add the fire attribute of the Jiang pill to his own weapons, thus greatly increasing his power. The power of fire attribute attacks. This alone made Zhu Xiaobao extremely envious. This secret method that relied on external objects to increase the power of attributes was very attractive to him. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng had just beaten away Ruan Jin's song from the outside and rushed to the center of the field. Fortunately this time, everyone left the battlefield to Zhu Xiaobao. The remaining uninjured people also retreated. He Zhong didn't want to back down. He couldn't watch Zhu Xiaobao face the siege of the 3 brothers alone. But he was injured by his second brother Ruan Jinqiang. And he was seriously injured. 1 arm and 3 ribs were broken by Ruan Jinqiang's flying hammer.
Damn it! Did all these people run away? Are we the only 2 left?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel shocked, and cursed secretly in annoyance.
Little brother? Do you still want to fight?
Although the boss Ruan Jinggang spent a lot of energy, he still asked proudly. After all, the 3 brothers seemed to have seen the hope of turning defeat into victory.
Yeah. Give it a try. You don't feel well now. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded seemingly seriously.
Ha ha ha. There really is someone with a seed. Second brother. Help him.
Wan Jinggang, the boss, couldn't help but laugh.
Okay. Let's take your sacrificial knife first. I haven't received a head yet.
Wan Jinqiang, the second child, said with a sinister smile.
Boom! Puff! Crack!
As the second child Wan Jinqiang screamed, the boss Wan Jinggang looked a little dull. In just a short time, the second child Wan Jinqiang was seriously injured. Then he saw a Xian corpse beside Zhu Xiaobao, and another drop of
1 yuan heavy water
fell from the sky, which happened to completely cover Wan Jinqiang, making him move slowly. And Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife was also unceremonious. He slashed forward and cut off Wan Jinqiang's right arm.
You actually have
1 yuan heavy water.
Who are you?
At this time, Boss Wan really felt the huge threat, and even asked a little stuttering.
Brother, don't underestimate him. I almost died in his hands.
At this time, the third child ran back in a panic. He had been beaten to death by the combined efforts of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng just now.
Yes! Get behind me!
Wan Jinggang, the boss, had completely lost his intention of underestimating the enemy and quietly said,
If I fail, you should quickly take your second brother and escape. Brother, is this really going to happen?
Wan Jisong, the third child, was shocked when he heard this. In all these years, the boss has never said such discouraging words. And it can be heard from his tone that at this time, the boss is I'm not sure at all.
Well, back off.
The boss, Wan Jinggang, said calmly as his expression returned to calmness.
No. Let's go together. Fighting alone is not enough.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao refused to do it, and said arrogantly and provocatively,
Arrogant!
The boss Wan Jinggang roared in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, the 8 iron chains seemed to come alive again, and the tongues of fire at the front became even scarlet and hotter.
Hee! You seem to have forgotten that I just used the water attribute to defeat fire with water. That is a sure win.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed and started using the Yuanong knife's footwork, cleverly avoiding every step, attacked by a chain. And as Zhu Xiaobao moved, everything turned into mud. And Wei Zifeng was not idle either. In conjunction with Zhu Xiaobao's footwork, he also began to circle around Wan Jinggang quickly, which made Wan Jinggang very passive.
Brother, let me help you.
The third child can't stand it anymore. Put your dick gently on the ground, and then start chasing Wei Zifeng like crazy.
Third brother, you are a lass. Okay, let's fight quickly.
The boss was surprised, but he had no choice but to accept the help of the third brother. He did have some difficulty in dealing with the joint attack of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng. But at this moment, Wan Jinqiang, the second child who was lying there, suddenly screamed loudly and saw swarms of Vulcan bees and
Black God bees
stinging Wan Jinqiang painfully. Some of the Black God bees, but those
Vulcan God bees
were able to penetrate his gang chi, and suddenly countless fire clusters began to appear on Wan Jinqiang's body. Chapter 1651. The 3 Wan brothers B. Facing Zhu Xiaobao. The 3 Wan brothers originally had the numerical advantage, but they were restrained in every way. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao's side is the one with the most people, and various methods are emerging one after another, and the 3 of them are exhausted. Especially the screams of the second child Wan Jinqiang made the eldest Wan Jinqiang even more uneasy. We can only hope that the third child, Wan Jisong, will take down Wei Zifeng as soon as possible. If he can get a living one to hold Zhu Xiaobao hostage, that would be the best. But things went against expectations. Wan Jisong, the third child, not only failed to capture Wei Zifeng, but now he was in a state of embarrassment. He was entangled with Wei Zifeng, because Wan Jisong, the third child, always has an invisible and intangible Vulcan bee harassing him, making him extremely annoyed. Moreover, the fire clusters shot by this Vulcan bee are extremely damaging and willful, and cannot be extinguished with just a slap. It takes a lot of effort to destroy it. Moreover, the burned area was burning, painful and itchy, and the more I scratched it, the more itchy it became. What worries the boss Wan Jinggang even more is that now Wan Jisong is getting more and more dangerous. The reason is that Zhu Xiaobao's Xuanji is now cooperating with Wei Zifeng to attack Wan Jisong. This mysterious corpse is already half a heavenly corpse. It doesn't care about the opponent's cultivation level. It insists on exchanging injuries for injuries. It is a genuine exchange of palms and swords with Wan Jinsong. Wan Jinsong is already a bit overwhelmed by the beating.
I know who you are. You are the person that the three-eyed venerable is most afraid of. It's ridiculous that the second child mocked the three-eyed venerable a few days ago, so that he left in anger,
Wan Jinggang said with a little regret.
It's not that strong. I'm not a match for the three-eyed lord in a single fight. But now we can make a break between us,
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. Even though the mysterious corpse was not around now, he could already tell that Wan Jinggang was confused and no longer so calm. Even his momentum has slumped.
It seems that this is the only way.
The boss, Wan Jinsong, looked at the two brothers and said with some reluctance. What he was upset about right now was that the three of them should not have separated, but should have joined forces to fight against Shi Xiaobao. In that case, they would have at least a 60% winning rate.
Cross whip!
Wan Jinggang roared and waved the 8 iron chains in his hands, relying entirely on his strength to take the initiative. Because with the blessing of fire attribute, it can only make yourself more passive.
A shadow clone!
But Wan Jin just gave up the power of attributes. Which does not mean that Zhu Xiaobao also gave up the power of attributes. On the contrary, he has to make full use of his attribute power and cooperate with other secret techniques and stunts. This is what he often relies on to kill people beyond levels. In an instant, 6 figures began to intersperse around the soft scene, making it dazzling. The 6 figures were also holding different weapons, including a fire-tipped spear, a green-edged sword, a water-splitting thorn, a green wooden pole, an earth and stone shield, and one was holding a kitchen knife. This is also the clone technique that Zhu Xiaobao has gradually improved over the past few days. He has summarized it from countless discussions and practices. When he is a clone of the 6 paths, his attack power is the most powerful, and when combined with the power of different attributes and corresponding weapons can increase combat effectiveness by more than 10%.
These 5 elements have all the attributes? How is this possible? And they can still be so powerful?
Wan Jinggang was also a little dumbfounded and muttered to himself. However, he has rich practical experience and can still cope with it. But he is a little confused and tired of coping. Wei Ziki and Rongyu, who were watching the battle, also looked at each other. Are they still the same person? How powerful is the power of spiritual consciousness and the power of attributes? Even the meridians and internal energy can't keep up? But Zhu Xiaobao just did it and seemed to be able to do it with ease.
Humph. Well, it's a life well spent to see such wonderful and diverse attack methods. Use gold to defeat fire.
Wan Jinggang couldn't help but admire. And then roared. The scorching flames rekindled on the chains in Wan Jinggang's hands. Then, while avoiding the attacks of several other clones, he pursued the clone using the Qifeng sword. In the eyes of others, this was undoubtedly the most correct and targeted choice. But it was the beginning of his failure. The clone using the Qifeng sword seemed to be deliberately avoiding Wan Jinggang's attack, and ran away quickly. Another clone used an earth and stone shield to block Wan Jinsong's attack. But what Wan Jinggang didn't expect was that the fleeing clone didn't stop at all, and rushed directly to the side of the third child Wan Jinsong. He raised his sword and cut off one of Wan Jinsong's arms.
Ah? Brother, why did you drive him to me?
Wan Jinsong, the third child, immediately shouted in pain.
Ah? Third child?
Wan Jinggang was also taken aback, shouting in shock and pain. At this time, Wan Jinsong, the third child, could no longer hold on and turned around to escape. But the Xian corpse beside him did not relax at all and still hit him hard on the back. Immediately, the third child, Wan Jinsong, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and Wei Zifeng rushed over and stabbed him again. The third child of the Wan family finally couldn't run anymore. He was hit hard one after another, causing him to fall to the ground and howl incessantly.
Ah! 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 I will fight with you!
The boss Wan Jinggang roared at Zhu Xiaobao with his eyes wide open.
It's useless. You are confused and have lost your fighting spirit. There is only one way to die.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. And then, the 6 clones overlapped one by one and merged into one. Even the weapons in his hands were put away. He just looked at Wan Jinggang indifferently.
Ha ha ha! In the past, people were wiped out. But now it is impossible to escape this disaster. Is this retribution?
Wan Jinggang looked at Zhu Xiaobao blankly, and suddenly felt endless despair. and then looked at the two of them lying on the ground in pain. Struggling brother. He waved his hand, and two iron chains wrapped around their heads and necks respectively. As soon as he exerted force, the two brothers made a fool of themselves, stopped moving, and lost their vitality. The other two iron chains following Ron Jinsong's hands were like two poisonous snakes, wrapping around his head and neck. As Ron Jinggang moved his hands outward, he himself died of anger. When he saw that the two brothers were seriously injured, he had no hope of escaping, so he chose to die with them. The three brothers had agreed from the beginning that they would live and die together. Zhu Xiaobao asked Xianji to arrange the three corpses in one place. He suddenly respected the three brothers from the bottom of his heart, no matter how many evil things he had done in the past. The obsession of the three brothers to live and die together has never changed. Originally, Rongyu and her tribe were still thinking of cutting these three evil bandit leaders into pieces. But when they saw the situation, Rongyu quickly changed his tone.
3 men. Let's give them a good burial. Bow.
Sir, this is the storage bag they have. Please take a look at it. Mr. Bao.
Zhu Xiaobao only took some medicinal materials and basic exercises that he liked, and he was not interested in other things. But instead of returning everything to Rongyu, he personally divided about 30% of the property and gave it directly to Yizhong. He wanted Rongyu and others to see how much he valued Yizhong and the red-haired woman. Then Zhu Xiaobao immediately led people into the city lord's mansion. He wanted to confirm whether his induction was correct, and why he could always detect that there was something familiar about Chinese Valentine's Day in it. And it should be too.
Mid-Fairyland.
Are still hiding deep in it. The housekeeper of the city lord's mansion was called over, and he tried to comfort him, and then asked if there were any other important people being imprisoned here? Or is it a retreat here? The housekeeper thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao pointed out the general direction. The housekeeper suddenly realized and said,
"It turns out to be the underground secret room of the three masters? We are never allowed to enter there. Can we go in there?"
The people who entered were also the close followers of the three masters. Therefore, the villain has never entered.
Wei Zifeng was smarter, and immediately found a guard commander from the city lord's mansion. This person was qualified to enter the secret room. He immediately led them to the secret room with fear and fear. After a lot of twists and turns, they finally found the secret room door. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands. In order to prevent unexpected events, Zhu Xiaobao decided to enter alone. When Zhu Xiaobao saw the scene clearly, he couldn't help but laugh.
Hee. Who am I seeing? I didn't expect that after so many years. The two of you are enjoying happiness here? You are still inseparable, hee.
A man and a woman in the secret room were in a very embarrassed state. The conditions here were not bad, but they were half-clothed, and they were tied together by a fairy rope, making them inseparable. Originally, both of them were lying on their backs. As soon as they heard someone coming, they immediately got up, subconsciously pulled off their clothes, and then laid down on the ground to welcome the person. But as soon as they heard Zhu Xiaobao's voice, they felt that something was wrong today. It was someone else, and the voice sounded a bit familiar. They couldn't help but glance up. When they saw it, the two of them immediately shouted excitedly, said,
"Little treasures? Are you little treasures? Let us out quickly. After more than 100 years, we finally waited for someone to save us. TSK. How loving are you two? Are you two wearing the same clothes? Zifeng, come over with those 2 sets of clothes. Look, who did I find here?"
Zhu Xiaobao was in a good mood at this time, said to Wei Zifeng outside the door. It turns out that these two people are actually the crazy master who has disappeared for more than 100 years and the sinister temptress from the Acacia Gate back then. Unexpectedly, the two of them were imprisoned here by the 3 Yuan brothers for more than 100 years. No wonder there was no news at all from the outside world. Zhu Xiaobao thought that the two of them had been killed. Chapter 1652. The mystery gradually opens up.
Zhu Xiaobao? Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Let us out quickly. It has been more than 100 years, and we thought we would never get out again.
The crazy master looked at Zhu Xiaobao excitedly, and even endured it. I couldn't help crying.
Stop trying to get close to us. Have you forgotten how arrogant you two were when you were chasing us?
Wei Zifeng took out 2 sets of men's and women's clothing from his storage bag and threw them to the two of them. He hummed without being polite at all. At that time, Wei Zifeng could only look up at the backs of these two people. She was just a female guard with no sense of existence. She never expected that she would meet here now.
Hey! Meeting an old friend in a foreign country is worth celebrating. Come on. Let's put some wine on the table. Let's have a couple of drinks here.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't open the door to the secret room for them. But he didn't resent them as much as before. A very curious and kind attitude. After they both changed their clothes, they opened the secret room door. Zhu Xiaobao invited the two of them to sit down and actually put some food and wine on the table. He was going to have some drinks with the two of them, and also to learn about some situations, and then decide how to arrange the two of them. You must know that these two people are not good people. They are definitely treacherous and evil people. After changing into a new set of clothes, the two of them actually still looked a little restrained, thinking of how embarrassed the two of them were with their clothes on just now. Even a witch like Yin Mei actually felt a little blushing. But I have to say that one of them is a famous alchemist, and the other is a witch who is good at enchantment. Their cultivation has improved a lot. They are both in the
middle fairy realm,
but their combat power is relatively weak. Looking at the two of them devouring the delicious food, it seems that although they have enough food and clothing here, the food is also very average. After they had almost finished eating and had a few glasses of wine, they asked about their situation. When they mentioned this, both of them were angry and annoyed.
Oh, both of us were harmed by that Gong Miao. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been imprisoned here for hundreds of years. Gong Miao? Ha ha. So he can be considered as eliminating harm for the people?
When Zhu Xiaobao heard about Gong Miao, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart, and said with a faint smile,
Fart. He is a great scourge. He is sanctimonious on the surface, but he is sinister and vicious in his heart. If we are evil people, then he is a devil.
Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, Master Crazy and Yin Mei angrily rebuked with extreme grief and anger.
Ha ha. It seems that evil people need to be punished by evil people. Only evil people like Gong Miao and the three Ron brothers can deal with you.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. In his impression, Gong Miao was at least better than these two. People are better.
Gentlemen. You see, we have been in prison for more than 100 years and have suffered a lot. Can you let us both go? We promise to change our ways.
The two of them suddenly looked embarrassed, and then asked in a flattering way, Road.
Of course it's not okay. Let you go out to harm others again. Oh, let alone killing the three Ron brothers. There really will be no place for you two.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said in a bit of embarrassment.
What? You killed the three Ron brothers? Then quickly unlock this immortal lock for the two of us. With your divine knowledge, it is absolutely easy.
Master Qi Kuang and Yin Mei were immediately excited when they heard this. He stretched out his hand, and their wrists were tied together, so they could only be inseparable for more than 100 years. Now I finally see the hope of relief. They just didn't expect that the little guy they were chasing and running around had grown into someone they needed to look up to.
No, I've already said it. I haven't figured out how to arrange the two of you. According to the past grudges, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill you both.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head resolutely. He knew the two people very well. Once it goes out, it will be the existence of the harming party. Especially Yin Mei, the temptress, is the nightmare of many male cultivators.
Then how about we trade a few secrets that absolutely no one knows about?
Master Crazy hurriedly stepped closer and said. Yin Mei also quickly showed off a charming look, and she wanted to repeat her old tricks again.
TSK! You two have been locked up here for 100 years. What secrets can you still know? You two have been locked up here for more than 100 years. Are you stupid?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain.
No. 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 Master Xiaobao, think about it. Have there been any strange things or strange people appearing in the past few years? Are there many unreasonable things?
Master Qi Kuang also doesn't know what happened in these years. The situation outside. So I asked first.
Ha ha. I have actually encountered a few recently, such as the black demonic energy, and a man in gray who specializes in hunting down Gaosip monks to advance, and also sells these cultivations as a means of refining.
Puppet.
There are so many materials and so on. Anyway, there are rumors that a great chaos is coming, and there are more and more weird things going on.
Zhu Xiaobao was idle anyway, and talked a few more words with Crazy Master and Yin Mei.
Yes. Yes. It's this man in gray. What weapon is he using?
Unexpectedly, Master Crazy shouted excitedly when he heard this. In order to further prove what he said, he specifically asked about the weapons used by the other party.
It seems to be a pair of tiger claws, Or a weapon similar to tiger claws?
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head and recalled as much as he could.
No, those are not tiger claws, but a pair of black dragon claws.
Unexpectedly, the crazy master became more and more sure and quickly corrected him. Even the charming temptress was nodding her head frequently, her expression showing both excitement and resentment. It really doesn't look like it's just an act. And as soon as they said,
Black Dragon Claw,
Zhu Xiaobao already felt that the stakes were very high. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao must find this person, because there is a 70% chance that Xiaoyao will be caught by this person and be refined into a puppet.
Huh? Who is he? Tell me quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao also changed his expression and became very murderous. Cui asked,
If we agree, can you let us go?
Master Crazy also wanted to negotiate the terms first. Or bargain.
Speak quickly. I don't have time to talk to you. If you don't want to talk, I will use the soul search method right away.
But Zhu Xiaobao didn't give them a chance at all, but shouted very domineeringly.
Oh, don't be angry. He is Gong Miao. You can't think of it? It can be said that his progress and achievements are definitely not inferior to yours. Even we are suffering from it.
Master Qiguang sighed and said, Now that I think about it, after more than 100 years of encounters between him and Yin Mei, there is still some resentment. But when they think of Gong Yimyu's viciousness and insidiousness, he is countless times better than Zhu Xiaobao. So they are more willing to believe that Zhu Xiaobao can treat them kindly in the end.
Is it really him?
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned for a moment. Although he had always doubted Gong Yimyu, once it was confirmed, he still felt a turmoil in his heart. As if to make Zhu Xiaobao's confidant, Master Kuang specially dipped his hands in wine and drew
Black Dragon Claws
on his clothes on the table. As expected, they were very different from his own tiger claws.
Come here. Bring them both with you. I want to take them back and ask them carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao had no intention of drinking this time, so he shouted to the people outside. The current Zhu Xiaobao's momentum can be described as absolutely tyrannical. He simply says the same thing, and there is no need to discuss it with anyone. Wei Zifeng immediately arranged for people to bring Master Crazy and Yin Mei out of the secret room. As for Rong Yu and others, although they were very surprised that there were 2 cultivators from the
Middle Immortal Realm
here, but in view of Zhu Xiaobao's intimidating power, they did not even dare to ask more questions. Zhu Xiaobao didn't even bother to deal with the trivial matters of the city lord's mansion at the moment, and directly asked He Zong to lead his troops back to Chengdu town. He wanted to interrogate Master Crazy and Yin Mei overnight. Wei Ziki and Rong Yu looked at He Zhong's men and horses walking away, and looked at each other in confusion. They both felt that Zhu Xiaobao didn't trust them very much, but instead trusted He Zhong and the red-haired girl very much. I would rather go back to Chengdu town than stay in the city lord's mansion.
Junior sister, do you think Master Bao has developed a problem with us?
Rong Yu asked worriedly.
Humph. Who told you to show murderous intent towards He Zong? I didn't know you were so eager. This matter could have waited for a while.
Wei Ziki rolled his eyes at Rong Yu and said coldly hummed.
Then what should we do now?
Rong Yu started to panic for the first time. She didn't know why. Facing Zhu Xiaobao, she felt more panic than facing the
3 Wan brothers.
And she didn't feel that kind of panic at all. The feeling of being oppressed by the odds of winning.
What else can you do? Show your utmost sincerity. Don't have any other thoughts. You should also be able to see that Sister Hong is definitely one of Master Bao's closest relatives. You better get together quickly. Let's organize He Zong and Rong Hui's marriage with great fanfare. Don't have any more inappropriate thoughts.
Wei Ziki warned seriously.
Yes, I understand. Our Rong family will never provoke such a great god.
Rong Yu said with a little fear, leaning against Wei Ziki. Suddenly, the 2 sisters became very close again, and returned to Chengdu town. After Wei Zifeng came out, Zhu Xiaobao did not let more people participate. I found a secret room again and began to question the crazy master and Yin Mei in detail. At the same time, Gong Yimyu, who was fighting 1 against 3, suddenly frowned and quickly killed a cultivator from the
Middle Fairy Realm
next to him. And the remaining 2 people were also panicked. Could it be that this man no longer wants to capture people alive and has just started taking lives? This is also the case. Gong Yimyu suddenly struck down the killer and scratched the hearts and lungs of the remaining 2 people. Then, with his face covered in blood, he said in surprise,
What's going on? My immortal binding lock has been erased.
Knowledge? Could it be that a great god from the fairy realm went to the city of violence? Who could it be?
Chapter 1653. The mystery gradually opens up. B. In Jushiba's place, Crazy Master and Inmei finally got rid of the immortal binding lock, and finally no longer had to be tied together all day long. This long-lost freedom and relaxation still made them cry with joy, especially the Crazy Master. For more than 100 years, he has been tied to the evil spirit all day long, and he has suffered deeply. The two of them eat, drink, and have sex together, so there will inevitably be some quarrels and frictions. But the Crazy Master cannot defeat Inmei, so he is the one who gets hurt every time. Not to mention, Inmei is originally practicing the art of charm and has strong desires, so every time there is a need, it has to be completed by Master Chi Kuang, regardless of whether he is willing or not. This will be a hardship for Master Chi Kuang. Every time, I was exhausted by the old witch and half of my body was hollowed out. Therefore, among the two of them, Inmei's cultivation has been slowly rising, while Master Crazy's has dropped a lot. Fortunately, Gong Yimya left them to the 3 Wan brothers. The reason why he did not kill them was because the 3 Wan brothers also needed someone to help them refine elixirs. So Master Crazy has been responsible for giving City of Fury is the important task of refining alchemy. If you fail to complete the task, you will be beaten violently. After sitting down again, Zhu Xiaobao treated them very politely. They served a table full of good wine and food. They chatted while eating and told Zhu Xiaobao what they had experienced over the years. It turns out that the Crazy Master and Gong Yimyu did not go together, but escaped to the eastern region with Inmei. But they did not expect that the living environment in the eastern region was more dangerous. I thought they could prosper, but both of them suffered heavy losses. What's more, the families or gangs that the master defected to were destroyed one after another, forcing him to flee everywhere. And Inmei was not much better. She thought she could reintegrate the Happy Gate with her charm skills, but she didn't expect that someone else would catch her in a few days. It is unspeakably painful to rectify the playthings in the hands of those strong men. Finally, he escaped after several hardships. When the two people mentioned met again, they decided to join forces to explore the Eastern Territory. In this way, their strength has been greatly increased. Although it is not enough to be domineering, they can already protect themselves. After decades of this, an unexpected mistake caused Master Crazy and Inmei to fall into a deep valley. They actually entered the place where an ancient alchemy master died. Not only did they obtain many skills and secrets, but also there are several ancient elixir recipes, the rarest of which is an elixir of fusion, which can be said to be an elixir tailor-made for the Crazy Master. This makes the Crazy Master very excited, because this kind of elixir can only be refined by his Yin Yang Dan furnace, and it is ranked as a 7th level elixir. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? But apart from that, other harvested magic weapons and some materials and elixirs have been damaged or lost their spirituality because they are too old. In other words, Inmei did not get any benefits, just got a map, and the two of them returned to the top of the valley with the help of this map. Inmei has always been aggrieved by this. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Gong Yimyu to find him again. After having an affair with Inmei, Inmei accidentally revealed the secret. Only then did Gong Yimyu learn about the unique effects of this elixir. It can integrate and superimpose the attack power of several different attributes into one, so that the power of a certain attribute becomes the power of the same attribute in a short period of time. This is equivalent to directly doubling the power of this attribute. Therefore, not long after, while the two people inside were not paying attention, Gong Yimyao suddenly attacked Master Chi Kuang and actually controlled the two of them, trying to steal the elixir in Master Chi Kuang's Yin Yang cauldron. Although Inmei likes to fool around, after all, she and the Crazy Master have been friends for many years, so the two fought back. But what surprised the two of them was that Gong Yimyu's cultivation level suddenly increased sharply, and he also used a pair of black dragon claws as weapons. The two of them joining forces were no match for him. Only then did I know that Gong Yimyu had an unexpected encounter during this period, and he actually developed a strange skill, which could be quickly advanced through continuous killing. Originally, according to the conventional thinking, Gong Yimyu would also kill people and silence them. But he considered that he might not have the ability to refine this elixir, so he did not kill the Crazy Master and Inmei, but kept it with him. This is what makes Gong Yimyu's movements very inconvenient, and he doesn't want his secrets to be known too much by Crazy Master and Inmei. It happened that he singled out the 3 Wan brothers and unexpectedly lost.
In the end, Gongye had an idea and used Crazy Master and Inmei as temptations, and he escaped the bad luck of being killed on the spot. It was precisely because of Inmei's charm that the
three Wan brothers
were confused, allowing Dong Yimyu to take the opportunity to escape. It's just a pity that only one of the
three Wan brothers
was confused, and the remaining two were immediately alert. So Gong Yemiao could only run away in a hurry. Gong Yemiao had no choice but to leave Master Crazy and Imei to the
three Wan brothers,
and the
three Wan brothers
had just taken over the violent city and needed someone to make elixirs for them. So they decided to the Crazy Master and Inmei were locked in a secret room. Just to make the
three Wan brothers
depressed, Gong Yemiao used this
immortal binding lock
to tie Crazy Master and Inmei together before leaving. But the
three Wan brothers
couldn't erase the imprint of divine consciousness on them, so they could only keep the two of them chained for more than 100 years. Therefore, although the Crazy Master was tortured, because he had been refining elixirs for the
three Wan brothers,
he could always secretly leave some medicinal materials for himself, so he would not be killed by Inmei. After all, those medicinal materials it can still play a big role. Moreover, the two of them live together all day long, and Inmei is also afraid that the Crazy Master will really be hacked by him. Wouldn't that be asking for death? So in the end, the two of them were at peace with each other. They could sit down and talk when nothing happened, so they weren't too lonely.
Ha ha! It's really difficult for you too. It's true that it takes 100 years to travel in the same boat, and 1,000 years to sleep together. But we are becoming more and more affectionate.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh after hearing the experiences of these two guys.
Master Xiaobao, we have told you the detailed story. Can you just let us go? Even if we are not good people, we can't be considered bad people. Right.
Master Crazy and Imei both looked at them fawningly. All the little treasures prayed again and again.
Yeah. I'm afraid that won't work. It's already a great favor to rescue you from the secret room. Don't make a mistake. You too. It wasn't me who locked you up.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, I really haven't thought about how to arrange these two people.
Let's do this. I'm willing to give up all the prescriptions I got last time. Real ancient prescriptions. Can this kind of get our freedom?
Finally, the Crazy Master said helplessly, and then his abdomen was opened with a knife, and a bead was taken out. Who would have thought that this thing turned out to be a super small storage bag, with several very simple prescriptions hidden inside? When Zhu Xiaobao unfolded it, he knew that this was your real ancient elixir. The simple, old-fashioned yet heavy feeling could not be faked. But unfortunately, there are only a few Yuji elixir recipes, and there is no recipe for the 7th level elixir.
Not enough. What I want is the recipe for the 7th level elixir.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head somewhat disappointedly and said unhappily,
I told you. I was snatched away by Gong Yemiao. I really don't have any. He also snatched away my
Yin Yang Cauldron, Master Chiquan said sadly.
Then there's nothing we can do. These are not enough to resolve the grudges between us.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head unhappily and said, the Mad Master and Inmei both just rolled their eyes. This guy is even harder to deal with than Gong Yemiao. At night, Master Crazy and Inmei thought of sneaking away late at night. But as soon as they went out, they were immediately trapped in the original illusion. Only then did they realize how far they were from Zhu Xiaobao. This little fat man, he is no longer the little fat guy who was running around for his life. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was completely angered and tied the two of them together with the
binding immortal lock.
Zhu Xiaobao also ingeniously tied one of the Crazy Master's hands and one of Inmei's feet naked. They were tied together. But this time it was even more awkward. Both of them were either sitting or lying down, so it didn't matter much. But Inmei likes to walk around, which makes the Crazy Master have to bend down and crawl behind. This feeling is not to mention how uncomfortable it is. After only a few days, Master Crazy couldn't stand it any longer. He called Zhu Xiaobao repeatedly, and he began to compromise.
Zhu Xiaobao, I will give it to you, but you must agree to let us go. Let me see the original and genuine ancient elixir first.
Zhu Xiaobao was no longer polite. He just wanted this elixir. Moreover, he was also sure that the original elixir recipe belonged to Master Crazy.
Oh, how did you see it?
Master Crazy asked with a reluctant sigh.
This is not easy. As a senior alchemist, who is not a master of imitation, how would you not imitate an elixir of this level? Besides, when you mentioned that Gong Yimyu robbed the elixir recipe, Then this expression of annoyance is so fake. On the contrary, when he said that the
yin yang pill furnace
was robbed, the angry look was very real. What's more, these Yuji pill recipes you gave me are the real originals. Ancient prescriptions. This means that the set that Gong Yimyao stole was your imitation. Otherwise, there is a real ancient prescription in it, which would be easy to identify.
Zhu Xiaobao was very disdainful, humming. There is actually one thing he didn't say. That is, he can accurately sense the fluctuations of the crazy master's consciousness. Chapter 1654. The mystery gradually opens up. Seeing Master Crazy's dejected look, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and said to Yin Mei,
"And you? How long do you want to hide it? You don't want me to do it myself, do you?"
After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao carefully took off the completely transparent Vulcan bee from Yin Mei's shoulder. It wasn't until the two wings of this Vulcan bee lit up with a golden light that she was shocked to realize that it was this Vulcan bee. The spirit bee has always been lying on his body like this? Didn't even notice it at all? At this time, Yin Mei was also a little sluggish. She didn't expect that she was actually under the surveillance of Zhu Xiaobao. It was ridiculous that she wanted to play some tricks, but she didn't expect that she was being watched by Zhu Xiaobao all the time. Moreover, the two of them were completely unaware of the existence of this Vulcan bee. Thinking about what the two whispered to each other, it was no secret at all. Yin Mei was still more decisive, and directly cut a hole in the flesh below the chest. It was exactly the same as the crazy master. It was also a mini storage bead the size of a pearl. Inside was lying quietly a simple single square. Having obtained the recipe for the melting immortal pill, Zhu Xiaobao began to study it with great interest. He found that the material ratios of this ancient elixir were contradictory, but complementary to each other. The requirements for the age and properties of the medicinal materials are extremely high. And as the crazy master said, it really must be refined with the
yin-yang cauldron.
Otherwise it can only be replaced by several pairs of male and female pill furnaces. Moreover, the person who makes the alchemy must be assisted by a female cultivator with an implicit function. This was not a problem for Zhu Xiaobao. Green Farrier was a ready candidate, but he was worried about the
yin-yang cauldron.
Now the
yin-yang cauldron
is in Gong Yimi's hands. After staying in the Time Stone for a month, Zhu Xiaobao was reluctant to leave. His obsession with elixirs made him very excited. This ancient elixir was at least the 7th level elixir, which he had never come into contact with. The highest level elixir. He dared to conclude that it was impossible to refine it with Gong Ye's spiritual consciousness. The fact that he hadn't come to the crazy master until now only meant that he was still in the stage of collecting materials. Coming out of the Time Stone, the little horses summoned Rongyu. Instead of him going to Rongyu, this is the strength of Zhu Xiaobao, because he suddenly thought that it was time for Rongyu to fulfill his promise.
"I've seen Mr. Bao. This is the material promised by my Rong family. It's all here. Please take a look at it, Mr. Bao."
Rongyu bowed deeply and respectfully, and then put a storage bag in it. Respectfully hands are offered when facing a strong person. Only by showing absolute surrender can one avoid getting into trouble.
Ha ha! You know that's not what I'm talking about. But the most crucial person, the person who shot me repeatedly,
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly without even looking at the materials in the storage bag.
"I understand. But it's not possible now. We still need to wait for a while. Please forgive me, Mr. Bao,"
Rongyu said in a tangled manner, lowering his head so low that he didn't even dare to look at Zhu Xiaobao.
"Huh? So you're lying to me? The consequences are a bit serious. You think I'm easy to fool, don't you?"
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a hint of surprise.
No. Of course not. Your strength is obvious to all. How could a small family like ours lie to you? Besides, you helped us take back the city. It's too late for our Rong family to be grateful,"
Rongyu suddenly shouted in panic. At this moment, he truly felt the killing intent coming from Zhu Xiaobao. This murderous intention is much deeper and more powerful than that of the
3 Wan brothers. Then give me a reasonable explanation.
Zhu Xiaobao put away his pressure and snorted coldly.
"Because her status is special. It is not convenient for her to be exposed on the road. So if you really insist on seeing her, then please go deep into the forest. Only there can you avoid attracting the attention of other great gods. And it can only be you go alone."
Rongyu almost forced herself to finish her words. By the time she finished speaking, her whole body was soaked with cold sweat.
"Huh? I'm going alone?"
Zhu Xiaobao also gasped. Facing such a person who could shoot him, he actually made such an unreasonable request. This seemed to be a bit embarrassing for him.
It's true. Don't worry. She's not a bad person. She's just a miserable person who has been deceived. In fact, she still wants to see you very much,
Rongyu said at this time very emotionally and not so scared, which shows that she and this archer have a very deep relationship. Zhu Xiaobao walked back and forth in the room several times. Finally, I decided to go to that forest. After all, the one who really controls that forest now is the ugly tree spirit, and he can use so many methods in that forest. Even if it is the power of the fairy realm, he can escape unscathed.
Okay, then make an appointment for me, and I will go to the appointment on time. But don't use any tricks. Otherwise, unless I die, the Rong family will be destroyed in time.
Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't help it. The warning showed that he was unsure. In recent times, he has encountered too many powerful enemies. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhu Xiaobao had already reached the depths of the forest and met the strange man. When the strange man saw Zhu Xiaobao, he respectfully moved out of the way.
Master Bao, that man is right inside. She has been here for a long time, but the metal in her body is too strong. So I can only wait for you here. Well, I've already felt it. Get back.
Jin can overcome the wood. So not only this weirdo, but also the ugly tree spirit felt a little flustered, and had to blend into the many big trees and advance to be a little bit sense of security. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao, who felt deeper. He simply summoned the
5-element skeleton,
just to prevent any unexpected events. And the half-step, heavenly corpse followed closely behind him. After carefully walking forward for several miles, the metallic pressure felt became more and more powerful. Even the
5-element skeletons
had to be reordered. The fire skeletons were ranked at the front, and they are all very cautiously hovering above the heads of Zhu Xiaobao. Finally, we came to an open space. The ugly tree spirit had vacated an open space here, and all the branches and leaves on the ground had been swept away. The ground was clean, which made it even more empty.
Come out! I have already felt your pressure. No need to scare me anymore. I am not scared.
Zhu Xiaobao stood looking at the empty place and shouted loudly.
I didn't want to scare you. I just don't want other spiritual beings to get close. For example, that spiritual bee.
At this time, a quiet voice suddenly came, and it turned out to be the voice of a female cultivator. Could it be that the person who shot me the last few times was still a beautiful woman? From the sound of his voice, he definitely couldn't be a tomboy. Right? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had a very strange feeling. The other party seemed to have no hostility at all. But she can feel the presence of Vulcan Bee, which shows how powerful her cultivation is.
Okay, then I'm already here. You can show up.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became less nervous. He sat cross-legged and slowly rose up, sitting cross-legged on a big tree, with the 5-element skull,
was close to the top of his head, and his heart was slowly circling. At this time, I saw a big tree on the opposite side gradually turning into dry and rotten, lifeless, and then turned into a pile of powder that quickly slid down, and then slowly a pale golden figure appeared. Like other masters, he couldn't see her appearance clearly. He could only see her graceful figure, but she was holding a very simple god-destroying bow in her hand. Zhu Xiaobao's eyes immediately went straight when he saw it. This was the real
god-destroying bow,
not some imitation. What is the identity of the other party?
I've met Senior.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to fall down from the big tree and bow down respectfully. He is still in awe when facing strong men.
Yeah. You don't have to be so open-minded. There is still some connection between us. The reason why I shot you before was because I was deceived. So I declare once again that nothing like this will happen again in the future.
The female cultivator said calmly with a very cold voice. But there was a little apology in her voice.
Wait. You just said it so casually. I don't dare to let down my guard. What I'm holding in my hand is the god-destroying bow, one of the 3 great divine bows.
Zhu Xiaobao stared at the opponent's god Gong said unnaturally. He could feel that as long as the opponent raised his hand, he would be able to lock onto him, without even a chance to escape. So he was staring at this magical bow with all his concentration.
You are careful enough. How about I hold it for you?
The other party couldn't help but laugh. Then, in an astonishing move, she actually threw the magical bow in front of Zhu Xiaobao, and he nailed it in front of Zhu Xiaobao.
Ah? Is this true?
Zhu Xiaobao carefully touched the divine bao first, and then dared to slowly take it in his hand and hold it with both hands. After repeated observations, it was indeed a divine bao. It was extremely heavy to hold. With his current level of cultivation, he could not draw a full bao even once.
You don't have to look at me. I can't fully draw the bao. This is a divine bao that can only be used at the mortal realm,
the other party said calmly.
Well, then you said there is some connection between us.
What do you mean?
Why did you call me here today?
Zhu Xiaobao is more relaxed now, since the opponent's most deadly weapon has been handed over to him yourself. Then there's nothing to worry about.
What do you call Wuqing? Third sister. What about calling you on Yinin? Sixth sister. Then you can call me fourth sister?
Ah?
Are you the fourth true lord?
Chapter 1655 The Four True Lords, A. This time Zhu Xiaobao was really shocked. He didn't expect that the weak-looking woman in front of him turned out to be the fourth true lord. The four true lords have always been a very mysterious existence. Even fifth brother and sixth sister didn't want to mention it. I didn't expect that she would be such a weak female cultivator. Faced with Zhu Xiaobao's repeated looks and scrutiny, Shizhenjin still behaved calmly, and he asked a little sadly,
What? Are you disappointed? Not as advanced as you thought? And you haven't advanced to the upper immortal realm yet? No. I was thinking, since I should call you fourth sister, doesn't it mean that you are one of my own? Come on. Sister, give me a hug. It's very pure.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly he became very cheerful and playful. Since she is able to call him
fourth sister,
it means that the other party is indeed very close to her. And she also handed over the divine bao to him, which is a very clear indication of her sincerity.
Stay away from me. If you dare to do whatever you want, I won't be polite.
This frightened the fourth true lord. No one has ever dared to be so frivolous and casual. Although she had already heard about Zhu Xiaobao's rogue nature, she was still shocked when things came to a head.
The third sister never refuses me. And the sixth sister responds enthusiastically. Of course, I will not be so close to the fifth brother. Generally speaking, I will be kicked away by him.
Zhu Xiaobao he seemed aggrieved and hummed. I'm not used to it yet.
Shizhenjin was also secretly surprised after hearing this. Could it be that he is already so behind the times? Or are you too conservative? Finally, she changed the subject and said,
Then you should prepare a sumptuous meal first and prove yourself. I also want to see if you are really capable. Okay. Just wait.
Zhu Xiaobao dodged and merged into a big tree. Then he entered the time stone and came out in a blink of an eye. This was not fast. 5 minutes was equivalent to 2 hours. For Zhu Xiaobao, it was enough to prepare a sumptuous table of wine and food. Immediately, Shizhenjin was stunned. Then, the fourth true lord no longer behaved like a lady. He actually ate very happily, poured himself wine frequently, and praised every dish.
Well, did you fail to overcome the tribulation? And you still have old injuries? So it is difficult to recover and overcome the tribulation again?
Zhu Xiaobao looked aside for a long time and suddenly nodded and asked.
Yes. My constitution is weak. Although I am very talented in others, I failed twice when facing the tribulation, which ultimately became a lifelong regret.
Shizhenjin did not find it strange either. Zhu Xiaobao's, but she already understood a lot. And she could sense that Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness was so powerful that it even surpassed her own. As for her current state, she seems to have accepted her fate. Even though he failed to overcome the tribulation, Zhu Xiaobao could also feel that the other party was still much stronger than him. But why would the other party hand over the
God-destroying bao
to him so easily?
Okay, don't guess. Since I asked you to come today, I won't let you down. I will tell you everything you want to know.
Shizhenjin rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, and then continued to feast. It seems that he plans to reveal all these secrets only after he has had enough wine and food.
It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Come on. Fourth sister, try this. Sixth sister's favorite food is this pickled pepper chicken feet. Zhu
Xiaobao did not rush, but instead accompanied the fourth sister to enjoy the meal, and kept introducing his special dishes.
Fifth junior brother and sixth junior sister are the ones who enjoy it the most. And they have become a monk couple? They are very happy and complete.
Shizhenjin finally put down his wine glass, and said a little enviously,
Well, actually, fifth brother is still having a miserable life now. No. It should be said that sixth sister, who is very disciplined, is very strict.
Zhu Xiaobao felt very sympathetic when he thought of fifth brother's miserable appearance. Said,
That's a kind of happiness. Okay.
Okay.
If you want to know something, don't hide it. Ask it all. When you finish asking, I also have requests.
The fourth sister is now more. He was much more casual just now. He changed his posture and leaned half against a big tree and asked elegantly,
Whose is this god-destroying Bao? I mean, who is really in control?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked cautiously.
Ha ha! Don't you understand this? There are 3 divine bows in the world. And how many of them are in the mortal realm?
Szingen seemed to think this question was low level, and said casually,
Are you saying that after all our hard work for so many years, the 3 divine bows actually have their own owners? Are they the 3 immortals?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became a little stunned. Think about it again. Isn't it? Besides the immortal lord, who else is qualified to carry a divine bow around? Isn't that asking for trouble for yourself? It seems that everyone thinks this issue is too complicated. And instead, there are various rumors.
Yeah, that's right. It's just that the 3 of them are facing the same dilemma. No one has a real
soul-eating arrow.
Therefore, using the divine bow to deal with ordinary cultivators is okay. But if you want to target the immortal lord, then there is no real threat. This is where the 3 immortals are more embarrassed.
The fourth sister nodded and said,
Then why is this bow in your hand?
Zhu Xiaobao began to come into contact with some very critical issues.
It is because I have a weak constitution and failed to overcome the tribulation that Master gave me this divine bow so that I can protect myself. Of course, Master has another reason, and that is that Zhenjuan keeps asking for this bow. Zhang Gong. So that the Master had to give this bow to me in front of all the disciples. It was to make the second true Lord give up. Because if this bow got into the hands of the second true Lord,
it would very likely cause a big disaster.
The fourth sister said with a slightly solemn expression.
Oh, I understand. It seems that this daughter of immortal Lord Qingyi is giving even the immortal Lord himself a headache.
Zhu Xiaobao said with sudden realization.
Yes. In fact, all our brothers and sisters reject her. But some are very reserved, while others are very direct.
The fourth sister said helplessly. She is very reserved and does not want to offend on the surface. Zhenjuan, the 6th true Lord, is very straightforward and dares to directly refute the 2nd true Lord.
What about shooting me? Was it also the 2nd true Lord who ordered it?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that he had just destroyed the
Qianrou Gongzi
group that the 2nd true Lord maintained. The 2nd true Lord hates himself to the core.
Well, she pretended to pass Master's decree and asked me to shoot you. I have not been in the Southwest Fairyland these years, so I didn't know many things. So I believed it to be true. She attacked you. But then I heard about the 3 sisters matter, and then sent his disciples to investigate in various ways, and then found out the whole story. So of course I won't shoot you again.
The fourth sister said apologetically.
Good boy. My sister. You almost killed me. Tell me, how should you compensate me?
Zhu Xiaobao said exaggeratedly, patting his chest.
Humph. How can I make up for it? Haven't I already given you the god-destroying bow?
Unexpectedly, the fourth sister's answer surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more. Did you really give it to yourself?
Fourth sister, don't you see this joke? You gave me this divine bow. How can you go back and explain to the Qingyi immortal lord? And that abominable Zhenjuan?
Zhu Xiaobao asked incredulously.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say next. I have no plans to go back. I want to go find the 3rd sister. Do you think I should find you first, Brother Xiaobao?
The fourth sister naturally asked, talking about Zhu Xiaobao's topic. He expressed his plan.
Really? That's great. If you and 3rd sister are in charge, my Zuanbao Island will have nothing to worry about.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed and shouted excitedly. There is a true Lord in front of me. Although he failed to overcome the tribulation, it is still much better than the ordinary
middle immortal realm.
Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao is very confident that he can help Szingen recover from her injuries, and then help her successfully overcome the calamity. Now he understands everything, as his cultivation continues to improve. Zhu Xiaobao now understands why
Yu Jie,
Lu Miaoxin, Yu Gu, and many other experts asked him to cultivate first. Only when you bring it up can you tell yourself these secrets. It seems that it is really necessary. Otherwise, even if you knew it in advance, it would only add fear and hide your head.
Humph. What are you thinking about? Don't expect me to help you fight. I failed to escape the tribulation, and my fighting ability is limited. I just want to find a place to spend the rest of my life.
When the four sisters saw Zhu Xiaobao being so excited, she couldn't help but be deeply affected. But she still warned in a very coquettish tone.
Hee hee. No. I'm 70% sure that you can fully recover. And I can also improve your physique and successfully overcome the tribulation. See. The Guasian pill. The immortal bone pill. The introversion pill. And the concentration pill. Are they enough?
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao gave fourth sister a big surprise. I took out a lot of elixirs at once. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could come up with so many fairy-level pills at once. What's even more incredible is that they all have pill patterns. It is very difficult for her to find even one of these ammunition, let alone so many of them. This time it was fourth sister's turn to not be calm. With these pills, she really saw the possibility of advancing again.
Is it really the 9-line returning pill and the 5-line immortal bone pill that you refined?
Shizhenjin was so excited that he could not control himself. Duet observed each elixir in his palm for a long time. Only then did she believe that the elixir in front of her was indeed the most suitable elixir for her. The elixir that could really make her advance again. Chapter 1656 The Four True Lords B. According to Zhu Xiaobao's nature, he is not so generous. You must know that these elixirs are not enough even if they are the entire possessions of a cultivator in the
Shanghai Immortal Realm. But this time Zhu Xiaobao took it out without hesitation. He was making an investment. If the four true lords can advance to the
Upper Immortal Realm,
then his Zuanbao Island will have two great gods from the
Upper Immortal Realm
sitting there. And then there will really be no worries. Unless a great god from the Immortal Realm comes to invade. So he believes that such an investment is very worthwhile. Not only that, he didn't even hide the secret of the time stone, in order to save time. Now Zhu Xiaobao feels that time is tight. He could intuitively feel that although the Gongye Miao technique was very evil, it was very powerful, and was improving rapidly. Zhu Xiaobao is almost certain that General Gongye Miao will be one of his strongest opponents in the future. While the four true lords were taking these elixirs one by one, Zhu Xiaobao was not idle either. He is studying the techniques and secrets left behind by the
three Wan brothers.
Especially the clone technique of the third child Wan Ji Song is very deceptive. It can hide the real body in an instant, while the other party is attracted by those clones. This is undoubtedly a very good one. A means of escape. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the time stone, that is more than 100 years. The fourth true lord has finally fully recovered, and his cultivation seems to be even better. In particular, 2 consecutive
immortal bone pills
greatly increased her physique. She seemed to have become much stronger and plumper. At the same time, her ability to resist damage was also doubled. As the saying goes, everything comes naturally. On this day, the four true lords were forcibly squeezed out by the time stone, because she was about to face another tribulation. She had accumulated a lot, and had already accumulated enough. So it was reasonable to overcome the disaster so quickly. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao still has a lot of top-grade soft armor and protective equipment around him, as well as various protective measures. He even summoned 3 puppet to help the four true lords fight against the thunder tribulation.
Xiaobao, I'm still a little scared.
Unexpectedly, Shizhenjin said in a panic at this time. She had experienced 2 failures, and had already left a shadow in her heart. Now in front of Zhu Xiaobao, she actually showed the frailty and lack of confidence of a little woman.
Don't be afraid. I'm behind you. At worst, I'll summon the
5 elements skeleton.
Again!
Zhu Xiaobao is not surprised. This is not the first time he has faced the thunder tribulation. In fact, this time's tribulation was quite smooth. Perhaps because it had already experienced 2 failures before. This time, even God did not make things difficult for the fourth true lord, and he easily passed through the tribulation. In fact, the most important thing is that there are 3 puppet helping to absorb the power of thunder and lightning. They all need to be improved and evolved in the thunder tribulation. But this time, the thunder disaster still attracted the attention of the great gods of the eastern region. Just because there is another cultivator in the
superior immortal realm.
In this world, just now, the dark clouds dispersed, and there was an eye in the air, staring at the fourth true lord, and then shot down a beam of energy without mercy. At this time, the 4 true lords are much calmer than before, and they already have the demeanor of
going to the immortal realm.
I saw the 4 true lords facing the sharp Gang Chi. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. Although it was a very ordinary black iron arrow, it was shot by the
God-destroying bow.
It was so sharp that even in midair the divine eye also quickly closed its lids, thus avoiding being shot.
Upper Fairyland. God-destroying bow? Who are you? Why are you here to provoke?
The divine eyes in midair slowly opened again, and asked with some anger and confusion.
I don't mean to offend, but when I passed by here, I accidentally caused a thunder tribulation. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist.
Sizenjin explained a little for herself. After all, this is not her realm. She is here to survive the tribulation. Indeed is prone to misunderstanding.
Then leave quickly.
The divine eye in midair slowly opened again, but it did not launch another attack. Instead, it hesitated and said in a deep voice, and then glanced around again, and slowly disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao had his heart in his throat during the whole process. He felt like he couldn't handle the Gang Qi just now. If the fourth true lord hadn't had the
God-destroying bow
in his hand, it would have been difficult to stop him.
Well, it looks like we have to leave here as soon as possible.
Sizenjin also wiped the cold sweat on his forehead at this time. Based on my feeling, the divine eye just now should be a Dharma form of Qi Zheng. I didn't expect that. Qi Zheng, as current cultivation level is already so high. Sizenjin can be sure that Qi Zheng's cultivation has truly reached the immortal realm.
Yes. The divine eye just scanned around before leaving, and I felt very uneasy. It felt like I was being looked at clearly.
This immortal realm
is so terrifying, really?
Zhu Xiaobao also appeared from the big tree and said with lingering fear.
Well, now you know why I am so cautious to meet you here. The cultivation level of the
middle immortal realm
is not worth mentioning in front of these great gods.
The fourth true lord nodded solemnly. He nodded and said, the time after that was very peaceful, except for a few desperate cultivators who rushed over to check and gain some advantages. Everything else was normal. Although 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, Nanan Town, Bayan Town, and Rongjia City have all developed normally without any major fluctuations. After 5 years of development, Rongjia City has now begun to prosper. All industries are prospering, and people live and work in peace and contentment. Now the streets and alleys are much more lively, and people have smiles on their faces, because the living environment is indeed much better now. Various caravans are also willing to come to Rongjia City to do business. In fact, although he has been cultivating in the time stone in the past few years, Zhu Xiaobao is also concerned about the dynamics of the
Rong family city,
anytime and anywhere, including of course the dynamics of the Wei family. I was originally worried that Gong Ye Miao would come looking for her, because the mark of divine consciousness on the
immortal binding lock
had been erased. Unexpectedly, there was no movement at all. It seems that Gong Yimyu doesn't dare to be too presumptuous in the eastern region. As soon as they saw the four true lords, Wei Ziki and Rong Yu both knelt down and sang in unison.
Congratulations, Master, for your advancement. Welcome, Master Bao. Well, you two get up.
The fourth true lord no longer concealed it at this time. These two women were the disciples she had accepted. Although their qualifications were not very high, they had been loyal over the years. At the same time, they also made the four Xinjuan as a place to stay. But this time, the four true lords are really leaving. And she also wants to leave with Zhu Xiaobao.
What? I want to leave too. I haven't completed my plan yet. I've only explored less than half of this huge
eastern territory. Zhu Xiaobao shouted, obviously unhappy.
Just because you destroyed the Chiu family and the 3 Yuan brothers, plus the divine eye after the tribulation, your little secret is no longer a secret. Come back with me first. Wait until you have cultivated. Only by improving one step further can we continue to explore the
eastern territory.
There are still many secrets in it. Many things make me feel terrible,
Sizenjin said to Zhu Xiaobao in a low voice.
Yeah, it seems to make sense. That divine eye does feel like it has penetrated all my secrets.
Zhu Xiaobao was not as confident as before this time. And he also felt the danger hidden behind these secrets. Especially with this
God-destroying Bao.
He felt like it was a burden. Besides, many years have passed in the blink of an eye. And he has to go back to Zuanbao Island to see it. He is now very concerned about whether the research on Imo Daio's Baiyun Dan has been successful. He doesn't have a son and a half-daughters yet. This also makes Zhu Xiaobao very anxious. In fact, there is another most important reason. That is, Zhu Xiaobao really knows a lot of secrets now. and he needs to go back to meet Sister Yu, Lu Miaoxin, and others, exploring further into the hinterland of the Eastern Territory. All Xiaobao felt that it was very dangerous. Moreover, many supplies around him need to be replenished. For example, the Black God Bee and Vulcan Bee have very little nectar left. Most of the elixirs around him were consumed by the 4 true lords. There is also the most critical factor. He still needs to study and figure out the melting immortal pill with Xian Daozi, Mo Dayo, and Master Kuang. After all, it is a 7th level elixir. Not only do the materials for Zhu Xiaobao not be ready, but also the refining the certainty is not very great. Of course, there is another reason that is even more difficult to resist. He wants people like Lu Xiner, Jin Huan, Su Yin'er, Da Xiao Xiao, etc. After years of wandering, Zhu Xiaobao also felt that it was time to take a break.
Huh? Where are Master Crazy and Yin Mei?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered these 2 guys and asked involuntarily. He wanted to take these 2 guys to Zuinbao Island. But I didn't expect to see these 2 guys when I came back.
Run away! You ran away not long after you left. You said not to chase them. I didn't chase them.
Wei Zifeng snorted a little depressed.
Oh, forget it. I sincerely let them make their own choice. Since they still insist on having their own way, let them go. At least once they run out, they can distract Gong Yimyo.
Zhu Xiaobao was very casual, with a smile. After all, these 2 guys paid enough price. Could they really kill them both? Zhu Xiaobao doesn't think it's necessary either. Anyway, these 2 guys are no longer a threat to me. After leaving the
Rome family city,
Wei Ziki and Honor bid farewell to each other in tears. They are both family heads. It is impossible to leave with the master, which means that the fate of master and disciple is over. After walking for a few more days, I finally boarded the Clipper again and began the journey back. Chapter 1657, enveloped by demonic Qi. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng didn't have any worries at all. Degree now the 3 of them are invincible. Coupled with this extremely flexible Clippers, who else comes to provoke? If you can avoid them in time, you are very knowledgeable. The same 4 true lords may look very senior, but when faced with the endless stream of new gadgets that Zhu Xiaobao brings out, they are already gone. But I can no longer maintain my reserve. Instead, she was like a little girl, asking questions and getting very excited. The most amazing thing is those wooden puppets that work hard. This is simply a genius invention. You don't have to do anything else. Just focus on accelerating. You don't have to worry about any resentment, as long as you have enough spirit stones.
This must be the craftsmanship of the Lu family. Right. I didn't expect you to have access to people from the Lu family. I remember when my master wanted to visit the Lu family, but was rejected,
Shizhenjin said with envy. I think she was still very favored by her master back then, because her cultivation qualifications were the highest among all her brothers and sisters. She had high hopes from immortal Qingyi. But of course, she was extremely hated by Erzhenjun. She didn't know that she was already extremely rejected by Erzhenjun at that time. Later, he gradually became alienated from his master, which was also the result of Erzhenjun often secretly ostracizing him. Fortunately, in the end, after she failed to overcome the tribulation, Qingyi Immortal Master still remembered her weak constitution and gave her the God-destroying bow. But then, she rarely saw Qingyi Immortal Lord again. This time, the 4th True Lord wanted to go to Zuinbao Island, because he wanted to make plans for the future with the 3rd True Lord. Now,
Qingyi Immortal Lord
has not shown up again for a long time. And they all have their own ideas, because the current Southwest Immortal Territory is basically dominated by the 2nd True Lord. The other True Lords have all disappeared. His whereabouts are unknown. So it is undoubtedly the best choice for the 4th True Lord to defect to the 3rd True Lord now.
Ha ha! For sister, don't worry. The living environment here ensures that you won't want to come back again. What do you want? And it's full of human touch. Everyone lives like a family.
Zhu Xiaobaoyi patted his chest in assurance. Even Wei Zifeng nodded repeatedly, although she didn't want to go back. Once she got to the ship, she began to miss Lu Xiner and others.
Huh? I won't know until I meet the 3rd sister. Is what you said true? Don't brag to me now.
The 4th sister still hummed in disbelief, but the desire in her heart became more and more urgent. But what makes Zhu Xiaobao a little strange is that he didn't encounter a single merchant ship or pirate ship along the way. This is very strange. In the past, They were the first to discover these merchant ships or pirate ships, and then actively avoid them. But this time, nothing was actually found. Could it be that the deterrent power of Zuanbao Island is so great? Has it shocked such a large sea area around here? That's not right. Then you should be able to see various merchant ships. After walking for another day, Zhu Xiaobao felt something strange far away. He quickly stopped the speedboat, then got up, took out his binoculars, and looked forward from a high place. After looking at it, his face suddenly changed. Not so pretty.
Bring it here. Let me see it too.
Unexpectedly, the fourth sister who rose with him stretched out her hand and said without any politeness, "It turns out that her upper fairyland can also rise easily. And there are only Wei Zifeng watched eagerly. It was obvious that she was no longer good. At most, she could only rush up a certain distance with the help of her extraordinary speed."
Did you see it? A large area of black demonic energy? Do you recognize it?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a gloomy expression.
It seems a little different. It's so big, but I don't know what it is. It feels like a very evil feeling. I don't know which evil troll released it. I don't think it's there in my impression such an evil cultivator.
The fourth sister Immortal Master was shocked by this telescope, and after seeing it clearly, she frowned and said, "Moreover, the fourth sister's psychological surprise was far more than that. She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao could sense such a distance, which was almost twice as far as her fairy realm, since, until now, she had only seen arrived and didn't feel it.
It's not a powerful evil cultivator, but a very powerful demonic energy. With this tacit understanding, those evil cultivators not only have their cultivation levels skyrocketed, but their combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. It's very magical,"
Zhu Xiaobao said. He said with a solemn expression. He had seen this kind of demonic energy, and he had also fought with the casual cultivators stationed on the rocks on the edge of
Immortal Dragon Island.
So he knew the terror of this black demonic energy.
Then what are they doing? They are not besieging Zuanbao Island, are they?
The fourth sister suddenly woke up and asked,
looking at this direction and distance. It should be my
Zuanbao Island.
That is besieging me.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted in a depressed tone. He didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face so quickly after bragging to his fourth sister. It's really timely.
What should we do? Should we rush over to help? Can my third sister be there to stop her?
Fortunately, the fourth sister did not care about these things, but asked very anxiously,
Don't worry yet. The strength of the island is not weak. In addition to the third sister, there are many people from the
Middle Fairy Realm,
and a population of several million. The power of faith alone can withstand them for a while.
Xiaobao shook his head. He can still feel that the power of faith has not collapsed. So this means that the island is still very safe, since the anomaly was discovered in advance. The little BMWs changed their course, heading towards the easiest hiding place and traveling in a roundabout way, trying their best to avoid being discovered by the other party. Fortunately, this trick seemed to be very effective. After tracking for 3 hours, he was getting closer and closer to the dark demonic energy without anyone noticing. And they could already see with their naked eyes the area covered by the
black demonic energy.
Through the
black demonic chi,
you can still see the crowds on Zuanbao Island and the artillery fire. It seems that the island has launched a counterattack and defense, until Zhu Xiaobao's speedboat sailed into the range of the black demonic energy. The speed of the boat suddenly slowed down by half, and there was still a salty, rancid smell in the air. Although it is not serious, it is already very uncomfortable. The fourth sister and Wei Zifeng couldn't help but cover their noses and tighten their eyebrows. They were very repelled by this smell. No wonder. They are female cultivators after all, so they are very sensitive and repulsive to this smell.
Well, I didn't pay attention last time. I didn't expect that this kind of
tacit understanding
would also affect my speed and spiritual awareness. Even my cultivation levels seem to have been reduced a lot.
Zhu Xiaobao did not pay attention to this. This kind of smell, on the contrary, is actively sensing and understanding the disadvantages brought about by this
black devil energy.
As soon as possible, not long after, the little BMWs turned around and drove towards the west. It took only a quarter of an hour at the fastest speed to break out of the area covered by the
black demonic chi.
Once out of the range enveloped by the
black devil's energy,
his speedboat returned to its original speed, and the two wooden puppets also returned to their original speed. But as a precaution, Zhu Xiaobao still replaced 2 wooden puppets because he was afraid that the top-quality spiritual stones on these 2 wooden puppets had been almost used up. Just such a detour allowed Zhu Xiaobao and the others to travel hundreds of miles more. But there was also an advantage. He was now on the side of the area covered by Zuanbao Island and black demonic qi, and could clearly be clear about the situation on both sides. As a gentleman, he could still penetrate this layer of black devil's energy and vaguely see the ships and vaguely swaying figures in the black devil's energy. According to Zhu Xiaobao's practical experience, the situation in the black demonic energy cannot be seen through the defensive walls on Zuanbao Island. The SHLs being fired now are being fired aimlessly. Warn the other party.
What is that? Why did it explode? Can it shoot so far? What's the use?
Although the fourth sister knew she was in trouble, she still asked very curiously.
That's a defensive weapon I made. It's similar to a hidden weapon like Thunderbolt. It's just much more powerful than Thunderbolt. It can sink a small warship.
Zhu Xiaobao was still convinced. He explained patiently.
That island across the way belongs to us. Right. How should we rush there?
The fourth sister asked excitedly, eager to take action.
No. Since we haven't been discovered yet. Let's stay here first and see what's going on. Who is the female nun sitting in the center of the island?
Zhu Xiaobao once the telescope was handed to the fourth sister and asked her to take a closer look.
Third sister. Is it really third sister? I didn't expect that she is so calm now. And she is not panicking at all. There are many people on your island, and they all seem to have high cultivation levels.
The fourth sister was immediately elated when she saw it. He shouted in envy. Now she really wants to rush to the third sister, so that she can help.
Shoo! Keep your voice down. We are next to the enemy now. When it comes to danger, we are the most dangerous.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly made a silent gesture, and then warned in a low voice.
Then what should we do now?
The fourth sister suddenly realized that they are the ones who need to be careful about lurking now. The boat sailed quietly to a rock. Zhu Xiaobao put away the boat, and the 3 of them climbed onto the rock, making them even more hidden. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and the others have the absolute advantage, because all 3 of them are very good at concealment. Zhu Xiaobao is the worst at concealment.
Humph! Come to me! I'm warning you. Don't touch me. Otherwise, I won't spoil you.
The fourth sister's face turned slightly red, and she said softly.
How can you do that? I have always been the most honest. If you don't believe me, ask Wei Zifeng.
Zhu Xiaobao and the fourth sister were already lying there side by side in an instant, and they were still close to each other. Immediately, the fourth sister's heart was beating wildly. Chapter 1658, Enveloped by Demonic Qi B. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to send the Vulcan bee out, but unexpectedly this Vulcan bee simply refused, because it has never been injured in this Black Devil's energy, because it will be dyed gray inside. And cultivators in the Black Devil's energy are all sensitive and can detect it. Existence. The last time it was injured by the Black Devil's energy. After getting it back, it spent several months cultivating in the Time Stone, before slowly recovering.
How about I rush in and take a look? With my speed, I should be able to escape.
Wei Zifeng asked uncertainly. She didn't know if she could escape if she lowered her speed by half. But now that Zhu Xiaobao is in need again, she just feels that she should step forward.
No need. When you are in the Black Devil's energy, your sensitivity, vision and speed will be greatly reduced. If you meet a person from the
first immortal realm, he can easily defeat you. Don't go and die.
Xiaobao shook his head and said, Now let alone Wei Zifeng. Even Zhu Xiaobao doesn't dare to go in. At this moment, the artillery fire on
Zuanbao Island
finally stopped. I guess I saw that the opponent didn't react at all after fighting for a long time. So I had to stop. Every cannonball is worth a lot of money.
Ha ha ha. I don't know what to call a fairy. I want to invite Master, Supreme Treasure, to come out and have a talk. I wonder if Master, Supreme Treasure, is willing.
Unexpectedly, he took the lead in wearing this piece of
black demonic qi.
A very old voice came out, but it was smiling very proudly. It seemed that they had nothing to lose. I'm just waiting for the cannons on
Zuanbao Island
to finish firing.
No need. Lord Supreme Treasure will not condescend to come to see you who hide your head and keep your tail. If you want to see my lord, then come out in an open and above-board way. What's the point of hiding in a black mist?
The person speaking opposite was actually Green Farrier. not the three true lords. If you think about it, you will understand. After all, the three true lords only provide support for cultivation. The one who really calls the shots on Zuanbao Island is Green Farrier. So the Green Fairy stood on the city wall with a red cannon next to her, majestic and not at all panicked. Because although they couldn't defeat the opponent, they didn't dare to move forward, which showed that the strength of Zuanbao Island was still very intimidating. Ha ha ha. We, the leader of the Chiang sect, are giving your supreme treasure a chance. If you want to survive, take all your personnel, destroy all the evil statues, and submit to our Chiang sect. It's not that we can't attack. The old man's voice in the Black Devil's energy laughed arrogantly. But he always hid in the Devil's energy and did not dare to step out of the range of the Devil's energy. Wei Zifeng, use your divine eyes to release all your spiritual consciousness and see if you can penetrate this layer of Black Devil energy. Otherwise, we will always be too passive. They are hiding inside, and we will never know it. The detailed situation inside. Zhu Xiaobao exhausted the limit of his spiritual consciousness, but could not clearly see the situation inside. It was always covered by a layer of black mist and could not be seen clearly, which made him a little annoyed. That's right. I even forgot that I still have a magic weapon. Wei Zifeng then remembered an extra skill she had. She usually only used it to explore paths, but she didn't use it today. The reason is that she has become accustomed to Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness being much stronger than hers. So she doesn't bother to use it when Zhu Xiaobao is around. After concentrating and opening his divine eyes, Wei Zifeng had never been so nervous before. A sharp gaze instantly penetrated the black demonic chi. He seemed not to be affected at all, and he started scanning frantically inside. It immediately aroused the alert of the people inside. Who is spying on us? Why are we not disturbed by the Black Devil's energy? A voice with a slight curlicue at his voice asked warily. If Zhu Xiaobao could see clearly, he would definitely recognize this person as the leader of Yakfen, who was severely injured by Zhu Xiaobao back then. I didn't expect that he would appear again after so many years. Moreover, he was holding a dark gray bead in his hands, and this large amount of Black Devil energy was emanating from this gray bead. As for the leader of Yakfen, he didn't feel the fishy smell of this bead at all, and he held it in his arms very preciously. Wei Zifeng's eyesight came out and saw the bead, which was blocked from sight, and other places were not affected. She looked around quickly and then voluntarily withdrew, because Wei Zifeng's spiritual consciousness could no longer keep up at this time. This divine eye consumed too much spiritual consciousness, and Wei Zifeng could not control it for much time. How's it going? Did you see clearly? Zhu Xiaobao took a look and asked anxiously. I just looked around and couldn't watch anymore. Wei Zifeng quickly took a Shenyang pill. Then he closed his eyes and recalled. There are about 40 ships inside, 20 pirate ships on the outside, and 20 cargo ships in the middle. It seems that they are here to load something. Sitting in the middle is an old man from outside the territory, holding a gray bead in his hand, and the old man who was shouting was just conveying what he meant. Wei Zifeng said in a low voice. She seemed to have just finished a battle and felt exhausted. Ah? This black demonic energy is actually related to that group of foreign cults? Doesn't this mean that this group is formed by the three parties of Fairy Dragon Island, Pirate Alliance, and Chiang Sect? What's more, do you really think highly of me? The three parties had joined forces just to deal with me. A Zuanbao Island? Zhu Xiaobao immediately exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Zifeng, don't fall asleep. Hurry up and label what you see clearly for me. Zhu Xiaobao shouted anxiously while shaking the sleepy Wei Zifeng. But Wei Zifeng obviously couldn't hold on any longer. Zhu Xiaobao quickly threw her into the Time Stone and gave her Qingling Pill and Yanshan Pill. Although these two, it's just a jade-level elixir, but it's the most effective and fastest for restoring Wei Zifeng's consciousness. Fortunately, the other party will still be arguing with each other for a while. Zhu Xiaobao hopes that Lu Xiener can talk for a while longer so that Wei Zifeng can recover as soon as possible. At this time, chaos had already begun in the black demonic energy, and the 7 people led by it seemed to be searching and sensing, since the leader of Yakfen said that other spiritual consciousness penetrated through. They also became nervous. After all, they only had 40 ships. If the other party noticed it, even if they rushed over in a large area without any target, you can also hit them. What's going on? They didn't say anything? Green Farrier was also puzzled. She was talking nicely at first, but suddenly the other party stopped talking and didn't move away. Could it be that they are discussing some trick that won't work? Green Fairy couldn't help but look back at San Jinjuan, who was far behind and in the center, and looked at him pleadingly to ask for her opinion.
Well, pay attention to the 2 stages of
Black Demonic Chi,
and don't let them divert their troops to other places.
come here.
Set up the red cannon that was just disassembled for me. As long as they dare to rush forward, I will just greet them twice as much.
San Jinjuan said calmly.
Yes, I will send someone to make arrangements right away.
Green Fairy nodded in agreement. Now it seems that this is the best way that can be thought of. Fortunately, the cannonball reserves on
Zuanbao Island
are quite sufficient, so you don't have to worry too much for a while. Fortunately, both parties were busy working, so they were delayed for half an hour. This gave Wei Zifeng a day and night to recover in the
time stone.
When she came out again, she could clearly see what she had seen. The locations where the warships and cargo ships stayed were marked.
Hee. This is easy to handle. Do I ask you to hide again? You can't hide anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao excitedly marked the horizontal and vertical coordinates on the map. Considering his familiarity with this sea area, he could mark the B very clear. The next step is very simple. As long as the
Vulcan B
does not enter the black demonic energy, it is impossible to find its traces at other times. Just when Green Fairy was busy and sweating profusely, she suddenly felt a
Vulcan B
settling on her shoulder. Although she couldn't see it, she immediately became excited and couldn't hold back tears. I can't help but stay. This damn bastard is back. And he still refuses to show up? When she took a small piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wings from the
Vulcan B,
she looked at it carefully for a while. Suddenly, with an excited expression, he began to arrange the 200 red cannons behind him, aimed respectively at the directions marked on the coordinates.
Humph. Since nothing has been found in the search. Then continue shouting. I will let them know how stupid it is to dare to reject our leader. Today I must take away 100,000 people.
Yak also doubted that it was his own induction is wrong. No one should be able to see through this dark evil aura. But just when the old man regained his energy and was about to shout, he didn't expect that the other party started SH. Ling again!
Master Yake, it seems that if we don't talk, they are getting anxious. How about waiting a little longer? The more fierce the fight, the less sure they are,
the old man said with a calm smile. Although this layer of black demonic energy also has a certain impact on them.
It is just like ordinary people wearing sunglasses. The impact is limited. So as soon as you see the flash of fire on the other side, you already know that the other side has started SH.
Ling. Okay. Just wait a little longer. Someone, bring me my red wine.
Mr. Yake was also helpless, and had to wait for the other party's rumbling cannons to stop before he could shout again. Just after pouring the red wine, Yake tasted it very attentively. His favorite is red wine from this vintage. An extra month will affect the taste.
Boom!
But he didn't expect that the first cannonball accurately landed on a cargo ship in front of him. The cargo ship immediately fell into pieces. The soldiers on it fled in all directions, howling like ghosts. He didn't expect that he would be hit even if he hid behind the rocks. Too much luck. Right? Chapter 1659, Enveloped by Demonic Cheese C. Yake calmly held the red wine, shook his head, and said regretfully,
Alas! The reason why these poor people were bombed is because they are not pious enough. If you all want me to be so pious, just you won't be harmed at all. Boom! Boom! Boom!
As bombs continued to fly, more and more ships were bombed. Even Yak's flagship warship was no exception. The wine glass he just picked up didn't explode into pieces, and his whole body flew up. Fortunately, such a powerful bomb is not fatal to their level of cultivation. It's just more embarrassing. This time, Yaku was no longer calm and looked around in horror. This is obviously very different from the last SH. Ling effect. This time it was much more accurate. Almost all of them were aimed at the target. And even those that missed were all exploded on both sides of the ship. Now the casualties have increased sharply.
What's going on? They can actually see clearly the distribution of ships in the
Black Demonic Chi.
Is this impossible?
Yake and his masters all felt that this time the SH. Ling was clearly aimed at them.
Ah, I don't know. Sir, didn't you say that they can't see the situation in the
Black Devil's energy? The old man who shouted also shouted angrily. And his warship had also been blown up and set on fire. although the fire was raging. The key is that the opponent's SHLs are still firing.
How do I know? That's what Mr. Black Dragon and Mr. Bishop said. Could it be that the spiritual spy just now was the work of a great god in the
immortal realm? Jake was also horrified, and then said thoughtfully,
Then what should we do now? If we continue to fight like this, our entire army will be wiped out. Even if we don't fire the cannons, we can't resist their warships rushing towards us. They all have such cannons on their warships.
Now the several pirates led by him gathered around and asked in horror. I originally thought I could pick up some bargains when I came out this time, but I didn't expect to get hit hard. Who can I ask to explain this?
What else can we do? Retreat quickly. If it's too late, they will cut off our retreat. It's impossible to go back.
While the Black Devil's energy
is shrouding us. Let's retreat quickly.
Yak also panicked. He didn't want to be trapped here waiting to die. He still has a large family of female believers waiting for him. Is it easy to accumulate some wealth over the years? Fortunately, the
Black Dragon Ball
in his arms was also driven by his internal power at this time. And the
Black Demon Chi
emitted became more and more intense. As the warships began to move, the hit rate of those cannonballs Daifuku has also begun to decline. But even so, Yak didn't dare to stay any longer. Now that he had found a way to see through the
Black Devil's energy,
there was no advantage at all. As the
Black Demonic Chi
slowly retreated, Yak and others took the lead in retreating. The warships and cargo ships behind also turned their bows and followed closely, fearing that their ships would be exposed outside the range of the
Black Devil's energy. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Waves of cheers came from Zuanbao Island. People who were worried and uneasy at first began to celebrate the victory. As the
Black Demonic Chi
slowly receded, the bombed cargo ships and warships were exposed one after another. Countless corpses and shipwrecks were still floating on the sea. This round of S.H. Ling turned out to be they sank more than a dozen of the opponent's ships and left thousands of corpses behind. Those who were alive have been rescued. At this time, even the three true lords were surprised. Why did the green fairy hit the opponent's ship so accurately this time? It was incredible. Why was the green fairy able to see through the
Black Demonic energy
that even she, the Shanghai Fairyland, couldn't see through?
Citizens of Zuanbao Island, fellow soldiers, do you know why we can defeat our opponents? That's because the master of our
Zuanbao Island, Lord Zizunbo,
is back.
Green Fairy turned around and shouted loudly said, although it was her voice alone. But with her cultivation, she could still be heard clearly by everyone present.
Welcome to Mr. Supreme Treasure.
These words undoubtedly aroused greater enthusiasm and excitement among everyone. And the entire
Supreme Treasure Island
was filled with deafening cheers. Even Lord Sanjin looked at Green Fairy in surprise. Could it be that this little bastard is really back? But judging from the miraculous performance just now, it is indeed Zhu Xiaobao's consistent style. Immediately afterwards, standing on the city wall, no one wanted to leave, and they were all looking at the sea intently. But the entire sea was quiet, and there seemed to be nothing. Suddenly, from a distance, a clipper shot out like an arrow. The speed was indescribably fast, 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary clippers. On the speedboat, Zhu Xiaobao was standing on the bow, and behind him, there were 2 very beautiful female nuns. On Green Fairy's side, hundreds of warships have already come out to greet them, and they even fired salute guns into the air to welcome the return of Zhu Xiaobao. There are people on these warships who are very familiar to Zhu Xiaobao. The most conspicuous among them are Huang Yu and Master Baidu. Ever since Master Baidu came to Zuanbao Island, these 2 people have been competing for the chief eunuch of the harem. A fierce battle started. Even though Mr. Baidu was higher in cultivation than Huang Yu had a natural advantage. He was truly purified, and Mr. Baidu has not yet completely purified himself. So the 2 have been fighting openly and secretly over this issue, which has already given Green Fairy a headache. The third true lord's eyes only stayed on Zhu Xiaobao for a moment, and she was startled by the figure behind Zhu Xiaobao. She quickly jumped into the air, flew through the air, and landed on the speedboat. On the bow of the boat, he shouted excitedly,
Fourth Junior Sister? Is it really you? I didn't expect you to really advance. Great. In this case, Zuanbao Island will be even safer. I've met Third Senior Sister. Third Sister, I came here to join you. After so many years, I miss you all the time. I've been looking for traces of you everywhere.
The fourth sister immediately pounced on San Jinjuan. In front of them, the two hugged each other and cried, not caring about the face of
going to fairyland.
At this time, Wei Zifeng had already shot out and was hugging Lu Xiener and others on the opposite warship. Wang Yu and Mr. Baidu scrambled to squeeze into the clippers, but they were glared at by Green Fairy, and they did not dare to move any more. After all, with their status as servants, it's not their turn to flatter themselves. This time, Zuanbao Island became lively again. Not only was there a 3-day holiday, but also a general amnesty. However, it was regrettable that there were no prisoners at all on Zuanbao Island. In that iron wall prison, they are all empty. And the amnesty for the world is just an empty talk. But the streets and alleys of Zuanbao Island are decorated with lights and colorful. And they are very lively. Many people bring their children to worship the statues, hoping to meet the real Zhu Xiaobao on the streets. Invisibly, the power of faith once reached its peak, and even the hall of the statues emitted bursts of light of faith. This made the people on the island more pious, and the entire Zuanbao Island was filled with an extremely peaceful atmosphere. Looking around the entire Zuanbao Island, there are now more than 10 million people. As the strength of the wish increased, even this very ordinary island began to rise, and the area of the island was invisibly expanded by 30%. Nowadays, more and more merchant ships come to Zuanbao Island to do business. Many merchants want to start shops in Zuanbao Island, but it is also difficult to find one. That night, Zhu Xiaobao was almost tortured to death. The golden ring and silver ring, coupled with the big buckwheat and small buckwheat, the whole was a wheel of war. If it hadn't been in the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao would have definitely not been able to survive the next day. You can't walk alone. Just like that. With the careful support of Mr. Baidu and Huang Yu, he walked out of his mansion tremblingly, and kept saying,
the women at the foot of the mountain are tigers. If you encounter them, avoid them. What a wise saying.
Ah. When he saw the third true lord and the fourth true lord, Zhu Xiaobao sat there honestly, and did not dare to talk glibly anymore.
Huh? Xiaobao, how come you have become more honest today, and don't ask for a hug?
San Jinjuan asked with a smile when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's sluggish appearance.
Oh, third sister, let's do it next time. Now my waist and knees are sore and weak, and I have no physical strength. I am relying on the support of 2 servants.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, in one sentence, Master Baidu and Huang Yu were so excited that they rushed to beat Zhu Xiaobao on the back and legs. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and drove him away. He came here mainly to discuss very important matters. And even the Green Fairy did not participate. Now the 2 women from the fairy realm are sitting in front of Zhu Xiaobao. He can no longer feel the slightest pressure. Just like 2 very ordinary people. So Zhu Xiaobao is probably the only one who can sit lazily across from the 2 great gods as before. This is the confidence that his improvement in cultivation brought him. In fact, even those in the
Shanghai Immortal Realm
are all cultivators. In addition to their high cultivation level and some rare magic weapons and fairy weapons, they are just like ordinary people. The more advanced your cultivation is, the more you return to your original nature and become more like a mortal.
Sisters, tell me, where should I go next? Do you think the power of the immortal realm can handle the black devil energy?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked lazily.
Well, I don't know. To tell you the truth, even my master,
Qingyi Immortal Lord,
is missing now.
Xixia Immortal Lord
is definitely outside Xixia Peak. And the other 2 immortal lords are missing. There is no news from them all.
The third true lord and the fourth true lord said with solemn expressions.
You want me to find the Xixia Immortal Lord as soon as possible? That's right. There are still many secrets. Probably only those in the immortal realm can know. Can I rest at Zuanbao Island for a few days? Well, you should take a good rest for a few days.
Chapter 1660 Improving the Alchemy Formula. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has another purpose here. That is, he wants Su Zhenjin to give Su Yin'er some pointers when he has nothing to do. Because Su Yin'er's cultivation level is still relatively low now. And Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have time. Take more care of her. But Su Yin'er's role in Zuanbao Island is very important. She masters brewing, papermaking and other weird things. Everything designed by Zhu Xiaobao is carefully made into drawings, leaving behind once the manuscript is recycled for use. It can be processed immediately. How could such a virtuous wife not take more care of her? For this small request, Su Zhenjin agreed without hesitation. There is no one around her now. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to choose 2 well-qualified little girls to be her maids or disciples. But they were rejected by the 4 true lords. She has her own requirements when choosing her apprentice. And now she is temporarily living with Lord Sanjin. So she doesn't need it. Now there are only 2 disciples left by the 3rd true lord, Lu Zhu and Mo Zhu. So they are willing to live together first. After the 4th true lord's cave is built, they will move in alone and be together. A state of practicing alone. In fact, Sanjin Juan is no longer as focused on cultivation as before. From time to time, he puts on makeup, takes 2 female disciples, and goes down the mountain to eat all kinds of delicacies. He doesn't return quietly until his belly is full. Be her master again. In addition, Lu Xiener will personally deliver goods to your door when she has nothing to do. So Sanjin Juan's life here is still very comfortable. After coming down from the mountain, Zhu Xiaobao then remembered to go see 2 other important people. He came back this time mainly to meet with them and discuss some very important things. It was rare that Zhu Xiaobao was sitting in a luxurious carriage, and Master Baidu and Huang Yu were following behind on horses. Behind him were a group of maids, all of whom were carefully selected by Huang Yu to serve Zhu Xiaobao. But they didn't expect that they would be used now. Zhu Xiaobao really didn't even take a second look. Just treat it as an ordinary servant. This made these maids very disappointed. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Xiaobao asked him to change the route to specifically visit Sun Daozi. At the same time, he also asked Master Baidu to recruit Imodayo. He didn't want to go to Imodayo, because there were hundreds of wives and concubines in Imodayo's house. As soon as he entered, they were noisy, crying and laughing, which made people feel numb. Now there are nearly 400 female nuns around Imodayo. Some people, Imodayo, can't even remember when they got married? Anyway, I know that Imodayo is very popular now. The female nuns who want to marry him are very enthusiastic, because not long after Imodayo was here, he was inexplicably advanced just because he helped him try the elixir. Then the value of staying will be lost. And you will be able to leave Moda? Many people come here with the purpose of advancing. When he saw Sun Daozi again, Zhu Xiaobao was still very happy. Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly.
Xiaobao, I have been waiting for you. I didn't expect you were still 2 days late. Alas, it's hard to explain. You are a boy practitioner and don't understand.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands in embarrassment and sat down opposite Sun Daozi. Immediately, 2 little boys brought teacups. The environment here at Sun Daozi is another kind of fresh, elegant and uncontested atmosphere.
It's late. It's late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's really difficult to get rid of those wives. They all look so inseparable. I can't even tell who is real and who is acting.
Immediately afterwards came the sound of Imodayo breathing heavily. As soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao, Imodayo had a look of surprise on his face. Not to mention, Imodayo has not changed at all over the years. He is still so energetic, dealing with so many wives and concubines every day, without delaying his cultivation at all. And I don't know how he does it. On the contrary, the longer you live, the younger you become. After all 3 people sat down, Zhu Xiaobao began to ask, had the 2 of them studied the side that he asked Master Baidu to send back? Because he felt there were many areas that could be improved, especially the
immortal bone pill.
Now judging from the effects of Zhu Xiaobao's use, it can no longer keep up. He needs to improve the power of this elixir again. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao still has a restraint pill with him, but he didn't take it out because the level was too high. He hasn't even gathered the materials yet, so I don't want to take it out yet. And once the news comes out, Gong Yamiao will probably be recruited. Regarding many matters related to alchemy, Zhu Xiaobao would sometimes call Mr. Baidu in to ask a few questions. You must know that this man who desperately wanted to be a slave was also a poisonous alchemist at the beginning, and he was quite famous. Moreover, he also changed his career from an alchemist to a poison alchemist. He is still very good at alchemy. The 4 of them sat together, and when they were studying and improving the elixir, Zhu Xiaobao felt that it was the most enjoyable and happiest time. He didn't have to worry about other things. He only had to concentrate on studying each medicinal material and the ingredients in the elixir refining process, its functions and effects, as well as which medicinal materials it will react with, and how to mix them. A few people stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights. Although they had a meager meal, they were very fulfilling. In fact, they also noticed that what they were eating was nothing but mediocre food. It was Huang Yu who summoned time and baked it specially for them outside Sun Daozi's secret room. Huang Yu will never allow Mr. Baidu to usurp his position as chief eunuch.
Well, I think this change can increase the efficacy by 30%. But the requirements for medicinal materials and materials will be higher. I'm afraid the level of this immortal bone pill will also be upgraded.
Xian Daozi saw the end after deciding on the materials. I couldn't help but frown. It would be very difficult to collect so many top-quality medicinal materials.
Don't worry about the medicinal materials. I will be responsible for it. But the effect must be improved again. Now an enemy is practicing faster than me. If I don't speed up the pace, I will probably be killed by him.
Zhu Xiaobao said very depressed.
Aw? Is there anyone who can cultivate faster than you?
Sun Daozi found it incredible. Zhu Xiaobao can be said to be the fastest person he has ever seen in cultivation.
It's that Gongya Miao. You saw him when we fought together at Qianqiu Peak in Kamen. At first, we thought he was here to help us. Unexpectedly, he is the one who hides the deepest.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't hide anything from Sun Daozi inside.
Oh, so it's him. He was the #1 Master Shinro back then? He was really different. He broke away from Erzinjun's control early and started to strike out on his own. He is indeed a character.
Sun Daozi said, then he nodded in surprise and said, what else can be said to such a person? This is a person with great luck who knows when to quit and when to be ruthless.
But don't worry. There are two.
Shangxianjing, on Zuanbao Island.
Now, I believe he doesn't have the strength to come to provoke.
Zhu Xiaobao has already introduced Gongya to the third true lord and the fourth true lord. It's a wonderful situation. If he leaves again, one of his worries will be this Gongya Miao. After taking a pill recipe that they thought was the most reasonable, Zhu Xiaobao still needed to consider it carefully. Once taken, this pot of medicinal materials would be priceless. Although after all these years, most of the medicinal materials in his time stone have met the requirements, they still have to be used sparingly. They have been cultivated after so many years. Only Zhu Xiaobao knows how much effort you put into it. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao asked hopefully about the
100 pregnancy pill.
Mo Dayo scratched his head in embarrassment.
Oh, there is still no progress. But my concubines have advanced dozens more levels. Oh, didn't you see that all the female nuns who want to marry this bad old man like me are queuing up to Zishiku in front of my house now? They have to take care of their food every day. Alas, some people are in their 70s and 80s. And they're also cute.
Mo Dayo shook his head very depressedly. Originally it was to continue his incense. Unexpectedly, it became an advanced medicine for female nuns. This unexpected effect made Mo Dayo very distressed.
Alas, it's really disappointing. I was still counting on you to help me carry on the family line and not lose the incense.
Zhu Xiaobao was also disappointed when he heard this, and had to place his hope in reversing time and space in the future and returning to when you are in the body refining realm. Work harder on your own. After changing into ordinary clothes and wearing a mask, Zhu Xiaobao got rid of Master Baidu and Huang Yu and wandered alone on the street. This was the simplest and happiest thing to do. Now he has become very cautious and cannot be noticed by others. This is the trouble caused by having too high status. He doesn't like this feeling of being alone. There is no fun at all. Everything is full of ritual. When he arrived at the largest hotel on Zuanbao Island, Zhu Xiaobao did not go in. Instead, he ordered 2 portions of fried stinky tofu and a bowl of wontons from the snack bar opposite. This delicacy is now available in many snack bars, although the production and processing method has not been disclosed. But it can be purchased in batches, and there are prepared seasonings, so that more snack merchants can operate profitably. These are Su Yiner's handiwork. The reason why he did not enter the big hotel is because he owns the largest hotel. The real people in charge are several disciples of Time. Now Time has also neglected to practice, and all his thoughts are spent on the study of delicious food. His cultivation has already improved. It's fallen a lot.
She's a good cook. It's a pity that I don't have time to teach her properly.
Zhu Xiaobao also shook his head and sighed. He really didn't spend much time teaching Time. She was all self-taught. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao saw a monk sitting in the window of the hotel facing the street opposite. Chapter 1661. Not an entity. Isn't this the little monk who fell into the time stone at the beginning? Why did you suddenly appear here? Moreover, as soon as the young monk appeared, Zhu Xiaobao felt that the time stone and
5-element skeleton
trembled, while the Vulcan bee was indifferent, and the kitchen knife in his arms was, it's about to move. Sitting on the seat facing the street, the young monk ate very ordinary food, which was just 4 ordinary vegetarian dishes and a bottle of wine. Not disturbing anyone. Just eating and drinking quietly. It seemed that Zhu Xiaobao was not found at all. On the contrary, I was very satisfied with the wine here and asked for another bottle. After dinner, the young monk paid the money and tipped the waiter for the extra money. Then he left the hotel and walked leisurely along the street. But something strange happened at this time. The person who met the young monk head-on actually seemed to have not seen the young monk, and still kept moving forward. At the moment when the two sides met, there was no collision, and they penetrated each other. To be precise, the ordinary people passed through the figure of the little monk. Zhu Xiaobao followed behind, looking a little dull. Could it be that he was not an entity? So when you were paying for food and drinks just now, you clearly saw that all the dishes and drinks had been eaten and drank, right? Moreover, the spiritual stones paid to the waiter were also genuine spiritual stones. But the facts before him were so strange. The bustling crowd along the way did not hinder him at all, and quickly disappeared. When Zhu Xiaobao chased him to the place where the little monk disappeared just now, with his powerful spiritual consciousness, he couldn't sense it at all. The released Vulcan bee looked even more confused. It didn't have any suspicious aura that could be traced. But Zhu Xiaobao is quite certain that this is indeed the young monk who was passed into the time stone last time. Even the patches on his monk's clothes are exactly the same as last time. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but take out the old and gray tortoise carapace. But there was still no change.
Huh? It's not an entity. Or it's a soul body. It can wander around. And the mysterious monster on
Dragon Fairy Island.
Can't leave.
Dragon Fairy Island.
These things are all evil. Isn't it possible? Are you all here for me?
Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to take a good rest on Zuanbao Island for a few years, relax and adjust his mentality. It seems impossible now. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was no longer in the mood to continue shopping, and hurried back to San Jinjuan's cave, where he recounted what he saw and heard in great detail. The third true lord and the fourth true lord were all frightened when they heard this. Even they couldn't understand this kind of thing. And judging from Zhu Xiaobao's description, this little monk is no less weird than the monster on
Dragon Fairy Island.
However, there are certain gains from the analysis of all aspects. Now it can be at least inferred that the appearance of the Sun family's old turtle happened not long after the last fight between the three, immortal realm. Does that mean that there is nothing strange about this old turtle in the first place? But it was because a certain great god had usurped the body of a divine turtle. Or that it had its body taken away. The reason why this divine turtle was chosen is because the divine turtle has a long lifespan, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators or mythical beasts.
Well, little treasure, you have seen that even in our current state, we can't help you. I'm afraid many secrets still start from the battle for hegemony in the
immortal realm,
thousands of years ago, or even longer ago. You'd better hurry up and rush to the
Zixia Immortal Lord.
I'm afraid that after a while,
even Zixia Immortal Lord
will disappear,
San Jinjuan said with a slight embarrassment, remembering that when the three great immortals were competing for hegemony, she and the fourth true lord were still young in cultivation, and were not able to personally participate in it. The only people who really participated were the great true lord, Fu Ji, and the second true lord, Zhuqiu Ping. Yes. And, this time, don't take Wei Zifeng with you when you go out. And don't take anyone else with you either, because these people may only bring you troubles, but will affect your actions. Do you understand what I mean?
Zhenjin also nodded and said, I understand. After all, I still have to solve many things by myself. I also need to face them alone. The cultivation and consciousness of others can no longer keep up.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then looked depressed, bid farewell again. Outside a mysterious hall on
Dragon Fairy Island,
the 7 pirate leaders were kneeling there in fear. Even Yak was standing bent over, with his head lowered, being stared at by the
one-eyed
Dharma Prime. And there was an incredible sound of anger coming from my ears. This sound was a bit strange, more like a metallic sound, and it was not smooth. However, the pressure it brought to everyone was extremely powerful. Many people could not kneel or stand up, so they had to support their bodies with their hands to prevent themselves from being pressed to the ground.
Impossible! How is it possible to see through the
Black Devil's energy?
Is he still alive? He has recovered again. Lord Black Dragon. We are not exaggerating at all. We have indeed seen through the location of the warships. Otherwise, we would never have suffered such heavy losses. Otherwise, we go again. And this time, we should dispatch more warships.
Yak and the pirate leaders all said with trembling.
Forget it. Since the opponent is so difficult to deal with, there is no need to start from
Zuanbao Island.
You can start from other small islands. After all, you don't need many people at the beginning. Just 200,000 is enough. Come on! You all go down. Wait for my
Dragon Ball
to recover for a while before setting off.
Unexpectedly, this
Master Black Dragon
thought about it for a moment and actually gave up Zuanbao Island and chose other islands. This decision made the leader of Yakvan very dissatisfied, because the existence of Zuanbao Island was a threat to them, and he can clearly feel that the power of faith gathered by the Supreme Treasure is far deeper and broader than that of their little adults. Because all the measures of the Supreme Treasure have won the hearts of the people. As the saying goes, the world belongs to those who win the hearts of the people. But facing
Lord Black Dragon,
he didn't dare to insist blindly. We can only go back to the bishop and discuss it further. In fact, an unintentional setback has caused great differences among the three parties. It laid the foundation for Zhu Xiaobao's future success. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know these things on
Dragon Immortal Island.
At this time, he is hiding behind the statue, feeling the power of faith. He felt that the power of faith he had gathered was broad, and its foundation was getting deeper and deeper. Even his mentality had changed a lot. And at the same time, he had a huge sense of responsibility. He has an obligation to protect these pious people. Although I can't rest for a few years as originally planned, I can still rest for a few more days. These days, I spend more time with Su Yin'er. Just because Su Yin'er's cultivation level is too low, and her contribution to Zuanbao Island is very huge. Regarding this point, almost everyone respects Su Yin'er very much. Although her cultivation level is not high, she almost plays a decisive role in Zuanbao Island. What's more, Zhu Xiaobao also made a special trip to refine an improved
Immortal Bone Pill.
According to the newly developed formula, it should be said that the improvement has been relatively successful. If it was still relatively reluctant to be recognized as a 6th level elixir before, now it should be a genuine
6th level elixir.
Of course, this is also due to the fact that most of the medicinal materials in Zhu Xiaobao's time stone have reached the age of 10,000 years. This time, in order to save time, he no longer hid the secret of his time stone from Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo, but let them go inside together to observe him refining the pill. Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo were amazed and realized that the reason why Zhu Xiaobao was so confident was that he already had such a rich treasure of medicinal materials. Basically, you don't have to worry about medicinal materials in the future. Except for a few medicinal materials that have not yet reached their age. The rest of the little treasures are not lacking. And it can also form a virtuous cycle of picking in turns for thousands of years. Time is running out now. So many of Zhu Xiaobao's secrets are no longer hidden. They are almost all about to be exposed anyway. So let's just let everyone come here to watch his alchemy process. Originally, I wanted the two alchemy masters to take action together. But later, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that his alchemy skills had already left Sun Daozi and Mo Dayo far behind. They can't help at all. All they can do is learn from him and ask for advice. Think about it. Who can have conditions like him? With not only the guarantee of materials, but also the huge advantages in time and space, coupled with the abnormal strength of his spiritual consciousness and the power of various attributes. Then what else? Don't you just ride Juechen and leave the other alchemists behind? Otherwise, why wouldn't Tianjizi dare to officially accept him as his disciple? Just because Tianjizi had already seen some of the mysteries in it. After coming out of the Time Stone, in public, Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo were still unfinished and deeply comprehended. This alchemy experience also benefited them a lot. Many of Zhu Xiaobao's original alchemy techniques are definitely one of a kind. Innovation. Zhu Xiaobao also continued his efforts. And Xian Daozi and Mo Dayo began to improve the attribute pill again. He hoped to take the upgraded version of attribute pill and
Immortal Bone Pill
again before leaving. However, improving the elixir recipe still requires everyone's suggestions and everyone's wisdom and experience, including Master Baidu's. One after another, he stayed on Zuanbao Island for 3 months. This was the time when Zhu Xiaobao had compressed all unnecessary matters to the greatest extent, and only then could he get together with everyone for such a long time. But when it came to mentioning that he was leaving alone, without anyone else, Green Fairy and the others are quitting, especially Wei Zifeng, Jin Huan and others. Dachio Xiaoqiao and Jing Hui and others who came from the family were all unhappy. This atmosphere is a bit serious. Chapter 1662 Bet and Escape. Among them, Lu Xianer and Wei Zifeng are especially aggrieved. Both of them think that they can help Zhu Xiaobao, especially since Wei Zifeng can see through the Black Devil energy. There is no reason not to bring it with him. Hack her.
It's because you can see through the
Dark Devil's energy
that you should stay. The safety of Zuinbao Island is more important than anything else.
Zhu Xiaobao persuaded him earnestly.
I don't care. I have to go anyway.
Wei Zifeng still wanted to repeat his old trick, so he hummed confidently.
Okay then. I will give each of you a chance. Whoever can keep up with me, I will take her there.
In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to say,
it's a deal.
Everyone said angrily. Anyway, individuals have their own abilities and are very confident. This time, I have suffered a lot from the little treasures. The first is the golden ring and the silver ring. I just look at these little treasures all day long. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao had to promise not to sneak away while sleeping. Only then could he regain his freedom. But it's not peaceful during the day, isn't it? Big Buckwheat and Little Buckwheat have been using their charm skills all day long, making Zhu Xiaobao a little confused. He has to be wary of them at all times. For several days in a row, I will not be disturbed except when refining the elixir. The rest of the time, they were strictly guarded, for fear that Zhu Xiaobao would slip away quietly.
Stop arguing, Minger, and don't tell secret words. I will use the technique of one shadow clone now. Anyone who can keep up can do it.
Finally, Zhu Xiaobao shouted in annoyance. And in an instant 12 words the clone shot lightning quickly in all directions. Big Buckwheat and Little Buckwheat fled out first, followed closely by Jin Huan, who was trying to catch up angrily. Green Fairy also quickly used Original Illusion to trap the 4 clones in it, and Wei Zifeng has already caught up with the clone. When all the clones disappeared and Zhu Xiaobao lost his breath, he really escaped. Everyone returned to the place a little lonely. Only Wei Zifeng stared blankly at the place where Zhu Xiaobao was standing just now. But she did not use her magic eyes, but stood there silently weeping.
Let's go! You are the chosen one. We shouldn't hinder you,
Green Fairy said in a low voice, leaving 2 lines of tears.
Can you sense me?
Zhu Xiaobao appeared in shock. He used the secret escape technique of Ruan Jisong, the youngest member of the Ruan family. Although he split into 12 clones, he left his true body in the same place. As long as he didn't use his cultivation and didn't reveal his murderous intention, it would be an absolute discovery. No way. But Wei Zifeng knows this unique skill. I also thought of this stunt, but I still didn't figure it out. But Green Fairy could actually sense it, which is amazing.
Well, because your heart doesn't want to just slip away. It's still beating.
Green Fairy didn't seem to be surprised at all by Zhu Xiaobao's appearance, but she felt too much reluctance and cried in a low voice.
Yes. I don't want to leave just like that. I still want to say goodbye to you before leaving safely.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but sigh.
Well, then stay with us in the
Time Stone
for a good day, and then you can hit the road again. We will never make it difficult for you again. Yeah, that's good. It also allows me to leave with peace of mind.
1 day later, Zhu Xiaobao came out of the Time Stone and embarked on the road to the Northwest Territory, probably because of taking and absorbing the improved version of
Immortal Bone Pill
and a Tribute Pill. Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level has made great progress. He is already in the middle to late stage of
Middle Immortal Realm.
This is the 3rd time he has set foot on this road. But this time, he has the most complicated emotions. He really wants to see Sister Yu right now. At the same time, I am also very worried. I wonder if the 2 fairies Yinruo and Yinruo have been found. But along the way, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the situation was even worse than the last time he passed by. He went around to the trading floor to take a look, and found that all prices had almost doubled. And this trading place is no longer so safe. From time to time someone would come here seeking revenge. Life and death battles between you and me are staged almost every day on the stage of life and death. And the casual cultivators that are appearing now are getting higher and higher. It seems that many people who have hidden deeply are starting to take action, especially at the raw meat auction house. Many high-level monks appeared, and people's bids became more and more crazy. Everything is developing in a direction that is about to explode. Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a few rounds. But fortunately, there was no one he was familiar with, which made him feel a little more at ease. When he arrived at the largest auction house, he only bought the medicinal materials he needed. It can be considered as something gained. After leaving the trading area, Zhu Xiaobaisheng found that he was being followed, even if he unleashed the pressure of the
Middle Fairy Realm.
The other party still followed him closely.
Things that don't know whether to live or die? Do I have to take action?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but think angrily, and then quickly ran into a forest, and then merged into a big tree, waiting patiently for this.
Huh? Why is he missing? He definitely has the residual aura of those female nuns on his body. I can guarantee it. As long as we can catch him, we won't have to worry about catching those female nuns.
One of them, a very wretched and lean man, was the last. He caught up here first and shouted in surprise. Then 7 big men from the
First Immortal Realm
arrived quickly. Their faces are ferocious, but their positions are not chaotic at all. They can attack when advancing, and defend when retreating. You can tell at a glance that they are a team that works well together. Zhu Xiaobao thought about it carefully, and then suddenly realized that in order to go to the Northwest Fairyland, Zhu Xiaobao specially put on the soft armor that Yanxi gave him when he was in the
Daughter's Village.
Who would have thought that this person could actually tell the auras of the female cultivators based on the auras on their soft armor? This is really amazing.
Fellow Taoist, come out! We just want to capture a high-level female cultivator alive. As long as you cooperate with us honestly, maybe we can also take you to practice in the
Black Demon Chi
with your cultivation because I should be able to live there closer to the core area.
The big man at the head cupped his hands and said loudly, seeming to be very loyal.
You don't seem to have joined the
Pirate Alliance.
Do you? It seems you are not qualified to practice in the
Black Demon Chi. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but show up, with a calm expression and a calm tone, without any trace of emotion. I can't see his inner emotions.
Ha ha! Your information is already a bit out of date. There is no need to join the
Pirate Alliance.
Now! Just send a high-level female cultivator to
Master Black Dragon
for his dual cultivation, and he can use the
Black Demon Chi is stationed within the range. You must also know that stationing and practicing there will not only double the speed of cultivation, but also double the combat effectiveness.
So you are going to sacrifice these innocent female cultivators? To fulfill that monster who doesn't know what it is?
Zhu Xiaobao could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and snorted coldly.
Oh! Ha 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 ha! You still talk about your conscience? How ridiculous! Do you know how many people are practicing in the
Black Demon Chi?
Now! If we don't hurry up, we will be wiped out by others in the future.
The leader, the big man, suddenly laughed and said,
What a pity! I only know that you will all be wiped out now.
Zhu Xiaobao said coldly. Originally, he had reluctantly accepted the law of cultivation of the weak and the strong. But now that he is rushing to practice evil ways, he cannot let it develop.
Brother, why bother talking to him? Just capture him and interrogate him severely. We won't worry that he won't cooperate with us. Tell us honestly where the female cultivators are.
Another big man shouted impatiently.
Okay. Take action.
The big man at the head nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao was the first to take action.
Ha ha! The cultivation of the
Middle Immortal Realm
is useless here. If you had made a sneak attack just now, you would have had a chance. But now,
the big man at the head couldn't help but smile slightly, and raised his hand to see an illusion. However, as the illusion was generated, all the little treasures also disappeared. In the illusion, there were only 7 of them, and the lean man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was not among them.
No! Be careful. Everyone. This person is actually proficient in the art of illusion. Let's work together to defend.
The big man at the head was suddenly shocked. But he was not panicked. He is still very confident in the 7 people joining forces. But suddenly the petals all over the sky began to fall down one after another. And they were still so colorful. But once it comes into contact, the body will turn black and purple. And they are all highly toxic.
Guys, be careful. This man is actually good at using poison?
The big man at the head felt a little pain at this time. Unexpectedly, he was trapped by others.
Brother, don't panic. I'm here to break his poisonous attack. Brahma boils the sea. Break it for me.
One of the big men shouted confidently. And as he waved the fire cloud sword in his hand, a sheet of flames rose upwards. Get up. Just resist the sky full of petals.
Huh? It's not easy. There are actually 7 people with 1 attribute each. It's hard for you. No wonder you dare to be so confident.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but nodded in surprise and praised. It really shouldn't be underestimated. These casual cultivators, their combined power is actually so mysterious. If this were an ordinary, middle fairyland, they would really be trapped to death.
Old Chi, use your spiritual sense to find him for me.
The leader of the big men yelled viciously.
Yes, brother.
A young man who seemed to be weak and whose head was 2 sizes larger than the average person responded immediately. And then a piece of spiritual consciousness swept over him. But what is puzzling is that this big-headed young man actually found nothing. And everything around him was empty. Chapter 1663 5 Elements versus 5 Elements. This is probably the team that has interested Zhu Xiaobao the most since he entered the world. Moreover, the phalanx they formed was similar to the
5 Elements phalanx.
The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks and the big-headed young man were not in the formation, but wandering outside the formation. The only thing that makes Zhu Xiaobao a little unhappy is that the man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks will use some hidden weapons from time to time. But now that he is isolated from the illusion, there is no threat for the time being. Zhu Xiaobao, who was still very irritable at first, suddenly became interested. Like her, the other party also chose to set up a formation in this small forest. The purpose was the same as that of Zhu Xiaobao, which was to use the attribute of wood as the foundation to become the foundation of
the mutual generation of the 5 elements.
So this time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even summon the ugly tree spirit and the
5 tree ghost.
He just wanted to see who had the stronger fighting power against this group of people using only his
5 elements attributes.
The one who is most confused now is the big-headed young man. He looked at these little treasures in surprise, and couldn't figure out why he tried so hard to search for his spiritual consciousness. It was completely empty. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao appeared on his own initiative, and was surrounded by their 5 elements square formation. The big man at the head thought he was found by the big-headed young man's spiritual consciousness. I couldn't help but praise everyone.
Ha ha! Lachi's one is very effective. He won't be able to hide it anymore. Brother, thank you,
Lachi said with a slightly embarrassed smile. But since Zhu Xiaobao has already after showing up, she was relieved. Because Zhu Xiaobao was sitting right in the middle of the 5 elements square. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous position. The big-headed young people are all mourning for Zhu Xiaobao. This man's luck is really bad. But the ensuing battle was very strange. It did not turn out to be one-sided as he imagined. But the 2 sides seemed to be engaged in a tug-of-war. No. To be more precise, Zhu Xiaobao was challenging the joint attack of 5 people. There is actually both offense and defense. What's even more surprising is that Zhu Xiaobao seems to be getting more and more excited as he fights, and is in no hurry to decide the winner. This is also true. This battle is too rare for Zhu Xiaobao. He can just experience what kind of combat effectiveness the
5 elements square,
assembled by single attribute casual cultivators can achieve. Generally speaking, the power of this single attribute will be correspondingly more powerful, because it only has the power of this attribute. So it can often be used to the extreme. And through the tacit cooperation of the 5 people, the relationship between the 5 elements can be fully utilized. Therefore, the attack power and defense power of the 5 people's joint efforts are greatly improved, which is far greater than that of 5 casual cultivators of the same level. Even it is considered to be doubled. The 5 of them are equivalent to 10 casual cultivators fighting together. Zhu Xiaobao dealt with it easily. But the 5 big men in front of him were a little surprised. They never expected that Zhu Xiaobao had all attributes, and he could handle attacks of any attribute with ease. The key is that the fighting ability is not weak. Especially Zhu Xiaobao's water attribute is far superior to that of the big man on the other side. He doesn't have any
1 yuan of heavy water.
With the support of several other companions, his water attribute attacks are already very powerful. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was even more tyrannical than him. And both of them started a tough fight with the same attribute. Suddenly both sides fell into a mud. But Zhu Xiaobao was able to navigate it with ease. But the 5 people on the other side were all in a mess. Their feet were getting slower and slower, and they were getting heavier and heavier.
He actually has
1 yuan of heavy water.
Brother, we must kill him. If I can get this drop of
1 yuan of heavy water,
then our attack power will be doubled.
The big man was surprised and happy. Shouted, completely forgetting that they are now on a very passive side.
Then you have to dissolve the mud under my feet.
The big man at the head couldn't help shouting angrily. The fight became more and more strenuous. This is a situation I have never encountered before.
Third brother, Use your earth and stone attributes to restrain his water attributes.
The water attribute casual cultivator shouted naturally.
Okay. No problem. We can defeat him in a blink of an eye.
Another casual cultivator shouted confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw countless amounts of sand pile up quickly, and in an instant, they poured down from all around, as if they were burying all the little treasures alive. But something surprising happened. The pouring sand seemed to be poured into a mold, and it actually formed a solid shield of earth and stone at a reduced price. On the contrary, it protected the little treasures. Woke up.
Oh? How did you do that? Brother, take action quickly.
This earth attribute casual cultivator was also stunned, and could only ask for help from their boss. Among them, the boss's metallicity. It is also the one with the highest attack power.
Humph. Go all out. I want to see. Is it possible that all 5 of your attributes are so strong?
The boss roared in disbelief, and stabbed hard with a broad sword, with half of it still on the tip. The green light, which is more than a foot long, is the strongest attack state of metal.
Then come on. I won't use any other means. Let's see if we can deal with you juniors.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted fiercely, knowing that the critical moment had come to determine the outcome. I saw a short sword with a golden red flame thrust out against the opponent's broad sword. The 2 swords with different attributes slowed down, starting from the tip of the sword. Zhu Xiaobao's sword began to move inch by inch. It shattered, and the broad sword named the first man began to melt inch by inch. In the end, both swords were completely destroyed. The big man with the wood attribute was desperately pushing the wooden staff in his hand, trying to absorb all the wood energy and vitality here. But at this time Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have a few extra arms, holding different ones. Weapon. He launched an attack on 5 people at the same time. He is divided into 3 clones, and now has 6 arms. One of the hands also has a green wooden staff horizontally, rapidly absorbing the vitality of this small forest. Soon the trees in this forest became dry and withered, and there was no life left.
Lao Qi! Hurry! Hurry! He is at his weakest now, when he is attacked by his spiritual consciousness.
Although the leading man lost his weapon, he immediately changed to a heavy sword and wanted to turn defeat into victory.
Yes! Yes! Brother! Shadowless Thorn!
Lao Qi was dumbfounded at this time. After hearing the big man's order, he panicked and launched a spiritual attack. But what he didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao ignored it at all, as if he didn't notice anything strange, which made him very happy. Needless to say about others, even Lao Qi himself was waiting to see the painful scene of Zhu Xiaobao being stabbed on the head. He felt that this blow was the sharpest and most ferocious blow in his life.
Ouch! It hurts me so much! How could this happen? What attack did you use? You deliberately let me be fooled.
With a howl, people saw the intestines that they least wanted to see, and Zhu Xiaobao Gian was fine. But Lao Qi suddenly started rolling on the ground in pain while holding his head. While howling, he was still questioning Zhu Xiaobao. It was as if Zhu Xiaobao had cheated.
Humph! You idiot! You couldn't find me in the first spiritual consciousness scan, and you still don't know whether to live or die. So you want to sneak attack me? Are you experiencing the pain now? This is just the general attack power of your spiritual consciousness. How much damage have you suffered? Depends on how much damage you unleash.
Zhu Xiaobao just glanced at him indifferently, although he also suffered some spiritual attacks. The damage almost negligible, compared to the previous injuries. It was so gentle.
Senior, who are you? We admit defeat. Please let us go. It's because we are ignorant and have offended the wrong people. We are willing to hand over all the storage bags.
The big man at the head had completely woken up at this time. This person is much stronger than them, and now the 5 of them have exhausted their energy and spirit. This
5-element square
is useless, and even 3 of the weapons in their hands have been destroyed. Looking at his cultivation level, he is in the
middle immortal realm.
Doesn't this mean there's no chance of running away? So they stayed in place in fear, and no one dared to run, hoping to save their lives.
Ha ha! If this is a high-level female cultivator, begging her hard, will you let her go? If I lose, will you let me go? No. Right. I'll just enjoy the pleasure of the harvest. Right. So admit defeat and do things fairly. But before I die, I can grant you one wish. Maybe you will die with a little peace of mind.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and looked around again. There was nothing else within a dozen miles. Cultivator. Zhu Xiaobao released the
5-element skeleton
and let them do the final finishing touches.
Oh? You are the descendant of the
5 Elements Venerable.
Is this the legendary
5 Elements Skeleton?
It turns out it really exists.
The 5 people suddenly screamed in surprise. As members of the
5 Elements Phalanx,
practitioners worship the
5 Elements Master
to the extreme. But they never expected to see this legendary
5 Elements Skeleton.
In the end.
Yeah. Let's do it. The power of their attributes is very good for you.
Zhu Xiaobao just gave an order and stopped watching. Instead, he slowly came to the side of the 7th old man. Unexpectedly, this guy was already bleeding from all his orifices and became demented. Duching's spiritual counterattack just now made him deeply hurt and turned into a fool.
Hack! How did you manage to reach the
fake fairy realm?
Like this? Isn't this too weak?
Zhu Xiaobao fiddled with his head wordlessly, and then ignored this person. At this time, the real
5 Elements Square
has enveloped the 5 casual cultivators. They are unable to break free and are trying their best to fight against these 5 skulls in panic. He was still begging Zhu Xiaobao for mercy loudly. They didn't want to die. Chapter 1664 Monkey Chi-Chi. In order to prevent others from discovering the situation here, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and created an original illusion. This group of people and the
5 Elements Skeleton
were sealed inside, while Zhu Xiaobao himself was leisurely outside sensing the conditions inside. But then he happened to bump into a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. It was the man who led everyone to track down the man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At this time, he was also looking around anxiously. He thought that everyone had already succeeded and was dividing the property without telling him. But I couldn't find the entrance to the environment, so I was cursing angrily. But as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao standing in front of him intact, this man, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, immediately stopped scolding him. He had already realized that something was wrong. Since Zhu Xiaobao has appeared, those people are probably in danger. He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare, because he knew he was in an illusion. And no matter how fast he ran, it would be in vain.
You're only in the
fake fairyland.
I don't know who gave you the courage to chase me. And you run the fastest?
Okay.
I'm too lazy to do anything. So you can finish it yourself. Go!
Zhu Xiaobao stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. It was like looking at a dead body, just wanting him to die on his own, facing a man who was a head shorter than himself. Zhu Xiaobao felt embarrassed to take action.
You actually killed them all? Are you too cruel? You want to kill me? Help! Help! Someone is trying to kill me!
This man actually jumped up to a tree, shouted loudly towards the surroundings.
Stop shouting! Your voice can't penetrate this illusion. It's better to think about how to die quickly,
Zhu Xiaobao said to this person, while listening to the killing sounds in the illusion.
Senior! Hero! Young master! Big brother! Can you show mercy and spare me? I was forced to serve as their guide. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today with just these 2 actions.
At this time, the man suddenly jumped down from the tree, knelt in front of Zhu Xiaobao, and cowed out desperately, shouting, his eyes still moving around, and his nose sniffing back and forth. It seems that he still doesn't give up, and wants to find the exit of the illusion.
Well, I really feel wrong to you. Forget it. I'll spare your life and just destroy your Dantian. How about that?
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and asked in a good-tempered way.
How can that be done? Then you might as well kill me. Without cultivation, am I just waiting to die here?
The man was startled for a moment, then flatly refused. After that, he begged again, and it was obvious that this was not the first time for him. He was very skillful and easy to talk, and many words came right out of his mouth.
Oh, why are you so verbose? Isn't it just a matter of death? What's the matter? I'll give you one more chance. If you can beat me, I'll let you go. Or I'll let you go as long as you can barely break your skin.
Zhu Xiaobao heard that the magic array was not over yet, so he said patiently,
Well, is this what you said? Even a little damage means I win.
This man seemed to see hope again, and quickly pulled out a dagger, and started attacking as soon as he finished speaking. This is to take advantage of Zhu Xiaobao's unpreparedness and launch a sneak attack.
Yo. It hurts me so much. You are still guarding me now? If you have the ability, remove the protective energy.
This man was very demanding and shouted angrily.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. There is no body protecting chi now.
Zhu Xiaobao said cooperatively.
1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. 7 swords.
This man stabbed Zhu Xiaobao 7 times in a row. Then he sat down on the ground and asked out of breath.
How about it? Count it yourself.
Count them. How many wounds are there? Idiot! How dare you go out with this little ability? Then you can go and die.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's voice came from behind. And before he could react, he was already being picked up by the neck. And then Zhu Xiaobao was about to use one hand to kill him. The man suddenly shouted again.
Wait! Wait! I haven't finished yet. If you come here looking for someone, I can help you. I was born and raised here. My name is Ho Chi-Chi. Really? That's why they brought me the reason for coming here. Just because I am very familiar with the landscape of the Northwest Territory.
Ho Chi-Chi screamed hurriedly.
Oh! Are you a local casual cultivator? Then why do you want to help the casual cultivators from outside the realm to harm the people in your own realm? You still have the nerve to say that you are native?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this and did not kill him for the time being. Instead, he used the
immortal vine silk
to tie him up and prevent him from moving. Because the fantasy has ended at this time, Zhu Xiaobao returned to the second level of illusion. 5 big men had been strangled by the
5-element skeleton.
The death state was very terrifying, because their heads had been sucked dry. So they were all shriveled and terrifying. This is also the reason Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to see. But these 5 people really have a great tonic effect on the 5th brother's skull.
Oh! Dig a hole and bury it.
Don't leave any clues. As a drop of
1 yuan heavy water
fell, a big pit was smashed out. And then another fire broke out, leaving only a pile of ashes. Immediately, a lot of earth and rocks were filled in. And finally a piece of seed was sprinkled on it. And tender green grass grew out of Sudu, which was already visible to the naked eye. After getting rid of the illusion, Zhu Xiaobao came to Monkey Chi-Chi again. He was still holding a half-stupid Lao Chi in his hand and asked,
Tell me, what should I do with you? How about being like him?
Being a fool too? You two will have a companion from now on? No. 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 This young master. Keeping me is really useful. As long as you want to go to the Northwest Territory, I can help you. As long as you can let me go then, I can really make it happen. You save a lot of time.
Ho Chi-Chi looked at Lao Chi's miserable state, and kept saying with a pale face, This little fat man is too scary. How could he keep an eye on him? The 5 people who were harmed are all dead.
Okay. Then hang this immortal vine silk around your neck. I can also take your life at any time. I am looking for some people, especially some female cultivators.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little worried. Said,
Yes. Yes. If you don't take it off for me, I will never do it myself.
Ho Chi-Chi once again escaped death, and hurried to Zhu Xiaobao to express his loyalty.
Then what should we do with this person? Well, I'll leave it to you.
Zhu Xiaobao threw Lao Chi to Ho Chi-Chi, and then walked forward, leaving only one sentence. Deal with it quickly. Zhu Xiaobao is not worried that Monkey Chi-Chi will run away. With this kind of cultivation, it is impossible to untie the
immortal vine essence silk.
Less than half an hour later, Ho Chi-Chi caught up with him out of breath. This guy's speed was still acceptable, but his combat effectiveness was worrisome.
Is it done?
Zhu Xiaobao asked without looking back.
Yes, master. For such a half-dead person, it's better to send him on his way as soon as possible. I've collected all his belongings and will send them to his home when I have the opportunity.
Ho Chi-Chi said simply. He has seen this kind of thing a lot, so he handles it very quickly. It's just that this time I really packed up Lao Chi's relics, because the 2 of them usually have a good personal relationship. They are the only 2 who have cultivated in the fake fairyland, and the others are all in the primary fairyland. And the 2 of them are also I have a companion.
Well, just remember your promise. Tell me, why did you betray your Northwest immortal territory and bring loose cultivators from outside the realm here to plunder? Isn't it heartbreaking?
Zhu Xiaobao was very curious. Asked.
It's because I hate the female cultivators here. They all look down on me. Everyone who sees me wants to use our brothers and sisters as targets for fun. In the end, my sister died under the sword of those female cultivators. Although my sister is also very short. She is kind-hearted and just wants to be a herb gatherer and not provoke them. But in the end, just because she doesn't look so pleasing to the eye, it becomes the reason for them to kill her. In the end, she won't even look at her. Shut it!
Unexpectedly, Ho Chi-Chi actually said such a truth, which made people feel a little sympathetic. It seems that not all female nuns are kind-hearted. There are also some extremely vicious and vicious women.
Oh, I didn't expect you to have such an experience. So you left your hometown and went out to work. It's not easy to cultivate to the
fake fairyland. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but sympathize with Ho Chi-Chi.
It's nothing. I just swore a poisonous oath in front of my sister's grave to avenge her. In order to practice, I also specially practiced
Tongzi Kung.
Because I was afraid that I would be addicted to women or greedy for family. Forget about my sister's injustice.
Ho Chi-Chi can be considered a ruthless person. And he chose
Tongzi Kung
just to be able to come back for revenge one day.
Oh, in fact, not all female nuns are necessarily bad people. There are good and bad among them. Do you remember the female nun who killed your brothers and sisters? Of course. I just want to come back and kill her with my own hands. It's a pity that after so many years, if she is still alive, I'm afraid she should be a cultivator of the
first immortal realm.
She was a cultivator of the
transformation of God realm.
At the beginning, why? With 6 people, they surrounded our brother and sister. If my sister hadn't saved me, she would have been able to escape.
Ho Chi-Chi felt a little discouraged when he thought about the opponent's strength and then looked at his short stature. Said,
if it is true as you say, I will make your long-cherished wish come true. But if you are talking nonsense, you will die miserably.
Zhu Xiaobao warned calmly. This is undoubtedly a promise. As long as what Ho Chi-Chi said is true, then he can take action for him once.
Of course it is true. If you can help me get revenge, I am willing to follow you for 100 years. I will never regret it. Hush! Silence. There is someone in front. Are you going to inquire about it? Then come back and report to me. Is there someone? Why didn't I smell it? Or hear it? Holy crap. Aren't you relying on your spiritual consciousness? I rely on my nose and eyes. Okay. I really regret taking you with me.
Chapter 1665. Disadvantages erupt. Looking at Monkey Chi-Chi running forward, Zhu Xiaobao realized that his figure was different. His lower body could be said to be of normal development. But his upper body and 2 arms were extremely short, which made him look unusually tall. Most people are much shorter. Once he starts running, his movements are very exaggerated. His hands are almost touching the ground, and his body is leaning forward. It feels like he is on all fours. So he runs very fast. This is completely a running method created by him. And ordinary people really can't catch up with him. Through these 2 days of chatting, Zhu Xiaobao learned that Ho Chi-Chi made a living by robbing tombs before these casual cultivators came to mind. So he said he relied on his nose and eyes. It was these characteristics that made him very suitable. Should be the industry of tomb robbing. Staying up all day and going out at night. Walking alone. You will often get unexpected results. But later he was targeted by others. And his career of tomb robbing was not so smooth. Sometimes he was often blocked in tombs. Often imprisoned. And helped others to rob tombs. So he simply stopped doing it later. Zhu Xiaobao followed Monkey Chi-Chi. In fact, he could already sense the situation ahead without Monkey Chi-Chi coming back to report. In other words, bringing Monkey Chi-Chi with him was of no use. Just because he is a local monk, he can save Zhu Xiaobao some time and distance on the line. When Ho Chi-Chi ran back to report, Zhu Xiaobao realized that there were 3 groups of people ahead who were taking action. 2 of the groups were 5 local female cultivators and another couple with a young man. They were actually a family of 3. At this time, they were teaming up to deal with 4 casual cultivators from outside. Although they were 8 against 4. They were still at a disadvantage.
Huh? 3 groups of people? Are you sure? Let's take a look from a distance first. If necessary, we won't have to take action. The cultivation level is too low. There is no interest at all.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned. These people are nothing more than it's just blocking his way. If you don't want people like Jingdong, just go around it. Because among the 3 parties, the one with the highest cultivation level is also a casual cultivator from the fake fairyland. At this time, he was grabbing and stroking proudly. But he was actually killing 2 male cultivators.
It's definitely true. In recent years, more and more female cultivators have begun to run away with their former sweethearts and their children, trying to escape from the Northwest Territory. They prefer to live together as a family, so they have no choice but to escape out of the Northwest Fairyland. Not everyone likes the model of daughter village. In fact, this situation has been around for a long time, but it has only become more and more serious in recent years.
Ho Chi-Chi is a local cultivation after all. So for I am very familiar with these situations. So he said with some gloating. In the Northwest Fairyland, those male cultivators have a very hard life and cannot live with their sweethearts. Many infatuated men can only move to the villages and towns near the daughter village to settle down, and then quietly meet their sweethearts every month last time or two. There are many village chiefs who turn a blind eye to this situation, as long as it does not affect the development of the village. That's fine. But some female cultivators do this when their sons grow up, especially when they have a certain talent for cultivation. They couldn't sit still anymore, hoping to give their son the best cultivation environment. So they began to take desperate risks. The man she was in love with eloped with her son. Generally speaking, the disadvantages brought about by the female-dominated development system in the Northwest Fairyland. After all, not all women are very independent. They prefer to rely on a family dominated by men. Especially some men are good enough. Sometimes there is even a situation where a male cultivator abducts several female cultivators, which is something many villages cannot tolerate.
Alas! It seems that just one word from
Sister Yu
has caused thousands of years of customs. This custom does more harm than good.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed. How did he know that this was not Sister Yu? Customs established by the immortal lord of the previous generation. At this moment, the leading outsider cultivator has completely taken the initiative, because he is the only one in the fake fairyland who stands out among these people. So he can play with these people unscrupulously. So he began to tear off the clothes of these female nuns intentionally, scaring the female nuns into screaming. This is too frustrating. He has torn my clothes to pieces, and I can't even walk away. They were all angry and annoyed. But what was more of a tragedy was the tragic ending after defeat.
Oh! It would be great if Jin Huaninhuan was here. He could teach him a lesson. Ho Chi-Chi, aren't you also in a
fake fairyland?
Go and help these female cultivators?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at these embarrassed female cultivators, couldn't help but feel sympathy, and wanted Ho Chi-Chi to take action.
Humph. I'm not going. I just wish they would all be humiliated before I would be happy. I think back then, our brothers and sisters were hunted down by these female cultivators until we had no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth.
Unexpectedly, Monkey 7 Chi, on the other hand, watched the fun with relish, shook his head, and said firmly, it's no wonder that he hates these female cultivators deep in his heart. Usually when encountering this kind of situation, he would side with the casual cultivators from the outside world.
Alas! Let go. Your cultivation can go further.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He really couldn't stand it anymore. These female cultivators were already half-clothed. The other 3 casual cultivators also began to kill the 2 male cultivators. They also hoped to resolve the battle as soon as possible. But they could not enjoy the spoils. Just now 2 male cultivators are in danger. The leader, the casual cultivator, was hugging him from left to right, feeling overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, he felt that his body had become extremely heavy. In addition, he was holding 2 female cultivators, which made it even more difficult for him to hold on. I want to get rid of the 2 female nuns. But now these 2 female nuns have become as heavy as 2 elephants.
Which senior took action? I am the disciple of Lord
Sanduo.
Please give me some respect. These female cultivators can be enjoyed by you as long as you like.
This big man was still very confident in his master and hurriedly reported, Master, I want to help myself out of trouble. But no one answered him. And then the 2 female cultivators in his arms broke free and ran away in horror. Looking back, I saw that this big man was still unable to move even an inch. His weight was still increasing rapidly, and his 2 feet had sunk below the ground. This incident undoubtedly gave the others endless motivation. The situation changed in an instant, forming a 7-on-3 situation. The remaining 3 casual cultivators were miserable. They were still dreaming about how to enjoy so much the spoils of war. Unexpectedly, now I am being trapped in a desperate counterattack. The 3 casual cultivators looked back at their boss without knowing why, and saw a horrifying scene. The boss of the casual cultivator had his feet up to his ankles. His face was red, and he was struggling upward. At this time, Ho Chi-Chi was horrified to discover that Zhu Xiaobao had not tried his best to deal with him. Being so far away, he was able to deal with this big man in the fake fairyland. How powerful is his spiritual consciousness? Fortunately, I didn't run away at that time. Otherwise I would have died. The leader of the big man struggled to resist his own weight. He weighed more than 300 kilograms, and now weighed 6,000 to 7,000 kilograms. The key is that his weight is still increasing. heading towards 10,000 kilograms. While struggling to resist the weight, he watched his men being killed one by one. This big man's heart was filled with fear, and it would be his turn next. How tragic is it that a person from the fake fairyland would die at the hands of these female cultivators who have not even touched the fairyland? But there was no surprise at all. The three subordinates were chopped into several pieces by this group of furious female nuns. And then, they surrounded them with murderous intent and caution. Just in case, they all put on long weapons, used spears and halberds, and stabbed them repeatedly. The breath that the big man had been holding back in his dantian was finally burst. His body was like a deflated rubber ball. He was immediately pierced everywhere, bleeding profusely, and wailing incessantly. Due to the heavy weight, his 7 orifices also began to bleed, and he died tragically at the hands of these female cultivators.
Thank you, Senior, for your kindness in saving us. Please show up, Senior, so that we can bow down and thank you for saving your life.
The female cultivators were very grateful, and immediately knelt down and sang together.
It's easy. I won't show up. If this family wants to leave, let's help them. After all, they are also former sisters and classmates. Everyone has their own choices.
Zhu Xiaobao's empty voice came from around him. It's even more difficult to tell where he is.
Yes. Please follow the teachings of our seniors.
The 5 female cultivators looked at each other, then looked at the family of 3 with complicated expressions, and finally let them leave. Later, Zhu Xiaobao also encountered many extremely vicious local female cultivators along the way. As Ho Qiqi said, their cruelty and ferocity were not inferior to those of the casual cultivators from outside the region, and they were even more rampant because of their subordinates. We have more manpower and are more familiar with the geographical environment. We often see scenes of casual cultivators from outside areas being raped in turn. Zhu Xiaobao was horrified to see it. When this woman got mad, she was indeed scarier than the man. This demand is a bottomless pit, and you can ask for it endlessly until you are exhausted and you die.
Sir, is the trading area ahead? Do you want to rest for a few days and deal with the harvest of these days? By the way, can you also see if there is anyone you are looking for in the trading area?
Ho Qiqi asked, enthusiastically rode.
That's fine. I just want to find out what major events have happened over the years.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while before nodding in agreement. Zhu Xiaobao had another purpose in entering the trading area. In his memory, Yan Jing and Yan Yu, 2 disciples of
Zixia Fairy Master,
maintained order behind the scenes in this trading area. Zhu Xiaobao took the
berry vine silk
from Monkey Chi-Chi's body and hung it around his neck, hoping to attract the 2 fairies. Chapter 1666 3 Tracks A. Before arriving at the trading venue, Ho Qiqi said that he would not go in. His body shape was too special, and few people did not know him. Therefore, every time he came here, he avoided entering to save himself trouble.
Well, that's fine. You can take care of yourself. During this time, you can go to a
daughter village
over there and help me find out if Sister Hong and others live there.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't force it. After all, Monkey Chi-Chi was also very thoughtful. Fearing that Zhu Xiaobao's identity would be exposed, the 2 broke up not far from the trading floor. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao just let Monkey Chi-Chi go, and there was no hope that he would really come back. After finally getting rid of the shackles of the
immortal vine silk,
did it leave any mark on the body? It would be strange for the captive Monkey Chi-Chi not to run away. Zhu Xiaobao did this for his own convenience in the future, because he didn't need Ho Qiqi's detection and inquiry. He himself was much further away than Ho Qiqi could sense.
Yes.
Ho Qiqi bowed deeply, turned around 3 times, and left Zhu Xiaobao with some reluctance. Entering the trading area, Zhu Xiaobao even put on a mask to avoid being seen by some high-level monks. There is just a little gap of
immortal vine silk
exposed under the mask. Anyone who knows him will recognize it immediately when he sees this silver light. Although he was not in a good mood, Zhu Xiaobao still seemed very leisurely and booked the best room first. Then he slipped out quietly. What he loves most is to take a look around before deciding on his plans for the next few days. The entire trading area was much more lively than before, because the number of people had more than doubled. But what is very strange is that there are both local cultivators in the trading area. That is, the female cultivators. There are also casual cultivators from outside who want to exchange or sell the things they have recently seized. And there is also a kind of people who come here things are being thrown around here. Enter low and go high and earn the difference. These people can make a lot of money here. In addition, some people fled here to avoid disaster. They were more panicked, fearing that their enemies would find them. So I usually stay in the dark and don't show up much. The air was filled with a very anxious and irritable mood, especially those tough female cultivators who disliked everyone. If they weren't in the trading area, they would have fought, and they usually stay in groups, so no one dares to mess with them. Zhu Xiaobao put on the mask of a young boy and held a medicine pestle in his hand. At a glance, he knew that he had come in to exchange the picked medicinal materials for money. Looking around, it seemed like it was the first time I came here. Everything you look at is fresh.
Get out of the way! Didn't you see me coming? What are you looking at?
3 fierce female cultivators came face to face. All of them were tall and powerful, and the 3 of them were standing side by side, looking like they were looking for trouble.
Look! I can't read. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Please, 3 sisters.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded quickly and said with a smile,
Humph. Get away, you monks from the outside world. If it weren't for being here, I would have killed each one on sight.
Who knew that a shrew at the end didn't appreciate it. She pushed Zhu Xiaobao away and shouted loudly,
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Zhu Xiaobao pretended that he couldn't bear it, and took several steps back before retreating to the street. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would never be pushed aside. Moreover, his movement and strength were perfectly coordinated, as if he had really received such a big impact. In fact, this already shows that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is several times higher than hers. It's a pity that this fierce woman didn't notice it at all, and thought that even her own strength could push Zhu Xiaobao so far.
3 shrew women in the true martial realm are so rampant. How dare they walk around here?
People around were talking about it, and no one sympathized with Zhu Xiaobao. It seems that this situation has happened too many times.
Ms. Yin, the 3 sisters. They recently joined forces to kill a casual cultivator from the
fake fairyland.
So they became famous. They are so arrogant wherever they go recently.
People around them commented one after another.
Oh, they are indeed extremely ferocious. Most people don't dare to provoke them,
said an old man, shaking his head, looking at the 3 tall and strong female men nearly 3 meters tall. He said with shining eyes. At first glance, the old guy seemed to be a lustful person in his youth. He was fascinated by these 3 tough women. Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay much attention to it. This kind of thing, in the hands of Jin Huan, could make them cry for father and mother after only 10 meetings. Zhu Xiaobao's heart warmed when he thought of the golden and silver rings. He had not taken them out for many years, and was already blaming himself. This time I didn't see Fu Esheng on Zuanbao Island, either. Zhu Xiaobao has always been very concerned in his heart. While thinking about his thoughts, he was walking forward. In a blink of an eye, he saw a restaurant in front of him, which was selling wontons that he was very familiar with. This was Harbin's first time in the Northwest Fairyland. I left a snack before leaving. I didn't expect that someone is still operating it now. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart and wanted to go in and have a bowl of wontons. But when he touched his pocket, he found that all his storage bags were on Ho Chi-Chi's body. Now there were only a few spiritual stones in his pocket, and there were a lot of medicinal materials and spiritual stones on Ho Chi-Chi's body. Good this time. I'm afraid this guy will never come back again. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to order a bowl of wontons first, and then tasted them slowly. The taste was still similar to the original, with little improvement, but it made Zhu Xiaobao feel warmer. I thought of Yanruo and Yinchi again, but it was a pity that they were both missing. This also made Zhu Xiaobao extremely anxious. When he finally paid the bill, Zhu Xiaobao used a piece of
excellent spiritual stone,
which almost scared the waiter to the ground because he was here to cause trouble. But when I saw Zhu Xiaobao leaving without looking back, I believed that this was actually true. Someone spent a piece of
excellent spiritual stone
to eat a bowl of wontons? But Zhu Xiaobao was also worried in his heart. Without any spiritual stones around him, it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. Besides, when the time comes to settle the bill with the inn, you can't use the
excellent spiritual stone,
right? While thinking about it, Zhu Xiaobao looked up and saw an auction house. So I couldn't help but slap my forehead. Why don't we do something ourselves? He picked a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb from the time stone, as well as the weapons and some belongings of the big man in the false wonderland, and sold them all. He didn't like anything from a fake fairyland. I entrusted it to the auction house and took part of the deposit first, so I have money around me. Then make it clear to the store that you only need spirit stones and nothing else. He wanted to see how much the medicinal materials he cultivated in the time stone could be sold for. Several people. Such an unintentional move by Zhu Xiaobao immediately caused the auction house to vigorously publicize that the day after tomorrow, there will be a blue Ganoderma that is tens of thousands of years old and will participate in the bidding. And this is the only one. It immediately caused a great sensation.
Oh? As for that, I'm just short of money. I need to get some small money. How can I come back to get money if you make such a big battle?
Zhu Xiaobao was also startled by this momentum. He doesn't know that medicinal materials that are thousands of years old are very rare nowadays. So can these auction houses not be excited? A special seat was reserved for Zhu Xiaobao so that he could observe the entire bidding process. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little flattered. So he had to wait 3 days before coming to this not-so-large-scale auction house. Let's see how many people can participate in the auction. But what I didn't expect was that it was so packed that day that many people couldn't squeeze in. Zhu Xiaobao was not interested in the other lots either. He was bored and sleepy sitting there. I was awakened by a loud roar.
I will give you 130 million spiritual stones. Who? Such a big deal? That's enough. I don't need so much.
Zhu Xiaobao rubbed his eyes and murmured to himself.
You're so arrogant after only 100 million? Let's offer 150 million.
With a roar like a lioness. It was the third of the 3 sisters of
Ms. Yin,
who snorted disdainfully.
180,000. 200 million. 200 million. 1,000.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard the endless scrolling, he felt a little uneasy. Isn't his time stone filled with trillions of spiritual stones?
Bah!
The final price was 450 million. Get rich. Get rich. I can even buy the entire Northwest Territory now, excluding the 10% commission charged by the auction house. Zhu Xiaobao still got 400 million spiritual stones. Quietly exited the special seat, found the steward of the auction house, collected a storage bag, and then quietly left. Before leaving, he was afraid of buying a house, and even gave Zhu Xiaobao a special discount card. From now on, whenever Zhu Xiaobao's medicinal materials are auctioned here, he will only charge 0.5% commission. All other things were sold out smoothly. Just like in a dream, Zhu Xiaobao is rich again. Moreover, he was extremely wealthy. He went to search around and found that there was no market for living people to be auctioned here. After all, it was too far away from the Thousand Island Sea. Moreover, Zixia Immortal will not allow such bidding to appear on the exchange.
Oh, it's time to go. I don't know if anyone saw me hanging this.
Immortal Vine Essence. Why didn't anyone come to look for me? The extremely depressed Zhu Xiaobao settled the bill with the inn, hired a carriage, and left the trading area. Then he quietly got out of the car when no one was prepared and disappeared on the side of the road. Sure enough, Ho Chi-Chi did not come back. This was also what Zhu Xiaobao had expected. It was a pity that he ordered a few herbs, which took a lot of effort to collect. While Zhu Xiaobao was picking a hiding place and sneaking carefully, he suddenly felt that there were 3 forces following him behind him.
What do you mean? Have you all seen this immortal vine silk? Or was there something wrong during the auction? Could it be that someone has seen through this mask?
Zhu Xiaobao was puzzled. Chapter 1667 3 Tracks B. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that he got into a forest and ran as fast as he could. But the opponent was still able to slowly catch up with him. The tracking distance was very far, and it was already beyond Zhu Xiaobao's sensing range, especially the last group of pursuers. Vague and invisible. Farther away. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood. It should be the jade token given to him by the auction house, which can help the other party find his location very accurately. This auction house doesn't have good intentions. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaobao threw the jade tablet to the ground, and then released the ugly tree spirit and the
5 tree ghost.
Now there are 2 more tree ghosts. Then all the little treasures merged into a big tree and disappeared. Not long after, an old man in his 50s appeared in sight, followed by 2 very strong and vicious men. He looked back and forth, frowned, picked up the jade tablet from the ground, and hummed somewhat depressedly.
He actually noticed it? This kid is quite shrewd.
A group of people caught up from behind. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar, but his cultivation level was not low. He was already at the peak of the
middle fairy realm.
No matter where you put this kind of cultivation, you will be a respectable person. and behind him were 8 men dressed in exactly the same costume. And they all wore masks.
How is it? Junior brother Sanduo, where are you?
The two of them are still brothers. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the name, Sanduo, seemed very familiar. Thinking about it carefully, it was not the one who used the gravity technique, and then was cut into pieces by the group of female cultivators. The master that the big man mentioned before he died. Now, he fully understands that when he got rid of those stolen goods, he was already being targeted. It seems that I am still too careless. He even auctioned off the stolen goods he just acquired. At any rate, I should move to another place before I get rid of it.
This jade token is still warm. It shouldn't have gone far.
Or it may be hiding somewhere.
Zong Sanduo handed the jade token to his senior brother and said,
Ha. Then you can't run away. Show yourself to me.
The scholar-looking man crushed the jade plaque and hummed. As he hummed, almost all the surrounding sand and stones seemed to jump a little. And one of the spirit stones placed in Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag also jumped a little. And he was immediately attracted by this man. The scholar felt it. Immediately, he hit a big tree with a palm. As the big tree split into pieces, Zhu Xiaobao also appeared calmly.
Bob bang bang.
Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands repeatedly and said with a faint smile,
What a great trick. I didn't expect that even the spirit stone has an attribute stone mixed in. That's right. It's rare to find a junior herb collector who can casually take out a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. What's more, the herb collector is so extravagant. As soon as he entered the trading area, he chose the most luxurious one.
Fong? You don't look like a medicine collector.
The scholar-looking man also shook his head and said with a slightly mocking smile. Once he saw Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation, he felt relieved. It's the middle and later stages of Middle Wonderland. Together with these brothers and sisters, they are sure to win.
Ha. I was negligent. I didn't expect so many flaws to be exposed. It's just that.
Zhu Xiaobao thought about it now. He was indeed too careless and didn't think about things more carefully. But he was still very puzzled that another group of people following him was looming. And this group of people didn't notice it? So the remaining group of people are just waiting to reap the benefits?
Okay. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the storage bag next to you. And if you kill my disciple and destroy your cultivation, I will spare your life.
Zong Sanduo interrupted with a stern face. In Xiaobao's words, although the loss of a disciple is not very important, it is important to let people know that his men are not killed casually.
It's your disciple who deserves to die. So you can't blame me. If you want to abolish my cultivation, I'm afraid you have to show some real skills.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly.
Huh? It turns out there is a
tree spirit
hiding here. If you think that a mere
tree spirit
can save you, then you are too naive.
Seeing Zhu Xiaobao so calm, then the man who looked like a famous scholar was a little confused. Finally, he discovered the existence of the
ugly tree spirit
and said with sudden enlightenment,
Isn't this enough?
This time it was Zhi Xiaobao's turn, and he was a little surprised. He originally thought he sensed the existence of another group of people behind him. But he didn't expect that this scholar with such a high level of cultivation was just sensing come to the existence of
ugly tree spirit.
It seems that his spiritual consciousness cultivation level is not even slightly worse than mine.
8 gates of earth and stone formation.
The big scholar was still very cautious. He immediately asked his 8 disciples to set up a formation. And 8 thick stone gates were raised in 8 directions. It turned out that they were all earth attributes, cultivator, including Zong Sanduo. They are also cultivators of the earth attribute. At this time, Zong Sanduo was still a little dissatisfied, thinking that his senior brother was too worried. So, growl. Although the 2 villains behind him only had the cultivation level of
first immortal realm,
they charged forward quite confidently. Both of them rushed forward swinging a pair of axes. I wish I could show off all the little treasures with just one blow of my axe, so that I can show off in front of Master.
Pop!
The 2 of them came and left just as quickly. One of them got hit in the mouth and immediately retreated. They looked at each other in confusion. Seeing that the corners of the other's mouths were bleeding, they realized that the other person was a genuine Wonderland and was not someone to be scared of.
Petrified!
The 2 villains still couldn't believe it, and immediately yelled. Their arms were petrified, and even their heads and faces were in a semi-petrified state, so that they could withstand 2 more slaps.
Sleepy!
Zhu Xiaobao just shouted softly and passed by the 2 of them. However, the 2 villains were entangled by countless branches and vines at their feet. They were unable to move even an inch and stood there. Can't move.
Okay. Okay. Let me also teach you these methods.
Zhang Sanduo couldn't help but nodded. And then 2 flying hammers hovered in the air, waiting for an opportunity to attack Zhu Xiaobao. And he still held a golden hammer with a heavy weight. It seems to be very easy to hold in your hand.
Bang!
Unexpectedly, just as he approached Zhu Xiaobao, the golden hammer in Zhang Sanduo's hand fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. Even Zhang Sanduo blushed. He didn't expect this result.
Old man! Stop pretending if you can't lift it. Be careful of hitting yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed sarcastically. As he spoke, the weight that was hovering above his head suddenly fell down. And it really almost hit him. To himself, this time Zhang Sanduo finally understood that it was not his own mistake, but the other party's tactics.
You are looking for death.
Zhang Sanduo couldn't hold back his old face anymore. And the group of senior brother's followers couldn't help but laugh out loud. With Zhang Sanduo's roar, he raised his legs and kicked the 2 flying hammers into the air. The other golden hammer was again in his hand. And he started fighting with Zhu Xiaobao.
Hack! Is the old man still so energetic?
As the fight between the two became more intense, Zhu Xiaobao really didn't get any advantage, because the opponent's defense in this semi-petrified state was too strong. If head-on confrontation doesn't work, then try another way of fighting. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned into 3 clones, surrounding Zhang Sanduo to win with more, and began to try to change the direction of the 2 flying hammers.
Master! Pay attention. It's us! Don't make a mistake!
The 2 disciples trapped there were so frightened that they screamed. They didn't expect that the flying hammer that was supposed to fly towards Zhu Xiaobao would actually flying towards him. The 2 villains were so frightened that they quickly shouted to warn Zhang Sanduo.
How dare you disturb my consciousness?
Zhang Sanduo was also shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could interfere with his flying hammer, so he had to withdraw his offensive one after another. Let the disciples be beaten to death.
Huh? This person is not simple. Stop watching the excitement and take action.
The senior brother, who was still very confident in his scholarly appearance, realized that something was wrong and immediately issued an order to besiege Zhu Xiaobao. As soon as the scholar finished speaking, these 8 thick stone gates began to push forward, trying to shrink the space for Zhu Xiaobao's activities to the minimum. When the last 8 stone gates are connected together, they can form an unbreakable wall, which can separate all the little treasures. Xiaobao was trapped, with no possibility of escaping. But the wish is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. The 8 stone gates have just pushed forward for more than 1 meter. And they see that these disciples are entangled with countless branches and vines. The key is that they are still entangled with their stone gates. When we got together, it was as if we were tied together before we reached the stone gate. We were struggling and walking slower and slower. In the end, the 8 stone gates all stopped.
Okay. As expected, there is a
tree spirit
at work. It can exert the wood attribute to such power. This is the first time I have seen it. But you still have to die.
The scholar senior brother nodded and said deeply. He said with admiration. Then he showed a ferocious expression. And as he muttered words, he also launched 3 flying hammers above his head. His control was much more flexible. Together with Zhang Sanduo's 2 flying hammers, Zhu Xiaobao was really a bit can't stand it anymore.
Ah! You 2 are so shameless. Are you really fighting in a group? I said. That fairy sister. It's time for you to take action. Right. It's time for you to know who I am. Right. You really want to see my jokes. Huh?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted. And in the blink of an eye, 2 more incarnations appeared, interspersed between Zhang Sanduo and the scholar. And there were dangers everywhere.
Who dares to peek from the side?
At this time, the scholar suddenly woke up and asked.
Situ Sheng, you are so insidious. While running the auction house, you are still cheating on others.
A pleasant female voice came from behind. It was Yenyu, the 4th disciple of
Xixia Immortal Lord,
and also maintainers of the exchange. He is also the 4 immortals of the Northwest Territory. Chapter 1668 3 Strands Tracking C.
4 immortals? Ha. You also saw it. He killed my nephew first. And then I took action. Don't accuse a good person unjustly,
Situ Shengpi said with a smile. He was sensing if there was anyone else nearby. If not, then he would simply kill the 4 immortals as well.
Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course we have to kill them all. Otherwise everything will be exposed. I have agreed that this woman should leave it to me.
Zhang Sanduo was already at this time, he said with salivation. He didn't expect to get an immortal lord today, even if it costs a little more.
It's worth it. Alas, Lord for Immortals, you really shouldn't be so meddlesome. Isn't it good to be alive?
Situsheng said gloomily. With his sudden attack, 8 of his subordinates broke free from their restraints at the same time. Instead, they shot out with him, trapping the 4 immortals and others who had just settled down. Situsheng's heart suddenly felt hot. As long as his junior brother could hold on for a stick of incense, he could completely trap the 4 immortals.
Ah? Zhu Xiaobao, did you let them go on purpose?
The 4th immortal lord was also startled and shouted in annoyance.
No. No. I can't deal with so many people at once.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hands and explained. This is really an injustice to Zhu Xiaobao. The other party relied entirely on his sharp force to shatter those branches and vines. So now Zhu Xiaobao is extremely relaxed here. He only has Zhang Sanduo as his opponent.
Senior brother.
Zhang Sanduo panicked and shouted dissatisfied.
Junior brother. Just hold on. I can take control of the situation in just a quarter of an hour. Then this woman will be yours.
Situsheng quickly cheered Zhang Sanduo up.
Okay. I'll try my best too.
Zhang Sanduo's eyes suddenly lit up. But facing Zhu Xiaobao's 6-path clones, Zhang Sanduo was still overwhelmed despite his passion. In desperation, he had no choice but to yell.
Moveless as a mountain.
This is also the most powerful move. It completely takes the initiative to defend and gives up the attack.
I told you to be as motionless as a mountain. Then just wait to die.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. Suddenly the stone statue of Zhang Sanduo increased in weight and began to sink uncontrollably. At the same time, thousands of thick branches and vines began to come out from all directions, wrapping Zhang Sanduo like a rice dumpling. Now even if he returns to his original state, there is no way he can break free from such a strong restraint.
You idiot! Isn't that asking for death?
Situsheng saw it and immediately shouted angrily. But the development of the situation no longer allowed him to change his mind. He could only win the 4 immortals as soon as possible.
Surrounded by 8 gates.
Situsheng roared and saw 8 thick stone gates slowly closing. All the attacks of the 4 true lords were in vain in front of this group of semi-petrified formations.
Open the metal stone.
The 4 immortals also shouted. And together with her 4 female disciples, they used an extremely sharp and powerful metal attack to forcefully pierce a stone gate. The disciple of Situsheng who controlled the stone gate instantly he was beheaded. But before the 4 immortals could be happy, Situsheng himself filled this position, and a thicker stone door was pushed up again. At this time, the activity space of 4 immortals and others was already quite crowded, and they could not perform any activities. The heart of the 4 immortals was burning with rage. She didn't expect that Situsheng, with the support of the
Bafang Sherman formation,
could be so powerful. He was able to trap her, a perfect immortal in the
middle immortal realm.
It seemed that he had underestimated her. The methods and scheming of these people are all hidden secret tricks. He peeked at Zhu Xiaobao. The
4 true lords
almost cried with anger. Zhu Xiaobao was carrying 2 puppets, rotating the sledgehammer like a ramming hammer, and kept smashing the completely petrified stone statue of Zhang Sanduo. From time to time, a little gray-black water is poured on the stone statue, and then the stone in this area turns gray-white, and then it can be smashed bit by bit.
Oh Xiaobao, you bastard! Why don't you come and save us?
The 4th immortal lord shouted angrily, not caring about his identity. If he was being reserved, his life would be in danger.
Just wait. I'm almost here. I've already smashed my nose. You can't let me waste all my efforts. Right,
Zhu Xiaobao said in a good temper. But then he started to swing the sledgehammer, and started the 3rd round of smashing.
Shizhenjin, no one can save you now. Although my junior brother has suffered a little, but with an immortal like you as compensation, I believe he is still willing to pay.
Situsheng has already seen the victory. Hopefully, as long as the distance is pushed forward 2 meters, the movement of
4 true lords
and others will be restricted, and they will not be able to move at all. But at this moment, countless streams of water suddenly gush out from under the skirt of the
4 true lords,
like a spring water spewing out in all directions. Even the
4 true lords
himself was shocked.
You were so scared that you peed your pants. Right,
Situsheng immediately exclaimed in surprise. I have never seen any immortal king be so frightened that he became incontinent on the spot.
You're talking nonsense.
Shenzhen suddenly blushed. But where did this thing come from? The more he explained, the more unclear he became. But then she realized that this was a good thing. Those currents actually caused several low cultivation gangsters around to stop. Moreover, they were all sitting cross-legged. They were still wet under their buttocks. And they were still slowly moving backwards along with the current.
How could this happen? Who is it? Dare to go against me?
Even Situ Sheng began to shout in surprise. Looking around, he saw that Zhu Xiaobao was still pounding the bricks happily. But there was no one else there.
Determine it for me.
Situ Sheng is indeed the pinnacle of the
middle immortal realm.
And 1,000 gene drop can stop everyone's backward trend. But then it became even more embarrassing. It seemed that everyone was stuck in the mud. And they were actually stuck in place, and couldn't move even half a minute. At the same time, Zhang Sanduo could no longer hold on. His completely petrified head was already riddled with holes, and was still eroded by the poison, which greatly reduced his defense power. He wanted to remove the petrification. But wherever he had just recovered, he became the target of Zhu Xiaobao.
Ouch! Zhu Xiaobao, you are so wicked! You actually use such a despicable trick. Or is it the poison of the Master of 100 Poisons?
Zhang Sanduo cried bitterly.
The Master of 100 Poisons.
I had heard about it. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would also have the poison of
the young Master of 100 Poisons.
If he had known earlier, he would not have provoked Zhu Xiaobao.
Do you know how powerful I am? If you destroy your cultivation, I can spare your life.
Zhu Xiaobao sent back the original sentence of Zhang Sanduo's words, and glanced at the
4 true lords.
Triumphantly. Suddenly the face of
4 true lords
turned red. Although he already knew that Zhu Xiaobao saved him. This way of saving people was too embarrassing.
Oh Xiaobao! Oh Xiaobao! So it's you! Aren't you in the Thousand Island Sea?
Situ Sheng also shouted a little angrily. He didn't expect that this guy turned out to be Zhu Xiaobao. No wonder he has so many talents and endless methods. He also pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, waiting for himself to take the bait.
Oh, I was discovered by you. And I have no more fun. It's really disappointing.
Zhu Xiaobao also put away the puppet and stood up, his smile fading. Zhang Sanduo's head was chopped off with one knife. It turns out that he could have killed the opponent a long time ago.
Fly in the air. Get up.
Situ Sheng took advantage of others' unpreparedness and exerted force, trying to escape with all his strength by relying on his own cultivation. Now he can't care about these disciples.
Phew! Snap!
How fast it flies. How hard it falls. Situ Sheng himself never thought that he would not even have a chance to escape. He was hit hard by a huge drop of
1 yuan heavy water.
Not to mention, the weight of his body began to increase dramatically, and the 3 flying hammers above his head also fell on him.
Zhu Xiaobao! 4 true lords! Stop! I admit defeat. I admit defeat.
Situ Sheng said anxiously, seeing that he was about to follow in the footsteps of Zhang Sanduo. He was also very frightened. To be able to cultivate to this point was achieved after a lot of hard work and 9 deaths. He didn't want to die like this.
I'm afraid this is difficult. I can say it. But you humiliate my 4th sister. And you can't just let it go. Isn't it? 4th sister?
Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly indignantly.
Get out. Just stay here.
Shenzhen was really furious. She felt that the person she hated the most now was actually the little fat man in front of her. But we must not let go of Situ Sheng and his gang. While talking, the 4 female disciples were very straightforward and started to kill the 8 Situ Sheng's disciples. Without Situ Sheng's support and confidence, the combat effectiveness of these 8 people dropped sharply in the blink of an eye. Some of them couldn't even basically fight back and were almost killed instantly.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know a huge secret. If you kill me, no one will know about it anymore. Your people are here, and there is no chance of finding them.
Situ Sheng was suddenly frightened to the point of losing his mind. Outside, he yelled wildly. He saw that the 4 true lords and 4 female disciples had surrounded him. But he still had no power to fight back at this time. So he could only scream wildly.
Humph! Don't listen to him. He is stalling for time.
Shenzhen ignored it at all. She wanted to kill Situ Sheng. Although she was misunderstood as incontinent just now, she could not spread it. But it is related to the face of an immortal king.
3 immortals Jun Yanjing is missing. Is this true? I am the only one who knows where she is. Kill me, and you will never find her again.
Situ Sheng was so frightened that he shouted loudly.
Speak quickly. Where is my third senior sister? Did you do it? Tell me quickly. Humph. Let me go first. Then I can tell you. Come on. Come on. Let me come. He will tell me soon. Oh, Xiaobao. What do you want to do? Let's talk to you. No help.
Chapter 1669 The Ghost A. Without the gravity technique, I thought I could still make a desperate struggle. But Situsheng immediately knew that he was wrong. In this forest, he was completely restrained. At this time, Situsheng was completely tied to a big tree and entangled by thousands of branches and vines. This was not the most important thing. There was also a
berry vine essence thread
that allowed him to break free. The most fundamental reason why it cannot fall off is that this
immortal vine essence
belongs to the four immortals Junyanyu. It is stronger and more refined than the one in Zhu Xuba's hand. Because this
immortal vine essence
is in the hands of the four immortals. In your hands, more years have been polished and more spiritual energy is contained.
What do you want to do? I told you. Let me go first. And then I will tell you the truth.
Situsheng was not very scared when he saw Szingen. But when Zhu Xiaobao came closer, he screamed in horror.
Well, I won't negotiate terms with you. I only need you to tell the truth and see your specific performance before I can decide what kind of punishment you should receive.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, as if he was not interested in his so-called secret at all. He is very interested in what happens next.
Are you a soul-eating insect egg? You are violating the rules of the Immortal Lord. You.
Situsheng finally saw clearly what Zhu Xiaobao was holding and said in horror.
Don't be afraid. I have improved. Generally speaking, if you don't go against my wishes, there will be no backlash. What's more, what time of day is it now? How can the immortals still care about such trivial matters? You give me I am good. I can only do good to your consciousness. Not bad.
Zhu Xiaobao was like a wolf grandma coaxing a little sheep, with a smile on his face. He has already had this thing, and although it has been soaked in his own blood, he never dared to use it on himself. Today I finally found a guinea pig for my experiment.
I don't want my consciousness to be enhanced. So don't come here. Can't I tell you everything?
Situsheng was so frightened that he screamed in terror.
No. Of course not. I don't have that much time to judge whether what you said is a reply. But this thing is different. It can let me know immediately whether what you said is true or false. Come on. It doesn't hurt at all. It can still greatly improve your spiritual awareness.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a pleasant smile. Fortunately, he used original illusion to isolate the four immortals. Otherwise, in this scene, the four immortals would have slapped him away.
Oh, Xiaobao. You have to die. Don't.
Situsheng's head was fixed by another
immortal vine silk,
and he couldn't move at all. Just looking at the terrifying insect egg, he was sent in from his eye socket. And then he could no longer sense it. But another breath appeared in his consciousness, and his consciousness began to become fully active, constantly in his mind. Renovation.
It's done. Doesn't it hurt at all? But from now on, you must treat me respectfully. You must speak politely, or I will teach you how to make it from scratch.
Zhu Xiba's statue like an elder. He patted Situsheng on the cheek and actually let him go. But at this time, Situsheng really didn't resist Zhu Xiaobao at all. He just looked at Zhu Xiaobao full of resentment. After the illusion was removed, the four immortals asked in surprise.
Is it over? He has confessed honestly? You actually let him go? Yes. Lao Sheng is so good now. He knows everything and says everything. His mind is full of how to change his past. Isn't that right, Lao Sheng?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile on his face. Even on the spot asked.
Yes. I want to change my past and start a new life now. Please give me some teachings and guidance from the four immortals.
Situsheng bowed deeply, and then said in an aggrieved tone.
Hurry up. Where did my third senior sister go? Why has there been no news in the past few years? Has she been harmed by you?
Although the fourth immortal lord was a little surprised, she had no time to care about it now. What she cared about most was the whereabouts of
three immortals Jun Yanjing.
Among the 8 disciples of Zixia Immortal Lord, the third immortal lord Yanjing and the fourth immortal lord Yanyu have the closest relationship, and the two are almost inseparable. But there have been some changes over the past few decades, and the three immortals Jun Yanjing has suddenly disappeared in recent years. This made fourth immortal Jun Yanyu very anxious, but she was unable to find out the result. If Situ Sheng hadn't been trying to survive today, would he have revealed his secret to you now?
I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm afraid the truth is not what you think. She may have run away with someone else. Or she may have had some kind of interest and chose to betray the master.
Situ Shengji, he said hesitantly.
You're talking nonsense.
Before she finished speaking, the fourth immortal lord whipped her. This was the result of her efforts to restrain herself. If not for maintaining the reserved image of the immortal lord, she just slapped her with her mouth.
Alas, immortal lord's teaching is right. It's most likely just a small speculation.
Although Situ Sheng was surprised, annoyed and aggrieved, he still endured the pain and said,
Are you telling the truth?
Fourth immortal Jun Yanyu was a little confused when she saw Situ Sheng's humiliating look. Is this really the case? That's incredible. But after carefully thinking about some of the unusual behaviors of Sanxian Jun Yanjing in recent years, she began to believe it again.
Alas, it's too weird at this time. And I'm not sure. But think about why prices on the exchange have soared over the years. Those large auction houses that caught up from behind have monopolized almost all resources. And we, the old ones, why is her strength gradually losing ground? These are all related to the secret suppression of the
three immortals.
And there is a stronger support behind her. It is enough to support her betrayal of the immortal lord.
Situ Sheng still stood and covered his face and said, There was a wound on his face just now with a whip from the four immortals.
Ha ha! Where is the three immortals Lord Yanjing now? Take us there.
Zhu Xiaobao said still very kindly.
I really don't know. It's just that from the birthplace of those newly rising families. I guess it should be here. Hongqing Town?
Hongqing Town is located in the northernmost part of the Northwest Immortal Territory. Further north is a large forest. And then it is connected to the Wan'an Mountains. The reason why people do not enter the Wan'an Mountains from here is because the area of the forest is too wide. So everyone can only choose to climb from the northernmost point. But seeing this vast forest, Zhu Xiaobao was relieved for the first time. At least he is already invincible.
Huh? The territory on this side is originally under the jurisdiction of second senior sister. Although it is adjacent to the territory under our jurisdiction.
We rarely interfere in the affairs here. Why is senior sister Sanson here?
Fourth immortal lord and Zhu Xiaobao stand together and observe the situation of
Hongqing Town.
From the outside, the entire Hongqing Town looks relatively withered and sparsely populated. The daughter village that was supposed to be next to the town has long been abandoned. Now that means that these ancient rules are no longer so particular here. But when I came, I still found some unusual situations along the way. I encountered many families who were moving with their children and their families. It seemed that they all moved out from Hongqing village. This is very curious. Zhu Xiaobao asked several families, but they were all hesitant, and some looked panicked. The real reason is that Hongqing Town is said to be haunted. In 1 or 2 months, a female cultivator will disappear. The second immortal lord, who was originally in charge of this place, also had a battle with the so-called ghosts and gods here, and never came again. The big guys who control this place now can't tell which immortal lord it is.
Yes. 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 This is the same as what we have learned. But we don't dare to investigate what happened at the specific time, because none of the people who continued to follow up at the beginning came back alive.
At this time, Situ Sheng suddenly nodded and said, the further he walked, the more uneasy his face became. 2 of his disciples died in Hongqing Town. To be precise, it never came out again. But there is something even more strange. The female nuns here also support these families, who are dragging their families to leave Hongqing Town. Therefore, more than half of the families have moved away one after another. This has also led to the place becoming more and more remote and eerie.
Humph. I think someone is deliberately trying to cause such a situation, so that he can do something shameful.
Zhu Xiaobao was the least afraid of trouble. He snorted and prepared to go directly to Hongqing Town.
Wait. Let's take another look. I'm a little worried too.
The fourth immortal lord grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and said a little uneasily. After all, she was a little scared.
What are you afraid of? With the cultivation of the 3 of us, we are already invincible. Is it necessary to wait any longer?
Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and said,
Wait a minute. Generally speaking, ghosts only come out at night.
Even Situ Sheng said in a low voice.
Okay then. Just stop here now. With this forest as a support, you can just stay calm.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to wait all night. But he did not really give up. But first took the A.
Vulcan B.
Was released and sent to Hongqing Town to investigate. But something went wrong in the second half of the night.
This Vulcan bee
actually flew back, and he was injured. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. Being able to discover this spiritual bee is quite impressive, and it can also hurt it. This is not something that ordinary
Middle Fairy Realm
can do. At least they must be able to detect it first.
Is there really a ghost?
Zhu Xiaobao also fell into deep thought. At dawn, another person ran out from the direction of Hongxing Town. He was sniffing and listening everywhere. After a while, the figure seemed to have finally made a judgment and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. How could it be him? Chapter 1670 The Ghost Bee. At this time,
The four immortals
also saw Monkey Chi-Chi, and couldn't help but frown and said,
Who is this person? Why is he smelling everywhere like a dog? Ha ha. Because he has a nose that is more sensitive than a dog. He also has super strong ears.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing. At this time, as the smell became more and more obvious, Monkey Chi-Chi ran faster and faster. He had already seen Zhu Xiaobao and couldn't help shouting excitedly,
Master Bao, I have found you. Why don't you leave the trading area?
If you didn't leave some mark, I would have almost lost track of you. After asking around, I found out that several groups of people were coming this way. Why are you here? I didn't ask you to follow me again?
Zhu Xiaobao was really curious and even a little touched. Unexpectedly, Ho Chi-Chi actually found him again. And I didn't want to be greedy for those spiritual stones and elixirs.
Huh? Didn't you agree that you would meet me as soon as you left the trading area? You didn't say you would let me go? Besides, your storage bag is still on me?
Ho Chi-Chi also asked in confusion.
He. Yes. It was my negligence. I didn't expect you to be a very trustworthy person. Just in time. Since you came from Hongxing Town. Is there anything special there?
Zhu Xiaobao laughed awkwardly and said haha.
Well, it's very weird and depressing. There are almost no people left. But at night, there will be a singing sound. There are still many people singing together. But I can't get close. There are people with strong cultivation in that manner guarded by people.
Ho Chi-Chi carefully recalled the information he had obtained before he said with some hesitation.
The sound of singing? Or are there many female cultivators? Is it this kind of tone?
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise when he heard it, and then imitated a few words. Although there were no lyrics, the tone was unmistakable.
Yes. Sir, how come you can do it too?
Ho Chi-Chi nodded his head repeatedly, and said slightly excitedly. Still confused on your face?
Damn it! Isn't this the joyous ode of Master Shinro? Why is it coming back to life again? It's really a little weird.
Zhu Xiaobao explained in shock after hearing this.
Master Shinro? Wasn't it annihilated by you more than 100 years ago?
Even the fourth true lord was not calm anymore. Back then, Master Shinro was quite a force. There was also a Master Shinro who came to the Northwest Territory, but was driven back by the
Northwest Immortal Territory
female cultivators who were very united. But it also caused some impact. After all, there were still some female cultivators who couldn't resist the temptation and ran away with Master Shinro.
Then you should go and see it. Back then, I was not afraid of them when I was in the
God Transformation Realm.
And there is no reason to be afraid of them now.
When Zhu Xiaobao thought of Yuduoduo, he began to become angry again.
Okay, let's enter Hongxing Town together. It's best not to separate.
Xianjun had no choice but to nod in agreement. Although she was still very scared. For the sake of third senior sister, she had to find out about this matter. The group entered Hongxing Town and did not encounter any resistance. The people in the town just looked up at a few people, and then left in a hurry. However, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that their eyes were always fixed on the
four true lords.
But they did not pay much attention to Zhu Xiaobao and other male cultivators. I searched several stores, but couldn't find any answers. If I asked again, they would simply hide, or they would be very vigilant and call their family members. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the remaining people in the town are now mortals. In other words, they are all people in the
physical refining realm. Let's go! They are all mortals, and they can no longer know anything. So the less they know, the longer they can live.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at these very vigilant people and said suddenly,
Yeah, I discovered it too. They seem to really don't know.
Fourth Immortal Jun Yanyu also nodded and said, The doubt in my heart became even deeper. After passing through the cold streets, under Ho Chi-Chi's guidance, they moved directly towards the place where they were singing. Although it's still weird, It's not so scary anymore. For safety reasons, Zhu Xiaobao released hundreds of Black God bees and more than 20 Vulcan God bees. Stop! This is the Town Lord's mansion. No one is allowed to approach it. Suddenly, 4 female cultivators flashed out from the mansion in front of them. Their cultivation levels were either God Transformation Realm or Fusion Realm. But they were, he shouted very vigilantly, holding weapons in his hands. And they all wear the same clothes. Hey! 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 Don't get me wrong. It was Brother Gong Yemiao who asked us to come here to look for him. If you don't believe me, why don't you find him and ask him? Zhu Xiaobao quickly took a step forward and asked Chang Xing happily. Huh? The young master is back? Why didn't we know? The 4 female cultivators were stunned for a moment, and their questioning glances fell into Zhu Xiaobao's eyes. Really? Really? This eagle claw hook was left to us by him. Zhu Xiaobao took out the hook he picked up from the last fight with the mysterious man and said, Well, why don't you ask third sister? Are you busy practicing and forgot to tell us? The older one among the 4 female cultivators said very cautiously, Yes. Immediately, a female cultivator came up and wanted to take the evidence to verify. But in just such a moment, she was restrained by Zhu Xiaobao without knowing it, and she stood motionless on the spot. Hey! Sister! What's wrong with you? Why aren't you moving? Zhu Xiaobao asked, still pretending to be surprised. The remaining 3 people immediately surrounded them. But Szingen and others immediately took action and restrained these 3 people. We entered the Town Lord's mansion smoothly. Entering the mansion. This is the real weird place. There is a fragrance everywhere. But this fragrance makes people very tired. As if it is inducing people to fall asleep. After all, the 4 of them were all considered to have good cultivation. So they immediately raised their vigilance and blocked part of their breathing. Then he moved toward the inner courtyard in the center. The scent is coming from the inner courtyard. I can also hear a lot of people inside. They should all be female cultivators. Ho Chi-Chi sniffed carefully for a while. Listened for a while. And then concluded. Go in. If we encounter any danger, we will run separately and then meet in the forest outside the town. Zhu Xiaobao whispered. The 4 entered cautiously. But it went smoothly without anyone noticing. And it became increasingly quiet. Monkey Chi-Chi took the initiative and rushed to the front, sniffing carefully along the source of the aroma. Suddenly he shouted loudly, Master! Run! They are ambushing behind the door! After saying that, Ho Chi-Chi was the first to turn around and run away. The one behind them suddenly opened a hole, and 20 people rushed out from it. Then, there was another loud noise, and no fewer than dozens of female cultivators gathered from all directions, all dressed in white. But there is a slightly dull expression on his face. Catch them! No one can fire any more cannons! The female cultivator in the lead had a much higher level of cultivation. She was actually at the level of fake fairyland. Hey! 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 Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding! I am Gong Yemi's good friend. He asked me to come. Zhu Xiaobao was still repeating his old tricks. But this time it didn't work. These female cultivators simply don't trust him. The 2 sides started fighting without any communication. Although the 4 people on Zhu Xiaobao's side have very high cultivation levels, the other party has a large number of people, and they are very united and work together without giving in at all. For a moment, Zhu Xiaobao and the others were passive. They didn't act like they were killing people. But the other party didn't care and just tried his best to kill him. And the place here is not big. With so many people crowded together, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly discovered that the fighting power of these people far exceeded their own cultivation. Without exception, they have all improved significantly. At least by 30%. Be careful! There is something weird in this yard. Let's not be too far apart. The little horses warned. But only Ho Chi-Chi followed him closely, while the 4 immortals and Situ Sheng had already left him a little distance. A very strange thing happened. In Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, the figures of the 2 people began to blur. If they were farther away, they would not be able to tell the difference between the 2 and other female cultivators. This feels so familiar. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt as if he had experienced such a scene. But I couldn't remember it for a while. Boom! With several loud noises, these female cultivators were finally frightened away. And the 4 immortals and Situ Sheng also hurried back to Zhu Xiaobao's side. The 2 of them were also in shock. Such a high level of cultivation was beaten into a panic by a group of female cultivators with low level of cultivation. And they all noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere here. Everyone's fighting power is terrifying. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't been alert and released a few bombs first, they would have been separated. But even though they were reunited, the other side also began to surround them again, and they formed a circle, singing the familiar Ode to Joy at the same time. And the aroma and weird atmosphere in the inner courtyard became even stronger. At this moment, the silent female cultivator rushed out of the room. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a person jumped out from the roof, wearing a dark gray mask, and landed lightly in front of the female cultivators. When she saw Yin, she paused obviously, and then shouted hoarsely,
"Who are you? Why did you come to my house? If you leave now, I can forget the past. Let you go. We are here to find you. We won't leave."
Zhu Xiaobao stared at the female cultivator and suddenly laughed. And the fourth immortal lord was also carefully looking at the person in front of him. His body was trembling constantly.
"Then you are asking for death. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance,"
the female cultivator said very calmly, and with a wave of her hand, she led the other female cultivators to start the siege. Chapter 1671 The Ghost Sea. Such a familiar scene. Just like when he faced the siege by Master Shinro. Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have returned to that time. The difference is that the little fat man who was beaten and fled everywhere now has to stand alone and face the siege of everyone. However, Zhu Xiaobao also found that such an atmosphere surrounded by fragrance was very detrimental to their performance. However, it was said that all aspects had been compromised. It is estimated that their combat effectiveness is now only 70% of the original. The speed is only about half of the original.
This is very similar to how I feel in the Black Devil's energy. The difference is that in the Black Devil's energy there is an unbearable fishy smell. But here it is a sweet aroma. But the effect is indeed almost the same. If you compare it, you will be more affected by the black demonic energy.
Zhu Xiaobao was still comparing in his mind. The number of people coming from the outer courtyard to support is still increasing. There should be about 200 female nuns in the entire town lord's mansion. Of course, those servants and slaves who do odd jobs and work are not included. Most of these people are mortals. On the contrary, I can't feel anything.
There's something wrong with the fragrance here. Xiaobao, I feel that their fighting power is much higher than their corresponding cultivation levels.
The four immortals also stayed close to Zhu Xiaobao at this time and whispered,
I feel it too. And our cultivation, combat effectiveness and speed have all weakened.
Situ Shum also hurriedly came closer. At the critical moment, they all unanimously pinned their hopes on Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah. Don't panic. She has a good plan. And I have a wall ladder. What I'm worried about is that there are experts on the way,
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly.
What is Zhang Liang's plan?
The fourth immortal lord was a little confused and asked in confusion.
Alas, I can't explain it now, but it's just a way to deal with them,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a bit of laughter and tears. These four immortals are really simple, and do not seem to understand anything.
Come on!
At this time, the man wearing a dark gray mask, who had been watching the battle from behind, waved his hand, causing the female cultivators under his command to surround him again. Judging from her slender figure, she should be a woman, and he looks very similar to the four immortals. As the middle and female cultivators sang together, the aroma in the courtyard became stronger and stronger, and they became more and more happy, as if they were fully enjoying the results of these days of practice.
Humph! Rain of petals!
Zhu Xiaobao also snorted, and then he summoned a patchwork of flying petals. The speed was not fast, but it was better because of the large number, and each petal also had an eye-catching blue and black color. This is to warn these female nuns that these petal rains are poisonous. In fact, there is no need to warn. In the process of falling one after another, the rain of petals continued to have some chemical reactions with the memories here, and green smoke began to appear continuously. At a glance, it was clear that the poisonous gas and the aroma had a violent reaction. To Zhu Xiaobao's surprise, these petal rains were not affected by the fragrance here, and their speed and toxicity did not change. On the contrary, these female nuns were a little afraid, and they carefully dodged these petals.
I see. It seems that evil can still be used to defeat evil, and the attribute power released by the 5 elements skeleton will not be interfered with.
Zhu Xiaobao finally found a way to compete with the opponent. Immediately afterwards, a sea of fire began to shroud and shine down from midair, and the soles of his feet suddenly became slippery and muddy. Even the surrounding trees and shrubs began to move. The female nuns, who were originally very confident, were a little panicked at this time. They had never encountered such a situation before. And the other party suddenly had so many methods. Caught them off guard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several female cultivators were beaten and flew out. Then fell to the ground. Some of them had already died. It turned out that all 3 puppets of Zhu Xiaobao were summoned. And they launched a fierce attack unexpectedly. These puppets are not afraid of any scent and are not affected at all. So their attacks remain the same. Naturally, these female cultivators with low cultivation levels cannot bear it. For a moment, these female cultivators dispersed one after another, all raising their heads and looking at the masked woman behind them. Seems a little overwhelmed. This woman with gray soft armor hesitated for a moment, then flew up and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. She seemed to intentionally avoid the 4 immortals. Instead, he set his sights on Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. What I am best at is dealing with these idiotic followers. Let me see what benefits you have gained.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. He even changed the weapons in his hands. He no longer used them. The pair of tiger claws directly pulled out the kitchen knife.
Ding ding dang.
The 2 played quickly. But they did not have the victory and defeat at all. And once the kitchen knife was in hand, Zhu Xiaobao was no longer affected by the aroma here, restoring the original speed and combat effectiveness. But Zhu Xiaobao can still clearly feel that the opponent's cultivation level is still above his own. At least on the same level as the 4 immortals. And because in this fragrant atmosphere, her speed and strength are also even more outstanding. If it weren't for the blessing of Zhu Xiaobao's various attribute powers, he really wouldn't be able to defeat her. The same opponent also used a pair of hook claws, which were exactly the same as those seen in
Dragon Fairy Island.
It's just that this was specially made and refined later. And it is not a high-level magic weapon. But the opponent's set of hook claw moves far surpassed Zhu Xiaobao's pair of tiger claws. With the appearance of this woman in black, other female cultivators began to encircle and suppress them again. In a blink of an eye, the remaining 3 people were separated. For immortals, uses a jade ruler, which is green in color and can be retracted and retracted at will. So it is also a rare magical weapon. Coupled with her
Immortal Vine Essence Thread,
she has no way to deal with these female cultivators for a while. And the 4 immortals have the advantage. She still has time to take a look at the battle situation on Zhu Xiaobao's side. She was mainly looking at the woman who was fighting Zhu Xiaobao. The more she looked at her, the more she looked like the 3 immortals Jun Yanjing. Once Zhu Xiaobao is dragged down, Monkey Chi-Chi will be in dire straits. He has no fighting power at all. Now that he has lost his protection, all he needs to do is get into those trees and bushes, quickly burrow in and out between them, and chase him from behind. The 2 female cultivators he slashed were so exhausted that they were panting. But they just couldn't catch up with Ho Chi-Chi. Although Situ Sheng was controlled by Zhu Xiaobao, he was still very domineering and calm during the fight. He was originally an earth attribute and had amazing defense. He could withstand most damage in his semi-petrified state. But now there were so many people. He can't rush out either. However, as Zhu Xiaobao threw down hundreds of wooden puppets, the female cultivator may not be able to bear it. These wooden puppets are also undisturbed, and they are not afraid of damage. Some wooden puppets are better than those female cultivators with low cultivation levels are even more powerful. And they are not afraid of swords. With the consumption of Zhu Xiaobao's swords one by one, the fragrance in the courtyard is rapidly decreasing. At this time, the female nuns no longer sing. They have been fooled by these puppets. They didn't suffer much damage when they hit these puppets. But they were all seriously injured when they were hit by these puppets. Squeak! A soaring fire shot up quickly, and shot very high into the air before dispersing.
No! She's calling for support!
Xijin Junyanyu understood it at a glance, and immediately shouted anxiously. After finally getting a point, did the other party have more support? At this time, the inner courtyard has been beaten to a dilapidated state, and only the outer wall has not been damaged. So the fragrance is getting weaker and weaker, and the impact on the 4 immortals and others is getting smaller and smaller. The fighting power of the female cultivators also shrunk sharply, and they began to retreat one after another, joining forces to protect themselves. But that wasn't the end yet. Countless black god bees flew in from nowhere, mixed with dozens of Vulcan god bees, and suddenly flew down toward the group of female nuns. At this moment, the female nuns were all yelling and screaming, and some even threw away their weapons and started running away. Women are rightly afraid of this kind of spiritual bee. The 4 immortals were also stunned. How many tricks do these little treasures have? In just a short time, he has already used no less than 3 or 4 kinds of magical methods. I defeated these female cultivators all by myself.
How bold! How dare you come to my territory to run wild? Then you will die!
Following an angry shout, a white light flashed past, and a dazzling white light fell from the sky, directly piercing the roof and heading towards the person with the highest cultivation level in the courtyard. 4 immortals shot down.
Go to the fairyland!
The 4 immortals were shocked when they saw it, and all thoughts were lost. She couldn't block this white light at all.
Bold! Switch Yoping! How dare you act so arrogantly here? Who gave you the courage?
But immediately followed by an angry scolding. A cyan palm blocked the front, catching all the white light.
Master!
4th immortal Jun Yanyu shouted in surprise, and her heart was immediately filled with fighting spirit. Immediately afterwards, a white figure was knocked down, and her left arm was already broken. She used her remaining right arm to lift up the gray-clothed and masked woman, then raised her hand, and a white mist emerged. In this white mist, her speed suddenly increased, and she disappeared. At this time, the cyan palm in the air seemed to pause for a moment, and then did not take a picture. A faint sigh could be heard, and then it let them run away. Only Zhu Xiaobao could see clearly that under the white mist, Switch Yoping's speed was twice as fast as Wei Zifeng's. And this white mist was exactly the same as the fragrance here, giving these female nuns a good opportunity to escape. Their speed suddenly increased significantly, and they fled from all directions. However, these people could not escape and were enveloped by the
5 Elements Square
that suddenly appeared. Chapter 1672 The Big 3A. Seeing Switch Yoping leaving, Zhu Xiaobao and the 4 immortals were standing side by side. Zhu Xiaobao asked calmly,
Is she the 3 immortals Yanjing? Well, it should be her. That's why she has always avoided fighting with me.
See immortal Jun Yanyu said heartbrokenly. She used to be Yanjing's best friend and senior sister. Not only do the two have the same temperament, but they also have the same cultivation level, and they advance at the same speed.
Alas! That cyan palm just now could have killed them, but it let them go.
Zhu Xiaobao said lightly.
Well, Master can't bear the pain and kills him. Besides, once he kills Witch Yoping, he will definitely offend the
Qing Immortal Lord.
So Master hesitates.
This group of female cultivators never expected that even though Jinjuan left them a chance, they still could not escape. The reason is that a
5 Elements Square
suddenly appeared in midair, which happened to cover the entire town master's mansion. At this time, the nearly 200 female cultivators had been exhausted, because no less than 40 or 50 of them had been killed by the 3 puppets alone. There were also 20 or 30 people killed by 4 immortals and Situ Sheng. And those who were injured by the wooden puppets were even more. More than 100 wooden puppets made these female cultivators suffer a lot. Now the female cultivator in gray clothes has been rescued by Switch Yoping. So everyone is following the other female cultivator. Her clothes are somewhat different, with beautiful lines, and her cultivation level has reached fake wonderland. So it's pretty calm. Facing the
5 Elements Square
above their heads, these female cultivators were really panicked. I have never seen 5 such terrifying skeletons. The key is that there are countless
Black God bees
and
Vulcan God bees
around a large black area, all buzzing and flying outside the
5 Elements Square,
as if they are waiting for these female nuns to come out. Seeing various beams of light falling from the sky and all kinds of colorful rays of light, these female cultivators had no idea how to guard against them. There is mud under your feet, and hundreds of vine branches are spreading around, as if you have entered a ghostly world. It's more terrifying than the atmosphere they created.
Get out!
As soon as the leading female cultivator opened her mouth, she suddenly disappeared. It turns out that he was isolated by Zhu Xiaobao's original illusion. When she woke up, there was only the 4 immortals in front of her, looking at her coldly.
Take off the mask. Let me see who you are. Uncle 4th Master. I will never betray my master.
The female cultivator looked at the 4th immortal lord and said hesitantly,
Humph. The ancestors have arrived. And you still want to follow them?
4th immortal Jun Yanyu scolded angrily.
But we are very happy here.
The female cultivator immediately threw down her weapon weakly and collapsed on the ground. No longer resisting, the 4 immortals forcibly took off the mask. But the 4 immortals still cried out in great pain.
It is indeed you. Xie Ye. I didn't expect that. I was desperately looking for you everywhere. But you are here pretending to be a ghost and doing evil? We just follow Mr. Gongya and live a life without fighting against the world. What's wrong? By then, the entire Northwest Fairyland will be ours.
Celia said, still obsessed. Outside the original illusion, there was already a massacre. Without the leader, most of those with low cultivation levels were killed in an instant. And some who were stubbornly resisting were also surrounded and suppressed by the 5 skeletons. At this time, Monkey Chi-Chi climbed out of the bushes and returned to Zhu Xiaobao in a panic. And the 4 immortals reappeared with one, the only remaining female cultivator behind them. The 2 of them walked out of the environment. At this time, everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao in awe. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had put away all his weapons and was still standing there alone. Those people in the yard had been dealt with completely. The servants and slaves outside were also asleep and had no idea what was going on.
Fourth sister, should we go see the Zixia immortal now?
Zhu Xiaobao asked very tiredly. After using so many methods at once, he still felt very tired.
Let's go! Go to the stables first. Find a driver. And we'll set off right away.
The 4 immortals nodded. Now that the situation has become serious, he doesn't know what to do. The only choice is to find the master. This time, Zhu Xiaobao really let Situsheng go and told him to go back cautiously without making any noise. Although Situsheng wanted to get rid of the soul-eating worm, in his mind, he didn't dare to say it. Without this thing, Zhu Xiaobao would not let him go easily. What's more, he has deeply felt these days that this thing is really beneficial to the expansion of spiritual consciousness. Along the way, Celia was tied to one foot by the 4 immortals with her
immortal vine silk,
so she couldn't escape at all. She could only wait to see Zixia immortal, feeling a little listless. And the 4th immortal lord is also very depressed. She has really become a person now. Her best sister has betrayed her master. Not to mention how sad she is. Zhu Xiaobao sat on the handlebar and drove the carriage in the direction pointed by the 4 immortals. But Ho Chi-Chi still liked to go to the front first to explore the road conditions. For several days in a row, I didn't encounter any trouble on the road. Just because of this weird carriage. No one came to rob it. The area around them is also empty. As if everyone is avoiding them? How is this going? As they walked, Zhu Xiaobao felt something was wrong. It seemed to be inconsistent with the direction marked on the map. This is the direction to
Lu's house. Let's go to the Lu family first. My master is currently practicing in seclusion,
Shizhen said at this time.
That's okay. We have to go to the Lu family anyway.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded after hearing this. It's still that vast forest. And those wooden puppets are still working hard. Zhu Xiaobao really envied this kind of pastoral life. Yasi could open a farm like this himself and live here with his closest relatives. How comfortable it would be. But he can only dream. Now he is the target of public criticism. There is danger anytime, anywhere. But what people didn't expect was that at the intersection, the Lu family had already sent someone to wait there. It was Lu Yisong and Lu Yichuan, siblings, each riding a bicycle, and the road was smooth. After passing it, it is very comfortable to ride. Entering Lu's house, Zhu Xiaobao felt that his eyes were dazzled as soon as he entered. There were bicycles everywhere, and people began to ride bicycles inside Lu's house. Some of them were innovative and installed a rack on the car seat, which could also be installed. It can be used as a tool, which is almost the same as today's bicycles. As soon as they entered the door, the carriage walked forward on its own, leaving Zhu Xiaobao behind and staying where it was last time. Monkey Chi-Chi looked at Zhu Xiaobao in confusion.
What are you looking at? I lived here last time. Eat well and sleep well.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed. Last time, he took Lu Xiener and Wei Zifeng with him. And now he is the only one left. People, it's a bit lonely. When Lu Yisong came to visit Zhu Xiaobao again, he had a meal and a drink with Zhu Xiaobao. Then Zhu Xiaobao took out all the damaged wooden skeletons from the storage bag and threw them to Lu Yisong.
Yeah, repair them all for me. I don't have that much time alone. You've actually done so much? There are more than 200 of them. Oh my god! When will I be able to practice?
Lu Yisong looked at it and shouted in shock.
Ha ha! There aren't many left. There are still many that fell into the water, and I can't fish them out. Not to mention that these things are sometimes very useful. Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head and laughed. At this moment, Lu Yichuan also arrived. When she saw Zhu Xiaobao, her face turned red, and then she said unnaturally, "My master invites you to come over." "Hey,
Thank you. Senior sister?
Zhu Xiaobao still looked at Lu Yichuan fiercely. He was still so flat and his head was still so big.
Go away. What are you looking at?
Lu Yichuan shouted very sensitively. It's the same small building. It's still the same old man. When Zhu Xiaobao came in, he shouted carelessly.
Old man. I'm here again. I brought back more than 200 wooden puppets that fell apart. Please help me repair them. One time.
But when Zhu Xiaobao entered the room, he found that the person sitting in the center was not Lu Miaoxin, but a person he was very familiar with and missed very much. Sister Yu. Next to Sister Yu is the four immortals Jun Yan Yu, who is serving on her side.
Sister Yu. Ah. Sister Yu. Is it really you? Now that I have seen you. I miss you so much.
Zhu Xiaobao showed his true feelings this time, and started to rush over from afar.
Got it. Yeah. Come on. Please sit down opposite me. I'm injured now.
Unexpectedly, Sister Yu looked at him and smiled lightly, her eyes full of surprise. Then with a hand, Zhu Xiaobao can no longer lean in.
I don't want to sit across from you. Just let me sit next to you.
Zhu Xiaobao said reluctantly. The four immortals who were waiting on the side were secretly stunned. What kind of relationship is this? I didn't expect the two of them to be so familiar. Moreover, his master is no longer as serious as before and is very indulgent to these little treasures.
Well, let me see. The second part of Middle Wonderland has not disappointed me yet. Thanks to you this time, we found the mole. If you didn't have big things to do, I really hope you can replace Yanjing and be my three immortals.
Immortals, Xia said with emotion.
Sister, this is for you.
Zhu Xiaobao took out an exquisite jade box, which contained the
attribute pill,
refined from the pill recipe that Sister Yu had left for him. And it could also be used 7 times.
Tattooed? What? Attribute pill.
Chapter 1673, the Big 3B.
Well, it seems like the right choice is to hand you this elixir recipe.
Sister Yu opened the jade box and looked at it, and couldn't help but sigh. When this single prescription was given to Zhu Xiaobao, many disciples were opposed to it. But now it seems that only Zhu Xiaobao has succeeded in refining it, and can also refine the attribute pills into elixir patterns.
Hee hee. Of course. Just like you helped me in the first place, allowing me to hide in a different cave to practice and upgrade. Only then can I get what I have today. It also completes a sister-sister relationship between us.
Zhu Xiaobao said with gratitude. Said,
Humph. How old are you and how old am I? Are you still brother and sister?
Sister Yu couldn't help but scolded with a smile. Even the four immortals on one side were dumbfounded. If they want to take care of siblings, then don't they have to call Zhu Xiaobao uncle? The four immortals were suddenly so depressed that cold sweat broke out on their heads.
Ha ha. Don't worry. He is just sweet-tongued and calls everyone sister when he meets him. Well, since Xiaobao is already here, go and invite Master Lucien.
Sister Yu also noticed. The fourth immortal lord couldn't help but smile due to his embarrassment. Yes, Master.
After the four immortals went out, Zhu Xiaobao asked,
Sister Yu, why are you here? Why don't you let me know? I thought you were really in seclusion. Alas, I'm here because my second disciple Yin Yu was injured. So I came to ask Master Lu for help to see if I could refine a return to truth pill to restore her injuries as soon as possible.
Sister, you heard this. He immediately frowned and said,
Second immortal lord Yan Yu? Isn't she already a cultivator in the immortal realm? Will she still be injured? Could it be that the immortal realm took action?
Or Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. 8 disciples under the command of Zixia Immortal Lord. That is, among the 8 immortal lords, only the great immortal lord Yanong and the second immortal lord Yin Yu are in the upper immortal realm. I didn't expect that they would be injured by others. This is very surprising.
What's so surprising? The second true lord of the Northwest Territory, Switch Yoping, teamed up with a man in gray to definitely be able to injure Yen Yu. If I hadn't arrived in time, Yen Yu would have been killed by them. It's extremely possible.
Sister Yu said angrily immediately.
Oh, this is Switch Yoping again. She has been very active in recent years. Right. She and Gong Yem Miao have gotten together again. And now Gong Yem Miao's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. I think she has something to do with that mysterious dragon Immortal Island. It's very relevant.
Zhu Xiaobao took out the half of the dragon claw hook again and handed it to Sister Yu.
Yeah. Yes. I just found out. I didn't expect that the mysterious man in gray who has been doing evil frequently recently is actually Gong Yemyu. This guy is indeed a bit extraordinary. The last time I made a move, he actually ran away. And this guy's cultivation is improving faster than you. This is what I'm most worried about.
Sister Yu nodded and said worriedly. At this time, Lu Miaoxin also arrived, and the four immortals retreated knowingly. Now that the three giants are meeting, she, the acne-prone apprentice, stands aside to listen. It can be imagined how important Zhu Xiaobao's status is now. Unknowingly, he is already an important person qualified to know the deepest secrets. Zhu Xiaobao took the lead and told in detail what he had discovered on Lancian Island, and then told what happened in Hongxing Town a few days ago. Special emphasis was placed on the similarity between that aroma and the dark demonic aura, and the reason why those casual cultivators are trying their best to enter the Black Devil's energy to practice. Zixia Immortal Lord and Lu Miaoxin looked at each other, and then said,
Xiaobao, the reason why I called you here is because there are a few things I want to explain to you, especially about this Dragon Immortal Island. We have to hurry up and find out. I guess it's difficult. I'm no match for that monster on the island. And in the Black Devil's energy, my consciousness and cultivation will be suppressed.
Zhu Xiaobao said in a very embarrassed tone.
Ha. I'm not saying that I want you to rush to Dragon Immortal Island right away, but I'm telling you to upgrade your cultivation to the upper immortal realm as soon as possible, and then find out about this mysterious Dragon Immortal Island as soon as possible. We suspect this the monster is probably evolved from the Black Dragon that was Penglai Immortal's mount back then. It's just that it hasn't evolved completely yet, and is still subject to certain restrictions. Yes. It just can't get out of the range of the Black Devil's energy. So once I escape from the Black Devil's energy, it has to give up chasing me.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded quickly and said,
Well, this is the reason why there is no big chaos yet. But it is also the reason why the chaos this time is very complicated. Not only is Penglai Immortal Lord missing, but Qing Immortal Lord is also missing. So that Zuoqiu Pink Eye is acting more and more wantonly. No one can restrain her.
Zixia Xinzuan said angrily.
Why did she attack Immortal Lord Yanyu? Knowing that doing so would offend an immortal?
Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously.
Because of this Bao. The real Xiong Bao. One of the three great divine bows. If I guess correctly, you should have a god-destroying Bao there. Right.
Unexpectedly, Lu Miaoxin interrupted at this time, and said, Then he took out a Bao. It is equally simple and heavy, but shorter than the god-destroying Bao. It seems to be more suitable for women to use. Two divine bows were gathered together at once. This scene was quite shocking. Zhu Xiaobao also took out the god-destroying Bao. And then he suddenly realized and shouted,
Did Gong Yemyu and Zui Qiuping gather together for the so-called three bows mentioned by Lao Lu? Well, yes. It seems that they also want to collect the three divine bows.
Immortal Zixia nodded and said, holding his own divine Bao in his hand, and said a little reluctantly. At this time, Lu Miaoxin didn't waste any time and took out a high imitation sky-shattering Bao. Three bows can actually be combined into one Bao. The one in the middle is the Xiong Bao, and the two ends are the god-destroying Bao and the shocking sky Bao. However, the direction of the Xiong Bao at this time is exactly opposite to the other two bows.
Ha! Do you understand? When these three bows are separated, they may still have some deterrent effect on the general immortal realm, but they are basically useless against the immortal realm, let alone deal with that black dragon. Only restoring it to its original state is the real divine Bao, and it must also create a real soul-eating arrow,
Lu Miaoxin said with a smile.
That's it. Then let's keep these two bows with you for now. This will save me from being plotted by others all day long.
Zhu Xiaobao said with sudden realization. Simply hand over the god-destroying Bao to Lu Miaoxin. It is safest to place him here. Although Lu Miaoxin is very low-key, his real cultivation level is half-step to the immortal realm. And in a place with many institutions like the Lu family, it is undoubtedly the most reliable place to put him here. Land.
He. Xiaobao is lazy. So that's fine. Then I'll take care of it for you. But there is one thing that you must do before it's done,
Lu Miaoxin said with an easygoing smile. He has no greed. Nian. So he is very easygoing and open-minded. And he is also the person Yujia trusts the most. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have been stationed in the Northwest Fairyland for a long time.
Are you talking about refining the returning pill?
Zhu Xiaobao was also very smart, and immediately thought of Lu Miaoxin's next request, because he is the only one who has refined the 9-line returning pill, judging from the injury of second immortal Lord Yanyu this time. It is necessary to use the 8th line returning pill or above.
That's right. If you want to make a pill, I can still do it. But if you want to refine the 8 patterns, it will be very difficult for me. I don't have such a strong sense of consciousness as you.
Lu Miaoxin also spread her hands and said,
No problem. And I also have the materials ready here,
Zhu Xiaobao said with great enthusiasm.
Well, then I'll thank you.
Sister Yu nodded with satisfaction. Just do what they said. And the 3 of them immediately entered Yu Jia's special cave. Although the time here is not as exaggerated as that at the time stone. It is enough to refine a return to truth pill. Anyway, it is not in a hurry for a day and a half. Being able to let Lu Miaoxin come and go, it will show the close relationship between Sister Yu and the Lu family. After watching Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy process, Lu Miaoxin had an intuition in her heart. I'm afraid that after the 3 bows are gathered together, the real soul-eating arrow will have to be forged by Zhu Xiaobao. At least we can participate together. It's because Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness cultivation is so strong. No one can match it. What surprised Sister Yu and Lu Miaoxin was that not only was Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness super strong, but his physique and internal strength had also been greatly expanded and strengthened over the years, far exceeding the average in the middle immortal realm. This was very surprising.
To tell you the truth, in addition to the attribute pill, I also got 2 other pill recipes, the immortal bone pill and the introverted pill,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Then why don't you hand it over quickly? Do you still want to hide it from me?
Sister Yu snorted very coquettishly.
Oh no! I want to hand over the completed elixir directly to you. These 2 elixirs are more difficult to refine than the Guasian elixir.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and laughed.
Yes. No wonder Tianjizi doesn't want to admit that he is a closed disciple. It turns out that he has far surpassed Tianjizi. He is really a formidable young man.
Lu Miaoxin smiled and said with emotion.
That's pretty much it.
After coming out of Bio Cave, 6 cold dishes should be placed on the table. Lu Yizong and Lu Yichuan took turns serving the freshly cooked dishes and fine wine. Not yet. He looked towards Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao ignored them and ate happily with Sister Yu and Lu Miaoxin. He especially praised the aged wine that Zhu Xiaobao brought out. After 3 rounds of drinking, the next things to talk about are not so good things. Just now there were some good things, but there were also very bad things. Chapter 1670 for the Big 3C. When it comes to troubles, they are far less important than refining pills and feasting. These are all very worrying matters. First of all, there are 2 opinions about the life and death of Penglai Immortal. Even Zixia Immortal and Lu Miaoxin have different opinions. Zixia Immortal, who has a straightforward personality, thinks that Penglai Immortal is dead, but he just doesn't want people to know. So he found a cave to seal himself up permanently. This is what almost all immortals do before their death. Disappear on your own. Find a hidden place to seal yourself and sit down. That's why thousands of years later, the cave of the ancient immortal was discovered, and countless cultivators fought over the relics in the cave. Every time it was a big fuss, and the greater the fame, the more earth-shattering it became. Lu Miaoxin, on the other hand, does not think that Penglai Immortal Lord is fallen. He thinks that Penglai Immortal Lord is too cunning and can never die so easily. The most likely possibility is that he had a conflict with the Black Dragon and hid after being defeated. After saying this, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered the little monk and quickly explained the matter to the 2 great gods in detail. And that old turtle. Even his time stone was not hidden from the 2 of them. And they all told the truth. As soon as they heard about the time stone, Fairy Zixia and Lu Miaoxin immediately became energetic and asked to go and have a look inside.
Sure enough. This is Penglai Immortal's secret cave back then. I didn't expect you to get it. It seems that you are really a lucky person.
Immortal Zixia said with emotion as soon as he came in. Back when there was no conflict between the 3 immortals, they had a friendship and even invited each other to come to Jiedong Mansion to meditate and practice together. However, as the cultivation level became stronger and stronger, the cultivation resources became more and more scarce. In the end, they all came up with the idea of monopolizing the resources, which led to a war between the 3 parties. Lu Miaoxin, on the other hand, saw the medicinal herbs and materials collected by Zhu Xiaobao in half a small world, and she suddenly became a little dull. No wonder this guy has no shortage of medicinal materials now. This has formed a virtuous cycle. As long as they are not picked all at once, enough medicinal materials can be continuously provided. After coming out of the time stone, The three people basically agreed that the young monk should be Penglai Immortal Lord. But his body was probably destroyed. Or his body could not be restored. So he took up residence in the old turtle's body. Just because the old turtle has an unparalleled longevity. Therefore, Immortal Zixia and Lu Miaoxin are even more worried. Will Immortal Penglai have his mind set on Zhu Xiaobao? Sister Yu now really regards Zhu Xiaobao as her own brother. And she is afraid that he will be plotted.
No! Because you have also seen that I have spiritual knowledge that surpasses everyone else. In addition, this sword recognizes its owner on its own. Not only does it become spiritual, it will also automatically protect its owner at critical moments.
On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao he comforted Sister Yu very carefully. Next is another, and the most difficult question. That is, the relationship between Longxian Island, Pirate Alliance, and Qiyang Sect. And what are their plans? This is also where Zixia Immortal is most confused. And what everyone is watching. Let's put it this way. The biggest variable now comes from the huge Thousand Island Sea area. After all, its area is several times larger than the area of the three immortal territories combined. The number of people is also the largest. In fact, there are many places that Zhu Xiaobao has never touched at all.
Yes. Now it seems that the pirates in the Pirate Alliance have received considerable benefits.
So they are trying to protect Longxian Island at all costs. And are vying to be stationed near Longxian Island to practice. This is undoubtedly a huge threat to us casual cultivators on land. Not to mention anything else. Even my Northwest Immortal Territory has changed drastically. Some people are actually starting to oppose the matrilineal continuation method. And many people are starting to move home. The world is really in decline.
Zixia Immortal Lord snorted very dissatisfied.
Hey! In fact, it is not that the world is declining, but that it is not suitable for people's development and survival. In fact, there is no need to barely maintain it. The suitable one is the best. The right way is the survival of the fittest. And the wise are respected.
Zhu Xiaobao persuaded him tactfully. But he actually did not agree with this method of continuation.
Yes. Yes. That's what the old man said too.
This was also agreed by Lu Miaoxin.
Humph. I understand. These are not rules set by me, but by my ancestors a few generations above. I'm just carrying them forward.
Sister Yu snorted, looking a little impatient. The last thing is about the missing female cultivators, which also include the two disciples of Zixia Immortal Lord, Yanrua and Yanqi, not counting the third disciple Yanjing. She is a traitor to the master and should be punished by having her soul destroyed. But Sister Yu took action a few days ago. But she finally softened her heart and let Yanjing go.
I don't care. I'll leave this matter to you. Yanrua and Yanqi are so good to you. They even gave you the fairy vine essence they carry with you. Can you make sense if you don't go find them for me?
This was the point where Zixia Xinzuan had no clue. So he simply relied on Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh. I finally understand why you are all urging me to advance as soon as possible. I regret it now. I found that I was happiest when I was in the divine transformation realm and the fusion realm. The more my cultivation level improved, the more pressure I felt Shanda. I'm almost alone now. There's no fun anymore. What's even worse is that there are always people who want my life at any time.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed helplessly. This was also his advancement, the greatest feeling since entering the fairyland.
Ha ha. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are the chosen one,
Lu Miaoxin said with a smile.
Well, Xiaobao, you must hold on. You will get better after this most difficult stage.
Sister Yu also said heartbrokenly.
Then at least give me a direction. Now I already feel that I have no way to start. And I feel very passive.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted while kicking his feet.
Well, you still have to go to the eastern region. Many things originate from the eastern region. And that Qizheng is not simple either. Among the disciples of his generation, he can be said to be the one with the highest cultivation talent, although he appears to be his half-step to the immortal realm. But I guess he can advance to it at any time. It's just a matter of imagination.
Sister Yu said with envy. Among all the disciples of the immortal lord, only Qizheng was able to cultivate easily by relying on his talent. Most of the others were talented and practiced hard. Among them, Fu Ji and Chu Xiong, whose achievements were second only to Qizheng, were both hard cultivators. Although his cultivation qualifications are not bad, they pale in comparison to Qizheng.
Yes. Yes. And Qizheng's calmness is also very confusing. In fact, his every move can largely determine the development of the situation. But he just didn't react at all. And he was just giving advice to everyone all day long. We set up a forum to give lectures, teach, and exchange cultivation experiences. We never tire of it.
Lu Miaoxin also said very cooperatively.
Okay. Then I understand. Let me go and listen to what he is talking about.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It seems that this third trip to the eastern region is inevitable. At this moment, waves of low roars came from the east. This was the sound of thunder and lightning during the tribulation. And it's the highest level 9-color divine thunder. The three of them looked from the window in the direction of the eastern region. Judging from the 9-color divine thunder this time, it seemed that Qi Zheng had officially entered the thunder tribulation of the immortal realm. No wonder the northwest fairyland, which is tens of thousands of miles apart,
can also feel it.
Well, it should be the 72 9-color divine thunder. Did Qi Zheng also sense something? Choose to advance at this time?
Zixia Immortal Lord lowered his head to listen, and then said in a low voice, even though he is a newly advanced immortal realm, Qi Zheng must not treat him as a newcomer. At the same time, Fu Ji, the eldest disciple of Qi Immortal Lord, who was cultivating in his cave, suddenly raised his head and murmured unwillingly,
Qi Zheng, you have really advanced to the Immortal Lord realm. Wait a minute. Come on. Give me another 100 years. I won't lose to you.
In a cave on the southeast side of the Chu family villa in the Penglai Immortal Domain, Chu Xiong also raised his head in surprise, and then snorted angrily.
Qi Zheng, don't be proud. Sooner or later, I will advance to the Immortal Realm. Master, this is really unfair. Why can he advance to the Immortal Realm easily?
At the same time, a dark-looking weirdo from Longxian Island also looked toward the northeast with vigilance.
Jia. Could it be that they finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take action? Well, I couldn't help it either. It's happened. After thousands of years, it still hasn't been able to complete the final evolution. So it seems that we have no choice but to use the blood sacrifice method.
What is even more unexpected is that on the top of Wuan Mountain, the howling cold wind and flying snow do not affect the existence of an old turtle at all. It stretched out its long neck and said with some confusion,
how come it advanced so quickly? 200 years earlier than the time I set? Qi Zheng, what do you want to do? Do you really want to be independent?
After the tribulation was completed, Zhu Xiaobao and the other three sat down again with deep thoughts. Lu Miaoxin still said with a smile,
this may not be a bad thing. After all, Qi Zheng is not from the Thousand Island Sea. He shouldn't be in cahoots with Longxian Island. Well, I'd better rush to the eastern region as soon as possible. Why do I feel that time is getting more and more urgent?
Zhu Xiaobao put down his wine glass and prepared to go back to rest, because instead of relaxing, he felt that the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. The next day, when I opened the door, I saw Lu Yisong and Lu Yichuan blocking the door. Chapter 1675 Two States of Mind. Zhu Xiaobao, who originally planned to leave today, looked at Lu Yisong and Lu Yichuan in a daze. Then I remembered that I had been here for several days, but I still hadn't had a good gathering with them to eat, drink and have fun. He was about to leave quietly, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He smiled and said,
just right. I plan to go find you. Humph. Don't lie to us. If we didn't wait here, you would have slipped away quietly.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's lie was exposed by Lu Yichuan right away.
Yes. Brother, you are a bit unkind this time. We have been waiting for you for several days. My sister still has a lot to say to you.
Lu Yisong also said dissatisfiedly.
Hey! I've been busy. It's not like you haven't seen it. I've been being taught by the two ancestors. I don't have time.
Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly said with a smile.
Don't lie. If the ancestor hadn't reminded us specifically, we wouldn't have known you were planning to leave. Humph. The so-called Big Three would look down on us. If the ancestor hadn't reminded us quietly, we would have I can't see you anymore.
Lu Yichuan snorted in dissatisfaction.
Ah? This old man is so cunning. If he steps forward, he will stumble me with his back. I am not ready to leave until I listen to his advice.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in anger. It turned out that Lu Miaoxin also saw the pressure Zhu Xiaobao was under. So he went back to summon his two disciples, and asked them to keep Zhu Xiaobao for a few more days to relieve his nervousness and anxiety. Although the situation is very serious, Zhu Xiaobao must keep a normal mind and leave calmly. How could Zhu Xiaobao know the intentions of Sister Yu and Lu Miaoxin? He just felt very sorry. Just stay for a few days to see the effect of Erjin Yu and Yin Yu after taking the Guizhen Dan. Moreover, He also secretly left the immortal bone pill and restraint pill to Sister Yu, which can be regarded as a few gifts to Sister Yu before he left. Since he decided to stay a few more days, Zhu Xiaobao simply relaxed and began to relax. Following Lu Yizong around the entire Lu family manor, I saw that the Lu family's manor is full of newly built smooth roads, and there are people riding bicycles everywhere. Some servants are also busy working on bicycles, because people who ride bicycles are more efficient than those who don't ride bicycles. It's more than doubled. Zhu Xiaobao also suppressed his cultivation and walked around the Lu family manor as before. Only then did he realize that great changes had taken place in the Lu family manor, and what remained unchanged was the sight of the servants and maids. Zhu Xiaobao was still very enthusiastic. Now there are public toilets and dedicated bathing places where they live. This is a huge change for these servants. So everyone is very grateful to Zhu Xiaobao. Lu Yichuan wanted to find Zhu Xiaobao because she had a lot of design drawings in her hand and wanted to ask Zhu Xiaobao for advice. Ever since the last time Zhu Xiaobao came to stop vomiting, she has been obsessed with it and has been thinking about designing something very practical all day long. It's just that she has no practical experience in life and can never think of anything very practical. It belongs to the stage of working behind closed doors.
This thing is not applicable. Who wants to bring a wooden person who can't communicate? It's better to bring a personal maid. It can enhance the relationship in a few years, and the cost is low. Except for sleeping and eating. There is no expense. This is even less practical. There are 2
triels
and so many materials. To build a mecha chariot, there will only be 4 or 5 shooters on it at most. And someone must control these 2
wooden puppets.
It is better to get a real carriage, which is more lethal than this one. You can try this. That is, you change this square fan into a long strip, and then process it into a certain angle. It only takes a high-grade spiritual stone to spin it.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at each piece one by one. Most of them were denied by him, and only a few were approved by him. Among them was the automatic fan, wooden puppet, designed by Lu Yichuan. Because it was midsummer, she wanted to have a wooden puppet that could fan herself constantly. After some improvements by Zhu Xiaobao, an automatic ceiling fan was finally installed in Lu Yichuan's boudoir, and the cool breeze immediately came. When not in use, just take off the spiritual stone. Totally acceptable cost. This caused a stir in the Lu family manor. Being able to enjoy waves of breeze at home is so rare in the midsummer. Even the next day, a ceiling fan was installed in Lu Miaoxin's room. The old man was also a little depressed. This guy is really smart, and he brought huge changes to his manor casually. During this period, more than 200 wooden puppets were also repaired by Lu Yizong, excluding some costs. The cost was not too high. However, it also brought great inspiration to the Lu family. It does not have to be designed to be willful, as long as it can play a role. Moreover, the appearance is easier to distinguish in this way, and some even don't need to depict facial expressions. She stayed for 10 days in a row, during which she also met Urshian Junyanyu. She came here specially to thank Zhu Xiaobao. Her injuries had begun to recover quickly, and it was precisely because of taking Zhu Xiaobao's Guasian, Dan was completely cured. For 10 days in a row, Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be having a lot of fun. And Lu Yichuan even came to Zhu Xiaobao early in the morning to wait for him. And they were inseparable every day, because there are so many attractive things about Zhu Xiaobao. She is in a state of extreme excitement every day.
Oh, are you ready with the filaments I asked you to prepare?
Zhu Xiaobao took Lu Yichuan to a rockery behind the manor, which was the least visited place. Zhu Xiaobao wants to give Lu Yichuan something new.
Ready! Is it long enough? Is it thin enough?
Lu Yichuan asked happily. These days may be the happiest days in her life.
Yeah, that should be enough. Take out all your tools.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it, and then said with satisfaction. It was another drawing. And Lu Yichuan could also construct it according to the drawing. Although he didn't know what it was. The two of them had a clear division of labor, and each processed part of it. After the final and complete processing, Zhu Xiaobao wrapped the surface with soft and strong gauze, with the word pure written in big words on it. After looking at the direction of the wind, Zhu Xiaobao asked Lu Yichuan to hold the string reel and ran into the wind. Zhu Xiaobao, who was following behind, slowly let go of his hand, and the kite in his hand flew swayingly. Get up! And it continued to soar upwards. And a big word, pure, flew over the Lu family manor. Lu Yichuan was extremely excited.
What is this? Why can't it fly? This is called a kite. It can fly when facing the wind. As long as this filament is continuous, it can keep flying like this and can be pulled back by you anytime and anywhere,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Without exception, this thing caused a sensation again. The next day, Lu Yisong and Lu Yichuan came to the rockery in the backyard together, and they started flying the kite again very excitedly. But at noon, when I looked for Zhu Xiaobao again, they had disappeared. Even Ho Chi-Chi, who had been following him, disappeared. Lu Yichuan finally understood that this was Zhu Xiaobao's last gift to her, because Zhu Xiaobao was really leaving. In order not to be so sad, Zhu Xiaobao chose to leave quietly. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao brought Monkey Chi-Chi to the foot of Wanhan Mountain. Now he was worried whether Monkey Chi-Chi could withstand the cold and strong wind on the top of the mountain. He wanted to let Ho Chi-Chi go, but he didn't expect that now Ho Chi-Chi doesn't want to leave Zhu Xiaobao anymore.
I am a cultivator of the fake fairyland, so the cold and strong wind can't trouble me,
Ho Chi-Chi said confidently. Although his combat power is not strong, he also has his own advantages. His sense of smell, physical strength and eyesight are all super strong. Another characteristic is that he is good at climbing. His upper limbs are short and his lower limbs are long. He is good at climbing. Climbing Wanhan Mountain again, Zhu Xiaobao felt much more relaxed and could be said to be at ease. After all, it is the cultivation level of
Middle Immortal Realm.
Moreover, these 10 days of adjustment have restored his peace of mind. It seems that Lu Miaoxing quite understands Zhu Xiaobao's inner pressure. These 10 days have undoubtedly allowed Zhu Xiaobao to fully adjust without adding to his burden. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Monkey Chi-Chi did not drag him back, but crawled very fast, with various tools emerging one after another. Then I remembered that this guy turned out to be a tomb robber, and he had experienced all kinds of dangerous environments.
Ha ha! Old monkey, you are so good. You even brought this thing.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Ho Chi-Chi's 2 shovels, and couldn't help but laugh. Ho Chi-Chi used this thing to quickly dig a deep pit for the 2 of them to hide in at night. The deeper you go, the less cold you feel. No one goes to the mountains to collect herbs this season, because the last time the
golden cultivation flower
was born, it was only a few years ago. And now there is basically no harvest. After 2 days, we finally reached the top of the mountain. Zhu Xiaobao stood facing the wind. He didn't feel the biting cold wind at all. Instead, he was thinking about how weak he was back then. Now you are a person in the middle wonderland, coming down from Wanhan Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao deliberately changed his route. He was afraid that his whereabouts would be exposed again. It's very strange now. Wherever he goes, people will soon know. And then, there will be an endless pursuit. It seems like there are other people's eyes and ears everywhere, even bypassing the Wanhan villa. Zhu Xiaobao deliberately chose a very remote place, jumped down from it, and then the moment he landed, he threw out his super speedboat and then landed steadily on the bow of the boat. Ho Chi-Chi also landed on the stern. Then he threw away the long rope on his body. He had learned a lot along the way. Following Zhu Xiaobao was really risking his life. Chapter 1676. A group of female cultivators. A. This is probably the shortest route from Wanhan Mountain to the eastern region. After driving for less than a day, you should be able to see the other shore. But it is also the most difficult route because you are sailing through ice along the way. Both wooden puppets had their spiritual stones replaced twice. Moreover, there are various scratches and bruises all around the clippers, all left when breaking the ice. There was still only white snow ahead. But Zhu Xiaobao and Ho Chi-Chi had already landed and put away the clipper. The 2 of them quickly walked south. Although it is much warmer than the top of Wanhan Mountain, it is also snow-capped and inaccessible. So while it's still dark, let's drive a little longer. This area should be the northwestmost point of the Eastern Territory. I didn't see a single person along the way, but I accidentally saw a few passive and extremely hard corpses. They were not rotten, and their facial expressions were still very clear. Zhu Xiaobao disliked the storage bags on these people and dismissed them. But Monkey Chi-Chi doesn't care about this and takes everything as ordered. He wasn't even afraid of skeletons from tomb robbers. So why would he be afraid of these dead people? So his storage bag was immediately full. It's just that these things are very ordinary things and have not attracted Zhu Xiaobao's attention. After walking for another 3 days, we have gradually begun to see some green. The temperature is gradually warming up, and the snow under our feet is becoming muddy, which means that we are almost out of this cold area.
Sir, I saw it marked on the map. If you go 1,000 miles further, You can almost see the first town. We can find a place to rest well for a few days.
Ho Chi-Chi pointed at the map, said very excitedly.
Another 1,000 miles? It seems that it is not cost-effective to land from there. It took almost 10 days.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed in a depressed voice. These 10 days have been too lonely. In the ice and snow. Just the two of them. Even if it's a rival. That's fine.
But this is very safe.
Ho Chi-Chi was very happy, and picked up a lot of good things along the way. Since there are few people on this section of the road, Monkey Chi-Chi did not let Monkey Chi-Chi explore the way ahead. Because this kind of environment is not suitable for people to live at all. And there is no danger. It was so boring that all the little treasures wanted to stop here. Enter the time stone. Enjoy it for a few days. And then continue on their way. But in order to save time, he resisted this idea. In another 500 miles, we can reach the next town. And further down is the Hongyang town, of the Wei family and the Rong family. This means that the entire western side of the Eastern Territory has been visited by Zhu Xiaobao. The next town is Baihu Town, which is also the westernmost town in the eastern region. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to pass through Baihu Town and then go directly to the hinterland of Eastern Territory. He doesn't want to go to Hongyang Town again. The scheming of these two women, Wei Ziki and Rong Yu, is too terrible. He doesn't like these two women very much. So after taking away the four immortals, he doesn't want to be with them anymore. What's the matter? As for the red-haired woman, he has found support anyway. So he is relieved. I was just about to sit down and have a good meal with Ho Chi-Chi and then go on my way. Unexpectedly, Monkey Chi-Chi was actually very alert. He shook his head and ran out. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little confused. Could there be something going on ahead? But I didn't feel it at all. Seeing that there was not even a tree around, Zhu Xiaobao first explored the terrain. If it didn't work, he would need to use the earth skeleton. First they found a big raised rock. And then Zhu Xiaobao flew up to the top of the big rock. There is still old snow on it, which has not melted yet. Not long after, Ho Chi-Chi came back and brought back some shocking news. There were hundreds of old, young, women, and children in front of them. There were basically no men except for some children. Behind them, they were being chased by a group of casual cultivators. So the sound of crying and fighting reached Ho Chi-Chi's ears.
Huh? How come I didn't feel it? Did my consciousness weaken after passing the Wan Mountain?
Zhu Xiaobao was very puzzled. This was obviously giving Monkey Chi-Chi a face.
No. No. Master Bao. You'd better hide. The casual cultivators behind you are very much like the pirates you mentioned. They are surrounded by
black devil energy.
So your consciousness has been weakened by half. But my hearing is not affected in any way,
Ho Chi-Chi said frankly. How did he know that Zhu Xiaobao was depressed about this?
What? What? Did you meet these casual cultivators when you first came here? Has my whereabouts been leaked again? Come up.
Let's see what's going on first. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked. He hadn't even reached the first town. And he was already stuck here?
It's not like that. They seem to be chasing the people in front of them. And their cultivation levels are not very high. And the people in front of them have even lower cultivation levels.
Including many mortals,
Ho Chi-Chi said carefully.
Oh, that's good. Let's ignore them for now. We'll save ourselves trouble. It's probably dog eating dog. No one is good,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a sigh of relief. Ever since he rescued Wei Ziki and Rong Yu, I feel disgusted with these women who pretend to be pitiful. They are all too good at acting to win sympathy. Once you gain the upper hand, you will be even more ferocious than your opponent.
Ah? Sir, do we not care?
Ho Chi-Chi asked, a little surprised.
Humph. No matter what. I don't know who is the good guy and who is the bad guy. There is no good guy these days.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted in annoyance. When Monkey Chi-Chi also climbed onto the boulder, Zhu Xiaobao escaped from the telescope. Looking carefully, he saw a large number of people running in front of him, most of whom were dressed in white. A few hundred steps behind them was a group of more than 30 casual cultivators. But they were chasing after them unscrupulously. And they were all riding horses, as if they were chasing for fun, shouting,
very happy.
There were also 2 carriages among the people in white in front. But they were already very full. There were more than 20 female guards on both sides. And the rest were some mortals and some servants. They all followed the 2 carriages in panic. It can be seen from the ruts of the carriages that there are already a lot of people in these 2 carriages. The ruts are very deep. The 2 horses pulling the carriages are already panting from exhaustion. Even the two carriages are driven by two horses. A woman in white. But what Lord Xiaobao didn't expect was that the two carriages suddenly changed direction and ran towards his huge rock. What the hell? Don't come over here. Zhu Xiaobao was extremely angry and shouted in his heart. As a last resort, he had no choice but to dive down and blend his body into the boulder. But Ho Chi-Chi did it even more simply, lying on the spot and disappearing. The two carriages ran to the edge of the boulder and stopped. And then more than 20 people got out of the carriage. It was just cleared. The second life female guard next to her also picked up weapons and guarded these people with all her heart. But their cultivation level is too low. Many of them only have the cultivation level of initial realm. And the highest one is the leader of the guard, which can be regarded as the cultivation level of God transformation realm. And he was still injured. After waiting for a while, the group of casual cultivators behind also caught up. The leader was a big man in the true martial realm. He jumped off the horse and laughed loudly. Don't run anymore? Run again? This chase is very interesting. The men who followed him also jumped off their horses. This was their most comfortable moment. There was no risk at all. And they were just waiting to see the exciting plot of robbery in public and violence in public. And you might even get a piece of the pie. In addition, they can also get some unexpected spiritual stones and property. Which is why they are willing to follow. I have 2 storage bags here. All for you. Let us go. Okay. At this time, a lady stood up from the crowd. And she straightened her back and said with some grace, she has the highest status among these people. So she can only stand up. Everyone is looking at her. Ha ha ha. Madam Bai. Stop dreaming. I was ordered to take you back. You asked me to let you go? Ha ha ha. Then I won't be able to do my job? Besides, don't seek death. Kill me. I'm going to take your body back too. You give me face. And I'll give you face too. If you seek death, I'll hang your naked body on the roof of the carriage and take it back. The leading man knew the woman's heart very well. The lady's escape route was cut off when she came up. You are despicable. Mrs. Bai's expression suddenly changed. She had reached the end of her life and death. But now the other party wouldn't even let her die. This was very painful. If she goes back, of course, she knows what the tragic consequences will be. Ha ha! There is no other way. Our boss said that we must chase you back. Besides, you don't want to go back and see how Mayor Bai is doing now? Is he still alive? The leading man said proudly. I have already received 2 storage bags. And I am thinking about how to get some spiritual stones or treasures first. It is a rule of the Immortal Lord. It is not allowed to hurt mortals. You ask them to get out of the way. My mortal subordinates and servants. Let them go first. I will go back with you. Mrs. Bai is also a cultivator of the God transformation realm. But her Shin transformation realm was achieved by pampering herself, taking pills, and practicing for a long time. No fighting power at all. It's all just to prolong your life and increase your young life. Hee. Of course you can. We also know the rules. Come and drive away those mortals and children. Let them go wherever they go. Anyone who walks slowly will be shot by me after a stick of incense. Come on. The big man rolled his eyes and shouted loudly. Yes. Get out of here. You're lucky. You can still save your life and go back. The casual cultivators under his command immediately understood what the big man meant and actively began to disperse these mortal subordinates. Even a few mortal female guards were driven away. There are only 50 or 60 people left. Chapter 1677. A group of female cultivators. B. Seeing those mortals running away, this group of casual cultivators also began to surround them. In fact, the burly man at the head was dressed differently, and the clothes of the others were relatively uniform. Following the burly man at the head was a man who looked like a poetic butler, with triangular eyes and a mustache, looking at Mrs. Bai with evil intentions. These women around me. Butler lie. I didn't expect that your Wang family would invite pirates to help you. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by the immortal envoys? Madam Bai actually knew this butler and scolded her angrily. Ha ha. Madam Bai, you are thinking too much. The immortal lord is now in retreat. And the new immortal lord can't take care of such a remote town. Right? Your Bai family has controlled Baihu town for so many years. It's our turn. Are you in the Wang family? Butler Lai wiped his mustache and said with a proud smile. Humph. Li Ling is so stupid. Don't forget what it means to lure a wolf into the house. Mrs. Bai snorted angrily.
Luring the wolf into the house? That's good. Not only is it luring the wolf into the house, but I, the housekeeper, also want a share of the pie. I'm afraid the women of the Bai family, who will be alive in the future, will only be the result of serving these wolves. Ha ha ha.
Butler Lai, he shouted exaggeratedly, which immediately caused a burst of cheerful laughter from the subordinates behind him. Everyone's eyes are shining. What do they want to do? As soon as he saw the look in his eyes, the big man at the head understood it, and immediately laughed.
I am only ordered to take this woman back. As for the rest, what you want to do, that is your business. I won't interfere.
The big man, who was a pirate, certainly understood what they were thinking, but made his attitude very clear. He is just a gangster in the pirate gang. Now that he can lead a group of people, of course, he wants to fully enjoy the feeling of being the leader this time. And he was also looking around to see if there was a female nun he liked.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sher. Come here. Get all these women and put them in shackles. Hee hee. Empty the 2 carriages for me. On the way back, these 2 carriages are enjoying the tenderness home.
Butler Lai gave the order, and immediately the 2 sides began to fight fiercely, followed by the screams of the female guards and some maids. How could they be these fierce elites of the Wang family? Where is the opponent?
Ha ha. This female guard leader is not bad. I want this.
The leader, Mr. Sher, restrained the Bai family's guard leader, a taller and stronger female cultivator, with just a few moves, but her beauty was only
combined realm.
So he is no match for Master Sher. At this time, the attention of Zhu Xiaobao, who had merged into the boulder, was fixed on this big man named Sher, because he was wearing a cloak behind him. It was this cloak that gave him the power in the Black Devil's energy, that kind of blessing ability. Others do not have such cloaks, and it can be heard from their conversations that only this man named Sher was sent by the Pirate Alliance, while the others came from another big family in White Lake Town. Seems to want to use this group of pirates to achieve the purpose of controlling
White Lake Town. Master Bao, are you really not going to take action? Are you just looking at these pirates being so rampant?
Ho Chi-Chi is lying on the boulder and is communicating with Zhu Xiaobao. After all, Ho Chi-Chi is also a
fake fairyland
cultivation level,
so he still has this ability and will not be noticed by others.
Take action? Why should I take action? Isn't it just a matter of 2 families fighting for territory and women? I've seen it too many times, and they are not good things. Hey, by the way, Ho Chi-Chi, here is your cultivation. You are the best. You can take action. Any benefits will be yours.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't bother to take action at all. But suddenly, he remembered that Monkey Chi-Chi was also in the fake fairyland. He can act bravely for justice.
That's right. I can take action. It's been so many years, but I've never been a hero on my own.
Ho Chi-Chi slapped his forehead. Right. His fake fairyland cultivation level can be regarded as the best in this. The highest. I can absolutely crush these people. Besides, if he doesn't take action, this group of people will stage a violent show here. Ho Chi-Chi practices child skills, and it's okay to be destroyed. So what can he do?
Hey! Who is this person? How dare you run wild on my territory? Don't even look at where this place is. Get out of here.
Thinking of this, Ho Chi-Chi suddenly jumped out and shouted loudly.
Ah? Senior? Why are you here?
When Sher Daong saw Ho Chi-Chi's cultivation, he was immediately startled and stammered. Degree after all, he is only at the
true martial realm.
Even if Monkey Chi-Chi looks shabby, he still has the cultivation level of fake fairyland.
Uh-huh. Ho Chi-Chi, it's you? Why are you pretending to be a good person? You used to be accomplices everywhere. Besides, don't be afraid. Everyone, this man's fighting ability is just a decoration. He is completely vulnerable and is just to scare people.
Unexpectedly, this housekeeper Lai also knew Ho Chi-Chi quite well, and he immediately exposed Ho Chi-Chi with full confidence. It really makes Ho Chi-Chi's old face red and dressed in white.
You are looking for death.
Ho Chi-Chi became angry and rushed towards Butler Lai, swung his tomb robbing shovel and started fighting. But as Butler Lai said, the combat effectiveness in the later stage is really terrible. Butler Lai, who united 2 servants in the fusion realm, has already tied with Monkey Chi-Chi, and Monkey Chi-Chi is still everywhere, running around. His fighting style has always been like this, focusing on escaping.
Ah? Ha 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 ha. Is there such a thing? It's really eye-opening. I thought I really met a senior master.
Shi Daong also laughed when he saw it. This was also the most powerful battle he had ever seen. There is no weak, fake fairyland. Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. Looking back on the journey, Ho Chi-Chi seemed to have never fought against anyone. He didn't expect that this guy was even weaker than Imo Dayo in combat power. Isn't this a burden?
Hee. Madam Bai. It seems that we should make out first. If you know the difference, I can save some face for you. Let's go inside the carriage. If you don't know the difference, then we can only do it in broad daylight. Can you choose for yourself?
Shi Daong said with a very evil smile. His condition seemed to be an alternative, but it was very despicable. He was forcing Mrs. Bai to submit.
Don't come over. Please, don't come over. Senior, please come and save us.
Madam Bai backed away in horror, waving her hands desperately. When she saw such a rude and vulgar man like Shi Daong, she felt a wave of panic. She was dizzy. She had experienced this kind of recklessness before.
Humph. It seems like you are ignorant? Then don't blame me for being rude. I just want to make you embarrassed in front of everyone.
Shi Daong approached step by step, rolled up his arms and sleeves excitedly, and ready to take action. Her body shook, and Mrs. Bai knew that she had no way to retreat, and the huge rock was behind her. She desperately pulled out a short knife and held it across her chest, trying to protect her innocence. Suddenly, Mrs. Bai felt her lower back being supported by a palm. Suddenly, there was a flow of heat from the palm, and her whole body was full of strength, and she was no longer so panicked.
Slap him with your left hand.
Then a voice came to her mind. Madam Bai just slapped her in the face.
Pa!
Unexpectedly, it hit Shi Daong hard on the face, and there was a crisp slap in the face, which shocked everyone around him. Mrs. Bai looked at her palms in disbelief, and they were still a little burning and numb.
Swing the knife with your right hand. Rotate your body in one circle, and then back again. Stick to this boulder.
At this time, the voice sounded again. With the experience from the previous time, Mrs. Bai followed the command of this voice completely. With an elegant wave of her hand, the short knife in her hand turned out to be a cut. I wiped a wound on Shi Daong's neck. Before the blood could gush out, Madam Bai turned around very gracefully, dodged out, and then returned to the side of the boulder equally gracefully. This time she learned the lesson and pressed her back tightly against the boulder. She knew that someone was helping her.
Who is it? Who is helping you? I didn't expect to die here, in the hands of a bitch like you.
Shi Daong had covered his neck with both hands, but he still couldn't stop the blood spurting out. He was unwilling to do so. Shouted, but he couldn't figure out what secrets there were behind Mrs. Bai.
Now that the situation has turned, why don't you order your men to launch a counterattack? The opportunity is fleeting.
The voice reminded again.
Guards, their leader is dead. Why don't you hurry up and suppress this group of gangsters?
Madam Bai quickly shouted loudly, but her own legs were trembling. If she hadn't been leaning on the boulder, she would have collapsed, falling to the ground. Such a noble lady actually killed someone today. In fact, there is no need for Madam Bai to remind her. Although the guards have average combat effectiveness, they still have some valuable eyesight. As soon as they see the situation reversed, they immediately turn from defense to offense. Originally, they had the numerical advantage, but now they have turned into an encirclement and suppression force.
Boss sure? What's wrong with you? Are you dead now? Are you too useless?
Butler Lai was also stunned. He didn't expect that Shi Daong, who had the highest level of cultivation, would die like this. You came out here just to be funny, right? At this time, Ho Chi-Chi also became energetic and said,
Wow.
With 2 shovels,
he took down the 2 helpers around Butler Lai, and then chased Butler Lai and beat him hard.
Humph. I'm weak in combat? I'll let you taste my tomb-robbing shovel to see if it's weak or not. Small door. Run quickly. Go back and deliver the message.
The old housekeeper was also stunned. He ran with his head in his hands and howled at the same time. But including Butler Lai himself, everyone felt that his feet were muddy and his movements were slow. In the blink of an eye, Ho Chi-Chi caught up with him, pinned him to the ground and beat him up. And he immediately started howling like a pig. Looking further away, the guards and servants, who had been carried far away, all ran back one after another. They were all elites and loyal servants of the Bai family. People who could die for the Bai family anytime and anywhere. The first kilogram, chapter 678, a group of female cultivators, c. The servants of the Wang family, who are now following Daeong to pick up bargains have made the wrong choice this time and will never go back. Look at Monkey Chi-Chi, who is getting more and more brave at this time, swinging the small shovel like a spinning wheel. One person killed 17 people, and he was still yelling, with a happy face. In the end, only Butler Lai was left panting, and the rest were all killed.
Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Please bow to me, little lady.
Madam Bai knelt down in gratitude, and the servants and guards behind her also followed suit.
No, you all can go. Just leave this cloak to me,
Ho Chi-Chi said with unfinished meaning. This was Zhu Xiaobao's message to him, telling him to stop immediately and keep showing off. The secret is about to be revealed. In this battle, none of the 34 people brought by Butler Lai survived. Only Butler Lai is still lying on the ground groaning like a dead pig. But my hands and feet are trapped, so I definitely can't escape.
Please, Senior, please take action and save my Bai family. For hundreds of years, my Bai family has always been kind to the people, ensuring the peace and harmony of Baihu Town, and never does anything harmful to nature. If Senior refuses to take action, then he will suffer. The biggest thing is the common people of Baihu Town. If the seniors feel that my Bai family is not worthy of being in charge of Baihu Town, then my Bai family is willing to withdraw from Baihu Town.
Unexpectedly, Mrs. Bai turned around immediately and faced Yusher bowed and saluted. Although the guards behind her were a little confused about the situation,
they were a little panicked when they thought of Madame Bai's strange murderous tactics. It showed that a lady like Madame Bai could kill Daeong easily. The real masters are those who hide in the dark.
Humph! Don't push yourself too hard. I've already helped you once. Why don't you leave quickly?
Zhu Xiaobao was still hiding in the boulder, and he hummed a little unhappily. After all, hiding in the boulder like this was still very frustrating.
Yes, that's disturbing, Senior. Well, there are 3 cloaked pirates in White Lake Town now. They are the culprits of this attack. The cultivation level of these 3 people is above
Fake Fairyland.
So the cloaks they wear are also more peculiar.
Unexpectedly, Mrs. Bai was very smart and immediately saw the attraction of this cloak to Zhu Xiaobao. So she explained hesitantly,
Oh, this makes me think about Ho Chi-Chi. Let's carefully examine this housekeeper Lai and ask the matter clearly.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight vibration in the carriage at the front. And then you can feel that there is an extra person inside. But this person still doesn't show up, and no one dares to disturb him. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was sitting in the carriage, carefully observing the cloak. The more he looked at it, the more amazed he became. He didn't expect that Black Devil energy could be stored in this cloak. This increased the combat effectiveness and movement speed of this group of pirates by at least 20%. Butler Lai was originally prepared to hold onto it without saying anything. But once Ho Chi-Chi took out the poison from
the young master of 100 poisons,
Butler Lai was so frightened that his legs weakened. In the world of martial arts, there are many people who are frightened by the reputation of
Master of 100 Poisons.
The key is that the poison of
Master of 100 Poisons
is very difficult to deal with, and it often takes decades or even hundreds of years to completely remove it. So as soon as Butler Lai heard about the poison of
the 100 Poison Master,
he immediately became honest.
Yeah. Tell me, what's the situation in White Lake Town now? How many people are there in your Wang family?
Ho Chi-Chi asked, kicking Butler Lai impatiently.
Yes. Senior Monkey, there are 5 pirates in
White Lake Town.
3 of them have cloaks, and they are all cultivated in
Fake Fairyland.
The purpose of their trip is to find out about something that happened some time ago. Qijing Immortal Lord's advancement brings the information of
Immortal Lord realm?
It is said that not only the Pirate Alliance, but also the Southwest region, Northwest region and Penglai Immortal region have sent a large number of casual cultivators to sneak into the
Eastern region
to find out the news. But now no one knows the whereabouts of Qijing Immortal Lord. It's like disappearing. It seems that no one has been able to find out the whereabouts of Qijing Immortal Lord.
Butler Lai still has some valuable information.
White Lake Town
is actually the center of
White Lake City.
After years of development, there are 3 other towns around it, and it is customary to call the first area
White Lake Town.
At this time, the
Bai family castle
had been breached, and the original city lord Bai Tong had his arm cut off and was captured alive. No, it should be said that he gave up the resistance on his own initiative and just wanted to save his soldiers. because most of these soldiers were formed by people from various families in
White Lake City.
He couldn't bear to see them all being destroyed, killed, in front of these islands, with extremely strong combat capabilities. These soldiers have little resistance. So the result was that most of the Bai family members were killed or injured. But 70% of their soldiers were saved. Now all the people in Chengdu are forced to come to the
Bai family castle
to watch the execution. The newly appointed leader of the Wang family wanted to establish his authority and beheaded Bai Tong in public. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain a foothold in
White Lake City.
The Bai family has ruled in
White Lake City
for too long, and it also won the hearts of the people. The origin of the Wang family is a bit dark. They were started by two brothers. They were a small and poor family at first. The brothers finally took the risk and became pirates. After they accumulated enough property, they quit, returning to the family. After hundreds of years of development, it finally grew bigger and bigger, and then the family moved to
White Lake City.
Originally he was content and contented, but as his family became more and more prosperous, he gradually began to have ambitions. Originally, the two brothers only wanted a town, but unexpectedly they were flatly rejected by Bai Tong because there were already rumors that the Wang family was from pirates. Later, for unknown reasons, the two Wang brothers turned against each other, and a civil war broke out. Only the current head of the Wang family, who was the second child at that time, was left, and his brother disappeared. In the hundreds of years that followed, the Wang family never had any trouble and seemed to be living an honest life. But I didn't expect that this time the head of the Wang family would unite with the people of the Pirate Alliance, suddenly want to attack
White Lake Castle,
and even attack the castle in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the secret passage built in the castle during its construction, Mrs. Bai wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Sitting on the highest floor of the
Bai family castle,
three big men in cloaks were drinking and chatting unscrupulously. Waiting beside them were the wives and concubines of the Wang family master. The Wang family master was also in trouble now, and could only say anything. One by one, the cuckolds flew towards their own heads.
Little Qiangzi, don't worry. After we leave, these women will still be yours. No, the women from the Bai family will also be left to you. You have got the people, wealth, and territory. Isn't this business a loss?
The big man laughed unscrupulously and said, as if he was still the same as before. He just regarded Wang Chong as one of his followers, and he didn't care about Wang Chong's feelings at all. And in his arms was the third concubine of the Wang family. Seeing his concubine struggling in pain, the head of the Wang family could only force himself to smile and say with a grimace,
how could that be possible? I never care about these external things. As long as the big brother is happy. Just have fun. Just carry on. Oh, it seems that boy Daong is back. It seems that the long-famous Mrs. Bai has been captured for us? Why don't we see that boy Daong?
After all, the big man at the head was a very advanced man, so he was the first one to see it. Two carriages were slowly driving back from a distance, followed by a long pair of people and horses. Needless to say, these were all escaped members of the Bai family.
Do you even need to ask? Brother, you see that everyone on the second car is aware of the movement. And you know what this guy Daong is doing.
The two pirates around him also saw it, and couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the carriage on the second carriage was rising and falling, and it looked like there was quite a lot of movement inside. I don't know who Daong is against this time. Arriving at the door of the
Bai family castle,
Butler Lai stuck out his head and shouted loudly,
open the door! We have brought Mrs. Bai back!
After that, he also opened the curtain of the carriage, revealing Mrs. Bai, who was tied up. This binding technique is also very unique. It made Mrs. Bai's front and back curled up when she was tied up, which made people's blood boil. Bai Tong, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, stared angrily, then closed his eyes, and lowered his head in despair. He had already broken an arm, and was tied up tightly by the other party, so there was no seizure at all of capital.
Come in! Come in! It's hard work. Butler Lai,
the head of the Wang family shouted very urgently. As soon as Mrs. Bai and others arrived, his own women would be freed, and he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. What's more, he has a more vicious idea in his heart. That is, he must recover his losses from Mrs. Bai. As soon as the carriage entered the
Bai family castle,
the three pirate leaders couldn't wait to jump down from it. I bet the three of them were also fighting overtly and covertly. Everyone wanted to be the first to try something new. But then I saw the handlebars of the carriage. And Butler Light jumped out of the carriage. And the front curtain of the carriage opened again. And a man jumped out, wearing a cloak, and putting on the hat of the cloak. I also brought it with me, pressing it down so low that I couldn't see my face clearly.
Huh? Sure Daong? How dare you get involved first?
The three pirates immediately asked in shock and anger. They didn't expect Sir Daong to be so bold and take the lead in taking action.
No, you're not Sir Daong? Who are you?
The boss was very alert and immediately noticed that there was something wrong with this man's height. Much shorter than Sir Daong.
Yeah. Let me collect these 3 cloaks.
Chapter 1679 Three Gangsters. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, the 3 pirates from the Pirate Alliance suddenly felt their eyes blur and fell into the original illusion. The surrounding scene was exactly the same, but everyone around them disappeared. What followed was the incarnation of 6 violent storms. Before their cloaks had time to exert their power, they were already held around their necks by various weapons. The difference in combat power is quite a bit. And outside the illusion, there was also a clone, which went straight to the city lord of
White Lake City,
and cut off the chains on his body with one knife. He immediately gave him a pill. Bai Tong, the city lord of
White Lake City,
who had already broken his arm and was seriously injured, suddenly shouted loudly and miraculously jumped up and rushed towards the head of the Wang family. In the illusion, the 3 pirates from the Pirate Alliance were in a miserable situation. They were tied together by a
berry vine silk.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any time, and forcefully input 3
soul-eating insect eggs
into them.
You are violating the rules of the Immortal Lord. Are you even more evil than us?
The 3 of them were immediately shocked. They had all reached the pinnacle of the
fake immortal realm,
and even reached the great consummation. Of course, we are very aware of the forbidden use of such evil things.
It depends on who it is used on. It is just right for you.
Humph. What immortals?
Those so-called immortals are not as responsible as I am.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. He said, then knocked the 3 of them unconscious with a slap, and took them into the time stone. They waited until the
soul-eating insect
hatched out before they came out again.
Ouch! Stop! Are you devouring the soul? I beg you, don't come. I'll tell you what you want to know.
The leader of the pirate boss suddenly screamed in pain, with fear in his eyes. And fear. This kind of pain is so terrible that no one wants to try it a second time. The 2 people next to the pirate boss were even more horrified and shook their heads repeatedly. That meant that they were willing to explain honestly without even trying.
You are very smart. You know that I want you to tell the truth.
Zhu Xiaobao was very satisfied with their performance and patted their heads with a smile. None of the 3 people dared to show any dissatisfaction. They all nodded and bowed, with smiles on their faces. I still can't see clearly now, but his cultivation level far exceeds theirs. When the 3 of them came out of the illusion, they saw a very strange scene. The 3 big men were all bent over, with their hands raised high, one after the other. The big man in the front was tied by a
berry vine silk.
The neck was held by Zhu Xiaobao, who was humming a tune and walking forward without looking back. The 3 of them were stunned and had no idea of a sneak attack. Everyone around was shocked. Just a while ago, the terrifying fighting prowess of these 3 life pirates still frightened everyone. Who would have thought that they would turn into 3 docile little sheep in the blink of an eye? At this time, the head of the Wang family had been beaten by Bai Tong with a bruised nose and face, and was already lying on the ground unconscious. He could not beat the head of the Bai family in the first place. And there was a huge difference in cultivation. Now without the help of the 3 pirates, isn't this what happened to him? Even the servants of the Bai family, who casually passed by him, could kick him hard or spit on him. What made Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised was that the guards and servants of the Wang family had also been suppressed. It turned out that once they saw Bai Tong rising up again and killing the Wang family, all the large and small families, who had been rushed over to watch, suddenly rose up to fight back. You couldn't tell it, but the 3 pirates had already disappeared, and the housekeeper of the Wang family has also betrayed Bantian. Therefore, the originally captured Bai family, as well as the disciples from various surrounding families, all attacked in groups. Even the Wang family originally had some fighting strength, but with such unity, they immediately lost confidence and were quickly defeated. The Bai family easily regained control of the situation. As for why the head of the Wang family has not been killed yet, that is to wait until Zhu Xiaobao comes to decide. Mrs. Bai had already excitedly told the story of her rescue in detail. With Bai Tong's cultivation level in the
middle immortal realm,
one could immediately tell that he had met an expert. Even though he was also in the
middle immortal realm,
he didn't dare to be too pretentious at all. So he quickly waited there respectfully, not to mention anything else. Just from the pills that Zhu Xiaobao gave him, he understood how big the gap was between himself and this person.
Yeah. I'm not interested in your affairs. You prepare a secret room for me, and I want to interrogate these 3 people. You should also seize the time to deal with these trivial matters.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the man lying on the ground. The head of the Wang family then ordered Bai Tong.
Yes. Butler, take the adults to the secret room.
Bai Tong suddenly became energetic and ordered quickly. Looking at the 3 pirate leaders passing by, Bai Tong was really impressed. It had only taken him a moment to burn incense, but he had already made these 3 ruthless bandits submissive. Knowing this little time, defeating these 3 people is already amazing. But this, Master Bao, can still lead 3 people out like walking dogs. This is incredible. The subsequent interrogation was very easy. Under the threat of the
soul-eating insect,
the 3 of them dared not be dishonest at all. They wished they could tell Zhu Xiaobao everything they knew. It turns out that the Pirate Alliance sent them here for 3 purposes. The first, of course, is to find out what happened after Qi Zheng was promoted to the immortal realm. This mission is relatively broad. Not only the hiding place of Qi Zheng, but also the current situation of the eastern region and the reaction of the major forces. Anyway, it is a very broad task, and it is also the most important task. Secondly, they just wanted to set up a foothold in the eastern region. So they chose the Wang family, because
White Lake City
is the most remote town in the eastern region. And the key is that the head of the Wang family is still their former follower. So supporting the Wang family is undoubtedly the simplest and fastest way. Thirdly, it was a bit beyond Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. Unexpectedly, they also wanted to inquire about another church in the outside world, the Sun Moon Star sect. And it doesn't sound like it's easy to deal with the Dongong sect in the Thousand Islands Sea now. This aroused Zhu Xiaobao's strong curiosity. I don't know what the relationship between these 2 churches is. It's a pity that these 3 pirates know very little about this matter, and they couldn't explain it even after asking for a long time. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very discouraged. As soon as he stared at him, Bassadin was immediately scared to death and was in a state of panic. I thought Zhu Xiaobao was going to activate those
soul-eating insects
again. Hurry down on the ground and kowtow repeatedly. They really don't know.
Yeah. Forget it. I'll go check it out myself. As for you, go back to the Pirates League first, and just do whatever you want as usual. Even if you do evil, as long as you obey my orders when I need them.
Just okay.
Don't be so gloomy. There are some benefits to having this kind of
soul-eating worm
growing in your brain. It can make your consciousness grow rapidly. Others can't wait for such an opportunity.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw that these 3 people were so frightened for nothing, he couldn't help but patted their heads and comforted them with words.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
The 3 of them said without conscience. What's the benefit? Who dares to ask for such a benefit? Of course, another important point is to ask about Black Dragon and Gong Yim Yao. It's a pity that the level of these 3 people is too low, and they have never seen the Black Dragon at all. Even Gong Yim Yao doesn't know who it is, but they knew that there was a very special young man who could enter and leave
Dragon Fairy Island
freely. And there were also many powerful female cultivators sent from other trading areas who were sent to
Dragon Fairy Island.
There is also more shocking news. These female cultivators are all used for dual cultivating by Lord Black Dragon. Moreover, I heard that all the powerful female cultivators who were given to Lord Black Dragon could not last more than 3 days. Sometimes, several female cultivators would be tortured to death overnight. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the prices of the powerful female cultivators in the trading area were constantly rising. It turned out that they were all consumed by the Black Dragon. Is this guy considered a human or a beast now? Even Zhu Xiaobao is a little confused about this. He returned the 3 cloaks to them, and then let them follow him for the time being. If they go back so early, they will definitely be suspected. Besides, they really need to find out some information before they can go back and recover. Coming out of the secret room, the Bai family castle had been tidied up. Even the servants put on new clothes. To show respect for Zhu Xiaobao, Madame Bai also specially sent 8 maids to serve Zhu Xiaobao. However, when he saw the 3 pirates behind Zhu Xiaobao, his expression suddenly changed. He even thought that Zhu Xiaobao had some bad plans.
Yeah. Don't worry. I will take these 3 gangsters away in a few days. They will still belong to your Bai family from now on. They may serve as a contact point for me. Whenever someone comes with my jade token, you will take appropriate care of them. Just cooperate with me and that's it.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and said. Zhu Xiaobao was also lazy. In order to distinguish the 3 pirates, he called them Big Hun, Second Hun, and Third Hun according to their level of cultivation.
Yes, I will obey your majesty's decree.
Madame Bai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed deeply. But what she didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao didn't need these maids. So she asked her to take them back. This undoubtedly made Madame Bai have a lot more favorable impressions of Zhu Xiaobao. This time the civil strife also greatly damaged the strength of the Bai family. So many families have more say before. But in general, the Bai family is still in control. Besides, the Bai family's management style is indeed relatively gentle. So the streets and alleys quickly returned to their previous peace and tranquility. Of course, the intimidating power of Zhu Xiaobao is enough to deter any family. On the 3rd day, Zhu Xiaobao and his party of 5 left
White Lake City.
The 3 gangsters also changed into servants' clothes and followed Zhu Xiaobao with a sad face. Chapter 1680 Chaos A. This time to help the Bai family regain the city. Zhu Xiaobao never showed his true face from beginning to end. Even in the
Bai family city lord's mansion,
his face was always filled with aura, and others couldn't see clearly at all. Therefore, he was known to the outside world as having been rescued by Ho Chi-Chi. For a time, Ho Chi-Chi's reputation became so great that no one in
White Lake City
knew it. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao personally summoned Bai Tong and his wife before leaving. So he had nothing to hide from them. Because since he wanted to use
White Lake City
as a place to stay, he had to show his true colors. At the same time, Bai Tong has also found out some information these days, which Zhu Xiaobao wants to know. Now Qi Jing suddenly advanced to the immortal realm, and his subsequent behavior was also very strange. There was neither an announcement to the world nor a big celebration. On the contrary, it has disappeared, and the recent opening of the forum has also stopped. Cities and villages everywhere were also in chaos. Just as the 3 gangsters said. Not only them, but also other immortal regions have sent a large number of casual cultivators to the eastern region to inquire about information. Now the eastern region is getting more and more chaotic. Moreover, Bai Tong also reminded Zhu Xiaobao that now all kinds of news are flying all over the sky, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. This is also one of the reasons why the Eastern Territory is very chaotic now. Therefore, under Bai Tong's suggestion, several people went out to practice in the name of attending classes and studying. In name, several family members took a young master to the martial arts forum to listen to the lectures of the masters. For this reason, Bai Tong and his wife specially prepared a carriage for Zhu Xiaobao that was ordinary on the outside and extremely comfortable on the inside. They asked the 3 gangsters to follow them, while Ho Chi-Chi explored the road ahead. Only then did they truly leave Baihu City.
But the journey was not uneventful. Sometimes even if Ho Chi-Chi discovered something, he couldn't run back to report it due to his cultivation level. He could only stay in place, waiting for an opportunity. On the contrary, it was mostly Zhu Xiaobao who discovered the crisis himself. Fortunately, the 3 gangsters around him were still very powerful in combat. Even without their cloaks, they could still repel their opponents. Only twice did he encounter a master, and Zhu Xiaobao took action in secret to resolve the crisis. It can be considered that the 3 gangsters were completely surrendered. They originally thought that Zhu Xiaobao just took advantage of their carelessness to defeat them. But now they know that Zhu Xiaobao's actual fighting power is enough to throw them off 3 streets. So I became more and more calm. After all, following a master is a very confident thing. But the continuous battles made Zhu Xiaobao a little irritated. Many of them were small characters who were not popular, but they had to take action. So it was difficult to have a long and peaceful time on the road. And as Bai Tong said, it is difficult to tell whether the information they have found is true or false. Rumors are flying all over the place now, and someone is deliberately creating chaos. Later, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that it was easiest to follow a certain caravan. By paying a certain amount of fees, one could easily follow the caravan and avoid the confusion of being constantly disturbed. It turns out that due to the loose management method of the Eastern region, the exchange of goods between various cities is very frequent. But you have to rely on your own caravans and guards, as well as fixed routes. These are the respective trade routes that powerful merchants have worked hard for many years. And they are also relatively safe routes. The average big robber will receive the protection fee on time. And the average small bandit and casual cultivator will not dare to take action at all. Even if they do, they can be easily taken care of. These big merchants are still quite powerful. Of course, if someone wants to take them with him, the price to pay is not small. But Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about this at all. He has plenty of money. Scatter a lot of spiritual stones. And people will naturally agree. Let's look at the way he spends money. He is a proper young man. This time, I followed a company that specialized in transporting spices, cloth, and supplies or raw materials commonly used by women, such as rouge and lipstick. I would also like to correct that not all shops use storage bags to transport supplies. After all, storage bags are expensive and have a certain amount of space and frequency of use. So generally merchants use horse-drawn carriages to transport goods. Storage bags are not so easy to get. Some cultivators in the initial realm and even transcendent realm do not have a storage bag. Therefore, ordinary merchants will not use storage bags often. The bags are here to transport supplies. There were 17 carriages in this group. The first 2 carriages were filled with a young lady and her belongings, and the others were all trucks. There are hundreds of guards responsible for guarding it. This is already a wealthy family, and it can be seen that they often follow the same trade route. Basically, they did not encounter any risks along the way, and they all traveled smoothly and without hindrance. The leaders of the guards are also of high cultivation. They are neither showy nor fearful when riding on the horse. It is obvious that they are a group of veterans. Their cultivation is also around the boss immortal realm. The highest one is a junior immortal realm, the old man. It's just that this old man from the first immortal realm has always had doubts about Zhu Xiaobao's identity, because the cultivation level of his 3 followers is too high. But since he paid such a high price, even his subordinates felt jealous. So the old man could no longer refuse. After all, he couldn't delay his subordinates' income. If you are willing to come out these days, it's not just to earn more spiritual stones. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's carriage followed at the end. Very low-key. And Zhu Xiaobao was never seen getting out of the car, unless it was time to eat. The 3 servants would light a fire and cook beside the carriage. Often, Monkey Chi-Chi would rush back at this time. As soon as he saw Monkey Chi-Chi, the old man felt much more relieved, because Ho Chi-Chi's reputation is well known. You can't fight those who are famous. What's depressing is that I didn't expect Ho Chi-Chi to be a very good cook. This is something no one expected. It's often a lunch that makes the aroma waft to the carriage at the front. This made the eldest lady, who was preparing the meal in the front, very depressed. The taste obviously exceeded her own food standard. But when someone was sent to investigate, Ho Chi-Chi and others were very vigilant and rejected him. It feels like a stranger. The young lady in front of me was so angry that she flipped the table over. Never had she ever received such a cold reception. In the end, out of desperation, the old man put down his face and, with a forced smile, bought 2 cold dishes from Ho Chi-Chi, which was a step up for the eldest lady in front of him, who was losing his temper. But it didn't matter after this taste. The young lady became addicted and immediately lost her appetite for the food cooked by her own cook. You have to come to the old man for every meal. Otherwise you will start to act mischievous again. Oh, miss, I don't know what the guests behind me are eating today. It's very smelly. Let's not join in the fun today. I guarantee you won't be interested. The old man said at noon that day. Finally feeling relaxed, he asked the young lady in the carriage for instructions. Yeah, I smelled it too. What on earth is this thing that can be eaten by people? There are so many wonders in this world. Let Wu Ma cook me some bird's nest porridge. The eldest lady also smelled the smell, and was very he hummed in disgust. Yes, yes. That's not food for humans at all. It's disgusting. The old man quickly said with a smile on his face. It's really embarrassing to buy other people's dishes, when you want to beg for food all day long. But as soon as the wave fell and another wave came up, Monkey Chi-Chi took out another iron plate, and started grilling on the iron plate. Because the eldest lady in front of me was clamoring to take a bath, I had to wait patiently. This eldest lady would never finish taking a bath for an hour or 2. So Ho Chi-Chi then thought of drinking some wine to have fun. It sounds like a reward for these 3 servants, who performed well. The old man's heart immediately rose to his throat when he saw it, fearing that the eldest lady would smell the smell again. Fortunately, the wind direction changed at this time,
and the breeze was blowing from the front. But it was a very familiar scent of soap. The smell came over, making Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. Didn't expect to smell your own masterpiece here? Of course. The most depressed person was the old man. He saw it in his eyes, and was greedy in his heart. Everything else was fine. But the smell of the wine was so tempting. But today was destined to be an unstable day. Before the old man could think of any way to drink, chaos broke out ahead. Then came the eldest lady's frightened scream. When the old man arrived quickly, he was also surprised. Unexpectedly, a group of people came from the front, led by a tall and burly man. He knew the old man, but he was not looking away at this time. Just follow the big guy and keep moving forward.
Lao Su, what's going on? We have already paid this year's protection fee. Isn't this a bit unreasonable?
The old man asked in a low voice.
Are you the leader of the Yang family's guards?
The leading man glanced sideways. Although the two of them had similar cultivation levels, this man definitely had the advantage in terms of momentum.
Yes. I have already paid tolls for Mr. Hu for a year. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to openly light a fire and cook here.
The old man said very respectfully. Based on his intuition, he couldn't beat him. The big man in front of me. After all, I am already old.
Hu Laosan's territory has been taken over by me. His head is hanging in front. And the protection fee you paid before is still valid. I'm not here to attack you today. I just smelled a very familiar smell. It smelled so fragrant that I couldn't hold it back for a while, and came over to take a look.
The big man at the head nodded calmly, then stopped talking to the old man and walked directly towards Zhu Xiaobao.
What the hell are these damn foodies doing? They made such a stinky thing, and even invited this gang of gangsters. Well,
what? Hu Laosan is dead. Damn it. Pass my order quickly. Secretly be careful and don't make any mistakes.
When the old man heard that Hu Laosan had been replaced, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat.